We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We'll hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this where we from, so yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. We came out the streets, came up from flames, came out the beast, came up from pain, came up from cops, came up from Cain, came up from judges that's playing their games, came out the plots, came up from plots, came up from all of us playing our lanes, came up from crackers that's focused on killing our leaders and stopping our queens and our kings. All the days in that concrete, how did we ever get past? Short change, red line, see, so you may hustle for cash. You read the struggle to have, you read the struggle to mass, but we knew troubles could last, plus we get muscle and math. Remember them days in the dark, hustling, not grinding that smart. Remember them days and them times, family was stuck on the move, family was stuck on the lines. So we push all our times up, push the case till all our files shut, push the feet till all our miles touch, push the street cause all we got is us, yeah. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We'll hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this is where we from, so yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. Nights when the food is grinding, focus on food, had to find rent. Trapping and cruise, putting time in. Move or you lose or you're dying. Life for the fools and the blind men. Cops and the rules and they finding. Hung by a noose so they lying. Play like a fool by these tyrants. It's all that we know. Remember the pain that we put in for dough. Remember the nights that we slept on the floor. Remember the schools with their hand in our clothes. Remember the grits with the roaches and mold. Remember the nights with the hood on the stove. Remember your skin with no third wasn't cold. Remember the programs that open and close. It's all that we know. The life in the hood. Yes, it's the life in the street. The garrison cold. Life by the curb. Life in the beats. It's life in the cold. Yeah, the life in your feet. The garrison cold. Life by the curb. Life in the beast. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We'll hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this is where we from, so yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know.
I gotta look at these fuckers, laugh at these fools.
I had it told, no skipping they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you when I step in, you when I last get old. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, he's in the past the soul. The pressure and hate, these did ugly fate, watch how I laugh more. I hear how they told, no skipping they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you when I last get old. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, please when I pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these did ugly fate, watch how I laugh more. Black is my movement, it's never gonna stop. Driving and moving my way to the top. I hate recruiting the builders of blocks. Fusion and hood and the cream of the crop. Following the birds on the part of the flock. Most of them capping, they lying and pop. Watching these fools cause they move for the ops. Center my work with the trolls be the cops. Dreaming and something gon' get you a sentence. Reading and running, best watch what you stepping. Talking about nothing won't get you no mention. He do that be frontin', I pay no attention. Gotta keep watching they spine with tension. Why they get real when you start to address them? They not the starters, they not even benching. Walk with the boss, I don't deal with the henchmen. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in the work. Can't get the pace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you will make you the worst. I had it told, no skimming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. Please in the past, it's all. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more. I hear how they talk, no screaming they boss. Watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. Please in the past, it's all. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more. They just be talking, not making no sounds. That's why I laugh when it comes to these clowns. Cause they not scratching that part of my crown. If you not building, who's keeping you round? How you not safe in any part of your town? But you got cappers and capers around. But they won't rescue you. If it go left for you, then you be stuck with your face in the ground. That's why I laugh and I never get triggered. Riddles be sad like Cry Me a River. Focus on black, my plans are just bigger. These are just facts, signed and delivered. They are just mad, they're not in the picture. What are you building with nobody switching? Talk with a ball, but loud as a whisper. I speak for the streets and these are my scriptures. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in no work. Can't keep the pace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you make you the worst. I had it told, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. Please in the past, it's all. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more. I hear how they talk, no screaming they boss, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last it all. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice. Please in the past, it's all. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake. Watch how I laugh more.
What's goody, Black YouTube? Oh my goodness, I know I ain't been in the mix in a minute, y'all. I ain't been in the mix in a minute. I've been out the loop dealing with the weather, man. It's been cold. Life is lifing. The air is airing, and black is blacking, baby. And Black YouTube has been on the shits. Oh my goodness. Black YouTube been in the shits, man.
Oh, still that one.
How do I take that? I can't even find my screensaver thing on the jing. Yo, man, it's like an old person trying to figure out their phone. There we go, my bad, truck light. Here we go, YouTube. What's goody? So you gonna be up? I'm gonna call you back in like an hour.
Yeah, all right.
Black YouTube. It's been a hilarious week or 2 weeks. Disappointing in many ways. I'm not gonna lie, it's been very disappointing. Not gonna lie about that, man. The gangster, tough guy, call out. At least it hasn't been New York. I would have said this. New York has not been in the mix of the nonsense. This is not in this Black YouTube world. This is Corey Holcomb, Anton Daniels. I don't know how Kwame got involved. Michi, you know, my sis Michi came to guns and shoot anybody. Anton, the whole Black YouTube street is on Anton's heels. This shit is hilarious. It's hilarious. And I just got to call out the concentration that Black people have on the nonsense and our amazing ability to just believe in bullshit. And that's what, you know, many of the people I have in the title represent. I'm not gonna lie. You know, it is what it is. Shout out to Black YouTube. I was listening to Shanetta and he had Tazaryach up there randomly. And I think the title of the show, y'all go check it out, is I believe in everything in the Bible. I believe. I haven't commented in Shanetta's channel in about 3 years, maybe. I mean when I did that interview with him, but I have not been. I had to comment. You must be bat shit retarded if you believe everything in the Bible. Now that doesn't mean I'm shooting at if you believe in God and how you observe your belief system. Cool. But come on, that statement and believing everything in the Bible to be true has gotta be two different things. Y'all. I'm just saying, it gotta be two different things. Bad shit retarded. And I'm like, yo. And then the next he said Israelites are a race. I don't know how Tazaryach has been able to just navigate Black YouTube and Black social media, and just it's crazy. It just really it speaks volumes of the reading level of America. I'm not gonna lie. And then spinning back to the Black rich YouTube arena, which is hilarious too. Black YouTube rich side is like, I didn't know there were so many millionaires in the Black community. I didn't know. They're all over the place. I didn't get this message that there's this Black millionaires everywhere. And we just got all types of money in the community. Let some of these people tell it. And they're super rich. I didn't hear this dude, Anton Daniels, say how rich he was. So I'm like, this is crazy. Where do y'all find these characters? And as we talk about characters, your boy Tariq Nasheed is in Africa right now, following Asho Speed. He may not say he is, but if I was by the computer, you'll see where he's trailing behind me. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Who that? Yo, Dad, what's good? Madon, what's popping?
Yo, Q, what's popping? What up, Dad?
What up? That's why they don't never had no reparations topic, because they're rich.
Never. I was gonna talk about the Minnesota riots in Minnesota. I think having one of the largest.
Yeah, we got that coming up whenever you
Yeah, I know that's gonna come up. I didn't want to have you and Taz and Psycho and Termy. I'm like, because I read the other day. I'm like, yo, Taz, I ain't got nothing to do with this shit. That whole vitriol, it saying, I'm like, son, I don't know what the fuck going on. It just don't call me or the platform pedo fighters. That's
all I'm fighting for, and that's all I'm fighting for, yo. All that bullshit you talking about, it's cool. Disagree, donut, but none of that has nothing to do with Q Butter, Zayax, or nothing. They don't have nothing to do with that. I don't even know how that came up. So I addressed it a little bit yesterday. I don't know. I know it's kind of busy, but I ain't want to turn it into, what else is going on. You know what I'm saying? So I just leave it like that. So
Now I know conversations get heated. So that's how whatever.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't want to put that in the title, because I was going to do White Lives Matter. I was going to do.
With the not on top of the Kanye folding again.
Yeah, man.
Oh no, that would have been not good at all.
Yeah, White Lives Matter right now, baby. I was gonna trigger some of y'all with some Trump love. Yo, Savior, what's poppin'? Yo, there's a Instagram channel. I don't know where this shit popped up on my timeline. The most hilariously racist, bigot shit you can come up with on this channel, bro. I'm just this. Yo, this is hilarious. But they were violating that white woman, bro. I was like, wow, they doing this on Instagram. They got whole AI videos of the white lady, son. Yo, that shit's vicious work, bro.
How they framing it?
Oh, nah, she's a wild lesbian. They got like 50 videos on wild white lesbians and wild liberal lesbians. I didn't want to laugh, but yo, son, I was like, this is crazy. I watched this channel for a good hour. I ain't even gonna lie. So I watch bad videos. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. So I ain't follow it.
So
I watched
they
a lot of videos.
going in on her because of the Minnesota white lady was a lesbian.
It's the Minnesota white lady. They took her
Oh,
videos and used AI and
they
just
taking her.
remade her.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, and they got her doing crashing out, saying dumb shit. Yo, I'm like, damn, they got other white, that's the white liberal lesbian. They went bananas on them. I'm like, damn, son, I ain't know it was like this for the combo. This shit crazy. I saw the shit that the even what Taz was talking about. I saw some video with the ICE agent. I was telling somebody that y'all niggas like pretty. Y'all know we going to pick up a pedo, right? Like y'all keeping us from picking up a pedo.
Mm-hmm.
The Mexican ICE agent was saying that. I'm like, these are all pedos. Fucking
Yeah,
pedos.
I don't mind the criminal aspect of it, but I mean to make it to imply that this is the leading. You know what I'm saying? Like the main reason we're doing this is because of that. I mean, you had to show me other than I ain't seen one rap sheet. Hadn't not really seen anything being saying okay, boom. These motherfuckers are deported, and this is what they did. Just lay that out, and then let the motherfuckers decide. Okay, boom, is it worth it? It's not worth it. 50-50. I don't know, but it's kind of like bias on both sides. Because I just left a motherfucking channel on Twitter where they sent somebody into the group that I think the white girl was in. One of the groups that the white girl was in. The anti-ICE dispatch mobile response, and it's more than one. They got apps. Only the people that get vetted can register their cars. They got like a whole motherfucking operation. I mean, like they the law enforcement or some shit. I mean, they got that shit kind of hot there. That
Well,
shit
I'm pretty
crazy.
sure. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
white
once
on
they lock
white.
them up,
I
people
told
get
you,
that info.
white on white.
Yeah, that's what it is.
George Floyd protest. Like white folks be doing shit different when they be protesting, y'all. Like, black folks, we ain't got the time to be going to jail and taking them risks.
I mean,
Yeah,
damn, it's
I'm pretty.
motherfucking negative 14 degrees without the wind in Minneapolis. And that motherfucker packed like it's summertime, boy.
Well, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
they
you can
had
find out what they
mad
locked
people
up
out there.
for.
They had mad people out there, son. Oh my goodness, and I left this fucking years ago. Yeah, I think we got one. Damn, son, I left the other shovel.
Yeah, it's always been like that, Corey. Even before George Floyd. You go back to Occupy Wall Street, motherfucking protests up in Seattle. That I mean, them motherfucking Northwest Seattle motherfuckers are up in Portland and Oregon. They've been doing that shit before, even before 9/11. Motherfucker was getting killed at rallies. It wasn't really making national news. Only motherfuckers up there would, really know about it. That's why we ain't really hear about shit back in the late 90s. But these groups, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you saying paid, but I mean, the people that's paying them is what? So obviously they're supported. You know, even if they got regular jobs, they're not spending all their goddamn money on Uber Eats and DoorDash. That should add up. Gas, leaving their car running, especially in the wintertime. So who's supporting that?
Well, at the end of the day, they can't stop ICE. So I don't know. Hey.
No, I don't think nobody want to stop ICE. I just think motherfuckers want to go focus on what you came here to do, and then move the fuck on.
Man, I'm moving. I'm gonna move to Africa, man. Fuck it.
Well,
I'm going to Africa.
I was watching the town hall meeting in Minnesota. Ilhan Omar giving her final remarks. The whole thing went, sort of decent, kind of decent. And then when she said, "Yeah, we're gonna get rid of ICE," and then if they don't leave, if they don't disband them, we're gonna impeach that Christie lady, Christie Nome. We're gonna impeach her. And as soon as she said that, a white dude sitting in the front seat got up. He had a syringe with some liquid in it. I don't know what it was. Obviously it had a bad smell. He squirted her, and she took her ink pen and she lunged at that motherfucker. She was getting ready to get that motherfucker in the eye, boy. She was ready. You fucking asshole. But a bodyguard had grabbed him and slammed him to the ground. The other dudes came, and her press secretary was like, Omar, you gotta go. You gotta get checked out. We gotta go. She was like, no. We ain't gonna let that fucking asshole control the show. And then the big dude came. He was like, man, you gotta get out of here. He was like, give me 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes, and we out of here. That shit was kind of wild. Yeah, I was waiting on that name to come up, but for some reason, while it was all over Black Lives Matter, I ain't heard nobody mention that name now. So who's funding them now? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Yo, y'all hear me?
Yeah, you back. You in the car? You in the truck? You in the street?
Yeah, I'm back in the car. Yeah, I'm back in the
Oh,
street. Yeah,
oh, okay.
but I'm staying for a couple seconds.
Okay. Can you pin the link where you at? All right.
Swinging back to Black YouTube. This Anton Daniels shit is like fucking. This shit is hilarious, man.
Yeah, definitely. I'm wondering who keep putting these busters on top, bro. That's the weird shit to me. Who is putting these? I don't know. Like, how did he get on
Man,
top like that?
stop pretending like it's one person and shit, man.
No, I'm saying like,
They
okay,
ain't
most
pop
of
out
the
of
people we
nowhere.
look at.
Shit.
No, I'm just saying somebody boosted these people up. Like
No,
they
ain't
came
nobody
out of nowhere.
boosting. You know
How
what it
how
is?
did their platform grow?
What you mean how their platform grow? Like everybody else platform that boasted up. Shit.
That's what I'm saying, man. A lot of black people support the bullshit, but it is what it is.
What they doing that other content creators not doing compared to other content creators? They don't do nothing but talk about gossip shit.
Greater levels of nigga shit.
Greater
Yeah, and I
level.
think it's pushing certain buttons, and it's about who you know, and it's about who
There's
you
plenty of motherfuckers talk just as much shit as them, if not more. I can go
Nah.
grab a whole bunch of motherfuckers to talk way more shit than Anton Corey put together, man.
And I think it's who you is who you kind of get in business with. Like, certain people, certain podcaster, content creators, they pay money for certain people to come on their show, and to me, that generate motion. Because I remember when I think Charleston White is the one who kind of blew the Anton dude up. Because I remember when I used to different shit. People used to show different shit with him in Charleston. So I think Charleston kind of catapult the little Anton guy. I don't know. I don't
So
watch the nigga.
you support Charleston White?
Hell no. I call him Charlatan White.
So there was a video the other night where apparently the lady that was on the stream went on this one guy's show, and she has a document from '99 showing the medical tests of him sexual assaulting her when she was 11 years old. Tested positive.
Oh yeah. I remember.
But I'm
I remember
saying,
that.
yeah, that I don't think that's new though. Is that new? It was said, but I don't think anybody saw
Nah,
any
it's not
paperwork.
new. He spoke on it, and then I think one of the girl actually spoke on it at one point in time back here, or somebody, her cousin or something like that. But yeah. But
Yeah, y'all go check out Meet Your Ex. She actually did a breakdown on it Monday night. Yeah. So, I don't keep up with none of these motherfuckers. Motherfuckers in the title now, that motherfucker. I ain't really seen any type of fundraiser, progress, clothing drive, book bag, any motherfucking thing to help anything. I ain't seen none one of these motherfuckers or nothing. Although I have seen Charleston at some events, but his track record is so goddamn motherfucking fucked up. I don't even know how motherfuckers allow him around fucking kids.
man, they don't allow that nigga in the schools in Fort Worth. That nigga got
Shit, but
banned
that
from the schools in
motherfucker
Fort
did.
Worth.
Maybe not Fort Worth like you said, because that's where it happened at, I think.
Yeah,
But he go to other states to school.
yeah. That's why I say, man, black people put these busters on top and then wonder why. You know what I'm saying? I just be laughing, like, you know what I mean? Because if we look at it, in my opinion, a lot of the top content creators, not all of them, but a lot of them is busters, man. Niggas, these niggas wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Without that little clout, it wouldn't be like that. But I ain't hating. I'm just calling it like it is. You know what I'm saying? I want to see every black man successful, but all money ain't good money, and all cooning ain't good cooning.
That didn't make no sense. No cooning is good cooning, but
Well, I mean, if you cooning to be strategic for your people, for a positive to come out of it, it's something that are gonna really benefit your people. If you coon for that, like a spook set by the door kind of coon, you know what I mean? But I don't know.
no, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, you know how some people, if you can be that spook, like the spook that's set by the door, right?
Mm-mm.
Some would look at him because he would call him a coon because he did this, he did that, he did that. But at the end of the day, he was just gathering information to bring back to the hood to help.
How's that cooning?
Well, I'm
What
saying
did he
some
do?
people,
What did he do to coon?
some people will say when you go fight against your own kind and fight against other people for somebody that you ain't have that ain't did shit to you for the white man, some people call that cooning.
My perspective is a little bit twisted on it. Because like I said, my investment only goes so far. All these motherfuckers that we mentioned have been in this shit for longer than 10 motherfucking years. At least. If not longer.
Yeah.
Nigga shit.
Yeah, that's all Negro stuff. That's all it is. Just a bunch of Negro stuff. Because man, I've been watching the young guy I Show Speed. Yo, man, he making a lot of these niggas look like coons. He making a lot of these young niggas look like coons. He making a lot. What he did, man, was so powerful because he educated me on a lot of countries I didn't know about in Africa, man. Just and they built up like Cali and New York and shit. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I mean, I know some of them was built up, but not to that extent. So, but yeah, man, that's the real shit right there. Them Africans is building up, nigga, for real. I like, oh shit. So it is some hope for the youth, I guess.
So what did Tariq go to Africa for?
I think he was trying to do like the young god, I Show Speed. You know what I'm saying? I seen he was in somebody posted somewhere he was in Senegal and then he went somewhere else and you know.
This motherfucker come up here last night. He didn't say nothing. Yeah, he didn't say nothing
What
last
is your
night.
fucking name, you fucking retard? What is your
Oh,
fucking name, you fucking
okay.
retard? What is your fucking name, you fucking retard? What is your fucking name, you fucking retard?
Sound like a bot.
Okay.
Yo.
Intellectuals.
Now we ain't gotta worry about you coming back on this goddamn panel.
Yeah, that's all we needed was that one time. All you needed was one shot.
Yeah, it must have didn't work last night.
He said all FBA cult members gotta at some point see Jim Jones is a fraud.
Mm.
I don't know, geez. You know, it's a lineage, man. We don't have no leader, bro.
Yeah, man. I see Tariq catching flack. The FBA's in an uproar. Tariq went to Africa and niggas lost their mind.
So he got there like, hold on, let me go try to link up with I Show Speed. That's what he trying to do.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, that's exact. Oh, go
I'm
ahead, there.
no, I'm just saying. The clip I saw, he was at some sort of restaurant.
Nah, man. It just looked like he trying to inadvertently bump into I Show.
Yeah, definitely like a grift,
Trying to
man.
make
He
it
got
seem
there
like
with
he
the eye.
already had plans to go to Africa on business or something.
Like, oh shoot, I Show Speed. You're in the same city as me. Wow. What's your thoughts on
No,
FBA?
man. Nah, that ain't gonna
I
work.
believe, yeah, I think it was a grift. I think he was trying to seize that moment, man. That's what it looked like. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't know.
It can't be. He gotta have something propped up. He gotta have to make an announcement.
But you know,
He-
Speed been over there since December.
that's what I'm saying. Everybody on his in his circle knew where he was going. He let motherfuckers know, okay, boom, in September
I
I'm
Show
going
Speed,
here.
or you talking about
Yeah, I
Speed?
show Speed. Yeah.
Nah, I'm talking about Tariq.
Okay. So
Tariq
Yeah,
was
we
in
talking about
Africa
Tariq.
he was
last
in
week.
California and then all of a sudden he in Africa.
He was in
Yeah.
Africa last week.
No, I'm saying I seen the video. But I'm saying
He went to
this is
Senegal right
nuts.
after I Show Speed did, though.
This is nuts, man.
Yeah, as soon as I Show Speed, I don't know if he was still in Senegal, but next thing you know, Tariq was in Senegal. I'm like, what the hell going on here?
Do you know how much money it takes just to go to one city from anywhere in the United States? Then shoot up and down the Ivory Coast, the Sahara Desert, West Africa, down. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that. It ain't no motherfucking piggy bank type of budget, man. I mean, god damn. This shit
Nah,
crazy.
that young guy got money handled, and then he was getting invitation from kings, man. Like
I
that
saw
was
that message from the what is it the ruler, the president of Kenya.
yeah, Kenya, the president of Ghana, the king of Ghana,
Yeah,
and some other ones, man. I was like, yo, I ain't seen nothing like that since Michael Jackson. But yeah, I think Tariq was trying to ride that wave.
that's just sad.
Cause he
He's like,
talked
let me
about
go out
all that
here
shit about
and link
Africa
with
and
my FBA brother. Link with my FBA brother in Senegal. Had his conversation.
Did you see him race that dude in Uganda? And the dude put up his girlfriend.
yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was funny as hell.
And was like, damn, I lost, man.
That shit was crazy
I know
work.
they cut the video off on that after a little bit. I was like, damn, man, what the fuck is he doing?
Yeah, like he killed I Show Speed killed so many narratives, man, that Tariq put out there about Africans and Nigerians and stuff, man. That young God, he killed all them narratives. That's why Tariq had to go. He had to try to make it up somehow. That's how I see it. I mean, all the stereotypes, that young God was stomping them out, man. I mean, shit, it's part. I mean, shit, parts in Africa look better than where I'm at. 10 times.
Yeah, they don't use the South as the pinnacle of posterizing the United States or America.
Yeah.
New York City and Los Angeles, California, will always have that moniker unless unless something or some other event happens somewhere else.
But that shit was powerful, man. Just to see a sea. Everywhere he went, you seen a sea of black people, man. I'm like, yo, I seen maybe 10 white people at the most in one spot. But other than that, it was just all black, a sea of black people. Like everywhere this nigga went, especially when they did the drone sites, and I'm like, yo, this is crazy work. Like, nigga, I'm
Yeah,
seeing motherfuckers look like me.
yeah, that's who running his drone part of his department. A couple white boys.
Yeah, Tariq may not be able to recover from this one.
Why he ain't post no videos?
Oh, he posted some. I saw one today.
No, I was
Oh,
talking to Isaiah in the chat.
yeah, I saw a video he posted today with like he was by some warthogs or something. The goddamn hog looked at him like, nigga, if you don't get your FBA ass up out of here.
What's up, Biasa? I don't know. I'm observing that the CIA, that whole three-letter, is coming back up in the immigration topic, the Iran topic. I don't know if it's in this topic. What's up, Price? saying somebody is CIA or saying somebody's the agent without having anything really to tie it to. Getting kind of old for me. And did nobody treat him wrong over there, so he ain't turned his camera on? Nah, ain't going for that.
Yeah, that young God inspired me, man. I want to move to Ethiopia. My God.
And my son, that was one of the best marketing campaigns ever for Africa.
Yeah.
Crushed, man, misconceptions. And he did it with swag. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't out there kissing nobody's ass.
Nope.
He was out there with some, yeah, I'm doing me. I ain't changing up. I'm gonna have fun. His son did it right.
Yeah, he tried all they meals and different foods and shit. I saw a nigga eat a caterpillar today. You know, I'm like, yo, it took some heart.
But that broke mad doors right there. Like, you ain't gonna really
Yeah.
say Black Americans ain't gonna, like, I'm not eating no motherfucking caterpillar. I ain't no cow. I ain't no nothing balls or nothing.
Hey, yo.
Yeah. I like this. I like when he went to the shea butter factory. I'm like, yo, yeah, I want to go to Ghana. Gotta go to Ghana. Yeah, ICE keep moving like they moving. FBA combo. You might want to be in Africa, nigga. I know I'm getting the hell up out of here if they keep going like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm going straight to Africa, and maybe the Most High go ahead on and destroy this bitch.
What's up, y'all?
Let's talk.
Came by doing my rounds. Wanted to say hello. How y'all doing? What we talking about today? Oh, I did watch that, by the way. Just to add that piece, I did watch the iShow Speed situation. Like, I followed it through. I thought it was awesome that he ended up going. So I just wanted to say that too. When y'all
So how do
just
you
had to talk
feel?
about that.
How do you feel about the narratives he shattered?
Oh, I'm glad, especially for young Black men. That to me is what made it mean a lot to me, because having a young Black brother is like, they need to see that, especially and they're around the same age, to see that we're not a monolith, to see that you are more than what the media and the people say that it is. And I think that's fantastic. I think it gives a sense of pride for those who watch it. And there, I'll put it there.
Nah, that's real. Definitely.
So what was y'all talking about when I came up? I heard something about eating some balls. I don't know if that was
Hey,
true, but I just want to make
yo.
sure.
Nah,
Was
we
it
were just talking
cows?
about
I thought y'all
Yo,
was
we
talking
talking
about
about the exotic.
cows.
We were just talking about the exotic food that
Yeah,
the young god
like
ISO Speed was
bulls and
eating.
stuff.
Nah,
Yeah,
we were talking about the stuff he was trying. You know, they had different meats and different
right.
paws, different
Oh yeah, they
dishes,
cook
and he was willing
different
to
parts of the
try it.
animal.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He had the heart to try it. I love that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I could stomach all that, but I mean, the God went out strong. I like it.
You know what? Can I respond to his question? He said, y'all honestly needed little homie to know these things about Africa. Honest question. I think it's a great question. And I'm just throw my 5 cents in there. It's not that you needed little homie to do it. We knew about Africa. We've learned what we can. And those of us who do know, however, but think about how much representation is it for young Black men that's positive in America, on television, in the music, on movies. So for young men, for what we want to see happen, if we want to believe in the future of this generation, then yes, I'm glad that they going, because these kids didn't know. Our public schools are still teaching the same shit. So I
That's
leave it
right,
there.
sis. Yeah, you're exactly
Don't
right.
be keep
Because see what
agreeing
it
with
is,
me, Madon. That's
what it is.
scary. Go ahead.
I agree with the truth, sis. But what I was
Nah,
gonna
I
say
need
to
to. I
what
need
I
to
was gonna
play the
say to
number.
just let me say this to Biasa real quick. No doubt.
I'm just joking.
We know about different countries in Africa. We know Africa is developing. You know what I mean? We knew countries with different countries was developing or doing that. But what Speed did was he was boots on the ground, right? He showed us from aerial view, what I'm saying, riding through downtown areas and countrysides and all that. He gave us a view a lot of us can only get from National Geographic. But what I'm saying is he was boots on the ground with, and he went to countries that a lot of us don't study. You know what I'm saying? And showed us how the downtown areas look like modern cities and all that. So, no, we didn't need him, but we did need him at the same time because he gave us a more of a more than a bird's eye view. He gave us a right there, boots on the ground, live in person.
I can't. I have to say it. Maybe it's 2026, but I actually agree with you, sir. It is what it
Well,
is. But in
that's right,
all
sis.
truth, we should. I hope we do more. Like, I think of it this way. I don't know if y'all grew up watching it, but I used to love watching the Travel Channel, right? And I always wondered, why didn't we have black hosts traveling like that too? And so we our education should be more than just sitting in a classroom at this point in the game. We've got access to way too much information. So, yeah, it's necessary. And I hope we see more, because look at what he did. He took what is the American way, right? Make money, and became a top streamer where there's very few. We Casa not, but I think he's walking away from streaming. But I Show Speed, and it's a couple other young black men that my brother followed that we've kind of watched grow on, in this space. They are doing a lot more things than I think we give them credit, but they need the representation too, from us as well, the older people too. So, yeah, you know me, I'm all about the community. I think it should change. I think our kids should come out of these public schools. I think we should revamp and open up new schools and educate our kids, teach them different languages, teach them and give them the tools that are given to other people freely. And we
Free?
can't continue to go. What I mean by that is, if you
Well,
go, you know what I'm saying, in comparison to other students in that
yeah.
realm,
And at the same
I'm
time,
saying
what
that
it
the
is,
information is a lot easier for them to access. Now, you good? I'm about to land. It's a lot easier for them to access than ours. And yes, we have the internet, but if you don't know where to go, you'll end up somewhere crazy. And that's what ends up happening too. But I think, just like to what I watch Q, what I watch, what's her name? Oh my God, I'm sorry. I can't think of her name right now. It's just not coming to me. But I've been watching her, several other black people who have been in these spaces for now years, educating and uplifting and assisting in black people. And we need more of that all over the world, because we represent that. I think it would be good for the further generations, because in America, we are the enemy. So, yeah, I'm glad he showed that side of it.
well, to me, the bottom line of what's going on, I know a lot of people might not agree with this, but that's okay. Well, we ain't supposed to agree on everything, but we can see the truth and shit. But I'm gonna say this. To me, this is we living in a time, we living right now in a moment where all our forefathers and foremothers told us there's gonna be a time where our people is gonna wake up. We're gonna be the gods and goddesses will be resurrected. You know what I mean? And to me, I think these are all signs we can see clear as day, man. It's our time to shine. And shit, let's go. That's all I can say.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree. It's time to kick the door in. You can't be nice no more. You don't gotta tiptoe and be soft. It is time to, you know, it's time for us to give a shit about us. We don't gotta bring everybody and their mama in to take care of the people that we live here in the United States. We don't. And we have the resource now that if directed, we can create that economy. We can create that so more people can travel. More of us can get our passports. More of us are better educated about what's going on, not just in your circle of life, but in the national level and geopolitical, because it's affecting all of us now. So
Yeah,
yeah,
because see,
I'm gonna take a smoke break. You got it, sir.
no doubt. I was gonna say this. I know a lot of people ain't gonna agree, but you ain't gonna be able to get past the fact. And the truth is that God has waken up, man. People been waiting for God to come back, and what they don't realize, the God they waiting on is the person inside you, and we as a collective of Black people. You know what I'm saying? So we are the God has returned. The God is woke. You know what I'm saying? And it's that's what it is. I mean, we've been seeing it, but we just ain't really been recognizing it. We see that no matter what we touch, uh, we skyrocket it, right? Whether it's sports, movie, entertainment, whatever. We can see that our youth are the young gods that's pretty much laying out the curriculum for the world. And you know, we just got to give them the guidance and the discipline. You know what I mean? Because they got the power, we got it too. But you know, God is here, nigga.
That just makes you feel good, man. That shit don't do nothing.
What's up, Dick?
Stop pretending that's gonna
No,
give
I'm saying
other
God is the
people power.
person of us.
No,
We
we need to stop pretending like that is gonna be separating and impactful immediately, because this is what the young people basically have been complaining about. The results haven't been produced. And
Yeah,
then
I
when
agree with
people
that.
get away from reality and start, doing fantasy and belief shit, that makes it even more detrimental, because they didn't actually spend time and put faith and put trust in adults. So if the shit didn't work for you as an adult, why are you telling me the same shit that didn't work for you? How am I expected to it to work for me? Let me make the choice if I want to go that route. Don't force it on me. That's all I'm saying.
don't force what on you.
God.
No one is forcing God on you. I'm recognizing
Okay,
you
then. So
as
if no one is forcing God on him, let the young people make that decision on their own. Let them tell you, okay, boom, I wouldn't have did this without God. Or if I hadn't found, whatever, I feel much better. Don't say
well.
it must be this and nothing
No,
else. That's the
that's not
reason
what I
why they're
said.
successful, because they believed in God. Don't go
No,
down that road, yo.
I
Because
didn't
there's
go
a
down
lot
that
of
road.
motherfuckers that believe in God that's on Skid Row. Bum the fuck out. Ain't never been on top and have no desire. But they hold on to the Bible though. So it's both sides, Madon. Don't
Uh,
just put the flashlight on the people that are doing good and seem happy and they got a Bible in their hand, and then you don't want to pull the curtain back out of all the motherfuckers that's still oppressed and down and struggling, and they got the same goddamn book in their hand. So what make them different than these motherfuckers over here? It definitely ain't got nothing to do with the book.
of course
Damn,
not.
can
That's
we
not
be real at least for 5 minutes?
okay. Now let me say what I gotta say. Um, when I say God, I'm not talking about some spook in the sky. I'm talking about the person. If you on Skid Row, you God in person that has fallen. If you doing good, you a God who been on your shit. So what I'm telling people is that I'm not talking about some fairy tale God like Captain Tazaryach and them believe in. I'm talking about you. When I say God, I'm talking about Black people as a collective. Every Black person, Black woman is God in the person, bro. I'm taking the spook out the shit, saying that it's you, the person, that's gonna make the change. It's you, the person that got the power to build or destroy. Just like it said in the Bible, God get jealous. Why do God get jealous? Because God is a man. But see, that's what I'm saying. We take the spook shit out of it. I'm saying you as the person is the person who's going to determine as a collective. So if I'm working with you, we two gods doing something and building or destroying. If we running the streets, sliding and riding, we gods that's killing. If we making millions, we gods that's millionaires. If we working on it, we gods that's working on it. That's what I'm saying. I'm taking the spookism out the shit. Saying you the person, you the individual. That's what I mean by God in the person.
Okay. I don't know if the speakers were covered up or muffled or you had a distraction, but I just said that you can say all that without using the word God at all. For me, I think that would be even more impactful to say you, yourself, call them by their name. Let them know, hey, it's all you. You have the power. You have the potential. Why put something that's tied to religion into it? Like it really has proven to be more impactful if you have this, and less impactful if you don't. That's what I'm talking about. So if you really thought that, there would be no need to mention that. There's no need to mention it at all. You ain't got to mention that. Why you got to mention that for?
Because
For the person's benefit,
that's 95%.
do you mention it for the person's benefit or do you mention it for yourself? And like I said, this is why people go to funerals. People go to funerals to make themselves feel better. The person that passed away is already transitioned. He's gone. So all that money spent on parties, celebrations, that's for the people that's still living. The young folks, they don't know. They're still trying to figure out how life works. Why people do this? Why people do that? And taking away and not mentioning their own potential and specifically laying out what they got to do step by step. You must do this every day in order to get to this point. But long as you put God in it, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna say, damn, I don't know what to do. Let me go to the Bible. Let me pray. Let me stay still. Let me, hopefully something will come out the sky and then magically I'll be in a better position. And that's where we're at right now.
And that's the problem. And that's what I'm saying. We taking.
So you don't have to mention it at all. You're still trying to justify the shit. You ain't got to justify it, Madonna.
Well, what is people stuck in, Dad?
Believing in something that ain't real. That's what they stuck in.
So you gotta be able to explain to them people to where they can get rid of the spookism.
I'm trying to explain it to you, but you don't want to hear it. It ain't
gonna work that way. You got it. If someone is stuck in the Bible, hold on.
Obviously, there's other people that's already successful that's doing it. No, you listen. You don't have to mention God in anything if somebody's on a trail to trying to pursue an objective or a goal. You don't have to mention it. They already got their own path.
If they believe in God, yes, you do.
Okay. Once you stop getting triggered, maybe you'll listen and understand what I'm saying. But I know you inherently are going to mentally block it out. And then whenever I get finished talking, you still gonna come back to me and try to justify slamming and pushing God down these young folks' throat. And it don't do them no fucking good. If you ain't got the goddamn tangible skills and the tangible knowledge in which they live in the real world. They live in the real world. They don't live in a world with angels and gods and prophets and spirits and shit. They don't live in that goddamn world. That's Hollywood TV shit.
Bro, what are you talking about? But like I said,
know what the fuck I'm talking about. Just what I said.
Bro.
So go ahead and continue. You can go ahead and finish your God speech now.
You talk about shit.
Go ahead and finish your God speech right now.
Okay, cool. Let me finish it. Let me wrap it up. I think the sister got something to say. But like I said, man, a lot of these young people and a lot of our people, they still believe in a mystery God that you can't see, feel, or touch. A lot of our people caught in that. And I'm saying that's still part of the problem, Deb. But go ahead, sis.
If that's part of the problem, then don't you think you're part of the problem by pushing that shit and talking about that mythical ass shit?
Hold on, but wait a minute. If I say, because see what I said went over both y'all here. What I said is, I'm telling people the God they looking for is inside of them. You are the God. You are this mystery, invisible God that you've been looking for. That's what I'm telling people. Just like I'm telling. Hold on. We say motivation, ambitions, and all that. Where does that come from? That's come from you yourself,
Well,
right? It
come
take you
follow. I saw
yourself.
that shit.
It take you yourself
Cool.
to get up, get out, and get something, right?
Cool.
Sabio.
All that. The question is, do you believe it? Do you believe in that bullshit? Yes or no?
Believe in what bullshit?
Fairies and gods and spirits.
If I tell you you are God, I'm God in person. That's how I'm able to talk to you. That's how I'm able to eat
Why
every
are you
day. That's how
talking
I'm
to
able to.
Sabio like he actually think like
Because
he's
he
saying
asked me
like
about
God
some
is a real
spirit. He
person?
asked me about some
Hey,
fairy
talk to
tale
somebody
shit.
else like that. Don't
Bro, I'm
don't
talking to
talk to
Sabio. He
Sabio
asked the
and
question,
tell
bro. Why is
Sabio
you getting triggered?
you know God is a real person, and then what they really mean is this.
No, I
You're
said
talking
God in
crazy.
person.
Don't
In
turn this
the
into no
person.
religious topic, dude.
Man, I'm
Shit.
talking to Sabio, bro. Can you respect Sabio?
So again, I don't go with none of that bullshit you was trying to push. But thank you for the.
But let me say, but yeah, I'm just letting you know, I don't believe in that fairy tale, all that fairy tale spook shit you can't see. I believe, like I said, I believe you're a God, Sabio. I believe Cuba is a God. I believe
You
Deb is
using the
God.
word
I
God
believe the
lets us know
sister.
that you
I believe
do.
the sister is a
You
goddess.
do believe in
So
the
what I'm
fairy tale
saying,
spook shit.
Sabio,
You
I'm
do.
taking out the
You do
spook shit,
believe in
bro.
it. You
You hear
do
me,
believe
Sabio?
in it. You do
No,
believe in it. You tell
bro.
us
What are
to
you
look in
talking
the
about?
Bible for historical facts and reference on how to operate society in modern times. You always refer to that.
I
So
said
you do
prophecy.
believe in it.
I said we
You do put
fulfilling
some validity
prophecy,
in it in terms of
bro.
how it's supposed to impact society today. So stop telling motherfuckers you don't believe in it. If you don't
No, I'm
believe in
talking
it,
about I don't believe in the
I don't
aspect
see
that
why you
Sabio
still
asked
have to
me,
mention
Deb.
the
You gotta
word.
learn to listen.
You can still
You gotta learn
believe
to
in it.
listen, Deb,
You can
instead
still
of just
believe in it. You can still practice
getting
it,
all
Madon. But you don't have to tell nobody else. Why are you telling other people to do this if you believe in it, but everybody else, for some reason, that if they don't hear you say God, they're gonna be fucked up in their life. That's how you talking.
Hey, did you hear me, Sabio?
I heard you, but what I'm trying to get at is I could appreciate that if that's really what you're doing, but then you don't have to tell them that they're God, because then you have them really thinking that nonsense. Why can't you just tell them they're the best humans they are, and they need to be the best human beings, men and women, young men and women they can be? What's wrong with that?
Because we gotta tell our people who they are. Because when they read these books, right? Because
So
hold on, Sabio. I'm only talking to people,
hold on,
bro. All right, man, go
hold
ahead.
hold on, because I don't think lying to our people is going to help
Lying.
them. Yeah, telling them that there's something that they're not.
Bro, the Bible even tell them that. Jesus said, ye are God's children of the most high God. The Bible tell them that. So don't get mad at me. I'm only talking to people who stuck in that and still stuck in the mysteries, Sabio. That's who I'm talking to, bro. But hey, listen, I'm not. Hey, people gonna believe what they believe and do what they do. I'm just saying, we got to get past the spook shit. I'm talking about the spook shit because Captain Tazaryach and all that shit is in the title. So if anybody want to know why I'm doing something like this, but yeah, go ahead, Sabio.
Well, we already know what Captain Tazaryach dumbass believe. I don't even like listening to his dumbass. He's
I
dumb as
know, but I'm
dirt.
just saying he part of this title of this
He's
show,
dumber, he's dumber than you. You and him need to have a sit down about and talk about how dumb you both are.
bro. Sabio, yo, bro, come on, man.
To talk
Tazaryach gonna talk to niggas like me because I will. He know I and I know I will dead that shit that he be talking about, bro. You don't want to
Y'all,
talk to a nigga like me.
Vaughn,
Neither do you.
y'all both believe that bullshit.
Man, bro, it's about understanding what the book is saying
The
and
Bible
getting the
What?
says,
knowledge. It's getting the knowledge, the shit you know.
So if
And
a motherfucker
Well,
don't have the
if
Bible, he
that's
gonna be fucked
okay.
up in life. That's basically what you saying. That's the same thing what I said about the word God.
no, I'm not. I'm only talking
Yes,
to those
yes
that
you are,
believe in the
nigga.
book.
Yes,
I'm
yes you
only
are.
talking about.
Yes,
I'm only
yes you
talking to the
are.
people who
If a
believe in the
motherfucker don't
book.
I
have,
just
if,
want
If
to
you're
if
ask
a
to
atheist,
motherfucker don't
clarify
have the Bible,
if you're
if a
atheist,
motherfucker don't
this
have the
doesn't
Bible,
concern you.
according
If
to
you're
Madon,
atheist,
if you don't
this
have the
doesn't
Bible
concern
and
you.
understanding, you're gonna be fucked up in life.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the people who
I do
believe it.
have a question.
If you're atheist, I'm not talking to you.
Regardless, but regardless, we all live in the same pond. So regardless of that part, I want to clarify something. Thank you, gentlemen, for letting me. When you say he asked you, Sabio asked you, hey Sabio, by the way, he asked you, said, why isn't it just can you be the best human that you could be the best person that you can be in this life? Try to have the best experience you can by doing X, Y, and Z, but not making it seem as though that is the only way. Is that what you're saying? Like to teach,
No, what
to
I'm saying is we gotta tell black
wait a minute,
people
now, hold
who
on.
we are. We as
Wait,
black people, we've been robbed of who we are. Am I right or wrong, sis?
for so long. Hold on, Madon.
no, we haven't. You've been robbed of who you
Hold
are.
on, we've been robbed of
All
who we
right.
are as a people, right?
And you need to quit pushing that narrative.
Man, sis, I'm talking
I
to the sis. She
don't.
asked me a question.
Like you
Come on,
guys,
man.
that bullshit ass narrative, we've been
Bro.
robbed of who we are.
It's
That's
like
why
you didn't even listen to what she was telling you. She was asking you a question and
She
then you
asked me
turned around
about
and asked her a
humans. She
fucking
asked me
question.
about humans, and so I said,
Okay, then
I'm
answer
asking
that
her,
question. Then don't ask her another completely non-related ass fucking
and
question.
I'm telling her, we as a people who you want, we are humans. We as black human beings have been robbed of who we truly are. We're more than just a human
Did that
being.
answer
Just
your
don't
question,
a
Miss
human being.
Chocolate?
A human being
Did it,
just it's
hold on,
not good enough.
hold on.
Sis.
Did you let her respond to me since you ain't gonna cooperate with her? Miss Chocolate, did he answer your question?
No, he did not.
As usual, as fucking usual. So instead of answering the goddamn question that she asked, let me continue to talk about. Sorry.
What the hell going
See, I can stop
sis,
that right away. I ain't
No,
got to
sis,
don't
go all the way out.
I'm sorry. I
sis,
just
who told you what a human being was? Who told you what a human being was, sis?
my mom. She
Where did
started.
she get it from?
No,
And
this
who did
how
she
this
get it
gonna
from?
go. She's not gonna answer none of your questions
We're not gonna do
until
that.
you answer hers first.
Hold on, we've been told what a
Oh
human
no,
being is supposed to.
nigga, you
Hold
hold
on, I'm
on.
asking the
What is
sister,
you
bro.
talking about? Where you
Sis,
think you at?
sis, you asked me why can't we just like Sabio said, woo 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 as human
But
beings,
why?
and what I'm telling
No,
you
no,
is
no.
that
Hold on. No. You can't woo 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 it because then you're not answering my question. So we'll
yes,
try
I
it one
am.
more time. So
All
listen,
right, go
check
ahead.
it out, Madame. This is what I'm saying. Do you have to teach religion to teach a child how to be an adult?
Of course not.
Okay. So if that is the case, we for this conversation can completely understand. If that is your belief, fine.
Hold on,
But
now what's hold on now,
with it,
let's deal with
hold
it, sis.
on, because you answer my question. So we dealing with it. So, but this is the way I do. I
Why is
stroll, baby.
hold on,
I
but why
stroll.
does everything have to be called a religion? Hold on, let me ask you something.
What it
No,
is,
Hold on, if
don't
you got wait
interrupt
a
her to
minute, hold
ask
on, if
her a
you got
question, nigga.
hold on,
What the
sis.
fuck is wrong with
Now
you?
let's separate. Now some people would
Oh, you
label
gonna
just
pretend like
because
you
you
don't
got
hear me, right? You gonna pretend like I ain't here. She started trying to get her goddamn point and statement out and asking you motherfucking questions and trying to dialogue with you, but fuck that, right? I'm gonna talk what I want to talk about. Fuck what you talking about. What kind of shit is this, Mr. Badass? Since you want to force God down people's throat, you gonna listen from the back until you respond and say, oh, okay, boom. I'm going to listen to her question and I'm going to respond accordingly without interrupting her and then creating my own narrative. So let's see. Let's try this one more time to see if he got the point. If it don't,
He left.
yeah.
He left. I knew it could only last for so long.
There you go.
Man, come on,
Let's see.
sis. Let's be
I'm just
real.
Okay,
messing
mute
with
your mic, and
I
let
got it.
her ask her questions and continue what she was doing. Thank you.
Where, and to the point, when we talk about us as a Black community, I do believe that religion has been a detriment to us. It has not kept us in unification. So it should be left off the table because we know we don't need that to take care of our own. Yes, years ago, before I was born, before when my mama would and my grandma and them, and even before that, the church was the mainstay for a lot of Black people in this country. But that is long gone in the sense of church is a business. Just like the Catholics, just like Islam, they don't live off of air. They make money, right? So they also have to be a part of a capitalistic society. They also have the ability to sway votes. Religion has been used as a weapon. It hasn't been used to create any upliftment, only in a falsehood. So why would we continue to do that to our children when we already know what the outcome looks like if they go down that street? I'm not going to tell my brother, just so he can get his bumps and bruises, to go down the wrong way when I clearly know this is it. You can get right here this way. You ain't got to go 50 different rounds. You ain't got to go please someone else's idealism. That's what being a human is, that you can go beyond it. Can you go beyond it and allow that to be, rather than pushing religion when it comes to Black people? Because it is still religion, and I apologize, no disrespect to you, but again, you, even though now as an adult male, you have decided to look at it and have it without, the pomp and circumstance. But the truth is, just like you tried to ask me earlier, someone taught you that this was the way to go. And I landed there.
Thank you. Now, sis, what you got to realize is this, right? Now, you labeling all these things, religion and all this other stuff. These are labels, right? Sometimes we can get in. Sometimes people have um, the ill logic to label disciplines and certain principles as a religion, right? Like we look at Africa, right? We see their discipline system. We see their principle systems. A lot of people are going to say, oh, that's their religion. Some people may say, oh, that's their culture. But what I'm telling you is this, right? As a people, we need discipline and we need principles that come with culture. You can label it religions because we do have religion. Like you can label some religion because of this, but a lot of times we label stuff as a religion when it's really just principalities. It's principles and disciplines that has been practiced for thousands of years. That's what make a culture, because people agree on certain principles, morals, and things of that nature. So what I'm telling you is this: it's not about a religion. It's more about a cultural principle and morale system, right? And that's why we can see this functioning. And when I Show Speed went to Africa, they got their cultural norms, they got their principles, and they got their system, and it's flourishing. It works. So what I'm telling you is this: as Black Americans, we've been robbed of that. We've been given white culture mixed with this, mixed with that, mixed with this, mixed with that, and that's why we all over the place. And that's why why Black people can't come together, because we haven't had that cultural glue that has not been interrupted like places in Africa and everybody else who got their shit together when it comes to their cultural principles and moralities.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Cool.
Xavier. Go.
I appreciate that. Yet and still. And the fact is, we are an amalgamated people. That's something we have come to live with, and we recognize that. And that's nothing, we can't do anything about changing the amalgamation that has happened with our people. Yet and still, we can teach our people without religion that life is that you can live life and be what you want to be and don't have to push no God, nothing on them. The minute you put God in it, you're taking the authority and the impetus off of them. Do you not get that? All
I
their
didn't say people needed a
all,
God.
all
I'm
their
talking about
achievements.
a
All hold up,
cultural.
hold up,
All right, go
hold
ahead.
up. All their achievements go to this mystical thing that somebody has put into their head. They don't know if it's real or not, but because they've been taught to believe it and you're reinforcing the belief, however you reinforce it, you're not doing them any service. You're
No,
hurting them.
all I'm saying is love your own and be yourself, and that
What?
comes with principles, and that comes with disciplines and
Hey,
things of that nature.
hey,
If you
bro,
just, all
bro,
right, man, you'll never have an enemy. But go ahead.
bro, hey, bro. Never have an enemy. What type
Right.
of life?
Huh?
What type?
What you?
What
I'm
type
sorry.
of
Go
life?
ahead.
Because that's why black people get so trampled over all the time. That's why we go through shit because
All
uh
you want?
we don't see uh our former slave masters and their descendants as our enemies anymore like we used to. So
But
now we feel like we don't really have an enemy, and the enemy we do have, they look like us most times because that's
what?
the way it is, and that's the way it's been made. But what I'm telling you is this: when you don't have a true enemy, you fall for anything. That's what happens.
What?
I, I don't.
Yeah, because your culture,
Okay.
hold on, your culture and your principle systems, right, give you enemies and friends and foes and whatever you want to call it, right? When you have that principle system, if someone violates it, right, you stand on that because you understand it's corrupting your social norms. That's why China wanted to keep out certain shit. That's why certain parts of Africa won't let you infiltrate them with certain shit. That's why,
One,
you know what I'm saying? So
one
black
thing.
people all
One
right, go
thing.
ahead.
Hey, slow down, because you're running like all the stop signs. Every stop sign ever put out in front of you, you just wreck.
Well, you don't need no stop signs when you in the sky flying, my nigga. Go ahead.
Chill,
Because I was
chill,
the cat. I
chill,
don't want to put my head here.
chill.
So,
So,
do you
so
want a
the
fork? Some?
the number
Okay.
one thing that you have to recognize is
Oh, I'm
that
so
we are an amalgamated people in a nation that was built by another people. So all that about China keeping these things out and having their own culture, and the people on the continent of Africa having their own cultures, and other continents of people that wasn't colonized and took to another nation, another whole continent, having their culture is idiotic as shit. Stop. Stop. You have to if you're not going to recognize that, it's no point in having this conversation because it's like you're talking in circles. You just want to hear yourself talk.
Are you serious, bro? You didn't address anything I said, my nigga.
Yeah,
When we
I
look at Burkina Faso, right,
what
we can
shit did
see
I
how
say?
they kicked. See, when you look at places like
Yo,
Burkina Faso, right, the
mhm.
main thing they was trying to get rid of is all this colonialism and stuff, imperialism and all this shit. He had to kick that out in order to get back to social norm as a people, by the people, and for the people. You see what I'm saying? So it was
Did-
food. They food going over there right now for us by us, meaning they kicked out all these motherfuckers who was um anti they best interests, my nigga. So I'm saying we as black people, our interest is all over the place,
Uh,
and that's why we don't have no real communities.
do you know
You
how
know,
stupid it sound?
no, it's not. It's proof in the pudding. But go ahead.
How stupid as dog doodle.
Sabio, I'm
Girl,
out the window on that one. You killed me on that one. You almost made me drop
Yeah,
drop my
yeah. That's
phone.
only listen how he replies. Sis.
He's
His rebuttal is of a third grade level.
no Sabio don't do. I mean, Madonna don't do it. I don't agree with nothing you said. Everything you said, I don't agree with because
That's
I am
okay. That's
not.
fine.
Because again, I don't think you have to force religion
I'm
or
not saying
force
force
a
religion. I'm
sir,
saying
listen.
forcing principles and discipline, sis.
You don't
Principles
have
and
to play the
discipline.
semantics game with her.
No,
Now
no.
You
he's talking.
mentioning God is the same thing. She's implying the same thing. You don't have to mention the word God like that's extra. That's
She
what I
keeps saying
first told you
religion.
And
before she
if
even
you
came on the
believe,
panel.
No one is
I was telling
pushing
you the same
religion,
thing.
sis.
You don't have to mention the word God, Madon. It ain't no extra power in mentioning God. That don't mean shit.
I ain't saying
I
nothing
don't know
about
what
God.
else I gotta say to get you through your thick head, but it don't.
I do
Sister,
have
I'm
a
talking about
question.
principles. Sis, I'm talking
But
about principles and disciplines. That's all I'm talking about.
but you're talking about principles and disciplines from a book that
No, I'm
says
not. I'm talking
be
about you have a
good
culture.
to your slave
Sis,
master.
you see how many African
You
nations I named?
did say even in the Bible. So don't
No, I
make
Yes.
it seem
showed
like
her
she
how.
lying on you. She not
No, I
lying
showed her
on
we
you.
can look at Africa and
You
see
didn't
how
mention the
they cultural
Bible
belief
about
system
20
has
times in your
kept
goddamn
them.
fucking argument. Just like it said in the Bible.
Sis,
Ain't
you
that
see how I showed you.
ain't that what you said?
I brought up
Is that
I
the
show
book?
speed as example
Yeah.
to
You
show
brought
you
up
how
ISO speed, but you ain't seen God in
country
this goddamn
African
live
nations are
stream.
rising by their cultural belief
And
systems.
not one time have you ever
Right,
seen
sis?
any type of religious God reference, have you?
Hell yeah! Every nation he went to, they referenced God. They believed in. Hell yeah, they did. They showed them their religious upbringing and what kept them glued as a people, bro. We saw that with
Nothing to do
ISO
with what
speed.
we was
Everywhere
talking
he
about.
went, the people
This don't have
showed.
anything to do with what we was talking about.
Man, yes, they did. They was pouring
This don't
libations
have
and all
nothing to
kinds of
do with
things.
what we're
He,
talking about.
bro, he did all kind of
This don't
libations
have
to
nothing to do
different.
with what we're talking about.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
We're talking about a
No,
people's belief system
no, we're not.
or their cultural
No, we're
norms or
not.
their
But
cultural
Madon,
principles,
that let
their
me know
cultural
you don't give
morale.
a fuck about what we're talking about. That's not what
Bro,
we're
you
talking
don't
about.
know. Damn,
People's
you just
belief
lost in the
system.
goddamn sauce. That's all you're gonna do is sit up there and yell all goddamn day like a goddamn
Yeah, I'm
stool
a
pigeon.
yeah. As long as you keep running your goddamn mouth,
Because you
you ain't
can't deal with
listening
the facts.
anyway. So what's the
You
difference?
can't deal with the
You
facts.
don't
So
want to. You don't want to hear what
all
I
you
have to
can
say
do
anyway. So
is
what's the difference?
all you
Why
gotta
don't
do
you
is
just mute the
scream a
mic?
lot.
Wait a
So
minute.
all you
I'm
do is
sorry.
scream,
Excuse
my
me.
nigga. With no
Hold on.
Sit your ass
Okay.
in the back and listen then. Go ahead, Ms. Tucker.
I don't want to. I'm trying not to laugh. Okay. I was trying to keep it together. But what I'm just saying, I don't think religion has served us in this country amongst our community. Period, point blank. It is simply put, we can still teach the values of being humans, to be reasonable, to be logical, to be empathetic. You can still teach those things and educate people without throwing religion in it. And regardless, I get what he's saying on one end, but regardless of that, how many Black churches have colleges? How many offer housing and education and health? They're not a part of the community anymore. When they started and realized, hey, we can make money, bank, this is what I'm going to do, that's what it's all about now. It's a business. So, no, I can't agree with that. We have to leave it alone. Choose what you want. People have passed away, lost their lives to fight for you to have the right to practice whatever you want, because that's what it is. It's practice, it's religion. People say, okay, you get up religiously. That's where the word come from. So I'm not going to play semantics. I know exactly what I'm talking about. The Bible says many contradictory things. It's a book written by men, man, in a sense, woman, man, however, but in human fingers wrote that. So that for me means that just as we are flawed, they were flawed too when they were writing it. So to pretend as though this is the way to go and to push that for Black people, especially now in the United States where Christianity is a weapon, is insane to me. Y'all got it. Thank y'all for letting me say my little piece.
He got pissed off and left. Talk about God. in every goddamn fucking topic. It don't matter what the hell we talking about. Man, bring that shit up.
Well, it is easier to, because, like I said, a lot of people who are still in it, because of course, obviously, if not, it wouldn't be such a big business if people didn't believe. Whether they pretend to believe or they believe in giving money, and that's gonna get you there. Because you got a lot of folks that believe that. Still now, I'm gonna pay my way to whatever this place that we've created, and nobody has proof that it exists. So I'm gonna leave it there. But we do know what results look like. We know what data looks like. We know if you step your foot in front of the other foot, you gonna move. You gonna move space. We know those things. We have the facts, but it is easier to put it into something blindly because that is what was taught. I don't understand, even in this day, how Black people can get behind the fact that they didn't even give our ancestors the original Bible. They didn't even want us to read. Like, that's what I don't get with the history picking. If we're gonna do it, let's stay on the side that really got us where we are now, which is we've had a lot of people in the way. And to think that telling these kids God gonna save you, and that, yes, I said it, Deb, just for the one time. that is insulting to these children. If we worried about our future, we have to teach and learn ourselves as adults, as the middle agers, as whatever it may be. But right now, we the ones that's running things. People in our age group is in office, other than the folks that's been there and we don't know how long. Yes, if you're gonna live in this country, I'm gonna fight to make it better, not continue this game. It's a choice. You can go be whoever you want in this country and in other ones. But to sit here and say that Black people's demise, because on one hand you say you care for Black people, but how do you care for Black people and you say such negative things? You say that we don't have unity. We don't have, how is this? That's crazy to say. Now we have it in pockets, but if we truly trying to go to the level of a collective, then everybody has to get a seat at the table because it's all got to get hashed out first. And those who ain't gonna make it. That is how cultures have survived and kept. Look at how we have continued to stand in what we know and still succeed, raise our children, create businesses, live really good lives in the midst of chaos. And you sitting up here telling me that I still gotta wait for a dude that's got a perm that's gonna come out the sky? That's the only way I can get through this? No, that's insulting. So y'all got it. I ain't gonna keep rambling. Y'all got that.
He gone. This is I guess I don't follow none of these people in the title. This is not me. I did yesterday, so that was what I was on. These clowns right here, all of these clowns, including the other motherfucker. Man, I don't need to spend 6 weeks, a long period of time to observe and analyze, what's happening.
No, right. That's the proof. Like you said, yes, being out here and doing the panels and doing shows and meeting people, and they are still human. And it's just like if we all worked in a call center. We might not see each other, but we still doing the same and perpetuating the same activity out here. So yes, I do believe that let's just leave that alone and focus on giving the future the tools they need by us going ahead and picking them up and using them because they're there. We can't keep pretending they're not. And we do. I think that our community needs an overhaul. I know that that's a lot. And it's many layers to that, and I'm you know me, I'm all for we can talk about every layer of that. However, I think that the time is now that we use and take advantage of what the technology is doing to get that message or messages to many people in our community in this country. I'm strictly speaking in the United States. And if this particular group of Black people don't want to be a part of it, that is okay. Please let me know that you crazy in advance so that I can continue past you and keep on doing what need to be done. Because that's how it's been. We know that. But I don't know why we play the semantic game where everybody, nah, bro, come on. We know,
Yeah,
bro.
there is no
No.
example. There is no example in no history um, where everybody got together first and then
Come on.
you know what
Say
I'm saying? Like,
it.
what the
I get
fuck,
so
man?
tired of hearing that. I hate when people tell me that.
Crazy.
I be wanting to reach through the screen. Like, listen, of course I'm gonna be around like-minded people because I'm not the only person to think this way. However, you want to bring in more of the pockets, and I kind of look at it like this. It's like when we talk about how can we build power, how can we build our voice in this country? Trade always has been, always will be. The economics, that's the only place that we can see eye to eye when it comes to the power dynamic. We know that's a part of it, but I do believe we are afraid of what that would look like. I think that's why we're so extreme about it. Well, everybody ain't good. That's why that's the first thing out of somebody's mouth when you talk about making changes. And we live in a country right now in real time. Few have the majority of the wealth in this country. But that's okay, right? No, it's not okay. It's some bullshit. It shouldn't be that way because it makes no sense. After you make a certain level amount of money, what else you gonna buy? I mean, make your money, but don't penalize people. Don't go, oh, it's your fault that you are through this. And I land there.
Nah, I mean, like you said, you have to stay to the course of what is being applied. And like I said, I'm putting Madon in this box too. Some people just fan the fuck out over fandom. It's who you like. It's what you like. It's uh, the the most popular in any type of aspect. And in his perspective, if most people, whether he be around them or paying attention to, have some sort of validity to the Bible, God, spirits, or anything like that, uh, it don't mean nothing to him for someone to say, well, boom, I can achieve this by bypassing all that.
And you're right. I mean, we have to be honest with it if we're gonna make any change with it. And those again, what I don't understand though is they know they don't agree with us. I don't know if I consider myself an atheist, so to speak, but I do believe that based off what I've learned in my experience is that human beings, men and women, children, however however you put it, in dealing with each other is always going to be a different experience, but then similar. That's what makes it so wild that we're so extreme when it comes to how we need to get together. Like that blows my mind. Like for real. These arguments be crazy when they be like, you need all the black people. The strippers. We gonna go get the strippers, crackheads. Like
Yeah.
where do we go? Do everybody get a seat? We gonna go get the disabled black people, the elderly, You got to get a representative for the kids, the poor people, the people that live in the hood, the bourgeoisies, because they all black too. We need all of them to take care of the problem. Yeah, I don't agree with that part. I think it starts just like anything else. A movement starts in that regard. People either are going to get on board or they're not. It may just be a small group. But regardless, as long as the opportunity is there, why not take advantage of it? And that's what I mean when I talk about taking advantage of the technology that's available now. That it would empower us in a way I don't think we didn't have that, when they talk about, the towns of yesteryear and how we can or how we tried to have an economy of our own. And we, again, data, we know the truth about why it didn't, go as far as it should have. Now we have all this data and information and we can take it and use it to our benefit, because now we're not just dealing with the United States or our state, just one county or however. It can go global. So that money goes back into the community. Isn't that what they do? That's what we watch around us. But we, for some reason, we feel we have to penalize ourselves in some way. Like we don't need to take advantage of it in that way. It's about, I'm not saying go out here and go be crazy and do wild things. I'm just saying utilize that, turn that economy into the social economy, education, more health, those type of things. And you don't need I just don't think you need a book to tell you that. I think we know what to do by now. And no, I can't agree. And you know what's so crazy? I come from a family of pastors and cops. That's all I got to say. That's it. So I've seen life on very two extremes. So I get that part. But we don't have to do that now.
Yeah, like I said, you're not gonna be able to
And I don't
have
want to
this.
waste my time trying to convince somebody don't want to go. That's crazy word.
Right. Day after day, hour after hour, month after
Right.
month, year
Like
after
after
year.
I just said it, yeah. Like, come on now, get out of here. Well, I was like I said, the thing that threw me was say what you want. You want to teach kids that way, that's fine. But the term when you say they have to know, or this is the only way to do it, this is when you get into that like cultish behavior, which I understand, short for culture. We all have our different things, but in this line, I don't know why we still hearing people play as if, oh well, if we just do this, it's gonna be great. No, we did it. and it wasn't great. We need more, right? Or we need to do it this way. I just think a lot of it is fear, to be honest with you. I think it's easier to hide behind, and I don't mean it in a negative sense, and I apologize. I'm not trying to insult anyone. I'm saying, but it is a lot easier to imagine that there's something else protecting you from whatever is going on. But what it is, in all honesty, is us as humans doing what we need to do for one another, making these choices every day, every moment, every second. It's human work, of course, along with nature and stuff. But I'm just saying, like, the things that we do to make life easier for each other. So I don't get it. I don't get why they still think we need to participate in that way anymore when we know this is a religion. This is a religion distinctively that didn't even want us and used it to abuse us. That's why I don't get that part. So, and they still hold on to it today. It's wild to me. It's wild to me because these same black folks will point their finger at somebody, but yet you'll go give you'll tell a homeless person, go get it yourself. But then on Sunday, you giving it to a grown man to go buy him a Bentley. I'm
Yeah,
tired.
they tell a homeless person go get a job, but they'll
Yes,
let the pastor know.
yes,
Thank you. Go
right,
ahead and make sure you fill that Cadillac up
yes.
with this.
Close the doors. I like saying that. I say that all the time now. Did y'all hear that? Y'all saw that? Did y'all?
Yeah,
When
we
the
played
pastor
it. Yeah, I think you played it. Yeah.
yeah, okay, yeah, I thought so. But yeah, I say that to people all the time when we be like, oh, we're gonna need the money. Close the doors. We need, and the fact that they asking for the amounts.
Specifically.
So tell
I've
me
seen it.
this,
I've
Pastor.
seen it. Hey, I mean,
I
I
got
know
in
it's the first.
trouble, Dev. I
I
got
know
in
it's.
trouble. That's why I don't go.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah, I know
did.
that
I got
was.
in trouble for asking too many questions.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a lot of people in that boat. I think I might have been in trouble, might not even fucking know it, but I've
Hmm.
seen that. I know people said that's probably the first time they heard a pastor do that,
Yeah.
but I seen that live as a kid in plenty
Well,
of places.
that's what's wild. When now all of a sudden, now here's where I go with it. You want to talk about that it's not religion, but yet we willing to accept somebody standing there telling me or you that this is a prosperity church. But the thing is, though, the prosperity is only for us up here. The deacons, the pastor, the first lady, you know what I mean? It's not for what happened to the orphans? What happened to the widows? Ain't that in
Uh,
there?
Isaiah, they must have a bank account in order to file 501(c). They're not gonna let them keep the money in the mattress. I know all
I,
churches don't. All churches do not. But to
yeah,
say
man.
most churches don't. No, that's not factual. I
It
personally have
is.
put church money in a bank account myself, so I know.
I think he's talking about like black banks. Like it's not like how black churches are investing directly into black
Oh, my
banks.
bad. I missed the black part. My bad. You right. There's not enough black banks to. My bad, yo. My bad,
Ah,
yo.
damn, I'm done. I'm gonna
Nah,
take
I was
another
I
smoke
was looking
break.
on
You
my
killing
phone and
me.
they got this. I thought they took this a little emoji thing out the fucking way. Get
No,
this
the
damn
emoji thing
thing.
is right there. Ah, I said, wait a minute, that's
Didn't
not
they
what
take it away though?
they didn't. I don't have an emoji. No. What you
On
talking about? Took away the
StreamYard.
emoji?
Yeah, I'm on StreamYard. So
Yeah, yeah, me too.
whoever type,
So
if ain't nobody else type, it's gonna be on the bottom line, and on that bottom line,
yeah.
it's a
Oh, I got you. I got you.
yeah.
But yeah, that's what he says. His churches don't even put their money in black banks.
No, I got it. My mistake. That was my bad. Man. Yeah,
But it is the truth though. Like that's what I mean. I'm glad you answered it. Cause it's like I like saying that. Why not? What's wrong? We got the black bank that's now working with the black church, that's working with the black school, that you know what I mean? Like it has such a way to fall in line, and we can streamline that. And it is just we are so contradictory with how we feel about each other as a trust. You know what I mean? Like I hear in one breath, black people need to do better. In the next breath, black folks don't know how to unify. Obviously, we know how to unify. The, it, yeah, it's just smaller pockets of us, maybe. But stop saying that stuff. It means something. Stop saying that there's
I,
not
I,
this. You know what I mean? Like, how do you put the negative in there? No, I was saying earlier, like what dude was saying, because he's like, in one breath, we need to teach them about this and principles, but in the next breath, you saying Black people don't unify. So then why even bother?
Yeah,
It
the
doesn't.
unit.
It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, the unity, unify, come together. No two people rarely have the same thing in their head. When one person is saying come together, unity, whatever, whoever they talking to, they not thinking this, they not thinking the same exact thing. I
Right.
promise you. In any case, y'all can actually do this test yourself. Have a conversation in the DM or the back chat or the chat open chat, and ask the other person, were you thinking this when I said unity? And 100% of the time, they're gonna be like, damn, nah, man, I was thinking this. I'm serious. And that is, I mean, maybe not the only issue, but it does create that extra unnecessary obstacle of, just nailing down what you want. What do black people want? Do
But
you know
we
what you
have,
want?
yeah,
As an
yeah,
individual,
exactly.
as an
Right.
organization, as a, whatever.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
As a collective, if we want to do it, why not? Okay, it's just like when y'all talk about the other culture that has a predominance in our country as well. However, if you go to any major city in this country, they have a foundation or some kind of center or somewhere you can go. We don't
Shriners
have.
Club.
Right. I was trying to say, yeah, say it. And I don't know no more. So I be trying. Like
Nah,
it
that,
is
that that was the one in my actual home small town in the south.
right. Yeah.
But yeah, there are organizations, white people only, and
Yeah.
it's not a
Exactly.
secret either. They ain't hiding. It's not on
No.
the outskirts
And
of
that's what I
town.
don't get.
Yeah.
Here's what I be blown away. If I say I want to build a black community, what that means is I want black people to feel safe in that community, seeing and being around theirs. I want they kids to be able to walk to school. Just like the planning that a lot of people, I don't know why, or we've decided to like romanticize this, but just like in the 1950s when the businessmen got together and was like, you know what, we want a certain type of man to work for these companies, so we're going to provide certain things. We're going to be the developers, we're going to build the houses, we're going to build the parks, the schools, everything. We are going to create the need, provide it, and make the demand. And that's what they did. That's why we got suburbs all over the country. And guess what? Who was the last to live in those? People of melanation levels. If they was high, you couldn't stay there. For many years in many housing contracts, you could not sell to a person that they felt was not, they didn't want in their neighborhood. But when black folks say it, and I get it when I say it, what do you mean black? I mean black, man. You know what I mean? Culturally black.
Mm.
Cause we come in too many colors. I don't mean your skin color, yo. I'm talking about black culture. It don't mean I don't like people of other cultures. But why not? We need it for safety reasons. Then we police ourselves. We figure it out ourselves. Let us stay over here on this side of the street. Why not have safe spaces like that to go? Why don't we have more gated communities? I don't care what level you at. You can have a nice gated community even if you working at Wendy's, and you can have a nice building community if you big baller dollar. It all can be done. And that's just what I believe. Like if we touch on every level of it, because that's the only way that we make movement. I don't know what it'll look like 100 years from now, but I will say if We take advantage because ain't nobody thinking we're going to do nothing anyway. Take advantage of it. Other people are fascinated by our culture as well. Why not? Shit, we should have documentaries all the time on. We need channels. People still watch TV. Kids still need cartoons because people ain't gonna stop making little black babies. We got black teenagers. We've got the black elderly. Like there's so many different graphics within our community that we can serve and take care of and see it be better. And you don't need $1 bajillion to start, and you don't need everybody and their mama to get going. And then I lend there. Hey, what's up, Mr. Mizzle?
What up, man?
Well, yeah. How y'all doing? I'm liking the conversation. Very into it.
I'm just being blackety black. People don't. I am very pro black. Like I'm militant, so to speak. And it, and I've worked and lived with many different cultures, so that ain't it. But I'm not afraid to say there's still a problem. There's still not enough. And until that happens, to actually see movement, then that's it.
Yep. What would it look like,
And it just on and I'll say it just on my end, how far I've been able to use AI in my business dealings. I'm a one-woman show. I do not have a staff yet. So for me, I took advantage of that. But in that, because I like to learn as well as teach or share advice, I also like to practice it. I was like, I'm gonna try it all, because then that way, if it benefits us, number one example that I always use, I created coloring books for Black boys and Black men.
Nice.
I'm saying you did that before AI, right?
I actually did it with AI early on, like when it was, because and I'll tell you how I ended up there, Dev. Do you know there is none out here? Do you know that there is very rare to find a little Black boy coloring book? You can go on Amazon. I mean, I searched. It took me some months before I wanted to put them out, because I wanted to make sure, legalities, was this what it was? I could keep this. These are mine. I created them myself. Because I didn't see anybody that looked like my little brother. And he's still, like, at the time when I started making them, my nephews, and I'm like, we keep saying, teach the kids, but there's no representation. And then we got the Black folks that want to point at celebrities. No. Of course, I'm not going to live my life like that. Why would I compare my life to theirs at all? Like, they got a whole team of people taking care of them now. When we want to push away from making education, making them hungry for education again. We want to push away, but then say, you need to go out here and do this on your own. We didn't do this on our own. None of us have. We're walking in the footsteps of someone else who's already done it. Now, this time around, though, we can connect all over the place. And that's why I say there's no excuse anymore. We should have think tanks. We should have meetings. We could do all that stuff and be sitting right there in your drawers. Not to be crazy, but I'm just, we can change the world from this seat, and we know, and we've seen it, and there's evidence. And it's what you do with that money. And that's it. I don't know why we making it so difficult.
I told you about the celebrity fandom shit earlier. But me working at the radio station at the age at 15, by the time I was 18 years old and off to the military, I had seen in person, like face to face, more celebrities than most people will ever see in their entire lifetime.
Right.
Kill.
Yeah, I'm a child, so yeah, I'm
Right.
expected to be stand out. Yeah, but
Yeah, exactly.
I quickly got over that though. I mean, I wasn't like, oh, this person has magical powers and shit like that. I was like,
Right.
I just
That
seen
is
you on
how
TV,
it
dude. That's kind of cool. Okay,
is.
next. I've been
Yes,
on TV too.
right.
Yeah.
But that's what we do. And
Yeah.
here's another thing too. I say to that. Don't it say don't worship idols? But that's what you doing when you go to church and you give somebody your money to go buy $1 million home.
Million.
You're worshiping a
Million.
man. That ain't got nothing to do with the creator, God, whatever you want to say. It doesn't. None of it. And what has it done? Why do they go to jail? Why are they doing things that they shouldn't be doing? If these are men and women who are called, have been called, because you know that's what we love to say as black folks. You know, they was called by who? Who called them? I know nobody called my daddy. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Well, I hope he in a better place if that's the case, but that man long gone. But baby, ain't no way he should have been nobody's pastor. This should have been some FBI background checks or something. But with religion, you don't got to do that because you have people so desperate to believe in something else other than themselves. That is what we're taught to believe blindly. To take. There's nothing wrong to take someone's advice, but verify it for yourself. That don't mean you think they lying, but just check it in. But to sit here and continue to say, oh, well, we ain't shit, but we need to change. Sir, have a seat. Let someone else take the wheel, not you. That's all I'm saying. I'm just ready to move people out the way. Like, I ain't got time to talk. I ain't got no patience for it. We gonna do something to help somebody. Let's just do that. I don't know. You ain't gotta tell me nothing. Just let's do that. If we gonna do it, we're gonna do it. And then if you find out that person ain't, leave them where they at and keep it pushing. I think that's perfume. But I am just at that place, like, and that's why I always try to be like, look, I'm utilizing it my way, but I really think it could help. And that's what I meant about the coloring books. I haven't
Yeah,
seen
it's nice.
anything else like it on my channel on Amazon. I used to be a book girl. Go to, Barnes and Nobles and all that stuff. I used to do all that. Yes, there are writers. Yes, there are books. Yes, now we have more.
They're
But it's
few and far
still
between, though. You don't really see them.
right. But it's still not enough. It should become sickening.
Yeah.
We should be on every commercial. We should be buying up just say black all the time. Just blackity black. Buy up ads and just that's all. It's just black. Pictures of black people, black kids, black families, happy, low lucky everywhere. We should be taking advantages of spaces because guess what? Money green. Don't got no color. That's why I say that. What the fuck, Roscoe? I'm sorry. Did y'all hear that? I'm sorry. My dog wilding out here. Well, my dog, I have I might as well say I've collected pets. I love animals, okay? Yes. So I have two, they call them Lynx Point cats now. I have my German Shepherd, and I'm getting 2 pits tomorrow.
Hey.
And that's enough. We good. I like animals. That's all. They are, and they're little. Like, okay, Roscoe, who is a German Shepherd, he's a year and 6 months. I got him when he was 4 months old. And then we just got
Okay.
these cats, the kitty cats, they Siamese, they twins, sister and brother. They are the cutest things ever. Um, and then they are only 5 months old. We think. We think the lady kind of played us a little bit with her story because we think they're younger than 5 months. And then my friend's pit had babies with a blue healer. And so I'm
A blue healer?
Hmm?
Oh, someone out.
my bad. My mouse do what it want to do. But yeah, I do. I like, I like animals. But yeah, we getting ready to get the babies tomorrow. And they're weeks old. I don't think they're 2 months yet. But by
Mm-hmm.
spring, we're gonna be set.
Oh, for sure.
Um, and then just on the real wild side, I got to meet a gentleman who owns llamas, donkeys. I saw the biggest pig I ever saw in my life today. He was 600 pounds.
Damn.
A 600-pound pig.
It's a hog.
Oh, I heard kid. I was like, then he showed that part of his property, and then he took and showed us the other part. We walk in, it is turkeys, chickens, geese. I think, yeah, llamas. I think I said llamas. Oh, and a white donkey. I had never seen a white donkey before. Yeah,
White donkey.
it's a white donkey. I got a picture. Listen, I don't mind. I upload that. It was wild today. We had a good time though. Me and my girl went. She went with me. So I could go meet this guy about this lumber, and then it ended up being that he had everything.
For all that, it was at a farm or something.
Yeah, it's like a ranch. He's not
Uh,
that far from me. I didn't even know he lived in the neighborhood, but he's not that far from me, which is awesome. About a 20-minute drive. And he goes and gets lumber. He goes and gets like tomorrow, he gonna get a ladder for me. Like he that dude. You can go,
oh yeah,
pay him some cash and go get what you need, pick off the lot. You feel me? It's nice to know
yeah,
people like that. Instead of going to Home Depot or um, driving somewhere crazy. And
right,
it was
right.
a hookup through somebody else. Cause I was asking about some lumber at this because here in in a rural place, people have
Yeah.
multiple businesses in one. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you need some lumber? I got you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like, I'll change your oil and give you some lumber. You feel me? Like it's that
Okay.
type. It's
Mm-hmm.
cool. I like it. I do like it. And it's a lot of black people out here, surprisingly. A lot to me means more than 10.
Hmm?
Well,
I live in a small town, yo. Like I gotta be realistic.
Small.
more than
Small.
10, we like that though.
Well, we do got a whole bunch of there's a whole bunch of Haitian dudes that are here, and a whole bunch of
Okay.
I think, yeah, they're Haitian and somebody else. I can't remember, but they're here working at the plant and put up the turbines out here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. If he don't shut it down, it'll continue to work. But they working regardless. But I think they
Right.
already got the money, so they good to go. Because we are in a spot that is perfect. You know what I'm saying? For when. Because I want to get, I want to get me one too. They make them, and that's the smaller sizes where you can collect, because I also believe in educating. So I'm showing the sustainability that I'm using in case somebody else want to use it. Because you can get a solar panel even if you in an urban area. If
Yeah.
you got, if the sun touch any part of where you live, go get your little solar set. Start with get you something that'll charge your laptop and your phone.
Hmm?
I ain't playing
No,
with
you
you.
gotta make sure it holds the deep freezer and the
I do have to get a deep freezer though. You remind me of that.
what's the next most consumptuous electrical item in the household?
Generator. You
No,
need
no,
it.
no, no,
Oh,
no.
we're talking about
Every
in
day, every day, every day.
Free.
actually televisions. Leaving your
Mm,
television on. I think that's one. And then of course your appliances. Like,
I think the consumption of the like you said, uh, it's not going to be cable companies.
yeah, I got what
And
I understand what you
satellite is expensive. So even
right,
for your
right.
area, folks are
Yes.
just they've
We only have
sacrificed.
a couple options.
Hey, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No,
Yeah.
you're right.
Is
And
there
that's
something on the internet? Is there something on the internet? Or how many channels do I have to fight with? You know what I'm saying?
right. Well, I will tell you
After
this.
a certain period of time, they're gonna say, "Fuck them channels."
Right. Well, everybody, people get TV now from here.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So because it's active, it's on 24 hours a day. You never know. There's always something going on. And I think with that, to what you were saying, especially where I see, and this is the business hat I put on, is the fact that I knew I had to do this from the ground up because I know I want longevity. This isn't for me to start something, get rich, and then sell it to someone. No, I want to connect those dots and watch it actually work. Because if it doesn't, it isn't going to matter. So, like for me, one business pours into another. Like for instance, where I live, there's no grocery store, ladies and gentlemen.
Dang. For real?
The
There was
one,
no people.
Where
listen,
you
I told you it's 10 black people that live out there. So
live?
anyway, listen, I told you. No, check this out. So I'm in what is called like a concession of little towns, right? We all know how this works. And even the town be
Careful out
even
there.
smaller than the little town. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta go, and I'm near the petrified forest, if anybody's familiar. I don't mean I'm telling you where I live. I'm
Hmm?
just saying you can I'm blessed and I'm very lucky to have the piece of property I do. I'm sorry, y'all. Somebody at my door. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, petrified forest. That's like designated national wildlife. Uh,
Oh,
Yellowstone Park. Places like that. Dirt roads.
where you can live out there?
Very isolated. Yeah, Amazon and FedEx and all them motherfucking places. They will call them back and say, "Can we drop this off at a center where you can go pick it up? We don't have the vehicles to reach that address. It's not coming up in our system." And they're not lying.
Shit. Off grid.
Some of these places, it's not road, it's not avenue, it's not boulevard. You know what I'm saying? It's
Mm,
out there, down there.
shit. They got roads though, right?
Huh?
Well, at least they got roads. But
I mean, that ain't no given. I mean, the definition of road. See, me and you, even me and you, here go an example right here. You said they got roads, right?
Right.
Was I thinking the same thing you were thinking? I
No.
doubt it. So you thinking of blacktop with a yellow divider, nice and shiny speed limit signs and directional signs. That's the road you was talking about, right?
Right.
Okay, so I was not even close to thinking that. A way that's not blocked by grass and dirt and rocks. Some path. Yeah, they got that. But to say they got, what you was thinking about, there's no need for it. You just got to mention she's near a forest. That thing is 70 miles wide from east to west.
Mm. Dang.
Yeah.
Talk about secluded.
But I was gonna say, yeah, they got those. People think of those windmills. They think of those large, huge blades. It's up and down, California and these other places. Yeah, they got smaller ones about the size of a satellite dish. Put out the same or even more power.
Trump said they're no good. He wants to get rid of them.
Hmm?
Trump? He was like, oh, they're no good. Swing meals. They're bad for energy.
Oh, okay.
Uh, let's see how if they continue making them.
Mm.
Hmm. That's why she got a German Shepherd and 2 pit bulls. Like, yo, I got mad space. Right. Well, what was the topic?
Madame wanted to push the Bible down Sabio and Miss Chocolate's throat. But I told y'all, Madame, how you feel about black women now. Yeah. That's another reason why it didn't go over well. It didn't.
All right. I'm back. Hey, what are we talking about?
No, he was asking the same thing. What were we talking about? And me, I don't know anything extra about none of the people in the title.
That is so hilarious.
Yeah, that's not my specialty. Y'all have to consult another specialist for that area.
You was hilarious. Yeah. He said, "You gonna have to talk to another. Let me get you to this department."
Man, I'm just.
I got you.
There's a whole bunch of shit happening going on my personal plate, and all over the place. Yeah, but these motherfucking clowns. 5 minutes. That's all I need. Okay, he did this. He did that. He said that. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Didn't we just talk about these motherfuckers on their last stream. The last one they did. I don't think I've ever seen them together on one stream, though. I think that's another reason why I probably got a little steam. But I don't need to talk. If I talked about that day, and neither one of them died or hit the lottery and gave everybody free YouTube accounts and super. What else did they do? I don't need to keep talking about these motherfuckers.
I don't
What black people
understand
are
that.
doing to them, I've always done
Mhm.
to them. Yeah. So
It's really, really wild. And the focus is just not where it need to be. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you going, the goal should be, we've been taught lead by example. So this is what we have to do. And to your point, Dad, what do we want? We don't even have a top 10 list. Can we get an agenda going? I don't have a problem with that. I think we should. I think we should have certain things within our culture that we all understand. We do anyway. But this is more of the collective that wants to take care and protect the social side of it. So we produce more positive, strong-minded people in our community. I don't see why that is not a priority. When you are living in a better neighborhood, when you're living in a better home, when you are able to thrive and not survive, you perform better and different in life. This society set it up that way. And we've
That's a
adapted.
fact.
So since we've adapted, why don't we kick it in the teeth and let's do what we need to do? I'm dabbling. That's what I consider it, in the sense of I'm testing the waters to see how many of the businesses I have created with AI and with the ability to not just have AI, but create jobs for other folks. That is a test that I put myself out there on the line because I want to find out if this can be successful. It's the only way we know. Trial and error.
Yep.
Willing to put your neck out there. And I'm not saying that everybody need to do that, because I know that that's a thing. No, I'm saying those who do agree or do have an idealism close, we'll connect, or maybe not. But you're not going to sit here and tell me that we can't create an economy within 48 million people, take care of ourselves, but then you can also say, oh, but I want to be like Elon Musk. That man is rich because of our tax dollars. Period. He ain't invented nothing. The fact that goes back to what I was saying earlier. That is a
Didn't
form
this
of worship.
didn't this spaceship crash or something like
This man ain't even from here. Neither is Donald Trump people. They wives ain't even from here. What are we doing? And it's so sad, because we do have the reason why we got that man where he is now is because we do have a lot of people that think like the gentleman who left earlier. Believe blindly. Listen to his base. He's gonna do it. He's gonna change everything for us. As long as the blacks don't get anything, we're gonna be good. I watch a lot of these, like, they're compilation videos, right? That they put together from like TikTok or Instagram. And I enjoy them because they usually be like real wild topics. And so the last topic I was watching was these folks on TikTok trying to, how do I put this without sounding horrible? Let me think hard. There are people who are trying to apologize for the choices that they've made, right? However, they are dog whistling to Black people. Oh well, we want your help. No, you don't. Black women don't know what we talking about. Black men don't know nothing. What you talking about? I don't get why those who do those who are in that position or live in that life, whether you want to believe it or not, you've assimilated and want to believe a culture that only has you here because you benefit, period. There was some kind of trade, commerce, or something. That's why your people ended up here. It ain't because they happily invited you. When I look at places like East India and how they worship Donald Trump, but yet they live in a country where they don't even have a real sewage system, garbage set up. And this man is sitting on bank. I don't even know that man's name. I ain't gonna front. But it all connects. It all
Modi.
plays. Hi, is that his name?
Modi.
Yeah, the dude, yeah, because him and Trump, yeah, they got pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I have to tell you this, Mr. Arsenal. I'm a behind the scenes type of girl. So, yes, he was a part of all those things, but that man was a part of them, not invented anything. You like the Cybertrucks, and he's not a billionaire because of a series of successful ventures. He's a billionaire because he's been getting money from the government for years.
Government contracts.
Tell him which government.
Come on. Our government, the United States government, not the Afrikaner government.
Yeah,
he came over here.
We go 90 billion.
Yeah, Arsenal not even in Africa or America, so.
Okay. But I mean, the
That's
point is,
what I'm
I know Elon Musk is known globally. I get it. But again, how he's presented, no, I am not, sir.
Defend them. You gonna defend Musk now?
I don't care. You could
And
defend a man that don't know or care.
He is also red pill man spirit, hardcore.
Oh, well, they love me. I know. Damn, listen. I've had a few manosphere men in person. So yeah, they're really no different. That talk about a matrix. Don't get me started on that one. Because I went down that rabbit hole. I wanted to know, and I knew. And there it is. That's enough for me. The reason why I know I'm not wrong is because, again, if you keep up with news geopolitically, Tesla is not doing well stock-wise. He's not a part of Zip2. He bought the people who created Tesla out. Go find out the people who baby, there's a story behind them all. He bought them out.
Some bullshit.
So he was a part, yes, he was a part of Zip that turned into PayPal. Then he ended up being a part of the Tesla move. But that wasn't his creation. He didn't create that. There was two men that already created it. He jumps in and then he takes over. That's why the sales are down. The vehicles are horrible now. That's why it's not as successful as it is pretended to be. And if you don't believe me, sir, go check out any economic channel and go pick up any economic book. It will tell you
Yeah,
that
all those
this
companies were
man,
making semi-hybrid vehicles, so they're gonna eventually do all electric. So
then look at what he did to Twitter. I find it interesting that people worship these people and call them businessmen and say that they're innovative and they laying people off. But who cares? What does that mean being a trillionaire in this society? It is still very small. There's still only, give or take, they say 8 billion people in the world, right? So who cares if he's a trillionaire? What is he going to buy? People? Because that's all we are. That's all that's happening. It's a trade of commodity of bodies. Whether you eat my food, buy my clothes, live in my homes, these are people who believe they need to dominate. And that is why we are where we are in this country.
yeah, how does his wealth keep going up so drastically?
Yeah.
I
Oh,
mean, he barely
are you talking about
has,
the rent?
huh?
The rent and mortgages? Is that what you meant? I'm sorry. Were you talking
No,
about like
Elon Musk's wealth. How did it grow so exponentially over time, right?
yeah, he's been getting money from the government. Subsidies and contracts. Millions of dollars.
Yep, billions. So
I don't drink Parmesan. What's wrong? Why are you coming for me? What is this? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So when you think of his companies, what does he currently own? Twitter and Tesla
So he's on Tesla, SpaceX.
and SpaceX.
I do believe that there's some other ventures, and then of course X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. And if I don't know if you go on Twitter, but it is a hellscape. It is horrifying.
I
I
don't
just
go
feel
into
it is very dystopian. Like the things that these people are saying to each other and about each other is crazy. And do you know I'm not talking about regular people? I'm talking about people with supposed power in this country saying the most egregious things on here. And people are eating it up. There is a large portion of our community, because you also have a lot of black men who are conservative. My father was a Republican. He was a conservative. You got a lot of black men that lean that way. And yeah, they're going to defend it. Because it's fine that in their mind, the patriarchy works for them. But you're still not getting the same benefits. And you're not still looked at as an equal when it comes to those benefits. Even now, in 2025, going into 2026. How many black male governors do we have?
Hmm.
But I don't
Westmore.
care, Mr. Arsenal. I don't care. That doesn't make him a stable genius because he know how to write a check. I know how to write a check, sir. I know how to give money to somebody or to an organization. No, it may not be as much as Elon Musk, obviously not. But to make it, again, it goes right back to what I'm saying. You're naming things that are external. You're okay with the fact that you are in the UK, but yet you want to defend a man that is getting money not from his country. Because remember, he's African, South African, as a matter of fact. Why
Actually,
couldn't he be? Isn't he?
He was born on that continent, but he is Dutch.
Yeah, I know, Dad, but you know what I'm saying. As
I,
of
I, I
now,
don't, I don't want nobody
only
running with
state
it.
stamps. I
Yeah.
know ain't nobody running with it, but it is the fact. Like I just got to go with that
The
part. That's
word
all I'm.
South have to be in there. Yeah.
That's what I said. South African, because they love the distinction.
Yeah, it's more fandom. So yeah, we got a couple people that fanned out by Elon Musk. He's
Oh, I
not the only one.
know.
Yeah.
Well, being a techie, yeah, oh God, I know a lot of dudes who are
Oh,
into
I'm
Elon
I'm I'm
Musk.
I'm saying it has nothing to do with the tech part though. It's
Yeah,
only
no,
the bank account, and that's it.
that's
Like
it.
nothing else.
But then will these same men who are defending this man will then turn around and go, oh, well, he's an innovative, he's successful, he's this. Okay. Where's the innovation at? Well, his father also said that his son was retarded until he put him in private school. That is also something you can Google, UK Arsenal. He said that for the world to hear as of recent. Why would you say something like that as a father? Look, these men are damaged, but they happen to be lucky and be in the right color and have the right amount of power to get where they needed to be. But they are getting their riches from the same government that don't want to give us no money, that want to vilify us or vilify us. Oh, you asking for a government handout? They're the government. Hello? If I go to work every day, where do my taxes go? So I don't
Nah,
have to worry.
my bad.
No, go ahead, Dave.
No, I was saying no. It was before all that Doge shit. Shit, they was paying out all that motherfucker
Yes.
long
Thank
way
you.
before that shit. Crypto,
Yeah, they was.
motherfuckers, all
Yep.
that. Yeah.
They have been on him, as like I said, since PayPal. They've been watching him. And even before that. But when you go back, because like I said, once you live, the one thing I do love is that this is the information age. And if you really want to know, you can find out. Sir, whatever dream is for you, I wish you the best. I wish that whatever man dream you think you want to have about this world, I hope it work out for you. And I hope Elon Musk know how much you care. I ain't gonna argue with no man that's on it. He said chocolate arguing with a man, a dude that put pork and beans on toast. I can't stand y'all. I'm taking a smoke break. I hate reading the chat. Y'all get on my nerves. Not pork and beans on toast. Well, I'm fine with the bag. We all have to get a bag, whether it's a tiny one or whether it's you want to go to the highest height. You want to be a trillionaire? We live in a world that's possible. By what means, though? What you willing to do for that? Are you willing to do the things that he's done to get the money to do what he do? Because he also owns Starlink, right? He owns Starlink. He owns what now is used in the majority of campers, RVs, and rural areas across the country. I'm all for innovation. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but motherfuckers don't give a
Thank you,
fuck about
Nikki.
innovation or what they did to get the goddamn money though.
I know
Like
they don't.
let's be real. You know what I'm saying? Because you know who else
They don't.
be put in that same category as fanned out? The entertainers. The
Come on.
only reason Kanye name ain't up in there now because he been motherfucking body slammed in the last couple motherfucking
Exactly.
years.
He again,
But
Deb,
his
you bring
name
up a
was
great
right up there
example.
with motherfucking Elon and Trump.
But where is he though? And anytime a red pillar, black male conservative say anything to me, I always ask this question. With Donald Trump's administration, name me how many brothers is in charge of something other than Hood. I'll wait. How many of them got a cabinet seat? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Anyone?
I'm
Bueller?
kind of cool that he ain't got no motherfucking black representatives up there to keep it even. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
But you know what? I love. Yes, I agree with you.
I cringed when Condoleezza Rice was, always in the shadows of Bush Jr. Like it just,
Oh yeah, that was
you know what I'm
ridiculous.
saying? It's
Lisa
just,
called Ed
hey,
Because
Condi.
we know. But see,
yeah.
here's the one thing I will say. We know that this man is a straight out racist. Straight out. And he let you know. Again, every time I see him do a conference or whatever he called, he's a 2-hour press conference, child. Ain't nobody black in the room. So how we got a voice if we ain't even in the room? But you worshiping this man. But then I love this part. Okay, so what's the policy that you behind it? How has he benefited black men since he been in office? How have black men been better since Donald Trump got in?
You can't answer that.
And I don't mean it to be facetious. Or be a conceit, like condescending. Like, if you care as much as I hear, as far as black men are concerned, then okay, what's next? What we doing? Where the party at? It gets quiet. I can't help that I am. Yes, I'm a woman, no doubt. I got you. But I don't pretend that I'm not a fighter. And I fight for not just for my own. The reason I fight and try to look out for others around me is because I gotta live around these folk. I need to know who I'm living around. So I know, do I need to go? Do I need to change this? Do I need to stay? We understand at this point now that if we want a voice, we're gonna have to put some Timbs on. We're gonna have to put some Vaseline on our faces and do what we need to do. And that's just it. And since I don't want to physically put my hands on nobody, I'm just gonna use it through AI and growing stuff and feeding folk. And that's it.
That's it. Unapologetic. Unapologetic.
Okay, now I'm about to be a clown. Sir, I know you didn't just say that Donald Trump helped a black man stop being homeless and bruh, sir, read what you just wrote. I hope you read that before you hit send again. Please read it again. Donald Trump is also on record saying he loved young girls. Is that cool too? He on record saying that he liked to do inappropriate things with people. Is that okay too? And what black men as a collective have said they love Donald Trump? Where y'all at then? I don't see black men getting hired for ICE. If
Yeah,
y'all love
I think Madonna said,
Madon got a job with ICE.
no, he said he loved
Nah,
Donald Trump.
I'm not changing the subject, sir. This all connects.
No, I seen a few black ice agents.
Is it? How many is it? 5?
Few of them.
Oh, listen, they recruiting crazy here, especially to go to Phoenix and Tucson. They giving
Well,
out bonuses. Bank.
yeah, I was gonna wait to bring the ICE topic up because that is the number
Oh,
one
okay. Go
topic.
ahead. Yeah, no, you
No, no,
got
no,
it.
no. We don't have to switch now. I just wanted to know, have you found any other information on the shooting down there in Pima County?
No, I haven't. Well, I just it. I'm gonna be honest.
Whoever got shot was already detained, right?
Yeah, are you talking about the newest guy?
Yeah, today. That happened today.
Wait a minute, what happened today? See, I was outside all day.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I didn't look.
Yeah,
No, no, no. Listen,
no. If you not, if, well, you answered
bruh.
it. You don't. You're not sure. You don't know. Okay. I get
That's what
it.
I'm saying.
The
I'm
ICE
going to
shootings
look
are
now.
coming so fast we can't keep track. You right
Right.
about
That's what I'm saying.
that.
Like, I'm about to go see right now. Okay, here it is.
Yeah, that's why I said Pima County.
Yeah. But see, you know what is so sad? Yeah, a man suspected of being involved in human trafficking was injured. Oh, they didn't take him out? He was just injured? Oh, he fired on a helicopter. I'm on the FBI the FBI website. Okay, now I'm caught up. I'm a nerd, Deb. I'm sorry. My brain do that. I needed to go find out. But I'm
Peace
not
and prosperity
surprised.
to everybody, and hopefully everybody is optimistic and achieving their goals. Peace, everybody.
So far,
Hey,
Well, wow. Wow.
This situation in Minnesota has gotten out of control. There needs to be a reform of the entire United States government. Shalom.
Yeah, definitely. I
yeah, and
mean,
these general statements are not going to motivate anybody to come up with plans. I mean,
look, to the
I don't
international
disagree
community,
that your
it's wild,
sentiments
yeah.
are shared by multiple groups and people in different regions. I mean, they'd be hard pressed to find somebody that say, you know what, there's nothing wrong with the government. No, you're not gonna find nobody that's gonna sign off on that.
Yeah, but devastating at some
But you
point in
don't know. But
time.
you're not saying reform to what though. You're just saying it needs to be changed. It needs to form.
It
It
does.
needs to
If you
fall. And
look at the
then
track
when we
record,
ask you, okay, then you're gonna replace it with what? After
people with
that, then what? It's
people who
always blank and dead air after that. I don't get it.
people who are sincere in displaying an egalitarian like fairness with everybody else on the planet, people that deal with integrity and honesty and that are sincere about actually establishing an egalitarian country. Like everybody's saying that's what it is. It's not that. Yes, it needs to be changed. There needs to be people with better training. The peace officers are necessary, but the police department as we know it needs to be completely dismantled, destroyed, taken down, and they need to establish a new department of peacekeepers in the country that have nothing to do with the fundamental with how the police department even started. And it can't be 70% one race of people.
Just because you change the race of people don't mean it's a change. And
But would you say that?
only you, Suave, have any idea what you're talking about.
Devastating. There's 67% of all police in America. The same as
I'm saying if you make all the police officers black, that does not mean all black people are
But I
going to be
also
benefiting.
talked about picking people with great integrity who are reliable, trustworthy, and providing an egalitarian society and some way. Well, this is what we're saying we're doing.
Changes. That's not realistic. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not. I don't want to give the younger generations any type of fallacies. I mean, we just got through doing that about an hour ago.
But
This idea,
it's getting to the point, Dad,
uh,
of where
at
these protests are
some
getting
point
dangerous,
in
bro.
life, there are going to be people they're gonna walk the straight line. They're not gonna lie. They're not gonna come on hard times. They're not gonna be deceptive. I mean, what? I mean, it's life, yo. I mean, and then when society is destroyed, like you said, how you gonna still be alive? Everything gonna be destroyed except for you. You just gonna stick around and then wait till society build back up? That's crazy.
So devastating. In the event that nothing happens and nothing gets destroyed, right? What political moves and what moves as a community do we need to make
It depends
to
on what's needed at the
get in
time
a
and where it's
position
needed, dog. It's
where
not gonna
we
be no one
have
answer for everybody.
hold on,
That's
Dev, I
how
wasn't
politics
even
always work. What's working in California is not working in Georgia. What's working in Illinois, it's not working in Virginia.
but we need to call a different play. What's that play?
You keep looking for the quick microwave answer. Just do this, and then society will be repaired.
Yes, I'm trying to be
No,
precise
life
and
ain't working.
concise in my answers.
Nah. You're
Yeah,
doing everything but being precise. You're being very
I'm getting right
vague
to the
and
point.
general. So you can continue to be vague and general, and that's the results that you observe. Vague results, general observation and assumption.
All right, Dev, what needs to change?
True.
Go ahead, Miss Chocolate.
Well, I'll give you my it's not an opinion. It's something I've researched and there's statistical data behind it if anybody need it. I say we start in the 5 areas that Black people spend the most money in, which is education, transportation, health, housing, and food. That we can utilize technology to make all
Nah.
those.
You gotta put entertainment in there somewhere.
You know
I
what,
don't. I
Dad?
don't
Leave me
know.
alone.
I don't know.
I'm trying to
That's
give
what
a
I'm saying.
good
Receipt
answer.
for receipt, Miss Chocolate. Receipt
What?
for receipt. Go grab the receipts of the Black people. I swear. I'm
I
being
didn't say
serious.
that about.
How many of the receipts gonna say so and so university institution? You know what I'm saying? Tuition for
I
this.
got
Exclusive. And then how many of them receipts gonna say Netflix, Amazon Prime? Goodies movie, you know what I'm saying? So and so,
it.
Ticketmaster, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Straight up.
But that's what I was getting ready to say. Hey,
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just had to
it's
jump in there with
okay.
that.
It's okay. So, but what you saying ain't wrong. That's a level, right? I just said let's start. Those are my lanes, right? And the reason I say that is because Black people looking at us as a totality. They're supposed to be, let's just say it, what, 40, is it 46 or 48? I'm not sure, don't hold me to it. But that's how many million Black people are in quotation marks supposedly here, right? So if that's the case, that is not a lot of people to take care of when you start breaking them down. You've got elderly, you've got a demographic of Black men and women who are elderly veterans who have no place to stay. You have children that still need education, preschool, people still having babies.
Right.
We don't have the Black baby clothing stores. And I know I'm utilizing this and I'm going a little far. However, what I'm saying is that the personalization of our community could be so much closer if we will stop taking the mirror and going, well, we so ghetto, we so this. Yes, we're all those things. So what? It all comes down to the same thing here in the United States. When the opposition sees you, and I am saying that, when the opposition sees you, how do they see you? Are they being as distinguished when they look at you, black man? Black woman? No. So why are we making all these concessions for others, but we won't make them for ourselves? We say we're not going to come. We're not going to get there. We're not going to do it. That's what I was saying earlier. In that regard, I always feel like, in my opinion, pick a side. Because you can't keep saying that what black people ain't going to do and then say, oh, what we need, but we need to unify. We have levels to it. And to what Dev said, even using that to keep it a little lighter. Entertainment. We should have our own. Tubi is a hot mess. Zeus, a hot mess. How many black children shows are on the internet or on anything, to be honest? They getting rid of BET. Not that it was there anyway.
Shout out to Gracie's Corner. Shout out to the comedic sister. She got a show though.
I understand.
Yeah, Gracie's Corner is on point stuff.
Right. Shout out to the Pizza Hotel to the sister
but
though,
I don't
that
wanna,
part.
But hold on, guys. I'm not taking anything away from the sister who's created something.
No,
but it should not be that it is okay that we leave it on one or two people. We need more. It's not enough. We can't keep naming the same 5 black people. It's kind of like every February with Martin Luther King, Harriet Tubman. The same group, when we know damn well there was millions of black folks that should be a part of that situation. But we still do what we got to do. And that's why it's changed over the years, right? And it's the same with this. We got to stop leaving it. I'm sorry, y'all. We have to stop leaving it on the shoulders of just a few black people to represent all of us. That's not fair. And then turn around and go, well, you got to get the bag. Ain't nobody going to watch it. Don't nobody want it. That's not true. We don't have black think tanks for the regular man. I'm just talking about the regular black people. You ain't got to have 18 degrees to do this. And I'm not down in that. I'm just saying if that, that thought process of, well, we got to have, no. Let's look at who comes, who shows up, and let's see what we can do. What is available to us instead of what's not there. We have a great opportunity to be creative. Same way, like I know y'all familiar with Andrew Tate and all of them. They selling people classes of nothing. Making bank off nothing. And who is involved in it? Young black boys. Young Hispanic boys, young white boys. Because they in front of the computer. This is what I mean. Why can't you have the same formula for, okay, we want to get positive black men in front of black boys? Then here's a great way. So that's where my opinion lies and my fight lies when I say, hey, let's get the representation up. Let's start showing that there's another way. Not just to prove it to another culture, to prove it to us. Because we're quick to cut each other down in the same breath and then expect to lift up one another.
Trying to have a think tank with black people, it's like being in the player haters. This is what I
mean, Swarthy. Why?
They be on some nigga, fuck your couch. It's like talking to Rick James. Hi.
What did I just say? Thank you for being the example.
Yeah, they just whatever you. But the new shit for me. Chocolate, first of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak because the new gaslight is don't listen to him. He's an Israelite. That's the new gaslight.
I don't know nothing real talk. Yeah, I tell you, I don't listen to none of that.
So thank you for letting me speak in general, though. That part. Shit that got hostile out here for you, Negro.
You got in that crowd,
bro.
And shout out to Honey for joining the debate league. When I tell you she threw the Israelites under the bus, I was like, okay, Honey, I'm gonna rock with you and see what you talk about in this debate league. She called us. She said we were misogynistic and then threw us under the bus after that. Shout out to Honey. Her ass.
All right, let her finish her point, man.
Go ahead, Chocolate. My bad, my
No,
bad.
no, real quick. That's cool.
But
Yeah,
we
I
was
watched
just
it.
acknowledging something though, Dev. Like with black people, when you have the think tank, you stupid nigga,
No,
what school did you go to? That's
no,
not gonna work. See, none
No,
of them
all
charges
black
got
people
money.
don't think like that, Swarty. My
Swarthy,
No,
bad,
I'm
bro.
just saying it's true though. We do
Swarthy,
shoot each other's ideas down to the ground.
No,
Swarthy.
no,
Are we?
all groups of black people don't shoot each other ideas down. That's not factual at all.
Yeah, but in
Some
these
do, I
spaces we
agree.
do.
Yeah,
I'm
I ain't
talking about
gonna
the
lie
black
and say
people right
some
here,
do,
right now.
but not all or most do. No,
I'm specifically talking about us.
And
no. You ain't talking
I'm
about
gonna
me.
I'm gonna say this, Swarthy. You again are benefiting. So all jokes aside, so you are an Israelite. Is that your belief system, right? Is that
Young lady, I'm a Negro only Israelite, young lady.
okay?
But before that, I was an instructor in Leimert Park for the Black Karate Federation, and I taught children,
Gotcha.
our people, adults, how to fight for probably like 7 years as a black belt. Where I
Awesome.
taught in Inglewood, I taught in South Central, I taught in certain parts of
May I pause
Lancaster
you
and
right here,
Palmdale.
though? Let me ask you a question. When you first decided to teach karate to the community, did people show up?
Yeah, it was people already there.
Oh, yes. People showed up, right? So then you can't say, unless you've been a part of it, you cannot say that black people sitting down and having a conversation about how we can better help our future is gonna turn into the skit from Dave Chappelle, which I enjoy
No,
very
it
much.
is going to be the player haters ball. Sincerely, Chocolate. I'm sorry. I'm
But
standing
how?
on that.
Prove
It's
it.
been that
Prove it
every
to me.
single time.
How many think tanks have you been a part of? I've been a part of a few, so I don't want to assume. So please tell me.
Chocolate, we have think tanks on here when we discuss and talk with each other all the
No, no,
time.
no, no, no,
We're
no,
But
no.
nasty,
they're not recognized like
we
groups.
put
No,
ideas out there, and it's the
that's
wiser
not.
than thou, it's
Technically,
the
But it's,
don't we
smarter than
already
thou
got that?
mentality sometimes when you just can't
but it's not
understand the
a.
simplest of
Hold
things
on,
that hurts
Mr.
people
Suarez.
sometimes.
Mr.
Chocolate.
Suarez.
So what I'm saying is it's
I
like
understand what you're saying, Mr. Suarez, but
like
that's
I've
not what
even
I'm
caught
saying.
myself. People have been disrespectful to the ideas I have for black people, but I even caught
So,
myself shooting down other brothers and sisters just because we got into a heated argument
You're
on
going,
YouTube.
you're going, you're going on this personal shit. You're gonna have to let it get out, man. Be that personal shit in the back.
I was getting ready to say, because sir, if that was the case, nobody would do anything. Do you know how many people who have created successful businesses have been told that's stupid and it ain't gonna work? Ain't nobody gonna
Right.
come. It ain't just our color. So to say that black people would not respond positively to being a part of actual change, that's insulting.
You
So
know
why
what,
even
Chocolate?
call
I'm not
yourself that?
saying that. I'm not
But you
saying that.
are.
What I'm saying, I'll tell you exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the type of forgiveness and love that black people have to really have for each other. We do not have that.
And that's cap.
All
No,
day.
no,
All
no.
It
day.
is
Why
cap.
are you here then? Why are you here? Are you here to support Q?
Black people, period. Even though I'm an Israelite, I support Q,
No, no, no,
brother. I
no, no, no,
support
no. Let's not generalize.
psychopathism.
I think
I
generalization.
don't necessarily. It's things
Hold
we
on, Mr.
disagree
Squad.
on, but
No, it's not
nonetheless,
about a disagreement. I know I'm a woman, yes, but I'm not about whether you agree or disagree with me. What I'm trying to understand is to gather what you're saying. You're telling me that black people won't get together and that it's going to be a particular type of way if we created a think tank. Then you said, well, we do a think tank on here, but people shoot your shots down. That is every day. Rejection is usually 90% of business. So if either we're going to do it or we're going to cry about people not cheering us for the things that we do, that's not why we do it. We want to see it happen. Yeah, we're going to make money from it, no doubt. But for those diehard ones, yes, we want to see it happen despite the dirt, the lies, the slander. You're on a channel where I have watched this man. I have watched Q Butter's name pulled from one side of the internet to the next all because this man want to teach black kids something other than some bullshit. And you're sitting here on this man's channel with all the niggadacity to say that black people cannot create something as simple as a think tank to better a community. I'm a little insulted by that. So I apologize for the tense, but it's just a little, it just seems a little
Chocolate,
disingenuous.
I think you're misunderstanding me in general. Respectfully, sister, because it's a particular conversation that we done had, and it's like, you know, the to really to love yourself enough to come together in that particular way that I did say it had to happen that way, and I still stand on that. I don't think we love each other to that degree yet.
Do I
I'm
have
not
to
saying
love you
black people are not
first?
together. I'm not saying black people are not thriving, but it's a particular type of bond that we have to have that it's on another, it's at a higher level than what it is right now.
So do we
What I'm
have to
asking
have a
for.
bond to feed children, to house the elderly, to take care of the disabled? Do we need to do that? We got to wait for what?
So chocolate, like the plan, a part of my plan is it's not just to recover from all the stuff that we have been through in America. Is to help people in all of those types of ways, whether it's you're talking about like changing diets where, you know, you're dealing with like beet juice, turmeric juice, ginger juice, you're eating all your melons, your berries, and we even changing the way that we eat, the way that we practice and carry ourselves in the earth. Putting resources together to send teams of people out to go and learn things that will put us on a level where we have something that could rival Walmart or that could rival Target, where we have our own hotel industries, where we're manufacturing our own cars, where we're making our own planes, where we have
Well, how do you
control
think
over
that's
those
supposed to
things.
happen if you're
So,
saying that we can't even come together to build a think tank? And I applaud you on your plan. That's exactly what has to happen, that the economics have to change because everything we've been talking about is money. Money has no color in the sense of what you do what you do with it and how you wield that power. When I talk,
What
when
so
up,
I'm
brother?
where I'm
What
coming
up, brother
from,
Moses?
it's not at you. I don't know you in general like that. I'm basing it strictly off of what you said coming in. You said we can't do that. When I said having a think tank, your first response was that it wouldn't work, that it wouldn't be positive, that we can't as
oh,
black
okay.
people.
You know what, chocolate sister, my bad, and humility, my apologies. I was really like talking more so to my plan hashtag 48 billion. My bad. I misunderstood the whole little type of situation, but you know,
Yeah,
I'm in
that's
a
why I was
position
asking you those
to
questions. Yeah, I
I'm in
wasn't
a
trying
position
to.
to start saving 1,000 for the next 12 months. Like, and I mean, I make a cool amount of money, chocolate, but I'm not like balling out of control or nothing like that. However, I am in a position to save $1,000 a month for a year, right? So my plan is for 4 million of the 40 million African Americans to come together and save 1,000 a month towards the end of the year, and it produces $48 billion. And with that money, obviously there are intricacies as to how you have to set up the finances, how to build the money, how it's allocated to certain fields to address certain emergency like things we need as a community. But it is a form of us controlling our own destiny, right? So if 4 million of us can do it, then it will bring other black people into it after they see the first 6 months after that year of us saving and earning and saving and getting the 48 billion. Once they see the first 6 months of that, then next year we'll have 2 million, 3 million more black people come and contribute. And obviously we have to establish certain positions of people. The first 4 million that contributed, obviously there's a certain investment and return that they deserve as being the first. And it's a simple plan, chocolate, but it's a lot of expertise in a lot of different areas that I need. But when you look at the benefits of it, and I'll land here, when I talk to AI about it, it was benefiting things that I wasn't even thinking about. We would have a stronger legal team as a people. We would be able to pretty much have supermarkets and compete with all the other supermarkets out there if we were to come together and do that. So some people have a discrepancy problem with me saying we should practice some forms of being homogenous, meaning only procreating with ourselves. And I understand some of those discrepancies that some of those people have, but that was also a part of my plan as well. And for us not to be violent towards each other, but to protect each other from other groups of people that try to hurt us if we have to.
Well, I wish you
Was that the
nothing
end?
but, I wish you nothing but luck. I
Hell
hope it
no,
never
that's not the
gets.
end.
No, real
We need
quick,
to
real quick, real
allocate that
quick, real
money.
quick, real,
We're
real, real quick,
seeing
real quick.
certain teams
Hold on,
busting
real quick,
systems.
real quick, Swaz. I'm observing. Obviously, this is not your first time playing that on the platform, but notice the only thing you're really specific with, and everybody that's listening on the recording chat panel, they know for sure is that it's gonna have to be. It can't be 999. It's got to be 1,000 every 30 days. That's the only thing specific. All the other stuff you were saying, vague, general. I just don't see how can it. Why are you not specific on those other things? I think you'll get more traction if you continue to be specific on what are they saving $1,000 for, or whatever the amount.
So
It may not be
so
a
so
thousand.
Dev. So
It
Dev,
may,
let me say
and
this, right?
once you get those down, it may only cost them like 800 or 700 or
I
even
don't
less than.
I printed out a
You gotta
few
be
papers
specific,
because I
man, in the
did do some
plan.
research on it. Dev,
But
let me say
what
this
I'm
real quick
saying
because
is,
Anonymous Hebrew was showing
Swarthy,
me some
Swarthy,
ways.
Swarthy, I'm being general because you're being general. I'm saying for one's own labor and money when it comes to economics and finance, yes, we do spend a lot of money on bullshit. We do fuck off a lot of money. We, as a society, not just black folks. Believe me, the numbers are already there. The data stands. But
I do.
And I
in
also
terms
wanted to
of,
say if we're
wait
doing
a minute,
something to
Swarty. Wait a minute. I'm about to land. 20 seconds, 20. What I'm saying is, in order to have this plan, which has to be written down, has to be in readable form so everybody can go at their own pace, you have to be specific. Hey, after this, we're going to put this in this to get this specifically location, time frame, an actual plan of action, just like you came to that number, that figure with the dollars. You have to come with that plan of action and that theme and those themes that you're talking about to be specific. If you want human beings to put in their own hard-earned labor, that's all. All right, I'm out. I mean, that's it. What's up with it,
so
Evan?
as far as like, showing people what can come from it, right? So when you think about all the ways that people make money, right? They make money through science, they make money through having retail on deck, they make money through having groceries, they make money in having electronics, right? When you look at those areas, right? Obviously you want to be wise with the money and look to invest in businesses that can create jobs for our people where they pay more than the other jobs. It's better training. We're competing to be the best in the world in whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So even people who are not black are going to submit to the greatness of the service and the product. You see what I'm saying? So it's us really taking our respect back, because you can take that money and invest it. I don't think it should all go into businesses because black people need repairing in a lot of ways, but obviously I thought of the money that you could use to hire teams of therapists and psychiatrists to help some of our people that are having mental issues. You feel me? Some of our people may need medical procedures that they can't afford. To be able to help them with that money, I think is amazing for our people not to have to go to nobody else and look like they, I love black people, man. That's all. I don't want to diminish none of the greatness that black people have already shown in the earth. But I do think that it's about us, establishing certain things within fast food and within restaurant dining. It's about us establishing hotels. It's about us establishing a superstore that rivals Walmart and Target that we benefit from. So for me, it's having our best interests at heart, because you do need money to obtain these materials, right? We could invest in sending teams of Black people to go and mine for gold and diamonds, to smash up rocks all day and sift them and dust them down and extract all the gold and precious metals out of them. So I think the sky's the limit, with hashtag 48 billion. I think it'd be the best thing for us to do, Dev. Even with how, obviously you got to have it set up to where the money's allocated and built up the right way, where nobody can get over and it's nothing crazy and it ain't no Omar Johnson or whoever done fucked up before me, right? So I look at it like, this is how I will make it to where I don't go into jobs and see my people working at jobs that they don't want to be on. And I know the other nations are being nasty to them too while they own them jobs. So it's about me being tired of that shit. I'm tired of the way people treat Black people. So that's why I think we should only make marriages among ourselves, come together financially. And if somebody got smoked with one Black person, they got smoked with all of us at that hour. So it's not even, what could come from it, right? Like, because our people work at places like, I don't know the name of the grocery stores and stuff like that on some places on the East Coast, but places like, I think, BJ's and Costco's and stuff like that, and Panda Express, our people are at these jobs. Our teenagers are working these jobs, right? And sometimes they might be around a group of people that really can't stand them because of who they are. So I would rather our people come and work with us and be under our tutorship and leadership and protection than to have to be at a job and you working and there's 6 or 7 other people that's the same race and they just being nasty to you all day. Our people go through that. When I go out and preach, I talk to Black people from all different types of schools of thoughts in Minnesota. And the brothers and sisters tell me how the other nations or other races of people treat them. And they be giving the testimony that people be having their nose up at Black people. So it's so much that could come from that. We could start filming our own movies. We could start really building our own networks and having our own we can start to manufacture cars. It's a lot that can come from that. And the 48 billion, the hashtag 48 billion is just a part of the first year. The second year, I got to go harder and I got to save $2,000 a month. And we got to make sure to always have that insurance there, because the wealth is going to come. All the money that we've been talking about, we need that collective. With 48 billion, we can start opening up grocery stores, building schools. The brothers who already have schools, we can allocate a certain amount of money to their schools and make it to where they can buy whatever it is they need to get the edge in technology.
Aren't you the one that said everything got to fall first? Or was that somebody else?
Well, nigga, prove that we not the Israelites and Black people do the plan and leave me out of it. Then shit, or then I'm right there.
Didn't you say everything has to fall? That was you?
Saying, yeah, Black, prove me wrong.
Okay. So when everything falls, when everything falls, the people's jobs are going to fall too.
We should still do it.
Or everything's going to fall except for their job.
We should still do it.
The job's not going to fall?
Hold on, Deb. The scriptures still say you're supposed to build houses.
Wait. We're not talking about the Bible. No. We're not talking about the Bible.
I'm just saying.
No. We're not talking about the Bible. We're not talking about the Bible.
I'm gonna trust that you're not trying to attack me.
When we say everything's got to fall, are we saying that the people's jobs are not going to fall, or they're going to fall with everything else?
What do you mean, like in the event that the country is attacked?
You are the one that said everything's got to fall. I don't know what you're talking about, Swar.
Okay, so
I don't buy into the everything got to fall ideology. That's not me.
Everything's got to fall. It is pertaining to biblical
So when
prophecy, right?
everything
So
falls,
we can let
that
that one go.
includes the people's jobs. The people's they're not gonna have no job. They're not gonna have no motherfucking light
You know
company.
what?
Ain't no cell phone company. Ain't no internet company. Ain't no gas stations. Everything failed. So I mean, that's where I'm at.
I mean, Dave, if you really want to know, in that day, it's gonna be crazy.
What day
No,
is it?
I don't know. I'm sorry if I
So
gave you that
I don't
perception.
want to say it.
I'm
I
the
don't want to
last
say it,
person.
Chocolate,
I'm the last person you need to give
because
the date of the last when the world gonna end. I already
but
been
it's
through that
not.
in my childhood. I
Okay,
was already
I'm gonna
bombarded
trust
with
that
that.
you're not thinking I'm coming from a Christian perspective, though, Dale. I'm gonna
Right,
trust that
right,
you
right.
really ain't trying to do
I've been
that.
told the world was going to end and the rapture and all that shit when I was a
Not
child.
like us, though.
I already been through that.
Not like
So
not like we
you don't
done
need to
told
run
you.
that past me.
I ain't gonna do it, but it's gonna get bad from what I read, sir. But let's say, okay, so why is it that we can't
I'm sorry, Mr.
deal? Why
Swarthy.
is
I'm gonna have
it
to jump in real quick. I have
okay,
a
go ahead, go
question.
ahead.
My bad. Q did. You was listening to us and you did change the title.
Hold on before I get booted
Who,
off. Let
me?
me read
Did I do
this.
it? I'm sorry.
No,
Did I?
no, it
Hold
was
on,
me. It was me. It was me. We already went through
hold
the
on,
Bible, Swarthy, man. I
hold on,
mean,
Dev. You a
if you just
No,
want to
Dev?
I
get it
just
off
had a quick
on your
Hold
question.
own,
on,
yeah.
Dev. You a y'all science? All the science guys in the building?
Oh, I love science, sir.
Okay, let's get it. Let's get it. Okay, it says. Hold on one second, y'all. It says.
Oh
But I
boy.
do want to say this though before we go somewhere else.
Okay, I was about to read something, but go ahead.
I got you. Hold on to that reading. Reading is fundamental. Just hold on for me. I have a question for you based on what I just heard you say. How, if you believe everything needs to fall and then we need to rebuild it, what are we doing
No,
in the
let's not
future?
talk about that part,
No,
Chocolate.
no, no, no. Hold on.
Let's
Please
say
don't cut me off. I
before
just
it
have a question.
falls.
It's gonna turn into a yes or no. I promise.
All right.
What all I'm asking you is, and I'll even make it a yes or no question. When you look at it as a collective, the average household in America can only cover, if maybe $100 in savings, if that. That's average. I'm talking about just a regular person. You are blessed that you able to save that. You don't have the same bills. Bless you, bless you, bless you. I know that hurt. Thank you. But
Do
it's
you
like,
think 4 million out of 40 is, would you say that's
bless
average?
you.
Isn't that a smaller percentage of black people than average? You don't think it's 4 million? You don't think it's 4 million of us that can save $1,000 a month for a year?
I think that I apologize. Someone is ill in my home. Anyway, what I was going to say was this: simply put, I'm sorry, it's not funny. She sneezes, it's painful, but it's killing me on the side because I'm a horrible person. Anyway, you're not a horrible person. I get where you coming from, and I applaud you for your plan. But I guess where my confusion lies is, you said it was from it says this in your ideology, so that but you need to wait to do it. Why doesn't
No,
it
I'm
give you
saying we can. I'm saying we
the
can do it right now, right? But in my ideology, it doesn't tell me to just sit around and wait for the day of the Lord. It tells me to build. It tells me to go out and still be
so it
prosperous and
is
all that.
based around, right?
It,
Oh,
it,
I
it, it, it doesn't
apologize.
say it doesn't say do
You
that,
are
right?
an
So what
Israelite. Now I apologize. Now I remember
yeah,
his
but
front.
like the
Now I don't
plan, the
even anymore.
hashtag
Yes,
40.
yes. No. I'm serious. So somebody else may want to speak. Now I
No, I was
understand.
just
I
going to say I
apologize.
appreciate that. I appreciate that, Chalk. And all I was saying is like the hashtag 48 billion. That's really something that I had a plan for black people because everybody doesn't agree with the Israelite paradigm. Like it's black people that I love that are not practicing Israelites. They're Christians, they're Muslims, they're atheists. You see what I'm saying? So it was something that I brought to the table for us, right? Because of how it could, because of how much catching up we would be able to do it just after that first year. So it gives us the opportunity to catch up. Could you imagine if we brought certain of the Black families up to specialize in finances, right, and currencies, and we have teams of Black people that have businesses in places like Kuwait and the UK, and we start collecting all the currencies around the planet that are worth more than $1. Like, we could actually plan to dominate these fields because we would have the capital. So now our schools, they have vans, they have security. We can invest in I mean, with $48 billion, it's a lot of stuff that we can do now that we may not have been able to do had we not saved that money. But it's to be honest with you, Chocolate, like all the stuff that you do, right?
I'm in the processes. Yes, sir. That's all.
So all the stuff that you do, right? I want us to raise the money so you can do whatever procedure we have you go through and fill out to get for us to allocate money to what you're doing. I wanted us to get the money so that, like, Black people that's doing it, if they need a little bit more capital and help, we can support them as long as they're honest and deal with integrity and abide by whatever, rules we collectively set up, as to how we're going to vet people.
If you don't mind,
the reason why I love the idea so much, right, is because instead of us just asking the brilliant Black people to come back to us, we got the money to bring them back. Like, we have the money now to buy our brothers that are we have more money to offer them with us than the other companies do. So that's a good way to attract the brilliance of our people back, instead of actually having a salary for them to come back and teach the expertise in which they're experts in, whether it's science or, whatever it is that's conducive and beneficial to us. Because now we can send teams of people to go to culinary art school, and now we can produce the best steakhouses. We can sell the best Chinese food. We can sell the best Ethiopian food. Like we can become ultra competitive with that capital, especially if we stay hungry and optimistic and say, this is the last time you ever gonna look at Black people with any type of disrespect. Or there'll be so, and I would like to test the government to see, because people say that this place is not racist, that disagree with us. So I want to see us do it and come together. And if America bomb us, then fuck it, it is what it is. I don't think we should be afraid to do it. I want to put that to the test too. I don't want to hear that he's only raising money for Black people. No. There's nothing legally you can do to stop us from doing this.
I guess and it's not, and understand this isn't pushback at all. This is just what I've experienced so far being in what they call the social business. Unfortunately, because of prior incidents, they are not that trustworthy of certain entities, and I get it. To me, I feel like instead of it being just a money exchange, that we also provide, why not just be the developers? Create the opportunity, and Black people tend, usually, because we're prideful, we've been taught to be. Sometimes out of control, but yeah, the majority of us, that's why we look at taking something from someone that we did not work hard for. And I emphasize that we don't think we deserve it. If we ain't struggled to get it, you ain't did no work. Why do I have to go through the mud to get something if somebody built a bridge already?
Chocolate sister, the sense of urgency with the 48 billion, yeah, because of all the years of reparations that the United States government owes Black Americans, descendants of chattel slavery. So because of all of that damage of being put to death if you learn how to read, and everything we had to overcome to even get out of slavery, just based on everything that's happened, it's imperative that it's not a cent less. And I'm gonna land right there. Shalom, y'all.
Well, I do have now. There's where the pushback comes in. Because again, now you are dictating to people that the only way they can help is at this particular level and no other. I don't.
The
Hey, some
importance of
people
all
looking.
4 million
I
of us
get
doing it is it's
I
imperative,
understand that.
chocolate.
Right.
It has
If
to happen
if
because
it is
it's a
imperative, sir.
protection. It's a
But this is what I'm
security.
saying to you, Mr. Swarthy. If it's imperative to you and those who believe the same as you, then why do you have to wait on someone else's? Black people don't have disposable income as a collective. Like I said, the average American home does not even have $400 saved away.
You don't think it's 4 million out of 40 million of us that can do it?
Sir, where are we right now? Where are we right now? The economic and political scene is
You don't think it's
teetering back
4
and
million
forth.
black people that can save $1,000 a
I
month
will
for 1
never
year
assume that. No,
out of 40 million?
I'm not assuming that. If they do, they
Okay,
do.
let's
That's how
say
you get the number.
500,000 did it. Let's say
I'm
500,000 did it, right?
not
Let's say
going to
just
keep
1 million did it, right? That
Mhm.
would still put us in a position to recover, right? But the 48 is so important because
But recover
it
from
would
what, sir? And I guess that's what's here's where I'm gonna say I'm not going to
reaping
be
recover from reaping the spoils of chattel
from
slavery and losing the
sir,
rulership in
but
the earth.
we've had so many other. I wasn't. May I
Recover
just say
from
this to you?
being
No,
overthrown.
I'm a
Shit.
if you don't mind, please. I had no disrespect and to all historians. However, learning from history is to make you a little stronger in the present and to be prepared for the future. Because humans haven't changed. We may have changed technology, we may have changed languages, addresses, but humans are still doing the same thing they did historically. New technology makes changes. Some benefit, some don't. We don't have to continue this holier than thou crusade to take care of a community of people where our children are still going to bed hungry. I don't care about chattel slavery, sir. No disrespect to you. But I feel like that should be, if that's important to y'all, then take the history books that are being created by the same people who right now his daughter is a criminal in this country for doing inappropriate things with minors. But these are our textbooks, sir. I want to talk about now. I want to talk about in the last 3 years that the scores for black boys across the country where reading was concerned are low.
So if we're able to
Wait a
gather
minute,
the
hold
money and
on,
get the
sir. Wait,
resources to
because
free up
Yeah,
no,
fathers.
no, no, no.
be specific on the education level. Go ahead and say it,
Okay,
Mr.
so I
An
didn't allocate any of the money
18-year-old
to
black
education.
child, an 18-year-old black child in the United States, on average, leaves his school system with what level of education in math?
The last time I checked, it was 8th grade.
So, Dev, if we got the money, we would have the resources for the tutors and the environment and we would be able to take over the black man's education.
But
Y'all
what
are
I'm
Yeah,
the
but
trying
the
wiser
to
than
system
say,
thou
can't
ass
fall.
niggas.
We're
but
not going to be able to build it back up if the system falls, though.
but here's my
But
question to you,
but
sir.
but Dev, you're still supposed to build houses, and you don't believe it's gonna happen anyway. So you should be like, okay,
Right.
the
That's
48
why
billion
there are
is.
already organizations in smaller pockets in various communities around this country, which includes black people that are already working towards what you're talking about. Do they want to
I
aspire to take
understand
over
that,
the
but there's a
entire
sense of
globe of
urgency
planet
that
Earth?
black people should
No,
have
they're
right
just
now,
trying to
Dev, that they don't
service
have.
the people in their area. No, nobody's trying to take over the world. That's Anglo-Saxon
I'm
ideology.
not trying to take over the world. I'm trying to create safety and security for me and my people.
They're not trying to dominate either. Nobody wants to dominate anything. They just want other people to leave us alone and allow us
So
to
you
progress.
don't want to be competitive in science, engineering.
I
and
don't want to
technology?
dominate. No. I don't want to dominate. If I have to dominate, I might as well just eliminate the competition so I can relax.
All right.
I'm
So
too
let
old
me
to be
read.
fucking puffing and puffing like I'm in my 20s and 30s. I ain't got that kind of energy
All
no
right.
more, bro.
Hold on, OG. Let me read something. Okay.
Nah, you can say that, man. That
Hold
shit
on.
don't work,
No, I
yo.
got some Dexter's Laboratory
I'm
type
not
shit
saying
right
that it
now.
has not been written. So what you're about to read only proves somebody else wrote it. That's all it
Okay.
proves. Charlie.
This
Trust me on that.
is okay. So this is the chemistry part of this science book that I have. This is what I'm about to read, OG. This is you and your mans and them with them
Go
lab
ahead.
jackets on. It says elements and periodicity. Okay. It says the metals copper, silver, and gold are in the same family column. Dev, you know what that means?
Yeah, we learned that when we learned the periodic table in probably the 6th or 7th grade.
Okay, that part. I'm just asking in humility. You can't ask the Dexter's Laboratory niggas any questions?
Nobody
Damn,
said you can ask no question.
Okay, so Mr. We learned it in the 6th grade. OG elder. Let me get my tone together. My bad, Dev. My bad. What are the atomic numbers for those metals?
Reread what you just said.
Right, let me stop bullshitting. My bad. let me stop being on some gotcha moment shit. Okay, I'm gonna start from the top. It says the metals copper. It says the metals copper, silver, and gold are in the same family column, having atomic numbers of 29, 47, and 79. Okay, respectively, according to the principles of periodic law, the three metals, gold would have the highest degree, which physical properties. Chocolate, you be on the chemistry?
Wait a minute. I mean, do you even know what you just read?
I don't. I'm asking y'all niggas in humility to help me out with the shit. I'm not being.
Yeah. You didn't finish reading.
Okay, let me. I'm gonna read it from the top. It says the metals copper, silver, and gold are in the same family column, having atomic numbers of 29, 47, and 79 respectively, according to the principles of periodic law of the three metals. Gold would have the highest degree of which physical properties.
But is that a question?
Physical properties. Yeah, it is. It says number one would be value, 2 would be rarity, 3 would be validity, 4 would be let me see what this says. Hold on.
Is this
you don't know what you're reading.
Yeah. Okay. I think you probably mean malleability because gold is soft, right? It's probably malleability.
It says malleability, and then it says scarcity.
Then it's malleability, right? Because gold is soft.
So you saying the answer is malleability?
Correct. That's the only answer.
Okay. Let me see. I think.
Yeah, all of those are controlled by mankind, though. Those are not natural events.
Correct. Those aren't scientific answers, but malleability
is he correct though, Dev?
I mean, gold is the softest metal.
We were looking for what? What were we looking for?
This is the question. This is the problem again. It says the metals copper. It says the metals copper, silver, and gold are in the same family column, having atomic numbers of 29, 47, and 79 respectively, according to the principles of periodic law of these three metals. Gold would have the highest degree of which physical property? It says value, number 1, rarity, number 2, validity, number 3. Say that word again for me, sir.
Malleability.
Malleability is number 4, and then scarcity is number 5. Which one is the correct answer?
Number 4 is the only closest thing to even physical properties. The rest of them are just man-made abstractions. So it would have to be malleability. Otherwise, that book is just wrong.
The answers are in here. I could look and see if you're correct. Give me 1 second.
Right, but just logically speaking, the other answers aren't even science. They're just, I don't know.
They don't make sense.
White man
answers.
Yeah, white man stuff. White man words.
Hey, what's up,
White. Okay. You're picking a random page out of a physics books.
Yeah, I bought a couple of them the other day.
Wait, this can't be real science, though. I don't know. That question just sounds really sus.
It is. It's in the science part of the book. The top of it says exercise 4.
So it's the
it says elements and periodicity.
Question.
It says directions. Choose the best answer of each of the following questions. Number 1, the metals copper, silver, and gold are in the same family column.
The answer could also be.
Get back to the overall topic, Swally.
I'm an Israelite giving the Dexter's Laboratory niggas smoke right now. Them niggas need to go back to the laboratory and get their motherfucking bars up.
Right now.
That's a good try. Good try, Swally. Good try.
I like that cartoon. I like Dexter's Laboratory. I don't know what you talking about.
Hey, Dexter's Laboratory.
Come back in the daytime. We know to be there in the daytime, yo. What's up with it, Keizo?
Yeah, I was gonna say the other answer could be is a rarity, because the bigger the atomic number, the less likely it is to be stable. So that one is a.
You say you changed your answer. You say it's rarity.
So gold is the most malleable out of all those metals, right? But if you understand the question asks based on the periodicity, meaning on the periodic table, right? So the answer would have to be from the periodic table, not from my own knowledge. So based on how they framed the question, the answer should be rarity, because the bigger the atomic number, the less stable the atom is. So rarity will be the correct answer. But malleability is also correct in the sense that gold is the most malleable, it's soft. That's why you
say rarity. If you was taking the test right now, you would answer with rarity.
Yeah, I would answer rarity just because of how the question was framed.
I mean, y'all could continue the conversation, but I am looking in the back where the answers are to see if you actually got it correctly. Rarity.
Oh shit! I thought you was gonna chat GPT the motherfucker.
That's not a bad idea.
Nah, because the answer is in the back of the chemistry book too.
Yeah, ChatGPT wouldn't give you the right answer, because it's framed in a specific way. It's either malleable or rarity. So
yeah, whoever that publisher is specific to, because like I said, he's looking at the words. I'm not looking at the words, and yes, I am telling him the exact, probably not the exact question, but what he's reading should be and was covered in U.S. schools in middle school, 7th grade, 8th grade.
It's like not. It's like GQ is like 90s. It's like 8th, 9th grade around 94. That's correct.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. We was talking about saving the world identity, and Swati pulled out his brand new physics books, and he's trying to put us on the spot, but he didn't know exactly what he was reading, so we kind of.
They don't want to say shit about stuff.
We're gonna get back on. Yeah, we're gonna get back on.
Q I know he knew the answer. He was listening to the back chair. He probably knew the answer, but okay. The brother said rarity. See, chemistry is actually kind of lit. I'm not saying biology.
That's why I can't. It's rarely. That's why
I had a
chemistry
phone
is
call.
one.
What we
Yeah, it's
doing?
one. That's one of those topics where you can't really have anything else going on simultaneously. Uh, can't really half-ass it. Like
Yeah, I
I'm
got to
just
get on the
being
board
honest
and
with
turn
you.
the camera on.
There's
Right.
no popping on the chat or doing it while you're watching Netflix or anything. I mean, you gotta be all in. Um,
He's still looking. He's all
yeah,
in
that's what
now.
I'm saying.
But you do. I get your point. You gotta have this shit ready.
That's
Hey,
what
the
I'm
dude.
saying.
Hold on, my man's gave an answer though.
Yeah, 5 minutes ago.
He said 5 minutes ago.
I feel you, Jihad. He like, I'm gonna go ahead and swing at Swarthy a few times. All right, y'all. See, I went to counseling,
No,
bro. I'm not
everything
gonna
is not
crash
an
out. I
attack.
promise.
Yeah, yeah, everything is not an attack either.
Nah, it's
That's
good. It's
another
good.
thing.
Yeah, I went
Yeah.
to counseling, bro. I promise.
Nah, it ain't got nothing to do with counseling. They was trying to pin you down on everything falling, and then somehow
Yeah,
black
man.
people
I'm
are
saying we
gonna
can
get
This
still
gonna
get
you.
the
sound like
40.
a
Hold
dumb
on, hold
question, but
on.
this the
Shalom. We
concept.
can Israelite to the Bible too, just like that. I'm saying we can still get the 48 billion, and it ain't nothing wrong with doing science.
Hey, to your point, Swarthy, about that too, real quick. I like the concept, right? I would tweak it a little bit. Well, actually, no, don't really need to be. Well, yeah, the language needs to be tweaked to better understand
That's
it,
about
right?
it,
So,
Jihad. Because all right, my bad, Fed, but I'm gonna just say this real quick.
because I was gonna
That's
say,
about it.
look, the whole
Well, I
concept,
did.
I do like the concept of having a black trust fund that we invest into, and the trust fund in general looks out for black issues that we care about, like whether it be feeding kids or sending them to college.
Right. We'd
Really,
have the
I'm
resources.
honestly, if I had the choice, my focus would only be on putting most of that money towards the children and educating them to the future and shit.
Okay. So
Some
the 40 okay, first year Jihad, right? We got the
Wait a minute.
48.
I'm sorry. You
How
said
much would you allocate?
I didn't hear Jihad. I'm sorry, Swarthy.
Yeah,
Could
so
you
I
say
said
that? You was
if
just
we
a
had the
little
money,
low
right?
at the end. Just your last sentence.
I would say we should put 90% of all the money just to educating the kids and putting it to education funds or trade schools or some kind of profession or some
So
kind of career.
90% of
Okay, I just
48
want to be sure.
billion, how much would that leave us with to address the other issues? 48 billion into education?
Do you understand that the
Yeah,
education
that
is an
would be
investment?
huge.
Do you understand that's an investment that we would make like money back on that if the kids are
Right.
willing to feed back into it?
But here's the thing though, right? Of the 48 billion that we raised in the first year, right? What about black people who need housing and like there has to be a very we got to get some of the experts out concerning
I
finances and strategies how we set it up because if we give and I'm not saying that's a horrible thing because whatever we spend it on is we're going to get better from it. So if we put what's 90, you said 90, what's 90% of
what's your
48
return
billion?
on how? I mean, it's fucked up on saying it like this, but what's the return on housing somebody versus the return on sending them to college
So
in
the
10 years?
reason well we'll be able to house them
You'll
and
make
send them to
more
college.
money housing them.
You said what?
In
Explain
the
it to them one
current
more time, Chocolate.
rental market and mortgage rates, you're gonna make more money building homes for people than you will on a return on college. Because again, you only getting that return you're putting out, but that investment doesn't pan out until after the 4 years. It's like putting your money into a CD.
Yeah, you probably
If you
won't
got
really
the
see it for 10
time,
years.
great.
I'm saying 10 years.
What can we
Why
start
can't we? Here's what I will ask. Okay, gentlemen, you can have your long-term goals, but I think where a lot of people feel, because we are in this age, what are the short term? What short-term and long-term
I don't want
goals?
to focus on no short term. I want to
But
focus on
you
long
have
term.
to, sir. There's no way around it.
No, I'm saying we could put
Certain
focus on it, but
things
I'm
in
saying what
your
I would do
plan.
personally.
Hold on,
I get
hold on. You
people
just
are
told
only going to
me
want to focus on the here and
no.
now, but I'm saying if I had a choice, I'm only focusing 90% of my focus on the future
But I
and
wasn't
the future
questioning that.
generation.
That wasn't it. However, we couldn't. I mean, but I think that's a great idea. We need to put as much money into education as possible. But I think if we had that kind of
That's
money,
he said
I don't
90%
think.
chocolate.
I'm saying if I had a choice, I know
Yeah, that's a lot.
everybody not gonna agree,
But
but I would
well, it's not about.
if it was down to me, I'm putting 90% of the money just into kids.
But I understand. I understand, Mr.
90%
Bell.
of 48
I'm not
billion.
arguing. Put your
Jihad.
money where you want to.
All of it
What I'm
just to
just saying
schools.
is to that
And the
number.
He stood
investment
him.
in 10 years, the investment in 10 years off that. Watch.
But what about all? See, there's the thing that I'm concerned about. I look at it as this: we have different levels to what's happening in our community at the same time. We don't need 50 million experts to tell us that people are hungry, housing is not affordable, people are not able to save. Black people aren't in the position that we try to make them be, that everybody making this amount of money. That's not true. The numbers don't match. Unless everybody is lying on their taxes, the numbers don't match. The
But what's the
average
point with
family
that?
is
How does that
making
take away
under.
from educating the babies?
You have
I
to
don't. I
educate
don't.
adults before you
No,
educate
I'll be
babies.
honest. It's gonna sound
You
heartless, but
have
I'm not
to.
focused on no
Who's
adults. I'm
teaching the
focusing my
babies, sir?
focus on kids. I'm
So
not focusing
Jihad,
on
Sir, but
no
who's
adults that
teaching
don't got their
them?
shit together.
They
Jihad,
I'm
said,
focusing on the
Jihad.
kids and helping them grow their future. I don't
Mr.
want to put
But
Bell,
my
I
but
energy
thought
into
we
no
were
but
adults.
talking about in conjunction to having a plan. Now, I understand what you said
I
to Mr.
get you,
Swaggy
but
about
my
if you had
plan is the
the money,
kids. My plan ain't
that
no
would be you,
50-year-old
but you
people
are
that ain't got
making
no shit
it
together.
a defensive conversation when I am not coming that way. I am talking about the numbers. I'm saying, yes, I get that's
okay,
altruistic
chocolate,
that you would want to
chocolate.
give
We
that
got
money
chocolate,
in that way.
chocolate.
However, I do have.
We got it right. No, we got it. We got the 48
I
billion
really
right.
don't appreciate being called
Where
out
should the money
like.
be allocated to? What are some of what do you think are some of the first things we should
I
use
said
to
it.
help prepare Black people with?
You need housing. You need
Don't we
agriculture.
already got Section 8?
But oh, you know
Then
who
I
else?
guess
You
we
know
got
who else
the
said that to me?
Go
How do
ahead.
you get back on this topic without getting the answer to the question?
He came here and just ruined it. But you know who else said they gave that same answer, chocolate? Who else said that? Oh, see, Dev.
What are you talking about? Who gave what answer? Because I didn't get to
It was a
finish
good.
my answer.
Oh no, Viasa. I remember I talked about this a couple months ago, and Viasa he came up and he gave me some sources. He gave me a link to check out of some people who had established African society similar to that in America's early history. And but he came up and mentioned the security of housing. Right. So Viasa said the same thing that you just said.
Well, that's because you
So if
had
we,
families living in their cars, sir. Still, you have people that have
yeah,
been
Jihad,
out.
we can't put 90% of it, Jihad. We got to help brothers and sisters with housing.
You've got Black families, Black women, Black men, Black young men that y'all talk about living in their cars right now, currently. The housing is out of control. There is no cap. And the government doesn't want to put one on it because it's too much money to be made. Those are their donors. The reason why rent is so high, why people can't afford where they live, is because they allowed other countries to come in and buy up as much real estate as they could. Then invest. Oh, you're investing in the country.
Affordable housing exists. I don't know. I don't really know.
Mr. Bell, if they exist, then why do we have homeless people?
Because it's gonna sound heartless, but they ain't working hard enough. They ain't working
Okay,
like we
well,
working.
thankfully you are not in charge.
So so
will
the
say,
thing
I mean,
is,
are any of y'all homeless?
well, no, I'm not
I have
homeless, but
been before, sir.
realistically though,
I know what it.
I
No, no,
want
no,
to
no,
say
I've
this.
Mr.
been homeless
Swazi.
too.
No. I want to get into a specific. I don't want to generalize it. Yes, sir. I know what it's like as a single Black woman in this country to be homeless and sleeping in my car. And do you want to know how I got there? Would you like to know, Mr. Bell?
Sure.
My health changed. As a 30-something-year-old woman, your health changed in the middle of your career. You don't have that many options. They don't make it easy for women to do that if you don't have no kids. I cannot tell you the countless places I went to try to get assistance to get back on my feet, so to speak. And they told me, well, why don't you got no babies? So again, sir, if you're going to discuss a topic that puts people in the position of having to be degraded, be put
I'm
and
not trying to
dismissed.
degrade nobody. I'm saying I
Not
would
you,
want to
sir. Not
uplift them,
you, sir. Listen to
encourage
me
them by
before you
saying, "Go
jump
get
in
your
your
ass up and
bag.
go to
I
work."
wasn't finished. Why are you taking it? I'm not saying it to you. What I'm saying is that the system is set up like that. We didn't set it up this way. So, but we have had to adapt and learn how to play in it. So why are we pretending like none of us have benefited from any of the social programs available to Black people in this country?
We have.
What
I
are we
have.
talking about?
I
I
never said
don't
that.
understand that part.
If you, I'm 100% a proponent of get it if it's available. Like, don't
But it's
don't
only
be.
available by who? You making it sound as like it's coming from the sky. Someone else has to take the initiative and want to teach it, want to provide it, want to create the opportunity. These
That's
are
what
human,
welfare is. I'm talking about welfare.
sir.
But anyway, my
It
point
still
was
provides opportunity.
there basically is a safety net already in our society with
Where,
the
sir? Please
welfare,
enlighten.
the what is that, the rent control housing, all this different shit to kind of like almost a safety net to keep it, you know what I mean, keep so people can survive. Now I know
No,
it
sir, I
sounds
don't.
heartless.
I know it's not about
No.
sounding heartless, sir. Here's the thing. I
Hold,
don't care
hold
where
on,
your heart
Jihad.
is.
Jihad, I wanted
I'm
to say
talking
something real
about, hold
quick.
on, Mr. Swarthy. Hold on real quick, and y'all got it. Because two more folk up here. I promise I'm going to land here, take a smoke break. I will say simply this. You cannot ask of a community to go, okay, we're going to put this money together. But when we get down to the gritty part of it and go, okay, well, fine, if you're going to put this money, you're going to allocate it there, which I tried to give the answer, which was, again, food, affordable housing. Again, we get cut off with the don't we have enough? Then why are we having the conversations? If it's enough, then
You're
who's
having
complaining?
you're having that conversation. I'm saying we put that money towards education. You want to
No,
put
sir,
it
you
towards
said
food banks and
you
shit that
didn't want
already
to teach
exists.
the
All right,
adults.
let me tell you something.
That's where we started. When I said adults are the ones who buy homes, get gas, pay for your classes, because how you gonna keep the school together if you ain't got no adults working there? That's all I'm saying, is that we do have to get into specifics at one point. The vagueness gets
Let's get into
boring. Let's
specifics.
get to that part. That's what I was asking you.
Are
But
we
you
gonna
took it as a
take
defense. You
take
do
the
what you want with the
food housing
hypothetical.
from us, or are we gonna
I
encourage
just
them to take
wanted
it from
to
the
know
government?
that part of it. And I land there.
Because
I
we
just
said
wanted
get
to
into
say,
specifics.
Jihad,
We want to get
this
into
Swarthy,
specifics.
my plan for Black people hashtag 48 billion is not about a return. It's about us loving each other sincerely in the way that a race should, bro. It ain't even
Nah,
so.
I'm down with that.
It's about earning. It's about us raising that money to help our brothers and sisters
This
that
is
need
helping.
help with housing, or that need help with therapy, or whatever they need help with. You know what I'm saying? They might need help with drugs. That money is for us to allocate it in all the areas that we need help in. So for me, it's not okay, fuck the adults and we just gonna roll and teach the kids and everything. No, that my plan hashtag 48 billion is bigger than the money. It's about us saying you ain't never gonna disrespect me again ever. And you gonna envy me and you gonna hate the fact that I got it together. It's about slapping the other
I don't
nations
know.
across the face, nigga. Like it ain't got shit to do with a return.
For me, it does.
Obviously, the return is going to be there because of the sincerity of Black people saying, "Fuck it, we're not going to get
Y'all seen The
reparations because they don't
Godfather,
want to do
right?
the right thing, man." So,
In The
like we
Godfather,
not
there was a scene that always stuck with me. Nigga said, "I don't need more tough guys. I need more lawyers." That's how I look at the Black community. I don't need no more people on welfare, none of this shit. I need more lawyers. I need more
my
doctors. I
my
need more
my
all this
my
shit.
plan hashtag 48 billion is for us to
So
help
that's
our
how I'm looking
people
at it,
so
man.
that
I
they
don't
don't
want
have to
to.
go to the
The
county
only way to
building and
get
ask
that
for
is to
money,
invest
so
in it.
they could
Like,
come to
you give
their
me
own
heads.
people that love them and get whatever help they need from us. My plan is to get Black people away from going to the county building and asking any other group of people for help. My plan is for us to
No, but
rival
see,
the
that's
Target
backwards.
and
We
Walmart.
pay into
Like
the fucking system. Why wouldn't we
this,
get the money?
this is about black people saying, enough. I'm taking my respect back in the earth.
No. Because you saying instead of us getting the billions we get in welfare a year, we just pay for that out of our own pocket. I'm saying that's backwards as hell.
Those are why
I'm saying
people
we
that have
keep
to
getting
go
the
to the
billions we
government for
getting,
assistance.
and
I
that's
think we
providing for the
should.
people while
Yes, I do
using that
think we should
extra
have
money to
funds
put
set up
towards
for them.
education. You
Of
want to
course.
take the money away and then just pay ourselves with it? Like, no.
No, but there are places, Jihad, where the money is not just going to be allocated towards education. Some black people need housing. It's going to also
They
be.
got
It's going to
Section
go
8.
in.
They
It's
got
going to go
Section
to.
8.
It's
They
going to
got
go to.
Section 8.
It's going to go towards
Does
education,
Section 8
and it's
not
also
exist?
going to go towards trades as well.
Does
So we're
Section
going to
8 not
send teams of
exist?
black people to go learn things for
Because
us
you
to be
bringing up
competitive in
stuff
all
that
the
already,
industries.
like, we have systems that already exist to kind of
Not in
mitigate
unison
that.
like that, where 4 million of us then came together and saved $1,000 and raised $48
But
billion.
no. Y'all keep
That's
saying
for us.
housing
We
and
ain't never
food
did
like
it
as if
like
the
that.
government, well, like we don't got food stamps
Yeah,
and Section
right.
8
But I
already.
don't want our people to feel like they got
That
to go
sounds
to
backwards
the.
to me. I think
Hold
we
on,
should
Jihad. Let me
invest
say
back
this.
into.
Let me say this. My plan is about us loving each other as a people. I don't want them to have to go to the government for nothing, nigga. They should be able to
That's
come to us,
backwards. So
and
instead of
they should
us
be able to
getting the
come to us
billions
if
we
they
get
need
from the
help.
When did this
government, now
plan
we're gonna have to
start,
pay out the
my
billions.
nigga? Like
That
he
48
popped
billion
up
you just
out
said
the
is
blue.
gone as soon as we stop taking
48
Section 8.
billion just boom today, nigga. What? When the
Yeah,
fuck you start
real
this, bro? It's
shit. Shout
48
out to the
billion
GOAT,
people.
nigga, on cheap, nigga.
When did that shit start,
Shout
bro?
out to the GOAT.
When you start the plan, my nigga, when that shit come into effect.
No, his
That nigga,
Taz. His
man,
plan is
Taz, this nigga,
if
this
10%
nigga
of
Anonymous
us
Hebrew rebuked the
save
shit out of me
1,000 a
one day
month,
on the
that would
panel,
be about
son.
48 or
And
40 billion dollars.
he
If
didn't. No,
10%
he
of us
just
saved
wanted
1,000
me
a month
to have it
for a
more
year,
planned
did
out,
that for a
obviously.
year.
But Jihad talking about he want to spend 90% of the money on education.
Yes, if I'm
I'm not
saying if
saying
I
it's
had a
a bad
choice, I'm not
idea.
spending it on no.
So we raised
Nah,
$48 billion to spend 90% of it on education. We're not going to open up businesses
in
to give
10
our people.
years, I'm
We're not
saying the
going to.
return. Yeah, we can put the money also. Some of that money,
Why
the
it got to be
90% also can
90%?
go towards starting businesses and shit too. But I'm saying in 10 years, the return on that, watch, nigga. Like if we actually sending kids to go to school to be doctors, my nigga, lawyers, engineers, like that's we spending all the money
So
just on that.
understand this.
You
Understand
really
this,
gonna
right, Jihad? So
really
the
gonna play
plan.
in my
So
face
the
like in 10
plan.
years that's not gonna
The
be a
plan
return?
is to do. The plan is to do 1,000 the first year, and the plan the next year is to do 2,000, which produces 98, right? So it's things that I have thought out in detail concerning the plan, because this is us saying that you're not gonna ever catch me slipping with my hands down
Why is the
ever
amount of
again,
money
bro.
the only exact specific thing that's in your plan already? Why everything else
Because
is
we need to
vague in
catch up,
general?
What do you
Dev.
want to do with it? He just
Because that's
knows.
how we gonna bring
That's
all the brilliant
crazy.
black people back, my nigga. For real. You have to have resources.
You have to tell motherfuckers what they saving their money for. Also,
I've been explaining it all night. We
motherfuckers is not
saving
gonna
it to
save
help.
their money
We
because
say
they gonna come together.
okay.
Put
Damn it.
together $1,000 so you can come together with the next nigga. Who
Look,
gonna
you
do that?
Samuel L. Jackson sounding ass, nigga. I done explained all the shit we gonna do, nigga, for the past
You
30
ain't
goddamn
explain
minutes.
shit.
It's going to education.
All you
It's
keep
going to
saying is
grocery
coming
stores. It's going to
together, do
coffee
this for
shops. It's
ourselves,
going to
unity,
it's going
not
to
depend
super
on
center.
nobody. But make sure you put that
Okay.
$1,000 in this goddamn account
Okay.
though. We don't want
I'm
you to come up
saving it
short on
too.
that.
I'm saving too. I'm ready. I can start. We can start next month, nigga. I'm
That's
down.
crazy.
I wanted more time to
When I
plan it
ask
out,
where
nigga.
the
But
money
since you
go,
talking shit,
like
you
where does the
Samuel L.
thousand
Jackson sounding
go?
ass
What
nigga,
about that
we can
part?
start next month.
Hey, all right. What about where does the money go? Do we just sit on $1,000?
So
How do I know the
okay,
business?
can so look, chocolate, right? I already asked you this, but I'm gonna ask you again, right? We got the 48 billion. Black people believe me, we raised it, right? So okay, let me see where you at. What are the first 5 things we need to address?
I did name that earlier. Would you like me?
You
This will be
gave
the third
3.
time.
You gave 3.
No, I gave 5. I said,
Oh, if you gave 5, then don't. Okay, well, let us hear it
no,
again so
I'm
some
fine.
other
I
people
just
can
want
hear
to
you.
repeat it. That's fine. That's fine. It is again housing, transportation, education, agriculture, and health as a starter. Those are the 5 levels that I have been looking into, working in seeing what opportunities are there, how are we looking in those positions, and how I can use the what I've learned as far as technology and utilize that to make it affordable or more affordable for certain classes in this country. Certain classes of Black people need those options too. That's what I mean by having a plan. You can do it on every level. I don't think anybody needs to be an expert to know that if you live in a horrible housing scenario, if you don't have enough money, if you are not educated, we know what that looks like in this country.
Right.
So what is wrong with assisting with providing those basics? Because the other group don't even think we deserve that. So we're going to put that over there. Cool. You don't like that? Fine. Stay over there on that street. I'm saying help those who want to help themselves, but there is no help out there for them.
We're supposed to help them. That's a part of my plan.
It is not about well, I apologize. I'm not saying that that's not a part of your plan. What I'm saying is if you wanted to hit something, affordable groceries is like we still have food deserts in Black communities. Right. We still have children depending on the government in the morning to get their breakfast and sometimes even their dinner and lunch. This is still going on. So I'm just that's what I mean by specific. But yes,
those are huge areas that would impact us greatly. I thought that was extremely wise answers. That's wise counsel.
Shit, y'all care about kids eating now? I'm saying I send this bitch up. I mean, I was talking about kids eating the past 2 weeks. Y'all said fuck them kids. Yo, Minnesota, the money that was stolen.
Yeah, that's
no. Ain't nobody on this channel ever said fuck them kids, yo.
No, they did do that up here, though. Yes, they did up here.
Who said it? Who said fuck them kids?
That's not what they said.
So what did they say?
Yeah,
bro?
they let it go. They let it go down.
Here's the thing.
Stop
right?
saying they didn't say their name.
Right, because here's the thing, right? Contextually, right?
Timmy Twan and Little Fry and them.
I won't even use. I won't use
Squad. Wait. Tell me what I said while you mentioning my name. Tell me what I said, Swarthy.
This is the only reason why I'm gonna change that.
No, I said I called out Tim Walsh and
I ain't talking about that. Niggas that actually
and Ilion. Them is the people I called out.
I want to put y'all in that box because niggas ain't actually saying. I got niggas on deck saying it. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas actually saying it. None of them said fuck them kids here. But what niggas did say here was that shit doesn't matter. It's not enough Black people there. That doesn't have anything to do with kids. It was downplayed. So no, they didn't specifically say those were fuck those kids. But if you're telling me, if my argument is, hey, this money was stolen from the kids and it's up, I don't give a fuck. So what? It's cool to scam.
That's terrible.
What are you saying then? Because I mean, it's easy to say Taz being extreme, but maybe niggas too pussy to say what they mean. So I help along a little bit.
So for me, I was one that said I ain't really care that they was stealing money, and that's because this is America, and I'm from Atlanta. Like motherfuckers is stealing money all the time. So I'm not gonna condemn some people that's already being convicted for stealing money. Like that, go show me the rest of the money that's being stolen in that same city and state. You know what I'm saying? That's why for me it's like I'm not saying fuck the kids as you just put it, but I'm not gonna be like, man, they need to get that. Nah, bro. It is what it is. People getting over on the government, on grants, on all kind of funding all the time. I'm not about to condemn these folks for getting their lick in.
But see, that's so when we say we got kids hungry, ain't that got something to do with the people stealing money from hungry children? That don't.
Yeah. That's why I said when they get convicted, I don't have no argument. I ain't got no fight. I'm not sitting there saying don't convict them. None of that. I'm championing it with you. Like, yeah, lock their ass up. They got caught. Yeah, I'm just saying if they don't get caught, hell, they got away with it.
Yeah. Well, okay, so here's the thing, right? No rapper can rap quite like I can.
See, I take a muscle bound man and put his motherfucking face in the sand. Right? That's for Q Butter, who seems to think I won't talk about them weak ass LL lyrics that somebody thought was hard as fuck back in the day. I wouldn't listen to no corny shit like that. I take a muscle bound fan and put his face in the sand because I'm the last mafia. Nigga, no, bro. That shit was weak. But of course, that was Q Butter listening to that type shit, not me. You know what I'm saying? So I say plenty about LL. Nigga, Q Butter walking around in some Pumas and shit. A whole Puma fit. You know what I'm saying? Who won't talk about niggas like, what the fuck this nigga talking about? Yeah, I'm reading the chat, nigga. I'm reading the chat.
What up,
I
Taz?
really just came up here to say, like I've been saying, Swarthy, I'm not hating on you, but brother, you have an idea, bro. You do not have a plan. I just wish you would stop saying I have a plan, because you don't. You don't even have a plan on how you're gonna get the money. That's a part of your plan. So you have an idea. You have an idea, bro. Just say, hey, I have this idea that we should raise this amount of money. Stop saying I have a plan, because again, I'm gonna ask you. I will send you the first $1,000 deposit if you tell me right now you already have the account.
All right, so black people, I have an
I
idea,
thought so.
and when I get the account set up, I'll let you know, and we can start saving. When I really got it set up, I'll let you know. No problem, sir.
You supposed to have that first band on deck tonight, bro. That's what I'm saying. Niggas be bullshit.
Taz, I'm gonna accept that rebuke too.
Hell yeah, because you supposed to put fire under pressure right there. Like, nigga, what you mean, nigga? It's right here.
Right here.
That's a fact, nigga. You supposed to have that bitch on deck, nigga, and call me out. Like, where the 1,000 at, nigga?
Like, here's my cash app, nigga.
It's gaining traction. It's a little contention, but it's gaining traction.
Every time, bro, it ain't hard to open an account.
Hey, bro, you remember that what Anonymous was showing though, when he was showing me just as far as accumulating the funds and having it set up where certain money is allocated to go certain places and having all the legal paperwork in place where it's not, no bullshit, but he was really answering some of my questions, the things that AI told me what happened to our community if we had that much money to invest. It covered a lot of stuff.
Shit, I wrote a whole book about it. I know. Wrote an entire book about it.
It's the laugh for me. I'm sorry. That threw me off. I was really trying to pay attention, but I completely lost everything anybody said after you laughed. I'm just saying.
You got it on audio book, Fine?
Nah, I need to put that bitch on audio.
You should. Do you use
This
AI?
chick, this chick told me, bro, you got a nice voice. I'd rather you read your book to me. I said, you know what? I need to do that shit.
You can use AI to clone your voice, and then it'll read the rest of it for you.
Yeah,
I don't want to change my voice. I need my voice.
Put your book link in the chat when you get a chance, bro. Miss Chocolate and Fatang both got books online.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
I was supposed to write one and didn't finish it. I was writing a book on Marcus Garvey, and I stopped halfway through. Trashed it.
Nah, hell no. Don't trash it.
I mean, I still got it, but I really didn't like the direction it was going, because that ain't really what I want to put out here. Like, I just be wanting niggas to know shit, but you know what I'm saying? Sometimes shit could just be a hit piece unintentionally. You know what I'm saying? So over the years, like, I had that conversation enough to where it's like, damn, like, do I really want to make it into a hit piece, or am I just educating with it? And I don't know if that education matters as much now, as much as it is important to say, okay, but niggas may have made mistakes. I don't know if it's important to throw scammer labels on niggas. So I left it alone.
Hey, you know what? The idea you gave about that calendar, listen, I went ahead and threw a little
My phone went out, but yeah, I get what you're saying. You don't want to put the book out with
list.
one intention and then it be perceived another way.
Yeah. That's. I mean, that conversation always went that way. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I mean, and sometimes even I got to give smoke with it because now motherfucker calling me a liar. So now, I'm arguing with you, and you know what I'm saying. Now I done got mad at Marcus Garvey and shit. Cause you know what I'm saying? So like, you know what I'm saying, it don't even be worth it for real.
I gotta definitely get that shit. Need more motherfucking books. People can start reading again.
Yeah, no doubt.
I figure if people we know personally write more books, it'll incline us more to read them. You know what I'm saying? Whereas people we don't know these niggas and they got books, we don't really care. But if I know Taz wrote a book, shit, I'm gonna go get that motherfucker.
Writing is good for the mind.
Why don't y'all make movies out your books?
I do, and I also
Hell
have
yeah.
I write romance novels, black ones, just in case y'all didn't
So
know.
you do.
Black. There you go.
I was thinking about that chocolate, like doing one of them,
Don't-
because
You
people
should
love them
do
type
it.
shit.
You should do it. It is
I
a
don't really be
very,
on. I rather do like a sci-fi or something. I ain't into romance like
but
that.
you said you trying to put. Now wait a minute, hold on, bro. Let me ask you these: you trying to put some money in your pockets, or you
Oh
trying
yeah,
to
yeah,
romance
yeah. I want some money
somebody?
too.
And
Nah,
what
I
you
take
care
the
about, whether or not
money.
you don't like romance, what you doing is offering a product. Take
That's
yourself
true.
out there. Either you want the bag or you don't. Like that's it. And it's a
That's
win-win.
true.
You're providing something for your people, and you able to take care of yourself. Boom, damn, dumb. You're done. Bing, bang, bong. You done. I'm done.
Somebody in the chat
Nah,
said, "Man, you read. I challenge you to a reading contest right now. Hit the panel. Let's read. Let's read a paragraph. Let's
Yeah.
let's take 5 book and put it up on the screen. You read a paragraph. I'll read a paragraph. See who stumbles first."
Popcorn. Popcorn read. Y'all ever do that in
hey
school and
Ted,
then
that
pick
used to
the
be my
slowest
favorite
nigga to
part of
read?
class, bro. When a teacher try to call you out like you ain't paying attention, I show up on that bitch like, bitch, I'm a smart bad nigga. The fuck. He ain't gonna
Right.
make me look dumb,
Right.
bitch.
And
I know what's
where we
going
at
on.
again? Okay, bet. Here we go. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
He would intentionally make the slow niggas read, bro. We would be laughing.
Y'all wrong. Don't do the listen. You still gotta let them read too. They gotta have a turn to build their confidence.
Bro, that shit was painful to just sit there
That's
and
not
see,
laugh.
man.
Don't laugh at the kids. Listen, these are still grown men, bro. I've been over around YouTube for a long time, a little too long, probably, maybe in some areas. But child, when people start to read, oh Lord, I be so nervous. Like not my brothers. Now we got to do better. Come on. There go the tutoring right there. This is what I don't understand with y'all men's is
A lot
you
of
want to
men
talk
don't read
about
though, unless they go to
put the
jail. To be
but you
honest,
think it's a
Hey
good
yo,
idea just
chocolate.
What?
That pronunciation, son.
I'll be honest. Yeah,
This
I'm
lot
nigga
of
called
country.
us
Bro,
men
it be
don't
the
read.
ninjas.
niggas y'all be around,
Midnight
bro.
in
Y'all
my
really
house.
don't be around men that read, bro.
Hell no.
Right. I'm
That's
really scared.
crazy, bro.
This is what I mean. But then you want to tell me I'm being out of control when I say, can we train some adults so they can help train more adults? Then we can tell the kids what to do. Because when a grown person tell me that they can't read, what? I don't care how much money you made. You need to know how to read.
Your great grandma probably couldn't read. Nah, let me not say that.
My
But I'm
great
just saying,
grandmama
there's a lot of
could
people that
read,
couldn't
sir,
read.
and I did know. I know my
That's
grandma could
crazy.
read.
God,
You know who
just
your
go ahead like
great
that.
sir?
Nah, but I'm
Huh?
saying you ain't
Yo,
You
gonna
that
know
say
what
nigga
much
my
threw
about
great
great
kids.
granny under the
We
bus.
had people
you gonna talk
like
about
that
my
couldn't
great
read and
granny
got
man?
by.
You don't know me.
Dude,
You
see, he
don't know
done
my
threw great
life.
granny under the bus like that.
Yeah, I
All
thought
of
about.
my
I was like, hold
family
on,
can
hold
read.
on. Cause I
Nah,
thought
All of
about
us.
my
yo,
own great
you
grandma
gotta
was a teacher, so
apologize
nah,
on
let me stop.
Why
baby.
don't y'all want to teach adults? Y'all is ridiculous. We teach adults every day. They have college for adults. I can't stand it.
So who all gonna have
Stop
access to the
it.
48 billion though? Like who gonna be able to take
They
money
don't.
out?
Say it one more time, Tess.
I said who all gonna have access to the $48 billion account?
It's gonna be a trust fund. Well, I don't know what Swarthy want, but I want a trust fund where it's just gonna be for black
Anonymous
issues.
Hebrew was showing me some stuff as to how you accumulate it, what avenues you can take to establish something like that to have. But I'll have to look into because I know you can go. Can't you go and get accounts that everybody has to sign on? So there are ways we can set it up. But
Yeah.
as far as just being capable enough to raise it and have and plan out how we're going to allocate the money to have us catch up, if you will, right? It's meticulous. It's an exhaustive job. I will say that, and I'm trying to free up some time to really sit down and put together a presentation concerning it. Because it is a lot of different things I have to understand about finances. Because the thing is what could go right is worth the risk. Just based off what could go right, how many different areas we can recover in. So for me, it's just stressing the importance of, even if I'm not capable of organizing it, my job was to just give Black people the idea. The Black people that can't organize it, man, I'm not too humble to say, let me step back so y'all can get it together. But, I just wanted to put the fundamental
We gonna
idea
hire
out there for us.
goddamn experts for that shit. We ain't gonna live. Yeah, fuck that.
But our education is extremely important. That's why I didn't say, that's a bad idea when you said to invest, you would put 90% of the 48 billion towards education for the kids. I didn't say it was a bad idea. I just think that it should be proportionate.
I want, look.
I said that's a bad idea. It's a horrible fucking idea.
It's gonna have a goal of
It's a horrible fucking idea.
The outcome. The outcome is
said
going to be
90% of the money on the education.
Hear me out.
I
A
didn't
million plus
shoot his idea
lawyers,
down.
doctors, engineers within 10 years.
But the
That
thing
will be
is,
the outcome
Jihad,
of what I'm
is
talking about. A million
what I'm
plus
saying. If
Black
we raise
lawyers,
all
doctors,
that
engineers
we've been through in the last 500
and
years,
y'all gonna laugh about that? You don't think that's
the first
a
48
positive
billion, 90% of it can't go to education, brother.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I mean, because like
I
when you
just
say
said
going
a
towards
million
education,
plus Black lawyers.
I just
doctors,
want to know what that
engineers
look
coming
like, though. But I just want to know what that look like, though. How they ain't putting the money right back in the white people's hands, asking them to educate us. Like when you say,
No,
what do
you go to HBCUs. We got HBCUs. Taz.
Well, the thing is, right, Taz,
Hold on, Swarthy. No. We don't have no fucking HBCUs. What the fuck are you talking about? We don't have no HBCU. Are you out of your fucking mind?
No, I'm gonna keep saying that. We're gonna go to HBCUs, put the money in those schools.
Right, so you're gonna give the money right back to white institutions.
If an HBCU is a
you know
white
what, Jihad, we're not going to do
that's where
that,
we're
sir.
gonna put the money.
Is that what you're talking about? Putting 90% of it?
I'm saying, yeah, I would prefer us go to, but nah,
We put 90% of it in HBCUs.
Look, if we can get into Harvard and shit too, then yeah, I'm definitely
No,
on that.
this is not. Okay, I'm respectfully, Jihad. That's not what the plan is about. The raising of the money is for us to establish our own institutions. It's for us to have the capital to get the materials and resources we need to establish our own institutions and compete in the different industries.
Well, that's your goal. My goal with it would just be educate.
This is insane.
You don't think you need to build some sort of infrastructure first?
No, he's gonna hire AI. 90% of it, the money is going to the kids.
When you said build infrastructure first, Fontaine, explain that. In sincerity.
You need to build a structure where you have your own functioning system.
Okay, right.
Maybe that's not a good way to say it, but
no. I just wanted, because when you said it, I just wanted to understand it sincerely.
Yeah,
this is the reason why I brought the idea.
Used though, bro, with white presidents, high white enrollment rates. Like you might not want to walk down that HBCU lane thinking that's just Black people you're talking about, because it's not. White HBCUs got white starting quarterbacks and shit now, fam.
Wow, that's crazy.
My goal, I'm not even.
It actually benefits HBCUs.
Us having doctors, lawyers, engineers, like million plus. like within 10 years, and then watch the proceeds from that. That's how we get ourselves out of this. We need more lawyers, more doctors, more special like
You sound like
training.
And I mean, and us raising the money is to have all of those things, Jihad, but at the same time too, to give us the opportunity to have our own arenas and our own leagues. You know what I'm saying? I think that'd be amazing for us to grow from that point.
Arenas on league.
You know, it's not just
You focus
it's
on
about us
entertainment
having
and
our
shit. I'm
own
talking about
space
getting
too.
man. I don't know, man.
I mean,
And
I don't.
am I saying we shouldn't take the currency to other nations, Taz? No, I'm not saying that. I think we should send a team of black people to learn about different currencies and finances and how we can accumulate all the currencies on the planet. You know, so I think, you know, we should attack every industry with the intent on being the best. Because now we got the money and the resources to manifest it.
I think we should put a half of M on a parlay ticket with the Patriots plus 8 over 41. You know what I'm saying? That'll net us back about 1.2. Then we take that, wait for the All-Star game and take the over. Most likely to be like 320. You know what I'm saying? We could double up on that. Then by the time we get around to March Madness, we got the whole around with.
Hey, yo, I ain't gonna say that, but man, shout out to Sam Darnold, man. That nigga shitted on the Vikings. Esau shitted on the Vikings.
I'm just telling you, bro, like it's different ways to take that 48 and flip it and turn it into some real money for the community. Like,
right.
You know
See,
what I'm
that's what I'm because the thing is, right, Taz, let's say we maximize let's say we maximize the use of the $48 million, right? I didn't want us to.
That's exactly because listen, we can link up with the Duro old plug and start getting them bricks. Like what motherfuckers think that, you know what I'm saying, the average motherfucker would do, bro. We can link up with the motherfucker who Trump just let out, Hernandez, get up with him, start getting them same bricks Maduro was getting.
Maduro.
Big flip. We'll be at $1 trillion in 6 months.
$1 trillion.
Yeah. Trapping ain't dead. Niggas just scared, bro. Real shit.
Bro, they got iPhone, bro. Feds is tapping shit. There ain't no way you getting around that. Trapping in 2026, you better be a ghost, nigga. There ain't no way you gonna be a kingpin out here.
Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. I mean, there's ways. I mean, if we're gonna blow it all on education, we might as well. You know what I'm saying? Try to do shit.
Blow it on like y'all really think that's a more of a gamble to put it on? Like, nah, niggas is gonna even at a 50% graduation rate with the shit we gonna invest in, we would still get an immense return on that. I'm looking at
Jihad, what makes money every single day? What are the businesses that make money every day, Jihad? Just think about the businesses that make money every day. What are they?
Doctors and lawyers and shit. They can make 6 figures.
No, but I'm saying, what are smaller scale businesses that you can open and make a lot of money from? That people make money.
Shit. That's your problem. Y'all want to focus on the now and this and that. No, let's focus on the big picture, nigga.
But if we have businesses, who are going to work in the businesses?
Isn't the big picture now?
No.
Oh, okay.
Focusing on just housing and
Somebody's got to. We
I'm
still got to
focused on
have
a
people
bigger
managing the
picture of just
businesses.
investing.
Why can't we just have different teams to manage different parts? Like normal.
That's ideally, that's what
gonna
it
be the
should be.
10%.
See what I'm saying, Chocolate? Because that's what it should actually be.
I'm just throwing it out. I'm just, I'm just a drunk black girl sitting on the corner. I don't know that. Go ahead.
But it's learning how to do a lot of things. Foraging, it's learning, getting back in tune with nature. Like I said, going out and collecting precious minerals. It's being competitive in those different industries. We should be manufacturing cars.
We can invest in Africa. I think that's a big market right there. We can make money.
You sure?
When I say invest, I'm not saying just charity. No, I'm saying we trying to get a bag over there. Like we can set up businesses and all kinds of shit.
Like, let's just buy.
I don't want to give money to Akon. I'm just saying, not quite a good business record. That's all I'm saying. We should take care of home.
No, we're gonna set up our own stuff. We're gonna set up factories over there. I'm telling you, the money we can make over there Because I'm
Yeah.
saying like it's an open
But
market.
what about the money we can make over here taking care of our own people?
It's the same
Nah, man, we
thing. I'm
trying to
saying
build
I'm looking at the bag of
America.
how much
Come
money
on.
we can make. So
It's about
I'm looking at this
about
if it's an
brain.
investment or not. Like there's an investment.
Yeah, we're supposed to be actually making money all over the planet at that point in time, right? So when you have that type of capital backing you, then we're supposed to be getting money everywhere. I'm talking about like money in science, money in photography, money in and we're supposed to be able to touch money wherever you can get the money.
That's the time I'm on.
But don't you have to start somewhere?
Yeah, 48 billion is a good start.
How do you
And
get the
yes, I said the number, Dev.
But I mean, I get the number. We already. I already wrote you a plan. I gave you a title that you could put on the cover of your plan.
That's darkness is spreading. See, it's happening.
That's an
No,
interesting.
I mean, I just like how it went, so you should put black on it. That's all. Write it on your book.
Okay.
But I guess what I'm trying to understand and follow is this. I get all of what you said earlier, but where I guess I'm confused is this 48 billion, and we were talking to education. Are we talking about online education, offline education?
Well, we would be able to take over the education of our people in general. So we would be able to
Where are they going?
not
I
only
mean,
educate. We could. I mean, we would be in a position to establish a school or even invest in a school like Q School, for example, and we would be able to start other schools like that. So when we have the capital, now we can afford to get all the things to stay relevant in science, engineering, and technology.
Or Swarthy, or we could save money by teaching on the street corners like the Hebrew Israelite brothers. All we got to do is set up shop, get a few megaphones, and we can spread the word that way. We don't need brick and mortar. We don't need actual buildings.
That's a good point, Taz. And we
See, I can't stand these niggas who done debated the brothers and they know something about our doctrine. So they get to, You see how they do
Get
that?
them niggas on board. Promise them a liquor something.
Building, bro. We need niggas that's willing to stand out there in the cold, nigga. Niggas that's willing to stand out there and get outside your house as soon as you come outside. Hey,
that's right.
Have you read something today?
Please don't be outside.
Shout out to my nigga Drewski.
Niggas outside right now chasing around ice. Chase around these niggas and put a book in their hand.
No, that's hard work.
Yeah,
well, you gotta get.
Nobody want to do the hard.
That's
yeah,
not.
man. When you go out there on that highway, man, I tell you.
You gotta have 48 black people to drive.
And my Chris would be like, "You said what?"
Books, boy. I tell you, That's why I say 48 billion. And all y'all niggas can think about is education. I can't believe it, fam. Can't believe it.
Get out of here.
How much of the 48 are we putting towards opening grocery stores that's owned and ran by us? How much of the money goes to agriculture and us having our own pantries and stuff like that? How we gonna compete with Food for Less, Costco's, Sam's Clubs?
That nigga said I was putting crack in niggas' hands. Yeah, you was the PI nigga that was out there serving too. Bitch ass nigga. Cornball ass. That's what I'm talking about right there. Like you got weirdos, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to share my motherfucking money with these hoe ass niggas, bruh. Like, bro, how do we excommunicate certain niggas? That shit should be like 36, bruh. Some of these niggas ain't coming. Some of these niggas ain't gonna be of no benefit. You saying 48, like we can fuck with all these niggas. Some of these niggas ain't coming, bro. Some of these niggas ain't gonna be cool. They're gonna be a problem, and we gotta excommunicate them now. 36 billion, nigga. Let's bring it down. 12 billion niggas ain't coming.
How many niggas ain't coming, man?
12, nigga, 12 billion. 1/4.
Okay, 12 million have been cut.
What did I say? I was talking fast. Now I don't know what I said. You know what I'm saying? I take the correction, but I don't even know what I said.
Pause. Correction. Pause. But 12 million have been disqualified. Church.
Yeah, we ain't gonna be able to. Not everybody, fam. Everybody ain't
The
gonna.
plan has
Yeah, I
been
mean,
modified. The plan
it,
has been modified.
not everybody. Some of these niggas just gonna be a problem the whole way.
That's a good conversation because when are we gonna kind of step up to the like basically the fuck niggas in the community like causing problems?
See what I'm saying? See the
Are we
shit
ever culturally gonna speak out
right
against
there.
that, or is it always gonna be a thing we just sweep under the rug?
He gone. You call a black man a fuck nigga, bro. You're going. We got to set standards. As soon as you refer to black
And
men
I'm
as fuck
already
niggas, you
out.
out of here.
I'm
Bro, these
already
niggas done ruined my
yeah.
plan.
Y'all niggas out of here. Stop talking negative about black people. If I hear you refer to anything negative about a black man or a black woman, you're automatically disqualified. And that's what I'm saying. Whether we got your 1,000 or not, nigga, you out of here. So niggas
Okay,
gonna
well
learn to walk right.
I'll go ahead and
Now that
disqualify
I do
myself
know
because if I can't say
is
shit about
true.
another nigga, that's crazy. Because
Yeah, you
niggas
See,
gonna
that
need to
watch
ain't
be
what it's about.
ostracized. Some niggas need to
Well,
get shit talked to.
do it. I
But
mean,
see,
but
that's
you
what I'm
do it
saying
for
is this,
free.
bro. That's not, I mean, yeah, there are some people that probably to the extreme level have to be ostracized. But the hashtag 48 billion, it's about
Always
us
on the
having that consanguineous bond that we supposed to have as a people. It's about us saying we're not going to be violent towards each other. And if anybody got smoke with us, we're going to handle that business. It's a lot that's entailing of what I'm saying right there.
Facts.
Would flogging be an inappropriate way to handle people
Hell
we don't
no.
want? And
No, it's not
all right,
inappropriate.
You said
We
what?
okay.
need to get
No,
back into this shit.
I'm saying, Chocolate,
We
it's
need
an
to charge
opportunity for
triple
us
these
to have
things.
the resources to get the
Like,
help in the areas that we needed
man,
to
Oh yeah,
recover
like,
I'm
from our
going to
history
Japan and learn
of
how
the
to flog
atrocities
people
that we have
too.
suffered here.
Oh,
we're
Send
not
me
doing
right,
enough to stop the nonsense in our community. We need to tar
right
and
now.
feather niggas. If we start tarring and feather these niggas, I guarantee you niggas will start watching their motherfucking mouth.
Some dark age shit right there.
Would
I'm
you
telling
agree?
you,
Well, you was down
bitch
for the
ass niggas
flogging,
gotta
so
walk around
that
there
ain't
tarred
even
and
much
feathered,
more.
nigga. I bet you gotta teach a
With
nigga to watch his mother. A
bamboo,
nigga like Jason
we
Whitlock,
gonna
nigga.
be this foot
Dip
soldiers
his
for
face
that.
in the
It's gonna
fucking
be a
tar and
you
watch.
whole.
gonna beat your
It's gonna be
feet.
all the
What's up?
unks versus the YNs at that point.
Yeah.
No,
All
it's
the
not.
unks need to come
We got
together
a lot of
and start
unks.
putting
They got
belt
But
a
to
lot.
ass. That's what needs to
it's a
happen for
unique
real.
Unks.
situation
It's a
because
lot of
I'm
well,
unks
almost
that
30,
need to
so I'm
go.
technically a unk. All us unks need to come together, start
I
putting belt
mean,
to ass.
saving
Come
Let's do this,
together
$1,000 a
and
bro.
send
month
your
might be the
clip
easiest
so we can
aspect
quickly
of
get
the
this
plan.
over with.
The hardest parts of the plan is
Oh,
not
that
being
part ain't in.
violent
I'm
towards other
sorry.
black people, are really getting on the type of code where if one person get into it with us, everybody then got into it with us.
Everybody.
We all,
Would you be?
we
Would you
we
be
gotta.
against if you did want to use violence?
Well, I'm
Some
about
people don't
self
understand
defense.
words.
He
So the
about
thing
he
is, right?
Swarley on that Malcolm X time. We get it.
I'm about self defense. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't think we have to
You don't
be
believe in like open
disrespectful.
hand, slap in the mouth type. Like if somebody say
Well, I mean,
something or
we
No, we
still
don't
have to
believe
holler
keep
in
the
that.
law. We still have to keep the law.
MLK,
So
before
it's
you
not,
get
get
and then it would be
slaps,
bad for
don't do shit
business
type
too,
I
words
just
now.
want to
chocolate
make
to
okay.
get out like that. So really,
I
it's
don't
really
think so,
about
to
us.
be honest. Like I think it'd be a great addition.
Well,
The ladies will slap up the ladies, okay? We'll worry about each other. We just saying that'd be a good thing to do. Maybe
well,
sometimes
the
people
well,
look
the,
a
well, the
little extra
consanguineous thing, what makes it so complicated is that you have some black people who rock with matriarchs, some black people stand on egalitarianism, and then you have black people that are patriarchal, right? So there's still a place for us to agree on three things, even with those dynamics. You got some black people that think man and woman is the same. Some black people think the black woman is God, and then you have black people that's patriarchal. You are who your father is. The man is the head of society. So, is there still a place for us to agree, even with those? Those are the three fundamental. I would say those are the three fundamental things that divide us. That I think we can still find ways to agree, even with being in those different areas.
That is
So
not the
we
main things dividing black people.
Well, I wouldn't say it's the main thing, but as far as having the respect for some people are really about a partnership. Some people, some of the sisters lead their households, some of the brothers lead their households. So we could still agree to protect each other, procreate only amongst black people, and then also unify financially. So those are three things that we can agree on, and it is
Oh, wait a minute. I'm
conducive
sorry,
to do.
Swarthy. Can I ask you one question?
Yes, you can.
On the list, so you said to procreate only with each other. So you
Meaning other black
oh,
people that are African American, Afro Caribbean, from West Africa
where
and
do you
parts of
go
East
to
Yeah, you
Africa.
done
check
lost
out?
half the black people with that, Swarthy. You saying that's the three things we could all agree on,
Most of most
nigga.
of us most of
You
us
know,
most of us are going. I
Where
you
you
mean,
know
go
the
to
swirlers
check
out
it
here,
out?
man. You know they ain't gonna let that go.
so here's the thing, right? Because a brother or sister is swirling, right? Does it mean that they're not descendants of the people that went through the atrocity? Does it mean that they shouldn't be able to come and get resources from us? I'm like, to a certain degree, sure. But if we're trying to compete in the world and get into the different industries and dominate, then you got to have great customer service and a good image. So you can protect yourself. You don't have to go for no bullshit, but you gotta, from an image standpoint, you can't be involved in shit like that. Like if you whoop somebody's ass, oh, them is the black people who got themselves together. They got schools of excellence. They peaceful. They stand on business. They don't want to need nothing from nobody. So we have to do things within the confines of the law, because black people don't want to go establish another country somewhere else or live in another country. So most black people have accepted America. This is where we're gonna be. Right. With that being said,
You
right,
ever
it's
ask
not
black
illegal
people?
for us to gather the money and protect ourselves.
That's a fact.
If we're gonna stay here, we should protect ourselves.
That's a fact. We
But wouldn't that
should.
go back to what I was saying earlier, Swarthy, with having a think tank? That in itself
48
would begin
billion buys a couple tanks. It buys a
I don't
couple tanks, and
want
I ain't
I don't
talking
want
about no
you
that
to
thing.
talk right
No,
now,
nigga,
Terrence. I'm trying
like we need
I
tanks,
hate
not
you. I'm
thinking
trying
tanks.
to ask you a
He
question.
said
Never
plural,
mind.
not
I can't
singular.
stand you, yo. Like I got the yeah.
Yeah, you want to think tank. I want to think about purchasing a tank, and that's what I'm saying. We talking about
You know
wasting
what?
money on bullshit.
That's not what I was saying.
Okay, so we
Anyway,
could have
what I was saying
a
was
black militia
So,
part of the funding.
why
well, I mean, if you want to call it
why
that,
not?
cool, but within the
Who was that
confines of the
one nigga,
law,
crazy
right?
nigga with the black
Nigga,
militia?
that's
That's not what I'm saying.
first tank,
I'm
bro.
saying the
Grandmaster,
concept.
we should do
I mean, if
what
you want
he
to call
said.
it that, cool. But I mean, in all honesty, Jihad, we do have to have teams of black people that specialize in weaponry, that are at the range all the time, and that
That's
are doing things to sharpen their ability to shoot and
What we
protect.
doing with
So yes, we
that?
do have
all
to
the
have
military
that.
niggas come in, bro. That's where all of them come in, bro. They all trained, they all ready, they all know what to
I
do. Niggas
need
like that. Niggas like
I
Deb,
need a
nigga, shoot
whole
shit from 100 feet. Wow.
I
You know
need
what
a
I'm saying? Like,
battalion of
you know all
Navy
them?
SEAL YNs. Just
Right.
all
Yes, nigga,
YNs, but
yes.
Navy
And
SEAL
then
training.
too, chocolate,
Like
we're gonna have to
Everybody
take them to
like
the
that.
dojo, and we're gonna have to make
Yeah.
sure that they got that Mike Tyson
I
peekaboo
think
boxing style, and that they got their
no.
jujitsu and their
You
karate
might
and
want
all
to
that
take
shit
them
on
out
point.
at a
Facts, bro.
time. You
Why
Got to
not?
probably
have a
want to
bunch
Like,
of
take
what?
them
John.
to a more
I'm trying to
discreet area.
assemble a team of John Joneses as our self defense.
Don't need
Oh
no
man, I'm
little
gonna go and sit back
YNs
over here.
whoop
Time for a
whoop
smoke
shit.
break.
The real ones. The ones that's gonna jump out right there, nigga, like ice. But they YNs though. They ain't ice. They young niggas. Ready. That's what I'm telling you, bro. Like for real. 48, nigga, that 48 could be used, nigga, to pay some mercenaries, nigga. We
Yeah,
had some white
YN
boys
police
jump.
force would be kind of tough. I'm not gonna lie. They
And we
get
pay some white boys to
done.
do it, nigga.
I
We ain't
know
gotta do
We call our
shit.
boys to come up there and get it done.
this nigga Taz is being a pirate in the
Yeah, we could pay
context of the
some white boys
definition
to
of the
set it
word.
up. And that way all of us good. Pay some white boys
Man,
to set
Bobby, keep
it up.
that shit to
Now,
yourself. That's
see,
crazy.
Taz,
I'm
you gotta,
sorry.
we was rebuking Jihad about putting 90% of it on education. And
Yeah, I'm talking about maybe
you done,
1%.
But what are we learning? That's what I
you done
want
allocated the funds to a tank. You got some interesting
Yeah,
purchases
like
over there, brother.
Seattle, we could use Seattle and Portland, you know what I'm saying? Pay Antifa, let them set it up.
to.
I
And
mean,
we all
that's
meet
what
at
they
the
do.
dojo,
There
right?
you
Is
go,
that what we're
Taz. You talking like a
Taz,
gonna
white man now.
where
That's
are
the type
who?
of thinking we
Okay,
need.
so I'm sure with 48 billion we have the money.
do?
Who's gonna sell
Yeah,
us the
no,
tank?
I know what he doing. That's
Who's gonna
crazy.
sell us the tank,
Got,
Taz?
got options on that. You know what I'm It's a few options on
Yeah,
It's a
the
nigga
table.
in the
I might know
alley
a
with a
nigga.
cell phone, like I got them tanks on deck.
I might know a nigga. I'm telling you.
I believe that
Get me the
we could
money.
make
I
Niggas
get
don't
you a
know a
money
tank.
nigga selling no damn
if
tank.
we started doing the boxing matches of the people who talk trash and in your city, like in the different YouTube spaces.
Oh, you trying to do
Put people
street beefs,
together.
fights in the
No,
backyard?
I'm saying make it professional looking and safe, of course. Or
They
you could
they
do the
they
slap
do have
contest.
sanctioned. They do have sanctioned
You
fights
can raise
back
some
there. They
money
be
like
having the
that.
medic back there,
I don't.
and
I don't.
yeah.
You could come. You can have it where I live. Yeah, I can get a piece of property
But you
that y'all
know, I kind of wanted it more like an
Pan-African
academy type of
make
thing where
money.
they're not
boxing
just
match.
where we're not just training the young black men obviously to do martial arts, but for them to be excellent in their academics,
You're gonna
you know,
teach
and
them
their
how to spell.
mannerisms,
I know how to
and
spell
their ability
Chinese
to hunt,
cars.
and you know,
You
just
have
getting
that
them back up
class.
to that ancient masculinity that the brothers are supposed to have.
So
We
the
need the next
ladies can't
generation of
come.
black men to be. No, the sisters can come because
I want to
it,
throw
it's a
Chinese cars.
okay. What you talk about chocolate? Where y'all? What y'all doing?
Throwing,
How much of the money y'all putting on
throwing
that?
Chinese cars. What you talking about? I don't have to. My dad taught me. I'm just saying I can fight. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, why you trying to? Why you trying to fight in the Roman gladiator games?
Because I'm a gladiator.
Why? No, chocolate. We don't want the sisters to
Yeah.
be gladiators.
Too bad my name ain't sisters. My name is what it is. I didn't grow up like that. I
Chocolate,
am.
you
I'm
trying to
a
squabble up out to your homie?
I
Right.
will wrestle you, sir.
I
Listen,
mean,
I'm strong. I will
I
tear
think
your
like
ass
that was somewhat of an unnecessary event. I do think if we just simply brought back the duel, that would be perfect. You know what I'm saying? For the society that
Wow,
we live
that's
in.
classic, yo,
You know what I'm saying?
Taz.
Dude,
Wow.
hold
The
Brought
on. Are
back.
dude,
you
would
talking
they
about that
dress
shit where
up?
you
Would they
smack a
dress up
motherfucker with the
with
glove
red?
and then y'all have a gunfight later on?
Yeah. Yeah. What?
Yeah, like bro, like you disrespected me, fam. Let's get it. 10, take 10, nigga.
You use a fight glove. Man, think about
Why?
the gloves you could sell
May the
Why
best
do a
man
nigga
shoot
gotta
first.
die though?
that
Isn't
you
that
could
going
slap somebody
backwards?
in.
No, I'm
I
saying
like
like
that.
I'm saying ain't no sense in playing like 'cause I mean overall like we do need to talk about population control. You know what I'm saying? At some point we do need to be able to deal with people the first time they fuck up. Right?
You
That's why I said
get
we
it
need to
Yes,
get
right.
yes.
Right,
So what is
Taz.
better.
so
Right.
then it's like what does the disciplinary action look like? What
Let
does
me
it look
stop.
like?
This shit
Hey,
crazy.
Well, I said I would go learn the art of flogging. That would be great.
no,
Go ahead, next.
What is that?
if a person does too much, you hang them. That is how people learn lessons when they see people hanging from a tree.
So
That's
what
when
I
people
mean punishable by death. What's punishable by death?
everything, nigga. Don't steal shit. You break in my house, nigga, you die. That's how you teach niggas, bruh. I guarantee you it won't take long. Society will change. You steal a loaf of bread, we cut your fucking hand off, nigga. And everybody gets to see it. And it's a crowd cheering for it. Everybody's happy. This is when people begin to change their mindset. Like, shit, I better not steal.
What's good with
Oh,
you,
you see,
Taz?
you
You
just
don't
want us
went
to
and bought
become
you some fringes or something? What's
Muslims
going
then,
on with you,
Taz.
Art?
No, I'm just saying
Taz
that. I
about
mean,
to
that's what it is,
re-law.
though. I'm just saying that's what it is, though, bro.
This
Like,
nigga sound like Bishop Nathaniel.
the only reason people are breaking your house is they think they can live afterwards, bro. You get up with them, bring them in front of the town, make them apologize, they cut their fucking head off. And then see how many people are willing to break in the house again. See what I'm saying? That's how you change shit. You make examples.
That
Very
is some
ancient
real
penalty,
I
sir.
agree with the making examples, but
Hunger
I ain't gonna go
Games.
that far. We could just whoop a nigga ass. A good
Well,
ass
I mean,
whooping will teach a nigga too now. If
Man,
it's
bro,
good
our
enough.
parents, all
but
of
which
us
one you
got.
think is gonna impact more, the ass whooping or seeing somebody get put to death?
Yeah,
Well,
Obviously
I
the
just
death part,
told
but I'm
y'all,
saying
y'all
you
don't
could
know
get the
nothing
same
about
result
flogging with the
by
bamboo
whooping
stick.
a nigga ass.
I
Just
was
whoop
just
his
about to
ass.
say, sister, you talk about that white
I
boy that went
want
over there and
to,
spray painted on them walls, and they hit him with
yes,
that
yes, yes.
that
He
Singapore.
was
lived
Singapore.
through it.
Yeah, that was
He
Singapore. I
lived
remember
through
that.
it. He didn't do it again. He didn't
No,
go
Hey,
he
what
back.
happened to him? Did they kill him?
Yeah, that's how they taught slaves. Look, listen, the slaves
What
definitely
happened to the
listened.
That's
dude
how
in
they teach
Singapore? What
clinics
happened?
to listen now. What are you talking about? They use the
no
same
doubt.
tactics,
They
just
killed him,
without
right?
a belt.
You know, in
Just
Singapore,
without
they
a
kill
belt.
you for using
A
drugs over
will.
there.
Anything.
They don't
I ain't
play.
no
Nah, we
weird
need
sir.
no trade.
I'm here in America, yo, and things have to get done here first before
But
we
nah,
go
the
anywhere.
test. Oh
For
shit,
those
that's
who
a good
want to
point.
fight
Because if
it,
you look at Singapore, they like got the least amount of crime, but it's also because they kill you for like smoking weed. You know what I mean? They
Would
ain't
you
on that
live
type
in
of
a country,
crime.
Jihad, where you can get flonged or
Singapore
they
is
hit you with a
like the top of
bamboo
the top.
stick?
So that's the type
Like,
of shit you suggesting, Jihad. We live in a
We
country
being
where.
funny right now, but nah, Taz got a
Oh,
point.
okay.
He
Because I
said
just
niggas
tapped back
don't
into the
learn unless you
conversation.
be serious. And
no,
to
I'm
his
not
point,
being funny, bro.
you look at
We need
Singapore,
to
they
support that.
they killing niggas for simple shit that it's a misdemeanor over here. Like they
Yes,
don't play
bro.
over
I'm
If
there.
pretty
you
sure them people are miserable too.
No,
it's
they
up,
that city is
we need
like
to
the
have a
best
duel.
city in like Asia right now. It's
It's
like the most richest, got the best
it's
going
Yeah,
up.
on.
up. We need to have a duel. And I'm saying a duel with the weapon of your choice, right? So if you want to
So
carry an
Taz got a
AR,
point.
that's what you feel comfortable with, bet. I'm coming with the switch. It is what it is. May
Yo,
the best man win.
to see a nigga doing a duel with the AR and the rocket launcher is stupid.
Yeah.
that would be great. Like that is like
I'm
an
gonna see
awesome
if AI
movie.
can put
Like
that shit
a movie.
together for me. Niggas be
That
talking
would
about
be
AI
funny to
all
watch.
the time. I bet you
Niggas used to
AI
be
can.
playing that Grand Theft Auto.
If you use AI to go to ask it, go to DeepSeek. Use that one because it won't. It
Yeah,
has no. It
yeah,
doesn't have any as many restraints. If you
yeah.
type in like, where you get that.
'Cause that's
I'm
what
just
we
saying if you
don't need. We don't
Hey,
need.
let's see.
chocolate. Let's
Yes,
recap something though, real quick. Chocolate, why
sure.
you trying to squabble up in the octagon though? Don't do that,
What do you
man.
mean? What do you mean,
Don't
sir?
don't be aspiring to
I've
squabble up in
always
the
been a fighter.
octagons.
Every
Hell
puppy don't
no.
come here cuddled and loved, sir, like that. I had to
Don't do
fight
that.
from the rip, sir.
No, don't
It
do
is what
that though. Don't do the
I've
cage
always
fight
been
thing.
a
Don't do
yeah, I
that.
would love to. I would love
Yeah.
to.
Instead of watching
Don't
the
do that.
UFC and the black boys fight, though, like, shouldn't we just make our own? Like the
We
Decagon.
have enough martial artists in the different
That's
disciplines,
what I was
Taz, where we
saying,
could
Taz. Yes,
reestablish
we
and
do.
actually have experts from our own
We
people in
can.
all the
Yeah,
fighting styles too. We sure do right
You,
now.
right now.
we got
That's what I'm saying.
enough, man. We can make it pop.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all,
Karate.
you'd rather
Yeah,
fight
we have.
y'all be
We should
using y'all
have like
skills, people,
our own
dog.
form of hood street
I
justice
like
by making them
weapons,
niggas
to be
fight
honest.
niggas like
I'm sorry
Sporty and
to say
shit
that. I don't know.
with martial arts experience and get their ass whooped. And that's gonna be
Yeah,
our form of entertainment.
entertainment.
Don't they do that
Yeah.
now? We watch people plummet each other all the time for entertainment.
I
Cut it
love
out.
it.
Plummet.
Exactly. But look, it's gonna be better. Like people
And
gonna
I'm
be more
guilty too.
into it
I've been
knowing
right
the
in
nigga did
the
something
game,
wrong
right
and
in the
to
front.
deserve this. So like all the people that did something wrong in the black community, we gonna make their ass fight like a MMA fighter. And yeah, they got
I'm so
squabble up.
sorry. I read the chat. I'm so sorry.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You gonna get them niggas smoked, bro.
Right.
I can't stand you.
Yo,
Please. I can't.
son
Man,
broke
y'all
his
got
arm.
me
So
looking
these
at
people
this
that
shit in
actually did
Singapore.
that
Y'all niggas would
skit,
not
they
live in
left
Singapore.
a
Okay,
U-Haul
right.
open,
That shit
Yeah,
was
waiting
probably
for niggas to
crazy.
go in there
Yeah,
to
looking
steal
at
some
this
shit.
no,
shit.
Niggas
I
close
remember
the
that shit.
U-Haul and lay the
Hey,
nigga box.
bro, they was wilding over here when that shit happened, bro. I don't know if you was younger, just don't remember that shit fight
I
thing.
do too.
When they
I do
came,
remember it.
bro, when they came that motherfucker over there, bro, this country was going wild over that shit, bro.
No, I don't remember a nigga getting caned. The American got caned over there.
Yeah, bro,
Yeah.
they came this bitch ass over there, nigga.
I
And
think he
sent
spray painted on one of their
Damn.
walls.
When
and
was I
then,
gotta look that up?
yeah, came that white
Maybe.
boy, nigga.
You know, I was a lost nigga for a long time, so it might have just been when I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, it was one of them stories. It was heavy in the news. You know, it was heavy in the news. Yeah, it was a big
Oh,
story.
caning of Michael Fay.
Yeah,
That
that's
name sound familiar as hell.
what I'm
It
saying.
was in '94. Yeah, I was 9. So
They're trying their best to say that motherfucker got his ass
Yeah, they
whacked.
was.
oh, you
He
right. It
said,
was for
nah.
vandalism. So y'all agree with that type of
Yeah,
punishment?
whoop his ass.
Well, if you look at the argument that Taz was making, right, when he said it, even though he probably was just joking, I'm sure he was just joking. But if you really take your feelings out of it, if you see somebody get put to death for doing something, you definitely don't think twice before you do it.
Niggas get put to death for doing shit all the time down here, and they still do it.
That ain't
Not for stealing
Not
like
these
no
niggas.
candy. Imagine seeing a nigga get put to death for stealing a 50-cent bag of Cheetos. Remember the little bag?
But see
Not
that,
the
like,
dollar
I
bag.
just don't think
50-cent bag.
Yeah, bro. That's where we at, fam. That's fine. That's where we at.
people
You know that's where we at.
gonna revolt. That's not gonna
Yeah,
last
that's
long.
crazy though. If
You
that's
never
where we
gonna
at,
cross
then a lot of our
Never
politicians need to go and get taken out.
Cut that out. Cut that out.
No, bro.
They wouldn't make it.
We are entering what shall be known as the new ice age. You know what I'm saying? And you do got to understand where we headed, fam. Shit gonna get whooped on the streets, nigga. All that, bro.
Oh, I been told y'all that. I knew this was gonna go. I knew that when y'all not y'all, but when they elected Trump.
No, I'm saying even when Trump out of office though, it's up.
Hey, yo, can we get footage of the Minneapolis protests and uproars?
Yeah.
White folks showing y'all niggas how to protest.
I be seeing Ice be out there squabbling up though.
Yeah, that's crazy, though, man.
Law behind it.
Ice like they supposed to be a government agency, but they be out there like squabbling up though. I've been watching it for the past 3 days in a row, all day.
You think Renee Good showed niggas how to protest for?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Too bad she
Now,
ain't
Alex
here.
Pretty actually was
He had
doing
to
the
die to
proper
do that?
thing. If we gonna bring the two up, Alex, there's
I ain't-
really nothing. I know you ain't condemned him at all, so I ain't trying to put that on you. I'm saying that that's the one that really fucked him up. I do believe Renee Good wasn't doing nothing wrong. I do. I really honestly believe she wasn't doing nothing that was. They could have literally just told her, bro, bitch, get the fuck on before we lock you up. Pretty literally wasn't doing nothing wrong.
Yeah, he
So it's
stood
like-
up. He stood up in the middle of an arrest, which justifies his death.
Yeah, it looked like he was arrested.
He had no reason to be arrested.
Oh yeah, I would
He
say
had no
he did.
reason. Had no reason to be arrested. No, he didn't. An officer walks over and pushes a lady next to me. I go over to the lady to help her up.
Oh no, that ain't what he did.
That's what he did.
No, he stepped in front of him. Now he stepped in front
The
of
man pushed her to the ground.
Yeah, he shoved.
I
him
have
to the
every
ground.
right to step in front of her.
No, he stepped
No,
in
you
front of him.
What
He
you mean?
stepped in front of the ice dude.
What? Like what? So y'all really under the impression
You
that
got the
these
right
people
to
have
step in
free
front of
reign.
No,
Yes, I do, bro. Yes, I do. Y'all
Job
need to think
tells
these
you
niggas
don't,
have free
bro, that ain't
reign,
What
bro.
happens is you move the goalposts. You know what I'm saying? So you died on your first example of it. Like, so you know what I'm saying?
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. That's not what happened. He stepped in front of the officer. He didn't go to her to tend to her.
That's the point where we're disagreeing with, because that's how I remember it and that's how you remember it. I'm not saying you wrong and I'm right. I'm saying that's how you.
I'm saying you're wrong.
I know that. I'm saying that I could be wrong in how I remember it. That's why I didn't lose on that point.
Yeah,
yet. You have to prove it.
He did the dumbest thing possible, which is step in front of the ice.
That's what I'm saying. It's always the citizens that seem to be doing the dumbest thing possible, but not the motherfuckers that's under oath to do the right thing.
I disagree because there's thousands of protesters and only 2-3 dead crackers.
No, it's not only 2-3. Well, currently, it'll be more soon.
Yeah.
Like I said a couple days ago, somebody said, "Oh, it's only this many die." I said, "Don't worry, they'll catch up to that Obama number real soon," and they're doing it.
Obama
stack them up.
Yeah, because it was like 56 that died during the entire 8 years of Obama.
Yeah, man, that's what they get, man. I don't care about none of that shit, bro. All them people out there diving in front of ICE and all of that shit.
But see, when y'all say that, then that's what the black people get when the police murder them.
The reason why I personally don't give a damn, Fontaine, is because all them motherfuckers diving in front of them ICE cars are against reparations for the black people that built
know how to
them under the
protest.
conditions
This is
of
what I'm
slavery.
saying, bro. Like,
Man, fuck them motherfuckers.
I would
you
say
just assuming these people against reparations, so you like, fuck it, they can die because I
Nigga,
think
most
they
of the
against
country and
reparations.
polls are against it. I know it.
You don't think black people know how to protest better than this, bro? Black people
Yeah,
don't
of course, we've been doing it forever, nigga. Of course, I was being facetious.
they don't know how to protest, bro.
Yeah, I'm being
Of
terrible though.
course but that's the thing though, Tag.
No, I am being
We
terrible though.
protest the proper way. And that way will keep you being abused and nobody will ever fucking listen to you. They protest the way to get shit done. That's what I'm saying.
But
What is getting shit
But
done?
you
You
know,
can't
I will
stop no
say this
federal
though,
agent.
like
What's going
ICE
Because
on?
is
they
out of
don't follow
pocket,
the
man.
rules. Like you just said, they agitate. They don't
But
follow the
wait,
rules.
but what's
A few
getting
of the
done?
videos I've seen, they look out of pocket at least. At least the
But
media is
wait a
Well,
portraying
second.
them
you
to be out of
Like,
currently
pocket.
nothing. Currently shit, Tag.
nothing's
So
getting done right now. I
yeah,
seen
yeah.
they got
Currently ain't a
freedom
damn
about it
thing
Well,
getting done.
but like nah,
I,
family, they winning right now in that regard. I'm just saying.
I agree.
They are literally not getting shit done, but still got ICE agents on the streets. Like,
Now he did demote some niggas and move them around, but that was just for show. So
yeah, but like I said, I can show you the people getting arrested and shit like that, but I don't think it balances out the negative press they done got. And it's time to pack it on up and get up out of there. And for that part of the conversation, the press is bad, even though they can show some meaningful arrests. At some point, the crowd ain't listening. So you know what I'm saying? I do
and
think you causing more harm than good.
but
they
that's why I
leaked
told you the other
list
day it's a catch 22.
of all the ICE agents and their information. They leaked that list on purpose. Somebody hacked it and it got released.
Bro, I'm
And
telling you, every time I look up in a video, I see
right,
ICE squabbling
List,
it up with
list of
somebody
what?
literally,
Wait,
man.
the
what
people
It's
from
list?
the
gotta say,
Proud Boys and
they cut out.
ex-military
Oh,
or some extreme nationalists.
I
Like
hate when these
these
shits get
dudes
so
is like
popular. I can't
standing
defend
around the
it.
corner to
yeah,
get
I'm
these
terrible, but
shots.
I ain't even gonna lie though. ICE has been a little out of pocket in some of the videos I've seen them in.
A little. Nah. The
Both
motherfuckers
sides been out of
push
pocket.
that girl like that. That's why I say that's the type of shit you ain't have to push her like that. In those sets of circumstances, again, it's honorable to step it up, when a man do some shit like that. The problem is we not honest about that. You step up to him, fam, and then they rough you up, and it goes beyond that. That's the only reason why I was pushing back against what you said, because if he went to her, it would have been worse. But he stepped in front of the motherfucking officer, which you saying he got a right to do that. I'm saying he don't. I'm saying don't do that. I don't
And
give a
that's what
fuck.
I'm saying. What y'all saying is don't protect your own people. These cops have authority to where you don't have no protection. But like if that's your sister, your mother, or other, it is what it is. Just get out the way, nigga. Let
No,
him
but you
abuse
said
your
you have
sister
the
or your
right.
mother.
I
I
would
agree
expect
with
Might
you.
have to
Yeah, I
crash
I
out
would
probably
and
would
just
step
expect
up
you
drive
to
to
and
the
react
truck.
protect
to
my
your
mother.
sister or your
But
mother
do I
getting
got the
pushed.
right? No.
But wait, I expect you to react to your sister or your mother being pushed like
Right.
that, not some
But some
random.
people treat all women like that. Some people are genuinely like that, bro. Where it's like, bro, every woman in my presence, bro, I'm gonna protect them, especially from a man doing something wrong to them. Some people are just genuinely like that.
But you
You
said
say
you have
it's
the right.
honorable.
I'm
It's
trying to get to
honorable.
that point.
Like I
Where
mean,
you say you
I
got
just
the
It
right to
is
do that?
honorable.
So again, Jahad. So when I say y'all are saying they have free reign to do what they want, y'all say no, they don't. Well, that's what y'all are saying. Because y'all saying I don't have the right to jump in front of someone and protect their rights when they're being
No,
pushed
not
to the ground. So that means this cop has the right to push them to the ground.
no,
no.
no,
That's a
it doesn't.
fallacy. Because
I'm
even
telling
if they're
you,
doing
the
something wrong, you still don't have the right to impede on them
yeah,
or
but a
interfere.
cop do not have the right. He was wrong for pushing her to the ground. It was insane how he pushed her to the ground. I'm saying
So
you give him the benefit of pushing her to the ground when you jump your dumb ass in the way of it.
what are you supposed to do?
Shit, record like you're doing, like you came to do.
That's what I'm
If you
saying. They're
came
gonna
to play
keep
hero and
violent. Then they just gonna grab him up next. You act like that's what I'm saying. Y'all act like okay. Let's say Freddie didn't step up and he just backed up and recorded. Was like, oh man, what are you doing? Y'all act like they was gonna be like, oh, it's all good, man, no problem. We were just pushing her to the ground. It was gonna be over.
I don't know what
Yeah,
they would
no,
have
I don't
did
see them
because he
going
stepped
over
in
there
front,
to him
bro.
if
He
he don't
stepped in
impede
front
himself
of
on
an officer,
investigation.
bro. Like I can't believe we agreeing with that. Because again, when we gonna
We
start stepping
not.
in front of officers on the streets that's doing this shit to black
I
people?
don't think he stepped in front of, but we do though. That's what I'm saying, bro.
He
That's what I'm
absolutely.
saying. Like
I'm telling
we
you.
do these things, bro. People do step up. They don't all get shot either. Sometimes the police get back down because
Yeah,
people stand up for other people's rights.
yeah, that don't
But are
happen like.
you willing to accept the consequences that come with you stepping up? It could cost you your life. You can go to jail. A
Some
lot
of
can
us
happen.
are. Some people are, and some people aren't, bro. But the thing is, are you saying it's okay for that to be an available consequence?
Oh wait, what is that? What we saying is that
Death, murder, them being that someone being shot in the back of the fucking head while 5 police are on them.
I think 858 police on you should mean that you don't need to get shot. I mean, I don't, that's just crazy.
So when Swarthy says, "Are you ready to accept the consequence?" Yes, I'm ready to accept the consequence of being handcuffed and taken to jail because I jumped in front of an officer when I shouldn't have. Yes, I'm ready to take the consequence of going to jail for that. Now, when you shift that and say, "Hey, if you jump in front of this cop, you might die, nigga," it's like, whoa, that's a whole nother scenario.
But
No,
you
it isn't.
understand that
Historically, that's
possibility
been the
is there,
scenario with cops, nigga.
especially with us.
We've accepted that, Jahad. You understand that, right? You understand that as a black man, you've accepted that, right? These white folk ain't
No,
accepted
you
that.
acting like
They
that's never
not
been
these
our
white folks.
reality.
These
This is
white
so
folks.
unheard
That's
of.
your
I think that
reality,
is
nigga.
our
I have
reality.
never
What
in
you
life.
mean?
I have never in life accepted a cop violating my rights, nigga. In
It's
life,
not a
nigga, they're
matter
gonna
of you
always
accepting
they're
it.
gonna always have to arrest
It's a
me or do
matter
what
of
they
what's
do.
reality.
Lucky for me, I've never
Does it
died in a
happen?
scenario. Can I
Does
make
it
my point I
happen?
was
What is
making though? That's
reality?
cool, bro. That's cool, bro. Can I make the point I was making? Black folk have accepted that we will be murdered by the police. White folks aren't accepting that shit. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to get. I get that y'all are saying, bro, we know better. I get that. They don't. They're saying, nah, my nigga, we have rights, and you're not gonna kill us in the streets for violating our rights. I understand that y'all are cool with it. I'm saying they're not, and I
I'm
stand
not
on their
cool
side
with it.
with it.
I
I'm
know
not cool with it.
reality. I know they
Yeah,
being.
That's
no,
well, I don't. That's not my
you
reality
don't
though.
stand on that side, but
That's
that's
not my
where I
reality.
gotta disagree. You don't stand on their side of it because they're
Do
actually the
though.
ones you're referring to. They're out there. You're not out there.
So somebody said that to me on Facebook earlier because I make my Facebook post, and the nigga was like, "Bro, Tane, I know you for real, bro. So why you ain't really out there then if you really feel like this?" So what y'all are saying, what I said to him was, so you're saying I should go get murdered by ICE to prove that I'm with them?
Well, you should at least have your life on the line.
Yeah,
Like,
if you really gonna
Why?
stand on
Why
this
can't
shit,
I
go
bring
out there,
awareness
nigga.
and speak?
You
Why
saying
can't
you
I
don't
bring
deserve that?
awareness?
Let's see
Why
it.
can't I bring awareness?
because you want me to believe they're violating me, but I'm telling you, I'm as safe as you are. Not fucking with them, nigga. Now go
Of
fuck with
course,
them and
because
make
we're
me
not
believe.
protesting. Because we're
So
not
go make
protesting.
like
So if
go
it
make
was, so if it was,
believer.
so
Go
if
fuck
it,
with them.
so if it was something I felt that I would go out in the street and protest, do I deserve to die for it?
But you're not hearing me.
That's not what I said though. I asked a simple question. Do I deserve to die for it?
No, you don't deserve to
No.
die.
Okay then. So they don't deserve to die either. That's the only point I'm making.
Who? Yes, but for me to say about deserving to die.
I
Yeah,
mean,
Like
that's
it's
exactly what it's about. Because they
your
could have
what's
simply been
fucked up
arrested.
is
In both scenarios, they could have simply been arrested or could have simply
it's
your
had a
fucked up.
warrant
You
put
got
out for them.
death can be
protesters with
justified though.
agitators.
Your
Like,
death can be
nah.
justified, fam. It ain't always without
Well,
justification.
that's yet to be seen. Actually, if both deaths will be justified, that's yet to be seen. That's the federal government is trying to avoid prosecuting them.
Yeah, they're not going to prosecute that.
Oh, the petty is getting prosecuted. That's gone. The good case may go over, but the petty case is getting prosecuted.
Yeah, they might, but again, they're gonna lose it. I put some money on it.
So I'm trying to figure out what's the difference from what they do and what black people do. They're out protesting. They're using their right to protest.
Okay, so again, what they do is they go out and they protest in ways that are illegal, and with that, the suppression of the information they're trying to bring awareness to begins. The same thing happens when, for example, we understood it with the George Floyd riots when we started seeing white people burning up shit and fucking up the protest, and it became more about Antifa as opposed to George Floyd, as opposed to Breonna Taylor. They took the headlines and ran with them with their white bullshit.
But they aren't burning up things and setting stuff on fire. So what are they doing that's illegal protest?
Right, standing in the street, walking back into the street.
So we don't do blockades and shit.
Putting your hands on an officer. Yeah, we do.
You talking about isolated? You talking about isolated situations now? Then
we do blockades with permits.
So you're saying what you're saying is we protest with the provision of the same people we protested.
No, legally.
Yeah, with the provisions of the same people we're protesting.
Legally, it's just simple.
Yes,
legally.
it is legal. Not so. Okay, so we're in agreement. I don't know why I'm accepting your term legal, but when I say we're protesting in the provisions of the people we're protesting against. For some reason, you combating with me with that point, as if I'm disagreeing with you.
Because it is, because within those provisions that you're referring to, you're not going to argue that the people you're saying are going outside of those provisions, which is getting they dumbasses killed.
No, I am going to say that. I'm just asking you, are you saying that black people protest within the provisions of the people they're protesting against?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah, right. You go get a permit.
And do you see that as productive?
Yes, absolutely. It's just as productive as going out there trying to jump in front of a car.
How productive has it been for us? Because
we've lived it's people that's still alive today that protested in the 60s.
And it's people that died and got shot, and they killer didn't go to jail. They didn't. Philando Castile, if I'm not mistaken, they never prosecuted dude, or if they did, he never got convicted.
Minnesota, the same place, right?
Yeah,
the same place. Same place that niggas caping for now. Didn't
prosecute. So if the provision protest didn't work for Philando Castile, why would these people continue to do the provision protest? Why wouldn't they say, "No, we got to take it a step further"?
Why would at some point we wouldn't acknowledge that was an immigrant that shot Philando Castile?
What does that have to do with it? He was a cop. He was a cop. He was a legal cop, right? Was he an illegal cop or was he a legal cop?
He was a cop, but he was an immigrant. He was.
Was he an illegal immigrant? Was he an illegal immigrant?
No, of course not.
So I don't understand what that has to do with the conversation.
Everything. That's
I don't understand how a legal immigrant on a legal cop force has anything to do with the conversation.
Minnesota.
He was under the system of the police, the same system that ICE works under, this same law enforcement that is the issue that I've been saying, that I've been consistent about, that law enforcement is the issue.
Yeah, okay. I mean, who says it's not? If law enforcement is the issue, go out there and protest. Because they ain't an issue for me right now. When they become an issue for me, I'll go protest again. See what I'm saying? When I say like how you pretending to be down, when I was down like that, I went out there.
So during Black Lives Matter, during Black Lives Matter,
you know what I'm saying?
That's a cop out. That's y'all easy argument to say, oh, because if I go down there and protest tomorrow and put it on camera, now I'm good, right? Now I can come back on here and say I'm with it, right? Or I gotta do it every single day for the rest of the year to the end of the protest. Which one is it?
One day,
just one time go down. This is what I'm saying. Now, how stupid is that? Just walk down there one time and record yourself being down there, and then we'll believe you.
All right, man, make me a believer.
That's fucking dumb, bro. That's fucking dumb. That's how grifters work. That's how grifters work.
No, that's how a grifter works. If you're telling people on these internet airwaves that you can just walk in the street and then ICE push you out the street, and you walk back in the street, they push you out, and you walk back in the street again. Show me you can do that. Don't just keep on.
I'm not saying you can do it to get away with it. I'm saying you're supposed to be able to do it.
Yeah, but
what you're doing. No. And because law enforcement is operating in an illegal capacity, and that's why I'm making posts and talking on YouTube about it, because people like you are defending them and saying they're not doing anything wrong.
People like me.
So it's okay for you to get on here and say they're not doing anything wrong, and you're not out there in the public. But if I get on here and go against that, I got to go out in the public and risk my life to be able to prove what I'm saying is accurate.
That's the argument you're making. If you're
that's not the argument I'm making. I'm literally saying law enforcement across the board is acting outrageous. You
know what I'm saying? It's crazy. They put themselves in harm's way. They got killed. Go put yourself in harm's way. Until you
so I should go die. What you're saying is spontaneous. We need you to be dead in order for us to believe you.
In order for me to believe you, yes, go play with ICE on the street.
That's crazy, bro. We want you to die. Go die for us to listen to you, my nigga.
No, how is that?
Fuck what we seeing with our own eyes. Go die for us to believe.
What are you not? How confused can you be? I'm telling you, you're gonna die if you go out there and do the dumb shit they doing. So you don't have to go.
What I'm telling you is, I don't even have to go do the dumb shit. What I'm telling you is I don't have to go do the dumb shit, what you're calling dumb shit. I can go out there as a legal protester, minding my business, and get pepper sprayed in the face and jacked up by a police officer, bro. You acting like you acting like everyone out there that's protesting and being hemmed up by the police is doing something wrong. So that's what you're saying, right?
They are,
exactly.
yes.
You niggas
They
sound
are.
like the white boys when they defend the police against black people. Y'all sound just like them. Whatever them niggas was out there doing, they was doing something wrong. They shouldn't have been out there.
Yeah, but I don't need to use black people to make my argument. You do.
I don't care what you need. That's fine. That's cool. Because that's what y'all understand. That's what y'all understand. If I start talking about white people, y'all all of a sudden get confused. If I start talking about gay people, y'all all of a sudden don't care. So I use black people, the one y'all understand.
So show me the black people doing that. Which protest?
They just killed Keith Porter. I think his name is Keith Porter. I don't want to get his name wrong. They just killed that man for firing a gun in the air.
And no, not they. A ICE officer that was off duty.
But now it's just one cop. Now it's just one cop. Now he's not a part of the collective.
Yeah, it's certainly not. No, we talking
now
about
it's an isolated incident. When we talk about the killing of black man, it's an isolated incident.
Off-duty ICE agent.
Is he an ICE agent?
Like,
Fontaine, would you say knowing the situation that it was a wise thing?
Are you saying
that
so? What are
hour
we going to
shoot it in
protest?
the air?
What about the lady in Chicago they shot 5 times?
It's sad, bro. When was that?
That's fucked up. They just shot
What
her
do
up.
it matter when it was?
It matters because y'all didn't give a fuck till the cracker popped out. Now you're trying to use black people again.
Oh my god! But this lady wasn't black. She like Latino or some shit.
Like, I mean, it's ridiculous how black people only come up to hide behind white people. No, fam, we got our own.
Why is that your only argument, bro? Oh, y'all trying to. You're hiding behind white law enforcement. I'd rather hide behind white citizens than white law enforcement, bro.
Now, how am I hiding behind them? By saying don't go.
What side are you standing? You've been defending ICE since the first murder.
Where? I'm saying don't go fucking with them. You're
saying don't protest for your rights. You're saying don't protest for what you believe in. You're a we abide by and comply nigga. You like, hey man, we don't want no problems. Please don't kill us.
Right, which you do too, which is why you're not out there.
No, it's not. No, I don't know. It's not what I am.
Until you go out there and not comply.
I'm not here to convince you though. I don't give a fuck if y'all believe me or not. I just like to call it out that that's how y'all mind works. I just like to call out that's how y'all mind work. Y'all like, nah, nigga, go die to prove it to me. You don't care that I could die just to prove it to you.
I do
care. It is to you because I'm having a conversation with you, nigga. Who am I talking to? I'm having a conversation with you, nigga.
I'm telling you, don't do it because I know you can die.
That's literally no. So when I sit here, okay, cool. You saying don't do it because you know I can die, right? You're saying don't do it because you know I can die. Then when I continue to say, bro, this shit is wrong, you saying, but you don't really stand on that. You don't really believe it. Well, why don't I believe it, Taz? Because you're not out there risking your life. So then you're telling me to go risk my life, nigga.
I told you don't. I told you don't. You arguing with me that it's okay.
So I should just shut up then. So I should just shut up about the topic. If that's what you're saying.
Isn't it your argument that it's okay to risk your life?
Yes, nigga. If it wasn't, then the civil rights movement would have never happened. Did Martin Luther King not risk his life?
You gonna fly up to Minneapolis and step in front of an ICE officer like them crackers?
I gotta go all the way to Minneapolis and jump in front of a. So I have to do exactly what they are doing. So I have to do exactly what the 2 people murdered are doing. I can't do what the millions. I can't do what the thousands of others who haven't been murdered are doing.
No, they're not doing what you're doing right now.
What am I doing right now, Taz?
Debating the fucking goat on if you should jump in front of an ICE officer or not.
Who is like nobody's debating that? See, this is the thing. Y'all skip to the hold on, bro. No. You skip to the part. You skip to the part where you skip to the part where you. All right, I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Yeah, we could go back to where this started at, fam. I don't know what you think we're discussing right now.
No, it's where you skip to. It's the part y'all skip to. The moment starts when you push them. First of all, he was standing in the middle of the street talking to the ICE officer, several of them, having a conversation, talking to them. And then the one ICE officer pushed him back out of the road off the side of the street. Then he pushed the lady, and that's when bro went over there and stepped and grabbed the lady like, dude, what is you doing?
No, he did not. You lied again.
Okay, exactly. So now you're skipping to that part. You avoiding the whole conversation about him pushing the man out the street. So all that is fine, right? Him pushing the man out the street, all that is legal and fine, right?
I stopped you where you lied at, fam. You were perfectly fine.
What did I lie about?
He never went over to the lady. He stepped in front of the ICE officer and you can't say that for some reason. I know why. Because you're not going
Because
to
I
do
told
that
him that's
either.
not how I remember it. I'll go look at it and see.
I bet
When
you
I look
don't
at
remember
it,
it like that. Who you watched it from? Young Turks or some fucking. I bet you
I don't
don't
watch no
remember it
fucking
like
Young Turk, nigga.
that.
The fuck?
Nigga, watch it when the goat show it, nigga.
Y'all watch that
Like,
type of
we
shit.
can look at it right fucking now. Like, I ain't no fucking way you
Yeah,
can
pull it
disprove
up. I don't understand why I'm the evidence guy. Pull it up. We can watch it together. Just like the Renee Good, when we watched it 80 million times and you saw something different than what I saw.
Oh no, we all saw her drive at it.
No, we did not. No, we did not. We literally saw, what I saw was her wheels turn to the right. Her wheels turn to the right. Him able to get out of the way because y'all avoid the fact that. And now I'm glad that all of these other law enforcement and other people in these fields have corroborated what I said, that he never should have gotten in front of that vehicle twice.
Why would you need to get out the way?
Because you shouldn't have gotten in the way of the vehicle.
Because I'm saying, why not just stay out the way completely?
Why just not? Well, yeah, why not get in the way of the vehicle as the police officer? Because that's your duty, to not get in the way of the vehicle. But you don't care about that part. You excuse that part and blame the victim again. That's what you're good at, defending the white law enforcement and blaming the victim.
There's no need to defend law enforcement. Fuck them.
That's what you're doing.
They'll kill you.
That's who you're defending. That's what I see.
I'm trying to understand.
They'll kill you. Listen to me, bro. So you're saying that this is, we need to accept that they'll murder you. So we need to accept that they'll murder you.
I want to understand.
So we need to accept that they'll murder you. Do you accept that they murder black people?
Nigga. This is a
Taz, do you accept that they murder black people? Do you accept that they murder black people?
Who?
The law enforcement.
Yes, absolutely.
You accept that?
Yes, they do.
There's a difference between me and you. I don't accept that, bro.
When you begin to accept that fact that it happens, then maybe you'll have a better discussion. You'll have a better understanding.
That's not the question I asked you.
It happened.
I didn't ask, do you accept the fact that it happened? That's why you added that on to try to make yourself an argument. Yeah, you can frame it however you would like to. You're not in a structured debate, nigga. I don't have to reframe it. You knew what was meant. That's why you added that in, because you knew what was meant, or else you just would have answered it.
How would I know what you mean?
Because you're not a dummy.
No,
because you're not a dummy.
I never know.
Because you're not a dummy. I know you knew what I meant because you added that part for a reason, to clarify. Because you knew what I meant. So if you didn't clarify, then you would have meant what I meant. It's a reason. Why did you add that on then, Taz?
Because I wanted to.
I know you wanted to clarify that what you meant was something different than what I meant. I know you did.
Adding something on. It's always an extra thought that comes along with my thought. So it's just an addition, an addendum. We're expanding the thought, the conversation.
Now you got people sounding dumb in the comments. Like you promote stupidity when you have people sounding dumb. Like, it's Spy bailing out low-level offenders who are trying to survive. He jumping in front of cars and guns and all. What do niggas be talking about, bro?
He's talking about the truth, though, man. They're out there doing the most, and at some point, we have to acknowledge that that's what they're doing. Now, you may not think they need to die, but they are doing too much.
And my problem and my contention is that doing too much does not warrant death, and the people that are under oath should not be killing them. And if and when they do, they should be brought to trial to make sure it was a justified killing. That's what I'm saying. That's my issue.
Mm. Yeah.
What's the problem with what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, what makes you think I don't agree that they should be brought to trial and shit, though?
I didn't say you did. I'm just stating what my issue is, so it can be, so we can understand that.
Right, but there's this understanding that I somehow defend ICE because you defend white people, and it's like
I'm not. I only agree that I defend white people when y'all throw that in my face, because I don't care to go. For me, I'm not everybody else that can't stand on that, because I'll defend any human that didn't do nothing wrong. But what I'm defending, or what I'm actually, and I clarified this on your panel and several others, what I'm actually attacking is the law enforcement breaking the law. But you continue to say, no, you're defending white people. So that's fine. If that's how you have to frame it to feel like you're winning something, that's fine. But what I'm saying is law enforcement is murdering people, and I'm not okay with that. That's what I'm saying.
and I'm perfectly understanding of that. However, when it's been happening for decades to people you know and love, you don't approach it as if we're dealing with a new scenario when you're dealing with it. See what I'm saying? I get why you may have the approach you have, but you know what I'm saying, I could do a stream about the people I've lost to the police, and it's not a pretty conversation to sum up with, well, we got to keep fighting. Not based on no fucking Renee Good, not based on Alex Pretty. That ain't, my people wasn't fighting the police. My people wasn't protesting.
See, you saying it's based on Renee Good. I'm saying it's based on Pretty Good, Philando Castile, Tamir Rice, even Trayvon, even though that wasn't a cop. Eric Gardner, all of them. It's based on all of them, bro. They all were murdered by law enforcement unlawfully, bro. It's all the same.
So that's the problem. Tamir Rice was shot in a drive-by. Tarika Wilson was killed in a no-knock warrant. Some of these things don't apply when you start talking about being out fucking with law enforcement.
I get that. I get that differentiation. But what I'm saying is, across the board, the problem with law enforcement is the same in each issue. Because law enforcement doesn't de-escalate, because law enforcement judges people by how they look at them, because law enforcement rushes in to do shit and quick to murder instead of trying to solve a situation, or instead of apprehending or letting somebody go and just getting them at a later time because it's not that serious of a crime. That's what I'm saying across the board. Whether you're saying the victim is doing something wrong or not does not matter to me. It matters to you. It don't matter to me, because law enforcement is to be upheld to a higher standard. They are supposed. You swore to be able to handle these situations. You swore to be able to handle a motherfucker who might be a little unlawful, who a motherfucker who might not abide by the law. This motherfucker might be drunk. This motherfucker might be off their meds. This motherfucker might actually be mentally ill and don't know what the fuck they're doing. Or this motherfucker might be having a bad day and just making bad decisions. They don't deserve to die, and you, as the officer, are supposed to uphold that. I want to hold them to that. You don't care to.
And so that's where the problem comes at. I have a history of trying to get them to uphold that. Where the fuck were you?
And now that's a question. I respect you. No. Well, I told you before. I'm about to answer your question. I'm about to answer your question.
You two pussies go out there right now.
Did you ask the question? Did you ask the question to get an answer? Did you ask the question to get an answer, or did you ask the question so you can just go on?
No, I asked the question because I know you ain't gonna go out there and stand in front of them motherfuckers and talk.
But hold on, no, that's not the question you asked. Let me know when I can talk.
What you talking about, nigga?
Go ahead, bro. This how you know you be losing, bro. This what you do when you losing, bro.
I'm losing.
So let me know when I can respond, bro.
You're framing me in a way as if I haven't done what you're saying.
I never framed you in any way, bro. If you let me respond, I was trying to respond to the question you asked, but you're scared of the response. I guess I don't get it.
No.
Go
you
ahead.
implied I support law enforcement. You implied it. And you keep implying it. And I let you imply it for fun. But at some point, we got to draw the line. Fam, I didn't actually protested these motherfuckers. Have you?
Yes. Several times.
So what are you talking about? So what makes me a supporter of them?
When you're ready for the answer, I'll give it.
I'm listening.
So your history doesn't say you're a supporter of them. Based on your history, you don't fuck with law enforcement. But when it comes to people that aren't black, you do fuck with law enforcement because you don't care what they do then. So you support them. You've been justifying all of these murders, except for Pretty. You've been justifying the murders. When I'm watching them murder somebody, and like I said, if that was a black woman, you would call it murder. But since it's not a black woman, you justify it. And you say she shouldn't have been out there. The same thing white people say to those black people that were murdered. They should have just listened. They shouldn't have been out there. They shouldn't have been doing whatever the fuck it is they were doing. So yes, that's when I say, oh, now you're defending law enforcement. I can say it's just situational. I'm not saying you always defend law enforcement. I'm saying in this current situation, my nigga, you're defending law enforcement.
So when law enforcement kills white people and I turn a blind eye, that's me defending law enforcement.
You're not turning a blind eye. Turning a blind eye would be like, bro, y'all want to talk about basketball or something? I don't want to talk about this. That's turning a blind eye. But standing here arguing with me for hours and days on why the cops should be justified is defending them.
Right. So, okay. So again, you're defending her. So shouldn't there be some pushback for you?
Yes, I am. If niggas
Right.
want to give me pushback, that's fine. But I welcome it because I tell y'all from the jump I'm a humanitarian, bro. I care about all people. I just care about black people first. It's not like I'm putting her over Keith Porter. That's just been the topic.
You are.
I'm not. I bring up Keith Porter. I don't hear y'all niggas bring him up.
Right. I brought
He's
him
on
up.
my page right now. He's on my Facebook page right now. I bring him up. I talk about him.
As a victim of an ICE officer or an ICE investigation?
Law enforcement, bro. You specifying it to ICE. It's law enforcement. It's currently ICE.
Yeah, you got to post niggas every day then, don't you?
I post about police brutality probably at least weekly. I'll say. I ain't gonna say daily because I'll be, but I post about it at least weekly. It's not something I don't talk about.
No doubt. Is that real? So y'all support that. I just hate that it's white people that's getting the spotlight now.
But this is what I'm trying to, and this is what I try to tell y'all. We need them to be in the spotlight for it. That's why I don't know about y'all. That's why you seeing posts now with black folks saying, shit, y'all surprised? We've been telling y'all this for the longest. This shit been happening to black people. We can say that now because it's happening to them. So now you can sit there as Taz on your social media. You can sit there and say, bro, I don't give a fuck about it happening to them because it's been happening to us. And nobody can be mad at you, my nigga. I mean, they gonna be mad, but they can't really be mad at you. I know that, but they weren't.
We said that a decade ago when we first started posting it and showing it, and white people were saying, we didn't know this was happening like this. Yeah, now y'all know.
But there were also white people. But there were also white people protesting before that. Like this is what I'm saying. We like to lump them up as if no white people was protesting against police brutality before 2000. That just wouldn't be true. Now, was it a large number of them? No. That number grew and it's growing more and more. Especially now that they seeing it coming in their own doorstep.
But so you think we should be out there with them?
Yes. Not if you don't want to be. If you don't want to be, I'm not gonna condemn you or say, nigga, you should be out there. Not that kind of should be. But if a nigga say, bro, should I go out there? I'm gonna say, yeah, bro. If you willing to go out there, if you willing to protest, yes, bro. I think you should be out there fighting for anybody that's willing to stand with you. And some of them are willing to stand with you.
Right, but who was that?
You gotta know who you fucking with. Like I said, bro, I seen a white lady when Renee Good got murdered. I seen a white lady standing out there with a Black Lives Matter big sign. She didn't have an All Lives Matter sign. She didn't have a Renee Good sign. She had a Black Lives Matter sign.
Right, we got paid protesters involved in these things, paid agitators. Cool. So somebody go out there, send it up, and then somebody end up dying because of what somebody else did to agitate. I just think that's a bad idea to send black people into that type of mission, bro. We watched
that's their choice, though. That's their choice. I'm not sending them anywhere. I said if you're willing to and that's something you want to do, yes. It's not sending you into nothing, bro.
It is.
That's your choice. That's your choice. That blind. That's your choice. Yes. You need to inform. I didn't say go in there and not know what you're getting into. That's your fault, nigga. If you don't pay attention to what you're doing, that's not on me.
Getting into a protest. What you mean?
Yes. So if you don't get on, if you don't get on YouTube or you don't get on none of these social medias and look at the protest before you go down there, that is not my fault, my nigga.
Huh?
That's your fault for not informing yourself.
Okay, so you get informed and you look at it and you see people out there blowing whistles, stepping in front of agents and all that shit, and you think that's how you do it.
If that's who you pay attention to, yeah. If that's who you pay attention to, that's all you seem to see on your algorithm. That's not all I see on mine. So maybe they'll see what I see and see people that aren't blowing whistles, people that are standing on the sides yelling from afar, like one of the officers said they should do. So it depends on. I guess it depends on who you follow. If they follow your type people, then maybe they would do some action.
Talking about the legal protesters now.
Well, they're all legal protesters in my eyes, unless they hit the police officer or something. Then they're legal. Because I don't see nowhere where it say you can't blow whistles.
But that's what
where did it say it's illegal to blow whistles?
That pretty nigga hit the police officers. What I'm telling you, he put his hand.
No, he didn't.
On him, bro.
Now putting your hand on a police officer is hitting the police officer, but you're not defending it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not defending it. I'm telling you to debunk it.
So
Show me
you're
that
saying me putting my hand up, if a police officer is rushing at me, I can't put my hand up. That's what you're saying.
he wasn't
I
rushing
just
at
got to
you.
stand there and get tackled or whatever happens, happens.
He was rushing at you. He was
I'm
rushing at
asking
you.
you, yeah, if he's coming toward me and about to be in my space, am I allowed to stop him from coming into my space?
He wasn't coming toward dude. He was coming toward the
Now
woman.
let's just pull a weird video. I'm about to pull it.
That's crazy. He was going toward the woman, fam. He stepped in front of him. You can't do that.
You can't do nothing according to y'all. You got to just stand there and take whatever the police do.
I'm
Whatever
saying,
they
can the
say and do,
police
you
give
just shut the fuck up and take it.
and what about the police giving lawful commands?
Lawful command. Listen to these niggas. You got to be in a situation to give a lawful command. Everything a
What if
police officer says is in a lawful command.
You're supposed to push her down, bro. I agree. But again, if you step in front of
Look, he did not step in front of her. Let me watch this shit again, bro.
he definitely pushed the cop.
It's okay. I'm sitting here watching. I'll boom.
Y'all
He did not. He was being pepper sprayed while the chick was getting pushed.
Before he got
What is you
pepper
niggas
sprayed,
talking
he got-
about? I'm watching it right now. He was getting pepper sprayed and putting his hand up from being pepper sprayed.
Bro,
No, before he got pepper sprayed, he pushed the cop.
Pepper
No, he didn't. I'm watching it. I'm watching him. He didn't push the cop at all.
That nigga started with pepper spray.
Did he forearm the cop?
Man, this shit crazy, bro. Y'all
I'm sitting here watching this shit, bro. This cop threw the woman to the ground. The other cop, because it's two different cops. The cop threw the woman to the ground while he's standing. You niggas, that matter of fact, that this shit crazy, bro. He didn't in any way jump in front of the cop, bro.
From the camera angle from the woman that was filming inside the car.
I'm watching
showed
from
that
inside the car, nigga. I'm watching the camera
and
angle
he-
from inside the car.
Right. And he hit him with his forearm, right?
No, he didn't hit him with his forearm, nigga. He put his hand up because he didn't want to get pepper sprayed.
Pepper spray.
Hold on, no, but this is before he got pepper sprayed.
It's all happening at once.
Bro,
No, the dude pushed the lady, then the dude stepped in front of
watching
the
it.
cop. He stepped in front of the cop. When he stepped in front of the cop, he hit him with the forearm. So is you
He
saying
never hit
that
this nigga with his forearm. You niggas is really saving these fucking police, bro. He hit him with his forearm. Y'all can't even be honest to say he put his hand up. You really gonna sit here and frame it as he hit him with his forearm?
No, I'm
Like,
saying
you
because
niggas being
you
weak as hell
comparing
for the
it-
police. That's
I'm
crazy
saying
as fuck,
because
bro.
you comparing it to
Because you making it seem as if he
some
was a
black
threat to the
people got
police. That's
killed.
how y'all trying to make it seem,
What-
as if he
what
was a
y'all
threat
want,
to the
the sound
police.
or no
Because if this was
sound?
a black person, y'all would not say he was a threat to the police.
Because they come up fucking with black people, they fucking with the police.
You want to run this with the
I know. Go ahead and
sound or no
justify because it's
sound?
not black people.
You want to
I
run
don't
this with
care.
the
I'll mute
sound or
out.
no sound?
It don't matter.
All right, with the sound real quick. It ain't but 40 seconds.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's wild how they cut that. That's wild.
No, he did get in front of him.
He pushed him.
Yeah, but they didn't even show
He
it.
didn't push that nigga at all.
He hit him with a forearm, man.
Bro, did he push him or hit him with the forearm, nigga?
Man, he tried to step in there like
You
move
trying to
out the
figure
way.
out some way to justify the police. Y'all niggas
I'm
is different,
saying
bro.
you talking. I'm saying what you do is trying to tell somebody to run up on the police with a gun on their hip.
Nobody's telling nobody to run up on the police
and
with a
shit.
gun. Y'all love to make up shit to make it seem like y'all have an argument.
I'm saying now, what you want a nigga to do is go up and
No,
shove
Taz, I
and shove the
concede
police
that
if
I
you
was wrong.
feel.
He stepped in front of the police officer.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
He stepped in front of the police officer. That from the angle inside the car, it didn't look like he stepped in front of the police
Listen, all
officer. It
I'm
looked like
saying is you're getting accused of defending them for telling the fucking truth, bro. Now, having said that, now that we agree that he stepped in front of him, I'll concede again, nigga. He wasn't supposed to die, but he did step in front of the motherfucker, which is not a good fucking idea.
not a good idea, but hold on. The cop was escalating a situation already by pushing the woman on the ground. That's what I'm saying. The cops are already operating in an unlawful position. That's been my shit from the jump. We skip to the part where the victims is doing wrong, and then we justify it by that. But we just forget all the shit the cop was doing wrong from the jump when they're under oath to
Hold
de-escalate.
on, so you telling me that the police
Hold on,
can't
hold
clear
on,
the scene?
hold on, Vito. Hold on, Vito. Didi, I know you your time kind of limited. You know, we're gonna be at it for the minute. Did you want to get something in?
Oh no, I was just going to ask, Fi, what is the purpose of protesting in your eyes?
To bring awareness to something that you are not agreeing with. For
Okay, and how
quickly,
do you bring that awareness through protest?
I mean, it's different ways. Different ways of protesting. You got just standing there yelling, holding signs. You got blockades. You got boycotts. I mean, it's different ways.
So I
Some
used
of
to
them is
be,
disrupting functions. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I used to be out and I used to go to different protests, and I will not lie to you, there were protests that I went to that I left because the purpose of a protest is just to bring attention. It's not to go out there agitating people. It's not out there to be yelling and acting crazy. It's just, you can protest with a sign. I believe in peaceful protest. I don't believe it takes all that whistle and yelling and cussing and all that crazy stuff. I could tell you, I could actually tell you one that I went to. It was in Chester, South Carolina, where it was a black guy. He had stole something from Walmart. They had him in the office, the asset, whatever they call it, the security office or whatever. They realized that he had a gun tucked into his waistband. He was able to break free of the office, and you can see on the officer's body cam, he's running through the parking lot. He's handcuffed to the back, and the officer opened fire and shot him in the back and killed him. Now, they actually went so far as to say, this is what the cop said, that he was actually able to get the gun out of his waistband and fire it at the cop. So everything was done. The gun went off for process. Then it came back that that gun had never been fired. This cop blatantly lied. So we went down there to protest. I always get to protest 2-3 hours before everybody else gets there. So it was going to be at Walmart. So I'm sitting there. Walmart decides to close for the day because they don't want no issues. They had all the employees bring every buggy out of the parking lot into the store. They had cops posting up everywhere, dressed in plain clothes, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, when we were there, nobody did anything. All we did was had a press conference, told how we felt about it, what we felt that should be done. And then we just held signs and chanted. Nothing happened. And that police department is known for violence against people for no reason. If you're there, you got people that go on panels here, and as soon as you say something wrong, they're set off. So, not taking up for the cops, but bottom line is, no matter what kind of training they have, they're still human. Does not excuse the shit that they're doing, but they are still human. You're out there raising hell, blowing whistles. That's a lot to take in. Now imagine listening to all that for hours. Also, there's people saying that Petty had got into, or Pretty or whatever his name was, had gotten into an altercation with some of them prior. Now, so you don't know what happened 30 minutes before what you saw on camera. So I just think it's kind of hard to make judgments when you don't have the whole picture. And that's all I'm saying.
I feel like it's not. I was just about to say, I feel like that's what a trial is for. It's not up for me to whether I judge it or not. I have every right to, because I'm just a viewer of a video. So I have every right to stand up and say, hey, I think he shouldn't have murdered that person. But I also think what should happen is the government should enforce its laws correctly, and he should be brought to trial.
The same government that is accused of the crime?
Yes, that same one.
Hey, yo.
That same motherfucker need to check himself.
But see,
But no, of course, I think the city or state need to. I think the city or state need to handle it.
What's the way that the law is supposed to act with a mob?
But you know what though, and I'm still going to say, and like I said, I'm not making excuses for anybody. I'm still going to say that it comes down to the training. Let until let's see, Winkler died in 2021. So before 2021 in South Carolina, let me tell you what you had to do to become a cop. You go to the police department, you fill out an application. They say, hey, yep, we'll let you be a cop, or they say no. Okay, let's say they say yes. What you do is the day that you are hired, they take you to a gun range and you have to put 50 rounds, on the target. I think you had to land, it was a while ago, I think you had to land 40 out of the 50 onto the target. If you were able to do that, you went back to the police department and you got your badge and gun. Now you're a cop. Never having studied law, taken an academy, anything. You are a cop just because you were able to put, I think it was 40 out of 50 you had to hit. That made you a police officer. You're on the streets, you're dealing with people with no academy training. Like I said, all you had to do at this point was put so many downrange. Okay. So now you have to go to police academy, but you can work at your department for up to a year before going to academy. You can write tickets, you can answer calls, you can do all this without any formal training, just off the street. Anybody. No psych eval, no like none of that. Just a clean background and able to put rounds downrange. That's it.
That's state, county, or city policy.
This okay, so I'm gonna give you, so this is South Carolina state law as of
21,
2020.
2020.
Well,
Okay.
2020. This is having 2020.
All right.
So, what a lot of agencies were doing, because it costs to say, because you're having to pay this person while they're academy, and they're not doing anything for you. So it was really, really killing the smaller agencies. So another part of that rule was that you could work up to a year without going to academy. So what a lot of agencies would do is they're like, hey, you're approaching your year mark, they'll fire you. You sit out for a month and then they hire you back. And so now you start another year with no training. Now, January 6th of 2021, a guy that I know really, really well, Jackson Winkler, he was under that same thing. He had no training, and he was policing at Florence Airport in Florence, South Carolina. He was killed that night because he was out there doing traffic stops and stuff. He wasn't trained. He's never been to academy. He was out there on his own. So now once Jackson got killed, they changed that law to where now if you haven't gone to academy, you have to be with a partner at all times. You have to be with somebody. But just think about all the things that happened. There were killings before then. They were certified cops, but I mean, they weren't trained. And I'm not seeing where these ICE agents are being trained properly. But I'm not saying South Carolina. I can only speak on South Carolina because that's what I know. But do you think it's right that you could be like, okay, I have a clean record, I want to be a cop. You go and they say, okay, we got an opening. They go take you to a range, you shoot down range, and if you hit enough, target enough, that you're now a police officer? So if they're dumb enough to let you, with no training, be on the streets, who do you hold accountable?
That's why I say you hold them motherfuckers accountable. It's law enforcement across the board. They hold culture.
Who do
It's
you
fucked up.
hold accountable though?
Law
Are you going to
enforcement and the
hold the
people
officer
setting up
accountable?
the
They let
training.
him do it. They told him, look, this man, he ain't got no money. He need a paycheck. He broke. He was able to go in there, shoot 50 rounds, and get a job. Can you blame him if he needed a job? So who's really to blame?
If he murdered somebody, I can blame him.
Okay, so what
And
did
I
he
can
do
also
illegal?
blame the
Wait,
people
wait,
that
wait.
hired him.
What did he do illegal? Now
Well, if he ain't do
understand,
nothing
he
wrong, then
ain't
I
been
don't
to
blame him for
academy. Wait, wait,
nothing.
wait. He hasn't been to academy. He hasn't taken an oath. He doesn't have training. So what did he do that was illegal?
I'm saying if he does something illegal, he's still getting charged with it. Ignorance of the law don't mean you don't get charged.
Okay, police have immunity. So try again.
What immunity do police have?
I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just
What
saying.
immunity do they have?
Uh,
Qualified.
look at all of these incidences. You think that he would deserve less just because he wasn't trained? They let him become an officer. So why would he deserve any less than any other officer?
I guess I'm confused. I missed something.
What I'm saying is a police officer, rather you have no training, 3 weeks of training, 6 months of training, 3 years of training, you're still an officer. It's the policies that are fucked up. Now that policy, when I'm okay, so I don't know. It was January 6, 2021. He was an officer at Florence Regional Airport. If y'all want to look it up, his name was Jackson. But his murder was so gruesome.
That's
Enough
crazy. You
people,
said January 6, 2021? Yeah, the
yeah.
day of the Trump shit. That's
You
wild.
know what? Yeah, yeah, because I got arrested, and the reason I remember it is I was arrested January 2020. Y'all want to say it was a year later? I could be wrong, but just look up Florence Regional Airport in South Carolina and the officer being murdered. His name was Jackson. But that guy took Jackson's gun from him. He didn't have any training. He didn't know how to retain a weapon. He didn't know how to, you know, have a certain presence, drop your strong leg back. He didn't know any of that. He'd never been to the damn academy. But that
Damn.
guy took Jackson's gun from him and unloaded the whole gun in its face. And it took something that drastic for them to change that rule. It's bullshit.
I see the case you talking about. I don't see nothing about the training though. It just say the dude took his gun from him and shot him.
Okay, so of course you have the incident. Everybody's going to report the death, and so it's just like anything else. Okay, oh my God, officer killed, shot in the face, guy took off. They got into a fucking police chase. It was all kinds of crazy shit, and just like anything else, then later it comes out. Wait a minute, he wasn't even a certified officer. He'd never been to academy, so it trickled out. Because the initial thing is going to be blah blah blah. So. But no, he wasn't. He hadn't been to the academy. Matter of fact, the reason I knew him is because we were on the fire department together. I knew him as a firefighter.
Stop asking what she got arrested for before we make you run your credit report before you come back on the chat room.
Oh, I can't read anything anyway. I'm driving through
Don't worry
freaking
about it.
ice and snow bullshit.
Don't worry about it.
But yeah, but I mean, and there's so many things happened. I mean, I just think about the fact, shoot.
No, you right. I had looked it up specifically. It say at the time of his death, January 5th, 2020, Winkler had only completed approximately 33% of his basic law enforcement training. He was considered uncertified or pre-academy, but was permitted by South Carolina law to patrol alone and conduct traffic stops. He was scheduled to
Yeah.
begin training at South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy just 1 week after he was killed.
Yep.
So, yeah, she right.
You said
2015.
5. You said January 5th?
Yeah, that was January
It might
5th,
have been
2020.
5th. I don't know why I was thinking this.
Oh, okay.
You know what?
Uh,
Okay. So the reason that the 6 is in my head, this year they have it's like Jackson Winkler Day now. Like how they do those proclamations
yeah,
or
the
whatever.
dedication. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's probably why the 6 was stuck in my head.
No, it's cool. I was like, even January 6th, it seemed like we should have Had some notification of
I
that.
hate January 6th. I was arrested January 6th, 2020. January 6th can kiss my ass.
I know it's just a bad time of the year, no matter what year it is.
It really is. But yeah, and the only reason I'm bringing attention to that is, like I said, I'm not making an excuse for law enforcement. I just think that they need to do better. You can't give somebody a fucking badge and a gun and arrest powers when all they did was shoot 50 fucking bullets. That's crazy. Now, when that happened to Jackson, all hell broke loose in South Carolina. Why was he out there? Blah blah blah. And that's, like I said, they ended up, I can't remember. I think it was like 2 years later when they finally changed the rule to where now, yes, you can go and you can get your badge and gun, but you have to be with a certified officer at all times until you graduate from the academy.
Yeah, so ICE is specifically 47 days, and then you're on the street no matter what. I
You
don't know what they go
cannot
for.
learn shit in 47 days. You can't
Yeah,
learn
so
nothing. No.
I don't know,
That's what I'm
classroom,
saying.
physical, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, you putting untrained motherfuckers out there, and then they
Yeah.
murdering. It's a reason they are murdering people at the rate they are.
And
There's no
that's why
justification for this shit.
if I understand that that's a little bit of an extreme example, but I wanted you to just see how it could happen. I'm not justifying it, but it's fucked up that somebody can just go out there.
No, that's
Jackson
what I'm
was one of
saying.
the
For me,
nicest people in the world, but if he didn't have no training, he had no business out there at night with a fucking gun fucking with anybody. He he
no,
he he shouldn't have been.
his loss of life is on the system that allow him to be out there. This loss of
Okay.
life, these people loss of life as well, is on the system that allow these cops, untrained
Nah,
or partially trained, to be out there.
nah, that's
Okay,
on
fine. So
them.
now let me ask you. So let me ask you this question, Fi. Let's say that it was reversed. He's out there, and that guy did something, and it scared him. He didn't know how to act, and he killed the guy.
Like the guy, like the Jackson killed
Instead of
the James
yeah, if
Bell guy.
Jackson would have killed the other guy.
If he did it, now this is gonna this the tricky part. If I was his lawyer, I would be blaming the motherfucking system. Be like, shit, my officer did what he knew to do because he wasn't trained properly, so that wasn't really
And
on
see,
him.
that's the
So
funny
I
thing.
would
He
get
didn't
his
know to
sentence
do
reduced.
anything because he
He's
had
still gonna get
zero
his ass
training.
convicted. He might get it dropped down to like manslaughter or something. He's still gonna catch something up if he was to murder the dude
And see, I honestly
unlawfully.
see. I think the thing, the Walter Scott issue, and the reason that cop dealt with anything was because it wasn't too long prior to that. Okay, so it used to be that you could just tase people. If they wouldn't listen to you, you could tase them. You could tase them. There was a court case, and please forgive me, I cannot remember the case right now, where they said if somebody is passively resisting an officer, you cannot tase them. Now, does it still happen? Yes. But if they are passively, if they lock up and won't move, or long as they're not actively coming at you, you're not supposed to tase them. That law gets broken, I bet 50 million times a day.
Yeah.
So I mean, I know
And
two officers that got in no trouble. There was a guy, oh god, I'm trying to think of how to tell this story. They so they arrested this guy, and the guy had okay, his nickname was Tripod. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it at
Pause.
that. So these officers decided that because he talked shit to them when they arrested him, they put him in a cell, they stripped him naked, and then they pepper sprayed um
Him.
the third part of the tripod. Um, they didn't get in trouble, and that was dead wrong.
Well, they get away with a lot of bullshit, but they also get in trouble for tasing it. And when people die because they tased them, it shouldn't save them. It's cops that's been charged with that.
Yep. We had one guy, he we had this aggravating guy. God, he was aggravating. And I already knew sometimes what you gotta learn is just like with a protest. Sometimes you drive up to something and you see who's there and you say, fuck this, and you get the fuck up out of there. And that's exactly what I did. This dude handcuffed the guy. Then the guy still was talking shit. He slapped him. He was still talking shit. So he pepper sprayed him. Then he called the 911 operators bragging about what he did. Now they did bring charges against that cop because I mean it's recorded on the 911. I mean the shit's recorded. You sit here admitting that every damn thing you did. When they found out he had stage 4 cancer, they went ahead and dropped the charges. So, but that's the first cop that I've seen in that area prosecuted in a while.
Yeah, because
So
they protect them. We know that the system protect.
yeah, and you know, and I hate, oh God, I hate the term good cop. I fucking hate it. I just don't see where there are where it. I don't see where that works. I just don't. If you're a good cop and your career lasted more than 5 years, I don't see how you were good. I just don't. I can't. And you got to understand, I've seen it from all angles. I used to be a program director for a volunteer lawyer program. I've been in jail. I've been an officer and a detective. So I can see everything from a lot of different perspectives. So when I tell you that it good cop just don't work for me, that term, it just don't.
Hey, would you say those shootings was they in a deadly or a dangerous situation?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite understand what you were saying.
Would you say with those two shootings up in Minneapolis, was the police in a dangerous situation?
Okay, so the Renee Good, I'm gonna be honest with you, just from looking at all sides, I can see that officer getting away with that. There's just so many different ways you can approach that because one thing is you can use deadly force if you feel that you're in danger or if you have any reason to fear that anybody else would be in danger. He could say he feared for the other officers. She was driving a rag. I mean, there's all kinds of things that will come out of that, but it'll be enough to get him off either way. Um, Even if by chance there's some emotions going on there and he gets charged, I don't think it'll go much further than that.
But do you think
Um,
that he was in a dangerous situation as a police officer?
as having been in a situation kind of like that, see, here's the thing. When you can look at video and you can slow it down, you can look at this angle and you can look at that angle, it's totally different than when you're in the situation. Totally different. And I know y'all probably see, you can look up some of the videos where people will actually go through police training and they have to decide, like, real quick, like, is this a bad guy, good guy? Because that's one of the things that they do. They have those pop-ups come up and you shoot, and you know it might be a good guy, it might be a bad guy, and they have just regular people do it. And I haven't really seen any do good on it. It's really hard to make those decisions. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes, I'll tell you that. Definitely wouldn't want to be in his shoes. I would hate to have had to make that call. I got in a situation once where we had a club and the owner said, do not let people be in their vehicles. Either they get out of their vehicles and they come in the club or they need to leave because all these fights and stuff are happening in the parking lot. We were in the parking lot and there was a line that went one way and that, like, it was like a T as far as the parking lot. And I was checking cars along a particular line, and I guess the other guys were with this other one, and the guy woke up. He was actually in the middle of snorting, and I guess he just fell asleep because he had all the shit on his lap and everything. Well, his first indication when they knocked on the window, he looked and he saw the police. What the hell do you think he did? He cranked the car up and he threw it in park. And guess who was in front of the fucking car? Me. Now, I got out of the way. I didn't shoot him, but I could see where somebody else might. I was always on the side of caution.
All
There's
right,
many times when I was reviewed in situations and they said
You
that I
answer
was
that man question.
justified to use deadly force, but
so you
I'm not. That don't mean you have to.
So you would say that the police officer was in a dangerous situation with the car?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what was in his head. I can't make that call.
All right. What
And that's
about
my honest answer.
okay? What about the rest? What about the last one? I guess harassing with somebody
Alice
with a
pregnant.
gun.
I'm gonna tell you what I feel about it. They're doing all these videos. He was a VA nurse and he prayed for this. And he held these soldiers' hands when they died. And, okay, he did all that. That is definitely commendable. But here's the thing. So if that was what you were about and that was your life, why were you out there with a gun with 2 extra magazines? Why wasn't you out there with like a first aid kit? Why wasn't you out there, like with, I don't know, something in case they get maced, because you know that's a
He
possibility to
was
help them clear out their
exercising his
eyes.
legal right to carry. Was he wrong for exercising his legal right to carry
Just
at a
because
protest?
it's legal doesn't mean that you should do it.
It doesn't mean you shouldn't. He was concealing carrying. He didn't do nothing. He didn't pull the gun out and aim it at somebody. He just had it on him.
But you're already in a
Had they
situation
not
that
rushed,
is,
he's not in no situation. He didn't expect to be rushed by police or law enforcement. Yeah, y'all saying it like he knew he was gonna get jumped by 5 cops and they was gonna see
Well,
he
you
had a
are
gun on.
in a situation that is highly charged and you have a firearm.
they said that he got his ribs
If they
broke a couple of
if
weeks
I
ago by the
shouldn't bring it, they
police.
should make it illegal.
But they said that he
Like,
got his ribs broke a
because
couple of
in
weeks
Georgia
ago
you
by
can't bring a
ICE.
gun to a protest. You're
Just
not supposed to.
because
It's not
it's
legal.
right doesn't mean that just because it's legal doesn't necessarily mean that you should do it.
But I have the right to. That's what I'm saying. Should or shouldn't is my choice because I have the right to. That's literally
Well,
why I have
here's
the
the thing.
right. I
When
have
I
the
used to go out
choice.
there protesting, you know what I tell people? You're a dumbass if you're going to a protest and you don't have money to bail yourself out, because there's a high possibility that you're probably going to go to jail.
I've been to several protests and I was never even in my mind thought I was going to jail.
Well, me personally, I think it's dumb to protest unless you can bail yourself out, because that's a high possibility.
Why should I go to jail for? That's what I'm saying. So are we saying that
I'm not saying,
going
did
to
I say it was
protest you should
right?
just
Did I say it
expect to
was
go to
right? I didn't
jail?
say it was right, but look at what the fuck's going on. Right is not, okay, you
Yes,
know
but
what?
and
When
yeah,
I'm, no,
because the
no.
law enforcement is doing too much.
What you
Yeah,
don't understand
y'all
is when
blaming the
I'm, no, no, no,
protest.
no, 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 no. When I am driving down a road, right? I'm going north and other people are going south. There's a fucking line on some asphalt that says, you can't cross that. You can't cross that. That don't mean that somebody won't hit me head on. Just because that's the way it's supposed to go don't mean that's the way it's going to go. And first of all, why have your ass out there? Anyway, I bet you half them people, if you ask them why they're protesting, they can't even tell you. Look at all them kids that was protesting, talk about free Palestine, free Palestine. You know them alphabet
I just
people,
never thought
they
I'd see
would
the
they
day
would
where black people
kill
would
them.
be condemning protesters in defense of law enforcement.
I'm definitely
Yeah,
not
but when you
convinced.
get to
No,
comparing
I'm
it to
just saying,
black people like that, man, that's where I don't agree. Because I understand what
I
you're
didn't
saying, but
just
I don't
compare it to
agree.
black people. I said I never thought I'd see the day when black people would be condemning protesters in defense of law enforcement. I didn't say this
no,
was
no, no, no,
about
no.
black
I'm not
people and black
condemning
people
them being
protesting.
convinced of law enforcement. I'm
That
just
doesn't
telling
But
you that
you are
protesting to
condemned. That's
me.
literally what y'all doing. Y'all are talking
When
about
did I
what the
say I was doing?
protesters are
No,
doing.
no, no, no,
Y'all
no.
aren't
Don't,
saying what the law enforcement
don't
did
put
wrong. You
that on
said,
me.
why did he bring a gun? That's what you said. You said, why did he bring a
No,
gun?
no, no,
He
no, no.
shouldn't
But the
have did that.
protesters
Just
is
because it's
I
breaking the
didn't say
legal
it was.
law.
don't mean
I
he should
didn't
have
say
did
it was
it.
against law
I have
enforcement. I'm
yet to
saying
hear
if he
y'all
was a
say,
fucking
I have
nurse,
yet to hear
why didn't
y'all
he have
say
nurse
that
things
police,
out
I
there?
have yet to
That's
hear y'all
all I
say that
said.
law enforcement shouldn't have pushed that woman down.
That's
That law
that.
enforcement shouldn't have pepper sprayed that man. None of
He
that.
Yeah, I
shouldn't
No,
have.
said
I haven't
He
heard
yeah,
none of
shouldn't
yeah,
that.
have.
multiple
But they
times. I
did.
said that shit multiple times,
Hold
dude.
on. Do
Stop
the
the
law?
Yeah,
They
you
trolling.
did
shouldn't
Hold
say
have,
that,
on.
but
but
you
they
wasn't
did.
talking
Hold
recently
on.
though.
But
And
can
you
the
know
law
why I quit
enforcement tell
protesting?
somebody to get back from the scene?
And I'm gonna tell you
She
why
ain't
I
gonna tell
quit
you to get
protesting.
back.
People go
Okay, well
and
if you don't
And
get
protest
back,
and
I don't
rile
can they?
all that
necessarily
shit
have to
up,
listen.
I'm
and then
saying, but
they
if
go
you
It
don't,
home and
okay,
the
depends.
can they
community left to deal
physically
with the
move you
shit.
back?
Come on with the
It's
If it's
woman,
an
hard.
man.
actual crime scene.
The crime scene is state crime scene.
No, it ain't. They. That's what I'm saying. Y'all want to give them free reign to just make up shit as they go. If they feel like saying, "Hey, right here
I
is
did
where I
not
say
give
you
them
can't
free
be at,"
range.
then you can't be right here.
I'm telling you, these fuckers are being put out there with no damn training.
I'm
It's
saying,
crazy. The policy has to be changed. It has to be.
so
47
with
Okay,
the
weeks
then.
don't
So
teach
that.
you
so
So
with the
that.
shit.
whistleblowing, you know that they can cause harm, right?
That what now?
The whistleblowing,
What harm can it cause? You saying it's gonna hurt the cops' ears?
yeah, it can.
Here we go again, protecting the police.
I'm just saying. So you saying that it's your right to just go up to people just blowing whistles because you protesting.
They motherfuckers
I mean,
can't hold their
I don't
temper.
know if it's a
They
right or
can't
not
hold
because
their
they've always
temper
had
on a
blowhorns at
fucking
protests.
panel if
No,
somebody
they
says
got
your
the right.
mama, and
They got
expect
It
people
they
to hold
got
says
their temper to a
the
protected
student pace.
expression. Using whistles to signal the presence of law enforcement or to express outrage is generally legal and protected. So yes, nigga, they have every right to be out there blowing whistles.
Yeah, but they running up,
Generally legal and protected.
and
Generally.
Okay,
just
you
like
want
I
me to
was
look
saying.
specifically in Minnesota?
Okay, so it's like I was saying, the police is trying to secure the scene, correct? So if they telling people bag up, they always tell people bag up, school back. What happens if you don't bag up and school back?
It depends on the police.
I'll tell you, police tell you. They tell you the first thing they teach you is the first thing you do is you ask somebody and then you tell them and then you make them. There is no in between. So if I ask you to back up and you don't, and then I tell you, there's no more talking after that. That's how they're trained.
Yes, Minnesota is generally legal. The only thing they have is a unnecessary noise that they would be able to use as a local ordinance if they want to do that. But law enforcement, I don't know if they're able to use that. Well, not law enforcement, but ICE because they're not city and state.
Okay, so is you saying it okay to be wrestling with the police with a strap on your hip?
He didn't try to wrestle with the police.
I'm
If
saying
the police, if the police
he
didn't escalate, okay, since no, I'm gonna answer that. Now, can you answer my question? Is it okay for police to not de-escalate a situation?
okay, the police is de-escalating, but when you step in
Is
between
pushing a
him,
woman down de-escalating?
did he push him? Why
Did
you
I didn't
step?
ask that? See? Hold on. Now I was answering your questions free and clear. No problem. Is pushing the woman down de-escalating?
Uh,
I don't know what happened prior.
it's
See
giving
this?
her
You see
from
what
the
I'm saying?
scene.
When it comes to the police, y'all quick to be like, "Well, I don't know. It might be a little different.
No,
What
I'm
happened
saying that I don't
beforehand?"
know the whole
I
picture.
can
I'm not
simply
gonna make a
say,
call if I
"No,
don't know the
nigga,
whole
he
damn
didn't
picture.
de-escalate by pushing that woman down." Nigga, no, that's not
He,
de-escalation. I don't
yeah,
need to know what happened
he was
before.
de-escalating because they was way down the street. She was way down the street, blowing whistles in the ears, way down the street.
So pushing people down is de-escalating to y'all.
He was securing. He was getting them out the street. He was telling them
Like
get
I
back.
said, bro, y'all make all the excuses in the world for the law enforcement, but the
That's
protesters need to
crazy.
abide by
So
all the
you
laws
said.
and do
So you
everything right.
okay?
The people
Okay.
under oath don't need to necessarily
Did
do
the po
everything right. They just
did
need
the
to be right there on the line. But the
did
protesters, y'all need to do everything right.
did
Don't blow that whistle but two times, nigga. You got two times to blow that
But
whistle, bro.
why the
And if that
fuck the
officer
protesters
if the
got to do
did the
officer
everything
tell
po
you
right
to
if the
move
cops?
five
You
steps to
sitting
the
there saying
left,
the
you
cops
man
got
move
to do
did
five
everything
steps to the
right. Why
left.
don't the
If he
protesters
I'm
changed
do
his
saying?
mind
everything
and tell
right?
you to
That's
move
Oh
five
my
crazy.
steps to the
god.
right, then you need to move five steps to the right. Nigga,
Did
you do what that officer say according to how he feel in that moment, nigga.
did
That's
the
what you do.
police push? Did the police push the girl or the dude?
The police push the girl.
Okay. Why is he stepping in their business?
What do you mean they been? Oh my goodness, bro. They're protesters. That's his neighbor. He wanted to help.
Okay. So
The
when you
police was
stepped in front
violating
of
a woman's rights. The police was violating a woman's rights. So what you're saying is, if a police is violating someone next to you or your neighbor, mind your business and let them violate.
But didn't you just say that that's what you go to trial for? So why didn't she just take
No,
it to
I said
trial? Why
that's
did he have to? I mean,
take what to
that's
trial.
crazy.
Take what to
If
trial.
she felt like she was being violated, take it to court.
So because the man had a natural reaction to help a woman, now he should die.
I did not say he should die. I
Well,
never
that's
Right.
what
said that.
because what I'm telling y'all is, as
He
a
got popped
man,
because
if I see another
he
man
had a
push a
strap
woman to the
and he
ground and
wrestling
I'm
with the
standing
police
right there, I'm
with a
probably
gun.
gonna step in front of him and say, "Hey, bro, chill out. What you doing?" And y'all
So
saying I'm wrong if I do that. I should mind my business.
nah,
So
because you
10
pushed the
minutes
police.
prior, if that woman
Now
had
you
He
hit
didn't
stepped
that
in
push the
front of the
officer's
police, nigga.
police.
He
face,
never pushed the police, bro.
You stepped
Y'all
in front
is
of the
the way
police.
y'all frame shit is crazy to
Man,
say the
you stepped in
police.
front of
no,
the
because now
police
I'm
and pushed the
wondering
police.
if
Nigga, you
she
don't
Now
do
had
he
none of
stepped
that.
in
spit,
front of the police and pushed him.
Man,
I thought he
come
hit
on,
him with his
man, that's
forearm.
crazy. Okay,
if
that's the
she
same
had
thing.
spit on
It's
him
not the
10
same
If
minutes
the
thing.
police,
Pushing the
prior,
police and
okay,
he
well,
never
you
hit him
trying to
with
get
his
the police
forearm.
out the way. Okay, what you
This
trying to do is
crazy,
trying
bro.
to
I
control
ain't
the
never
situation here.
seen niggas defend the
Is you
police
trying
with this much
is
goddamn
is
defense,
you
bro.
trying
This shit
okay, is you
crazy.
trying to control the situation?
This shit is crazy.
Is you law enforcement?
This shit is crazy.
Are you
I
trying to
don't have to
control the
be law
situation?
enforcement, bro. Law enforcement sometimes does wrong and people have to make citizens arrest because law enforcement is not
Ah,
always
this is
right.
crazy. Now y'all niggas
Yeah, nah,
arresting
yeah, y'all,
police.
I'm going to
you
tell you
couldn't.
right
That
now,
shit
Niggas is like,
if
goofy as
hell
hell.
nah, bro. Ain't no
Niggas is
citizens
arresting
arrest,
police
nigga. You
because these niggas
crazy
running
as
up on
fuck,
illegal
bro.
immigrants.
You crazy as
But you
fuck, bro.
not
You
if
running
can't
up.
do that.
ozone
But
You
you
can't
can't
definitely
fix
dare
ain't
his
trying
call
to
the
arrest
job,
no
law
police.
I don't know
enforcement out
what
about
will.
doing
You ain't
something
arresting
wrong.
no police nigga when they running up on
Dare
traps
stand
and
in
doing
front of a
dumbass shit.
police officer when they pushing people down. You
You
let
not
them push them
arresting
down and get out
you
the
not
way.
arresting no police when they running
Bro,
up
that
on
was me
traps and
being
doing dumbass
facetious,
shit.
bro. Please don't stick on that
That
there, bro. The
shit
citizens
crazy.
arrest shit was being
So,
facetious.
so Fi,
That
did
shit
you
crazy
follow
as
the
hell.
ozone
You gonna stick to that,
trial down in
bro.
Florida?
Excuse me?
Did you follow the ozone trial down in Florida?
Which one was that?
Ortho Wallace,
When the dude
he
had the smoke in his yard or some shit like that?
no. He actually, I 1000% feel that he shot that officer in self-defense. And when he went to court, the judge ruled that he could not use self-defense as a defense, even though that's exactly what it was. If you watch that trial, that's going to show you that officer was dead wrong. And here's the crazy part, right? So he ends up shooting the officer. He takes off, right? And this is a crude version of it, but definitely look it up. He shoots the officer. He takes off. Okay, the officer ends up going in the hospital. Blah 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 blah. He starts getting better, and he's actually getting ready to go to rehab. Officer ends up catching some kind of something while in the hospital and died, and then they ended up charging him with murder. But if you look at that, there's no doubt in my mind that that man shot that officer in self-defense. And now they're trying to change the laws down there where if you shoot an officer, I think it's automatic death penalty or some crazy shit they're trying to do down there in Florida. But I mean, it's Florida, so
But according to y'all, he should be charged with murdering that cop. Because he should have just
I
listened
don't
to the
know where you
cops,
get
gave
this
him. He
y'all
should have
from.
just
All I
That's
was
what I'm
saying,
saying.
okay.
What you
I
trying to
According
do
to
wasn't
is
what
trying
I've
to
making
been
of him.
compare these
hearing,
I was just
protests and
telling
according to
you
shit
what
to
about
I've
some
the
been
real
training
hearing,
shit.
I'll
aspect of it.
change it.
You
I'll
trying
change
now
it.
what you
I
trying to do is
apologize.
trying to make
According
things
to
the
what I've
same
been
as far as
hearing,
with these
that's not what I'm trying to
protesters.
make.
It's
I'm not
not the
trying to tell
same.
me how it's different. I'm not trying to make it the same.
It is
So
different because it's
was
different situations. You up
Vino?
here trying to
That's Vino,
say
right?
because the
Was this
police kill
was
somebody, it's
Ozone?
all the same because the police kill somebody. It's not all the
Should
same.
Ozone have been charged with murdering the cop, or should he been justified in shooting the
I think he was justified.
cop? Okay, Vino, what do you think?
I mean, I don't know nothing about that case.
The police officer walked. I'll read it to you. On June 24, 2021, the Daytona Beach. The incident was recorded on the police officer's body cam, a 29-second clip. The officer can be seen approaching Ozone in a very aggressive manner, asking him,
Okay, you
"Where
can
are you
start right
going?"
there. Okay, you can start right there. He approached him. He fucking with the dude. So yeah, he justified. These
Oh,
people
it gets
fucking with the
worse. But
police.
read the
So it's
rest of
just
it,
that
Fi.
little part right there.
Yeah,
That's the difference right
it's a
there.
big
I was.
difference, definitely.
So if the police come fucking with you, then it's on the police.
Hell yeah, that's a bullshit.
But read the rest of it, Fi. Read
This
more,
shit's crazy.
if you don't mind.
Okay, do you live here? Yes or no? While he grabs Ozone by the shoulders, the body cam footage starts to get shaky and blurry because of all the activity taking place. The officer was said to have been conducting a quote unquote proactive patrol at the time the incident occurred. But what is displayed in the body camera footage was a common episode of racial profiling and fascist harassment. The officer did not lawfully present himself as a peace officer to a citizen. He didn't tell Ozone that he was under arrest or being detained before he grabbed him. That is a violation of Ozone's Wallace Fourth Amendment constitutional rights to protection against illegal search and seizure. Y'all agree with that?
Hell yeah, that was a violation of his Fourth Amendment.
Do you agree with that, V-Note?
Yeah, that's that bullshit.
So you think the police have to announce to you that you're being arrested?
Was that term a proactive what?
Man, I don't think the police should be running up on the nigga doing nothing unless the nigga got some warrant shit.
So if the police are walking up on you, pushing you out of the street, what's the difference?
No, that's a different. But what was that term to use?
How's that difference, GK? If I'm a legal protester, how are you allowed to push me?
What you
Hey,
read?
why you in the street?
What they called that a pro? He was performing a proactive.
It said proactive patrol, like he was walking around just patrol, looking for niggas.
That's a violation of his. That's a violation of his Fourth Amendment rights. That's a fact.
You said why I'm in the street? Because I can stand in the street as long as I'm not blocking anything. Now, if they're blocking something, then the officer has the right to tell them to get out the way. But if I'm not actually blocking something, I have the right to be in the street because it's a protest.
The police is clearing a crime scene. They telling
That's
you to
cool.
bag
So
up.
they can push me.
You didn't listen to the orders.
The lady was backing up. She literally was backing up.
Nah, she was screaming at him.
She crazy. That's crazy. So I can't scream and back up. I have to be quiet and back up.
You know what I'm saying? Just get out the way.
Is it illegal to scream at law enforcement?
No, I'm saying get out the way.
So okay, if it's an officer that's telling me to back up and get out of the way, and I'm backing up and screaming as I'm backing up, is that illegal or is that me complying?
No, it definitely wasn't complying.
If I'm backing up, I'm not complying.
No, they wasn't backing up.
Before he pushed the woman, he backed Petty up all the way out of the street. Before he pushed the woman, he backed Petty up all the way out of the street.
Okay.
So what are you talking about?
So why did Petty jump back into the street?
Because he didn't jump back in the street. They were in front of the parked car, so they couldn't have been in the street.
Okay, so you said that he pushed Freddie.
He put his hand on Teddy and pushed him, moved him all the way out of the street to the side of the road.
So how did Freddie end up back in the street?
He wasn't. Must I say it again? You yourself saw the footage from the lady sitting inside the car. He was no longer in the street because he was standing in front of a parked car.
Because he went back because he disobeyed the cop's orders, right?
What order? There was no order, bro. What is this? It's what I'm saying. Y'all think the cops can tell you what to do at any time? That's what y'all feel like.
No, not any time when they clear
like
the crime
some
scene.
citizens don't feel like that, bro. That's y'all niggas that they got like that. I don't just do whatever the police say because they say do it.
Like this motherfucker is.
Yeah, but you got a pistol on you and you wrestling with the police.
I didn't try to wrestle with the police. They wrestled with me, nigga. You just excuse it.
No, you tried.
No, he did not try to wrestle with the police,
the situation because he pushed the female.
Yes, he tried to protect the woman. You right, bro. Don't try to protect.
So you try to control the situation.
By the police.
So you try to control the situation.
Yeah, bro. I tried to help someone whose rights was getting violated.
You got a pistol, so you didn't come in like, hey, I got a pistol. Hold up. None of that. You fighting.
Nigga might not even been thinking about the damn pistol. Sometimes I forget my strap on me. I walk around with my strap 24/7. I forget that shit
I feel you, Pop, but a pistol ain't a part of a protest. But it's
legal to carry in Minnesota during a protest.
Hold on, real quick though, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. If we're talking about militia action, you feel what I'm saying? Like I was here for the Ferguson protest. I was here when nigga Philando got killed in Minnesota. Like St. Louis niggas tore shit up, but it's like it's two different groups of people. You got the people that's coming during the day, like the sister Dee said, they protesting, they doing what the law. Then you got the people that's coming at night. That's like, nigga, we on some other shit.
This guy was during the day, so we ain't got to talk about the night stuff. This incident was during the day, though, so we ain't got to talk about the night stuff.
No, but I'm saying whether if they would have showed up during the day or the night, I just use that to explain that situation. But I'm saying it's just to give an example of it's two different groups of people. You know what I mean? And the sister Dee right, like, and Taz, like, they don't this is new to them people, the etiquette of protesting. Whether if it's right or wrong, black people done been through this shit enough generations to know, like, nigga, unless we ready to go out here and get down.
Are y'all serious? Y'all not serious? Are you saying that protesting is new to white people?
Let me finish real quick, Fontaine. I'm saying whether whether I'm not making no objections on what's right or wrong. I'm only dealing with what it is. See, when you deal with what's right or wrong, you put your because I got two sons, bro. I can't have them go out and be like, they got killed. The police is wrong. I don't give a fuck how wrong the police is. My kids got to make it home. We'll deal with what's wrong or right later.
I get y'all when y'all say that, and it's cool because it's y'all children, so I get it. But somebody has to stand up. So I'm glad
That
there's
nigga
people
right
out there
there
that are
is
standing
somebody.
up. I get that y'all
I
don't want
agree
to,
with
and y'all
you.
don't promote. Hold on, I'll let you finish. I get that y'all don't want to stand up, and y'all don't want y'all kids standing up, and y'all don't promote people standing up, especially
See, that's
black people.
facetious right there. That because I
Let me
didn't say
finish
none
like
of
I
that
let you
shit,
finish.
Fontaine.
Let me
That's where you
let me
being
finish.
facetious
Like,
at, bro.
let me finish like I let you finish. I understand that y'all don't want to protest when it
I
ain't black
can't
people
keep on
dying.
letting you say
Oh
y'all
my
don't want it.
God,
That's
bro.
facetious. I didn't say
I'm
none of
saying
that.
y'all,
No,
bro.
I'm not gonna
Bro,
let
I'm
you lie
saying
on me, though,
y'all,
nigga.
bro. But listen, Bobby, I was saying y'all before you got up here. So now I got to stop
Yeah,
saying
but I'm
y'all because you up
saying
here.
but I'm
So I
saying if
can't
I
say
just
y'all
got
no more.
finished.
Even though before you got up here, I've been saying y'all the whole time. But now that you up here, I can't say y'all no more.
Right. And now that I'm speaking, you still saying y'all, and I'm saying just
And I'm going to continue
don't
to say
use
y'all, my
that.
nigga, because that's how I'm going to talk, my nigga. You're not going to stop me from saying
Right. I
y'all.
agree. You can
Oh
continue
my
to
God,
talk
bro.
like
Just know
that,
that
and
I'm going
every
to cut you
time you
off when
say
you try to make
y'all,
your point now. Just know that I'm going to cut you
every
off when you
time you
try to make
say
your point
y'all,
now.
I'ma
Now
just
just shut the
interject
fuck
and
up and
say,
let you
nah,
talk.
y'all
But
ain't
now
doing
because
that.
the word y'all is being used, you're not adult
Okay,
enough to
one time,
excuse the
Bobby.
word.
You got it, man. Go ahead,
This shit is
bro.
fucking retarded, bro. God damn, bro. Forgot my whole goddamn point, bro.
Real quick. Civil rights protesting was considered non-violent after Occupy Wall Street protesting. It's not considered violent, but there is a level of consent that you could be confronted with violence, or you are confronting and the entity that is violent. Put it like that.
It's retarded.
I'm
Bro, I
saying
don't
that.
even
Hold on,
watch none
man.
of the people you talking about. What about SCI? You niggas is retarded. You niggas
I
hear
agree with you.
Democrat and all that shit and jump through hoops. I would love to finish
Yeah,
my point, but go ahead, Bobby. You want to talk?
go ahead, Fontaine. My bad.
What's your point, Five?
Yeah, y'all niggas is excusing the shit the police do. And then soon as a nigga say, so it's my legal right to carry a gun in Minnesota during a protest. It's literally legal for me to do during a protest. But since the police is fucking crazy, niggas is saying, nah, you shouldn't do it though. You shouldn't do it. Why can't I do it? It's literally
Nigga,
legal. If I shouldn't do it, they
If
should
you
make it
want to poke the
illegal.
bear, be ready for the consequences.
Hold
I
on,
didn't poke the
Diddy.
bear. If I wanted to poke the bear, I would
Hold
have
on,
had it
Diddy.
drawn. It was
Hey, Diddy.
concealed for a reason.
Hey, Diddy. It's my legal right to walk through the fucking projects where the Bloods and Crips is beefing at 3 a.m., correct?
And I
Right,
would.
but should you?
But should you do
I
it? That's
would.
the whole point we saying.
And I would.
No,
And
fuck
that's
what
my
you would.
point.
Would
Yeah,
you?
and
Hold
that's my
on. Real
point I
quick.
made earlier.
Hold
Just
on.
because
Real quick.
y'all wouldn't
Time
do
out.
it, don't
You
mean
keep on.
somebody
Wait
else
a minute,
wouldn't.
Fontaine. You keep on putting it on yourself. Would you tell your children that that's cool? Because that nigga Alex Brady, his kid, his parents on the TV now looking crazy. So would you tell your kids do that shit?
If they grew up how I grew up, yeah.
No, not if. Fuck a if. See, you doing an if. What
But
you
it's a
mean if they
reason.
grew up how you
It's a
grew up? You're
reason I put
raising
an
them.
if there.
No, you're raising them. No, they should grow up how you wait. If you're raising them however they grew up, I'm asking, would you instill that in your children? Not a if. Would you do it?
If they know they
Come down a little
surroundings,
bit on
yes,
your
you can walk
Not a
into
if,
a
modulation,
my
3
nigga.
a.m. in the
But
morning
see
and
how
let
you
the
keep
shit
on
be
trying to
safe.
get out? You saying that you
Ain't
would
nobody
do
trying
it.
to get
But
out. Do you
you,
I
want me to
hold
can't
answer
on,
how
real
I'm gonna
quick.
allow
answer, or you
me
want
to
me to answer
lie
how you
in
want me to
Quick,
answer,
Diddy.
nigga?
Diddy, hold on, real quick. If he's saying he would do it, I would. No, you saying you would do it. I would assume you're raising your children to be like you. So you're saying that it'll be cool if your children do it, correct?
You think I raised my kids to do everything I do?
Bro, I'm saying I'm assuming because you ain't giving me no
Do you
direct
think I'm
answer. Be
raising my
dancing,
children to do everything I do?
I'm assuming because you're not giving me a direct answer.
I gave you a direct answer. Ask it
But you
again, and I'll
giving
give you a
direct
direct
answers
answer
on
again.
everything else.
Ask me again, and I'll give you a direct answer.
on your master volume. You modulate a little bit, Bobby. Just a little,
Okay, my
distort it a
bad.
little bit. Yeah, just a little bit, like
Ask it again
20%.
so you can get a direct answer.
Yeah,
Is that better?
yeah, yeah. You good?
Now say that again, Fatah.
I'll give you a direct answer, bro. Yes, I would I would see, and it's a stupid question because you asked me, would I tell my kids to do it? No, I wouldn't tell them to do it. But would I be okay with my son walking through there? Yes. My daughter, no, nigga, because she's a girl.
Oh, but you can't make that distinction if the
I
case we
can't
talking
make the
about.
distinction. Why
Hold
not?
on,
It's
real
a
quick.
distinction because she's a
Because the
female.
law ain't changed
I
between
wouldn't
a girl
advise
and
my
a
baby
boy.
Right,
mama
the
to do
laws
it
don't
either.
change for men and women,
They
correct?
ain't
And when we talk
female
about
laws and male laws. The fuck?
right, and DD, and when we talk
So
about the
you
Alex
made the
Brady
false
case,
equivalence,
hold
nigga.
on,
This ain't the same. You made the
real
false
quick,
equivalence.
no,
Don't
real
try to
quick,
pigeonhole me to your
hold
false
on.
equivalent.
No, I got you. But if we talking about the Alex Brady case, that's him dealing with a woman being
Now
violated.
ask me what.
So
Now
in
ask
your
me what I
hold
tell my
on,
kids to do that. Now ask me what I tell my kids to do that.
real
Do
quick
what?
though. Okay,
No, ask me
whether you
that.
feel
Ask me that. You want a
To
direct
do
answer?
what, man?
Ask me what I tell my kids to go to a protest lawfully carrying their weapon. Ask me.
Oh, well,
Yes,
shit.
and
nigga.
agitating the, hold on. Would
I
you
know.
tell
See,
your
he wasn't
kids to go to
agitating. See, now you adding
hold
shit.
on.
He wasn't agitating.
No, I'm not no. You told me to
Well,
ask my question. I want to ask, I'm asking it from my perspective. Would you tell your child to go to a protest with a gun on them agitating the police?
No.
no, just going to a protest
That's
with a gun
simple.
on them, period.
But I
Would you
would tell
tell
them
your
to
child
carry.
to go to a
But I
protest
would
with
tell
a
them if
gun,
it's.
period?
But I would tell them it's legal to carry their gun. So if they want to carry it and feel better with it, then yes, carry it. The
At a
agitating
protest?
part, no. That's the part I would say no. But
To go
the
protest ICE, you would tell your child.
Why would
yes,
you tell
if
them to
they were
go
going to
protest
protest,
with a
yes, nigga.
gun?
Like, what are you talking about? Yes,
Why
nigga. If
would
they
you
had a legal,
recommend for your
if
child
not
to
in
go
Georgia,
protest with a
because in
weapon?
No,
Georgia it would
that's
be illegal.
I'm just trying to get you on record for saying that. I wouldn't do no shit like that. But
I
you
wouldn't
Yeah, we
recommend my
know,
child
y'all. We
go
know,
protest with
y'all.
no
They got
weapon.
y'all
Hell no.
scared, bro.
you
So
been
what y'all think
It
about the
ain't
Black
about
Panthers?
being
What do y'all
scared.
think about the
what?
Black Panthers?
Because what?
What do
Hold
y'all think
on.
about the Black Panthers?
Hold on,
The real
Well,
ones,
Fontaine.
that's
the
a
real
Hold
Black
on,
militia.
Panthers.
That's
Fontaine, man. The
hold
nigga.
on,
Hold
real
on,
What do
quick.
y'all think
Fontaine,
about
man.
the
The
real
nigga got.
Black Panthers?
Hold on,
I'm
Fontaine,
about
man.
to
The
tell you
nigga
right
got his
now,
ribs
Fontaine,
broke
real quick.
a couple of. Hold on, man. The nigga got his ribs broke a couple of weeks before that, so he came ready for some beef. So the niggas
I
really
think
should have.
I think
So the
that's
nigga really
bogus.
should have
I
shot
think
at the
that's bogus,
police once he
bro.
should have known that
So
it was
we
going
talking
down.
about
But
how
this,
He
real
already
hey,
done
but
got
this is my
roughed up.
point though.
Why you just didn't
But
shoot?
real quick. What I said about the Black
The
Panthers,
nigga died with a gun on
that's
him.
the part of the reason why I came up here. Because the Black Panthers, the Ku Klux Klan, the motherfucking Proud Boys, those are militia groups. They get a different respect when they protest from the police than just regular civilians out there. When you talk about niggas who the police feel like they got guns and they'll set it off with us, you talking about militia versus civilian protests. So you can't even use the Black Panthers, you can't even use the FOI as
How?
an example because
How
they're
you can't
militia,
use them niggas? They're
because they're a
using their
militia
right to.
group. Bro, hold on,
I
listen,
heard
I'm
you
gonna
say
say it
militia group, bro.
again.
I heard you say that. I heard you say it. They're a
Okay,
militia
and
group.
I'm
I heard
saying the fact
that.
that I'm going out there with other
I
people
heard you,
with
bro. You're
their
not saying
weaponry,
nothing new.
I am saying something because I'm out there with other people with
I didn't
weapons
say
that's
you're not
willing to
saying
set
nothing. I
it
said
off
you're
with
not
the
saying
police.
nothing new, bro. I said you're not saying nothing new, bro. Calm down.
That's no, I'm saying that's different. That's different from just I'm out here protesting with a bunch of civilians and I got my gun versus I'm out
Can
here
I
with the Black Panthers and we all got guns.
can I respond?
Go ahead.
They are both using and exercising their amendment right to carry. Both groups. Alex Petty, and the militia groups. Whether or not the law enforcement respects it is on them because the law says they're supposed to respect the fact that I have this weapon. I'm allowed to carry it. I'm not a threat just because it's concealed on me. It's my legal right. So whether you agree or not, that's on you. You don't have to agree. But it's my legal right. And y'all are saying, no, nigga, don't exercise your legal right. That's fine. That's your choice. It's my choice to exercise.
And you absolutely correct, Five. The only thing I disagree is once you interject with police activity in any way, even if they saying I'm finna go over here and fuck with this lady, once you get in between them, once you act like you impeding on the investigation, whatever that is, you now put yourself in it. And once they see that gun on you, you now into some extra shit, nigga.
Yeah, and they still have protocol. That's all I'm saying is the police, the people under oath, need to stick to protocol and be held to the protocol.
Man, the people
That's
that they
it.
fighting with
That's
not
what they
listening
do.
to the damn lawful
The
orders.
police protocol.
Yeah, that's
The
fine.
police protocol.
Arrest me when I don't follow lawful orders,
The
nigga.
nigga that's
Arrest me.
trying to
Take me to
arrest the
jail,
nigga
nigga.
fighting the
Don't
nigga.
murder me, nigga.
He
Don't
trying
murder
to.
me and shoot
They
me in the
trying
back of the
to arrest
head.
the nigga.
No, they didn't, bro. They
You
tried to murder
fighting
him.
the nigga.
Can't
He did
argue
not
Real
that.
fight
quick,
them
if
niggas,
we're
bro. This shit
fighting,
be
if
crazy,
you
bro.
fighting with,
This
hold
shit be
on, real
crazy.
quick. I'm saying this, bro. At a certain point, Cuz didn't want to get accosted by the police. He didn't want them to touch him or whatever. Then it became a little battle. Once they get the wrestling, the police is dead wrong. But guess what? The
So
police got on their
it's
side, the
black
law.
people on here telling me that man was resisting arrest. It's niggas on here telling
He
me
was.
that man was resisting arrest. This shit is
He was resisting
unfucking
arrest.
believable, bro. This shit is
He was resisting.
No,
unfucking
he was resisting
believable,
arrest.
bro.
That ain't no question
That
He
about
was
shit
that. But
crazy,
resisting for
bro. That
sure.
shit
that's
crazy,
not the
bro.
point. The point
That
he
shit
was
is crazy.
resisting
That is
arrest.
the point. What do you
You know he
mean?
was resisting arrest, but
No, bro.
he
I
was
don't think he
murdered.
was resisting arrest. The same
He
as if
was
that was a
murdered.
black man, I would know for a fact y'all
It
wouldn't be
ain't no
saying that nigga
question
was
was he
resisting
resisting
arrest. This shit is
arrest, and it
crazy.
ain't no question about whether or not he was murdered. He was murdered in cold blood. Ain't no question about that. Ain't no question about that. Because regardless if he was resisting arrest or not, they had
That's
him
the
laying
If
on
question.
he
motherfuckers.
wasn't, if he was resisting arrest, you're justifying.
No, I'm not. That's not justifying it because, as you stated, he was resisting arrest, but they supposed to handle the business accordingly. They didn't supposed to kill him. They didn't supposed to shoot that man in the back and then shoot him 4 more times after that because he was resisting arrest. They didn't supposed to do that. They murdered him in cold blood. But was he resisting arrest? Yes. We're not gonna act like he wasn't resisting arrest.
When
He
you
wasn't.
resisting arrest with
Look,
a
we watched him.
firearm on
They
you,
never. I never even heard them utter the words "you're under arrest."
Oh,
That's because he was pepper sprayed first.
Yeah, he was resisting. Ain't no question about that.
Yeah, he was hit with the
So
pepper
y'all heard
spray
them say
first.
you're under arrest.
No, we didn't hear it.
I didn't hear
Oh,
it
so
either.
how do we know they told him he was under arrest? Because you only resist an arrest when they tell you, "Hey, you're under arrest. You're being placed under arrest," not just because they grab you.
Wow.
Yeah, he was hit with the pepper spray.
That's your point of view. I'm not
Yeah,
arguing.
yeah.
Yeah,
Once he hit with the pepper spray, yeah, that's it.
Well,
Yeah,
no, they
once you
hit
hit
plenty
with
of
the
people
pepper
with pepper
spray,
spray and
goddamn
didn't
it,
arrest them.
you
They was
know,
pepper spraying people and walking away.
yeah, you about to be goddamn it something. And
So
then
They
when
was pepper
okay,
spraying
six
people and walking
motherfuckers grabbed
away.
you,
Right.
6
Pepper spray
motherfuckers
don't mean you
grabbed
under arrest. Yeah.
six officers grabbed you, you know what I'm saying, and you didn't stop resisting arrest. You
That's
fighting.
crazy. Like I've watched so many black videos where we all. Well, I ain't gonna say y'all because y'all maybe y'all did agree that they was resisting. Well, I'd be like, man, that man ain't resisting arrest. Y'all all just snatching on him. And most black people would agree with me and be like, yeah, bro, that man wasn't resisting. But this video,
Man, we don't
for
see
some
that.
reason, we
We
look
see
at it and we see
niggas
resistance.
literally laying on the ground, hands
I'm watching it. I'm
behind
watching it.
their back, with handcuffs on, getting shot. We
Like
don't
this
see the
dude.
motherfucker
Yeah,
fighting.
that's pretty much what happened to this guy.
No,
That's
he was fighting. They got him
he
down,
was fighting.
then they shot him in the back.
I'm trying to find the part where he was fighting.
Yeah,
I
he
keep
was
watching
literally
this video.
standing up when he got shot. I think that's the wrong hill to die on for real. He's literally standing up when he got shot.
No, he was on his knees, but they shot him
So
in the
he's
back.
pepper sprayed.
No, he's standing up.
Looked like he was on
Yeah,
his knees.
he
Pushed the lady once, walked all the way over there, pushed that other lady on the ground, pepper sprayed Petty. I can never get the full video. Play. Hold on,
it's
pepper
fine.
sprayed Petty.
Shit, he had shot the police
Ain't no
when
question.
the police
Now
pushed
they
the
all
lady.
just jumped on him from the back, bro. Now they all just jumped on him from the back. At what point was he resisting, bro? That's what I'm saying. He's just being jumped on. He don't even know he being arrested. He's just being jumped on. And y'all like, nigga, you should just lay the fuck down, nigga. You know what it is.
That sounds like a narrative.
Crazy,
but
I'm
if
saying he
it don't
jumped in
take
front of the
6 months, if
police.
you're not resisting, it don't take 6 motherfuckers to get you down. If you're not
Really, GQ? Oh my fucking god, this shit is unfucking believable, bro.
Nah.
We saying that police don't just jump on niggas unless they resisting now. We saying that ain't something police
Man,
do.
why
They
you
don't do
keep
no gang
comparing this
tactical
they
nigga
shit.
do
to some nigga
that.
shit?
We not
They
saying
don't.
that.
Oh my bad, my bad. They act different. They treat white people
We're
different. That's what
saying
you're
that's
saying.
not what happened there. We're not saying
They
That's
that's
what
not
you're
what
saying.
happened. That happens to
They
niggas all
do
the
treat
time.
I'm
white
watching
people
it
We're saying
happen.
that's not what happened right
I'm
there.
watching it happen. They pepper spray him. He literally turns his back to the police and grabs the woman. His hand is on the woman after being pepper sprayed. Then the cop sprays him some more, and it's in slow motion, and I'm narrating it as it goes. Now the cop's grabbing him as he's spraying him, and the other cops jump
Yeah, they
on him.
fixed to arrest him.
At
Yeah,
what
they fixed
point
to
did they
arrest
say,
him.
"Hey, you're under arrest. Stop
They fixed
resisting
to
arrest"?
arrest
We
him.
don't know what they were saying. We don't know if they were saying he was under arrest or not.
Yeah.
Just like I don't know, you don't know either, brother. We ain't gonna say that. But at the same time, they
But
killed
y'all saying what y'all saying is if the police jump on you, nigga, just
He
lay down.
impeded.
Nigga.
man, they
He
shot that
impeded.
motherfucker in the back, and once he hit the ground, they shot him five
Let's
more.
keep keep justifying it. Let's just keep justifying it.
Hey, should he have shot
So
the
what about the
police?
Keith Porter? What about the Keith Porter
Hold
shooting?
on.
Y'all was okay with that one?
Hold
Y'all
on.
okay with the Keith Porter shooting?
Should he have shot the police as soon as the
Y'all
police
okay with the
pushed the
Keith
woman?
Porter
If I was
shooting?
We ain't
justifying it, I
answering
would
that,
not
B.
say
I'm
No
saying
video.
because
No
he got a
video.
strap
Pie.
on him,
Yeah,
and he know he
let's
fixed to.
not.
Keith
He
Porter
got a
shouldn't have been
strap on him,
firing
and
them
he know it's
guns in
fit
the
to go
air,
down.
huh?
He got a
Keith
strap
Porter
on him,
shouldn't
and
have
he
been
know it's.
firing them guns. He shouldn't have had his gun shooting it in the air, right?
He wasn't following ICE around. Why is his name being used?
Because we talking about ICE killing him. He was killed by ICE. So I want to know how y'all feel about it.
I
Because
think
I don't want to keep talking about white people being killed by ICE. Let's talk about a black person that was killed by ICE. Y'all don't want to talk about the black guy that was killed by ICE?
False narrative, though, bro. It's false. False
Was the
narrative.
black the black guy wasn't killed by off-duty ICE agent?
Well, you
Off
know,
duty, right?
what was that in Oregon?
Okay, cool. Let's put the words off-duty in there because somehow that makes him not an ICE agent. So how do y'all feel about the off-duty ICE agent killing the black man? Can y'all talk
What it
about
does
it?
is separate. No, what it does is separates him from them crackers you're trying to defend, who were
That's
actually
cool.
killed
That's
by
fine. That's
who were
perfectly
killed
fine.
by
Let's talk
on-duty-
about Keith
who were
Porter's
killed by
death and him getting
on-duty ICE-
killed.
who were killed by on-duty ICE agents.
So you want to keep talking about that, or you want to talk about the black guy that was murdered?
Yeah, I'm trying to talk about it, but again, you keep trying to conflate it with other issues.
No, I
It's
already
not like-
said off-duty several times, and you going back to that. So I'm not conflating it. I said I want to talk about the black guy that was murdered by the off-duty ICE agents. Go ahead and tell me how y'all feel about it.
Talk about Keith Porter, but let's say that I just want to. I think they had motive.
No, there's no way you want to continue talking about the white man when I brought up the black man.
Fontaine, I think they had motive on their murder also too, because they have been in contact with Pretty before. That wasn't their first time in contact with him. So I really think they actually knew who he was. They broke his ribs a week prior. So I think it was some animosity included with that murder too. So
Yeah,
I
they
don't
said
think.
that there was a confrontation earlier that day with him too.
And a week prior, they broke his ribs. 5 officers jumped him, whooped him, and broke his ribs. And who's to say one or more of those 5 officers wasn't involved in that shooting?
Still not saying it was right for him to die.
Yeah, don't nobody care about that cracker. Fuck that cracker. He dead. He's supposed to die. Authorities claim that the agent ordered Porter to drop the weapon and open fire after Porter allegedly refused and shot at the agent. So y'all believe Keith Porter? Fuck that cracker, GQ. So do you believe Keith Porter shot at the agent before the agent fired at him?
No.
I believe the agent. I believe him. These agents don't lie, bro. They got a good history of telling the truth. I believe him.
Hey, that's your stance, man. Stand on it.
He probably thought he was an illegal immigrant. He looked like an illegal immigrant. Looked like one of them.
Can't troll me saying no dumb shit like that.
That's your stance. Stand on it, bro.
But I'm like, did somebody really say that they're trying for 47 days?
Yes. You
That
can go on the ICE. You can go on the ICE website and look at it.
I don't understand that at all. Like,
Yeah.
But Kamala not black though, so it's all good.
Wait, what did you say about 47 days?
Dev said that's
What
how long
happened?
they train to become ICE agents.
47 days. That's a long time.
Oh, yeah, I believe that. What, 2 months?
Wait a minute, did you say that's a long time?
Yeah, 47 days.
The fuck?
That's a month
47.
and a
You
half.
can't learn shit. You can't learn everything you need to learn about. Oh my god.
How long?
Yep, they say 47 to 48 days is 8 weeks.
How long do you think you should be trained to be officer?
Okay, let me explain something. South Carolina Police Academy is not accepted by any other state because it's so lacking. You know how long that their police academy is? 12 fucking weeks. 12 times 5, 60 days. It
Okay.
ain't shit. Don't nobody accept it. You go to another state,
Yeah,
you got to start over.
yeah. This shit
60
say
days.
average police training in the U.S. involves a multi-stage process with the basic academy typically lasting 6 to 9 months.
So let me
Exactly.
ask this. So wait, so okay, so what are the requirements to work for ICE? Can you just go in and work for ICE straight off the streets?
Well,
The
bro,
only way,
damn near. A
so
reporter
I was
did a
going to
whole.
say,
Go ahead, Didi.
the
No, I'm just
only
saying, look it
way
up on
that I
that
could
same
just,
site. Let me hear what
right.
the
I am.
requirements are. Because if
Because
you
the
already got to
only
have
way,
some of this background, it negates it. Go ahead,
that's what I
I'm
was going to
listening.
say. That's what I was going to say. The only way that I could even think about justifying 47 days is if you're transferring in from another agency that has an equivalent amount of training. Because 47 days would be about what you would need just to learn the laws.
Hmm.
That's crazy. 47 days. That's
This what it said. Let me look. Hold on. Let me look on the website.
Yeah, you got to look somewhere else. It ain't like that.
It showed me like a little list, but that was the AI one, so I want to look at it like on the list.
47
Yeah, I guarantee you
days.
got to have these
That shit's
motherfuckers got
crazy.
training in other shit, other departments, other military
Yeah, like
motherfuckers. Yeah.
if they're
Y'all people.
switching from like border patrol or something like that,
Mhm.
They just brushing up then the 47
right?
days.
Like I could see a refresher or like learning that particular agency's things, but to train, there ain't no fucking way.
Yeah, I guess if they knew they was gonna be dealing with protesters and all that shit, they might have made them train longer. They thought they just gonna be rounding up engines.
It's basically
That
saying if
is
you're a U.S. citizen, you can apply because they got different positions, and then if you were previously law enforcement or military, then they have other
get
positions for you too.
preference.
But yeah,
Yeah.
the simple is you must be a U.S. citizen. Uh, must have lived in the U.S. for 3 of the last 5 years or worked or been a dependent overseas. Says the age is generally under 37 with waivers for veterans or prior
Okay, so
federal
they
law
did up in two
enforcement.
years. Okay, because it used
Yeah,
to be
says driver
35.
license. Must be eligible and willing to carry a firearm. No felony convictions are allowed. It says bachelor's degree generally required with fields like criminal justice, but I highly doubt
Mm,
all the motherfuckers got bachelor's
mm,
degrees.
mm, mm. Hold up. What else?
That's
Experience,
crazy.
law enforcement or military experience can strengthen the application, but isn't always mandatory for entry.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. They looking for these ex-cops, bro. That's who they want to come join.
Mhm.
They want a motherfucker. Oh, okay, yeah, you can't get away with that shit on the force. You can do that shit here though. Welcome to
And
That
they
DHS.
is
ex-military
crazy.
niggas, you know, they already unhinged.
And you got to understand, there's ways around laws
Yeah,
too.
with
Like
you.
th- this shit's crazy.
Hey, look at this post that pop up on my shit, man. It's the type of shit I'm about to repost this. Teach your sons to be the kind of man who shields a woman from being pepper sprayed by masked men, not the kind who brags about grabbing women forcefully by their genitals because he's famous. But let me repost that. Let me repost that motherfucker.
Damn, that is crazy. I 47. Whew, 47 days.
Yeah, that shit sound good.
47
It's the
Till
truth
you
though, my
wake up
nigga.
and realize the motherfucker who said that shit actually got elected. Like he's actually your president.
That's the
Like that
sad part.
speaks to America, not anything else.
They definitely do. That's America. America has
Be a
spoken.
dead man or teach your sons to be the president. Which one is them?
That was a
47
good rebuttal. Man. One of them niggas dead, one of them the president of the United States, nigga.
And
Shit
if
crazy
you,
the world we
if you
live in,
didn't
man.
know, if you just saw that and didn't know which one, you wouldn't think it was the one that grabbed the bitches by the pussy.
That's crazy. If I told you one of these men was dead and one of these was president of the United States, which one would you select, nigga?
For real.
Oh, who
So,
is this?
so this is Representative Ilhan Omar doing the town hall in Minneapolis last night about 7 o'clock, and I'm just play a short clip.
Big
Her
thief.
addressing the situation going up there in Minnesota.
People are dying in ICE custody. This administration
Fuck
has
out of here.
reduced any semblance of due process, sending people out of state to prevent them from having legal representation. Doors are being broken down without judicial warrants. Chemical irritants, pepper balls, flashbangs are being used without a second thought. DHS is thriving in secrecy, obscuring the conditions my constituents are being held in. This is not the America we know. This is not the America we love. Every Minnesotan has a right to feel safe and welcomed. Earlier this month, I co-led a hearing with Representative Chaya Paul on Trump's deadly assault on Minnesota. We welcome 27 members of Congress to hear from witnesses on what has been happening on the ground and raise the alarm. Trump and his paramilitary immigration enforcement will not get away with their unlawful attacks on our state. The Constitution is on our side, and we will fight every single day to defend it.
Fuck out of here. You about to go to jail, dude.
As it's been said, real justice and accountability starts with full, transparent investigation and legal action against ICE, followed by the abolishment of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing. No, we will.
No. Ilhan, you need to go get checked. No,
we will continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it.
You need to go get checked. No, you don't know what.
That's right.
Another staged incident.
That's whatever it is smells.
How
so
many
bad. She needs
incidents
to
this
go get
bitch gonna stage?
I don't
God
know what
damn.
that's what they want. No. It's not about him, Ilhan. It's not about him. It's about your safety. No, he sprayed something on you. You need to go get checked. Yeah, and it smells terrible.
We're gonna keep talking. Just give me 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. I beg you. Please don't let them have the show. Please don't let them have the show.
He was supposed to have her out that room already.
Here's the reality that people like
Staged event.
Yeah, but the women running everything
I
right
believe it
now.
was staged too, bro. I swear to God, I did.
Yeah, these niggas listening to the women. Shit, crazy.
Definitely
Yeah,
staged.
she kept going. Yeah, she kept going to the end. Yeah.
I'm tired of her
Yeah, she about to
motherfucking.
go to jail.
She was with the shit. She had an ink pen in her hand, getting ready to stab that motherfucker. He slammed her to the ground at the last second. You saw she was with the shits though.
Yeah, she was motherfucker with the pencil. I'm gonna stab this motherfucker. That shit was staged, though.
I was thinking the same thing, but I mean,
Yeah, I'm like 1, 2. That's all she got is 4 motherfuckers. All I really saw was 3.
No, I don't think that was staged.
Man, what was stopping him from fucking her up, bro?
I mean, that little
He
spray.
just
We don't know
had,
what that
a
little spray
syringe.
is.
Yeah, he just had a syringe. That's all.
Nothing. He stopped himself. Ain't nobody stopped him.
You know, he
just had a syringe.
He just one of those type of weak protesters. You know, that's all he gonna do.
Well, Ilhan is going to jail. Maybe about the them motherfuckers just up there speaking Arabic. Them motherfuckers just up there speaking Arabic. He said, "Hasha Allah, baby." She said, "La lucha."
That thieving ass bitch. Fuck Ilhan Omar. He could have got her up out of there tonight. Could have had niggas on the panel crying and everything. He bullshit.
She's a poser. That's what she is.
Niggas would have been on this bitch crashing out, crying and everything.
Where is the black community to help us to stand for Somalia? Bitches, you crazy.
Man, shit.
Get your ass out of here. Try to pull no black card now.
Yeah, I don't think that should happen to her, man. But do y'all think that the politics is getting more deadlier?
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
Start getting at these people, fam. Straight up. Can't keep on letting these politicians do what they want to do. That like on supply chain type shit, y'all heard. Can't keep on letting these motherfuckers play. We got to stand up at some point. Why not start with that bitch?
No, we sit back and do nothing. We ain't got to worry. The law is doing, we just got to not protest and let shit happen how it happen. Kamala not black.
Yeah, black folks definitely should be.
But do you think that we should be protesting the way that they protest as far as the playbook that they got
No,
going
it's
on
no
up
need. We
there
don't
in
need to protest
Minnesota?
at all. We don't
I'm
need to
talking about
protest
the
at
way they
all.
protesting to where
No,
you
we
get
don't
two
need
to
to
the
protest at
head
all.
and you got a
I already
strap
answered
on
you.
you.
No,
I
And
answered you.
on
No,
there
we
you
don't need to
still
protest at
die.
all.
Like what
No, we
kind of
don't need to
protesting is
protest at
that when
all.
you
We
die
have
with a
nothing to
gun on your
protest.
hip?
There's nothing to protest.
That don't even
Kamala
make
not black.
sense.
Black people should be protesting always.
And see, my problem with protests is most of the time when they have those big protests, a lot of those people come from out of town. So you have all these people there, they're protesting, riling shit up, and then they leave, and then the people that are in the community, they're left there to deal with the aftermath. And believe me, a lot of times there is aftermath. So that's why I quit even doing it, because I just thought it
We've
was
heard about
senseless.
it for
It was
years.
doing
It's a
more harm
fact.
than help in the long run.
Yeah, it's a fact. We've heard about it for years. It happened in Ferguson. And really, I think a lot of people said after the Richard Brooks murder down in Atlanta that those were black people burning. I mean, those were white people burning down the Wendy's and the restaurants and shit. And they was blaming black people for it.
He was doing it in
Yeah.
Chicago.
Hey,
And,
I don't know
some of
about the
them-
restaurants and shit. That wasn't no crackers that burnt that Wendy's down though. Them niggas cap.
they was definitely tearing up shit in Chicago. Them crackers was spray painting shit, acting a fool around this motherfucker.
Because the reason why I remember that though, because I didn't like it because the impression was black people ain't doing shit about that. That ain't black people at all protesting. It's all white people. And that's what was kind of being sold. You know what I'm saying? Was that what black people wasn't doing no protesting. It was all white people. And I really didn't like that narrative. But it was so many white people out there doing shit. What can you say? And so yeah, that's why I say I just, especially up there, I ain't buying it, fam. That's what they do. I don't think it's about no Renee Good or none of that. Them motherfuckers protest.
There's a difference between a protest and a riot.
Agitator, that's the word I look for.
And if you go out there and protest, you better make sure. I ain't saying no like the federal law. Make sure you know the law in the area where you gonna be. I know, but I watched a bunch of them get arrested one time in North Carolina. It was in wasn't Garner. It was can't remember. But basically, what it was, they out there with their guns protesting, just like you say they have a right to do that, right? All the officers said was, we need to clear this side of the street. We need y'all to go to that side of the street. Didn't tell them where to go. Just told them to go to that side of the street. What was on that side of the street? Federal courthouse. Soon as they stepped on the federal courthouse land, they all got arrested. Make sure you know your laws.
So this is one of the
whistleblower groups and a screenshot of the software that they got to register the networks. You see where they got the pro, who, the mutual aid, what shift you gonna work, 12 hours. These are actual screenshots from motherfuckers that was already in it.
That's for protesters or for ICE
Yeah,
people?
the protest, the whistleblower. That's what I meant to say. With the whistleblower. So you can be a whistleblower and an ICE chaser without protesting. So this is what this is what this is.
No, you cannot.
That's
There's no
crazy.
Yeah,
fucking way.
register your vehicle. You see it right there. Click it.
That's fucking nuts.
Click. Click. Maps, everything. And then I'm gonna give y'all the link so y'all can read it. But these are the legal names and also the screen names on whether they got IG, Snapchat, or whatever they use on their social media. I was cool till I saw Ray Ray. I don't know if that's a white guy, but
I know a white Ray Ray. And he's a
oh
police officer.
hell
So,
no!
And
blowing
he's a
whistles
police
and
officer.
tracking ICE is all legal. So, like, what? Like,
That's crazy, boy. Ain't no motherfucking way I register for them. Even if I was out there blowing some, I wouldn't register with that shit.
because they not scared, GQ.
It ain't about being scared. It's about being stupid.
These motherfuckers, right?
Fuck, I'm gonna
That's
put my name in the database and register my vehicle, and then wonder why
Nah, I
ICE
wouldn't put
pulled
my
me over.
name in that shit either.
Well, now I wonder why ICE pulled me over while I was riding up the street.
Well, you know
My
that
name in the fucking
Nigga,
database.
nigga, I got the
shit
whole
that got
database
had
right here on my laptop. Nigga.
y'all remember
Yeah.
in fact where you had to register and then all the damn computers was taken?
Yeah, they took all your goddamn information and
You
showed
don't
the
remember
fuck
back
did.
in the day when it was not when it was like a government type of mindset to register as a fucking protester? This is the type of shit Alex Jones was talking about back in the day,
It's
bro.
still
Like,
a government mindset.
Yeah, that's
like this is like, but since when do you register to protest?
Man, get
Are
the
you
fuck
kidding?
out of here. That's stupid. Than
Yeah, this not no protester though. I'm saying these are
Sound
the groups
organized.
in which I was talking about.
Them the whistleblowers. Them the
Right.
protesters. Them the protesters.
That sound like
No,
they
I'm saying the
organized to
people
me.
out there protesting does not necessarily have this. There's
Yeah,
way more people
they
out there
get
that just got
conflated.
signs in their hands. They ain't got nothing to do with this.
No,
These
that's
are,
a fact. No, you're right about that.
yeah.
I'm
So
I'm
that's what I
just
was saying.
that I understand. Yeah, yeah. The smart ones definitely ain't registering to that. They just out there protesting.
Facts.
This is the
Register to
name. This is the
protest.
names of
Ain't
the
no
group
common
right here.
sense ain't what they saying with that shit right
I'm
there.
about to go register, nigga.
He said he about to go.
Wow. And I guarantee you law enforcement has that whole database.
You
Yeah,
know they
they
do.
saying they sending it to the FBI, but I'm like, man, motherfucking FBI. I mean, if you got it on the internet, what makes
They
you
riding
think
around with that
law
one
enforcement don't already know about it?
in their car. Every one of them got that in their vehicle. Who was who and what's what. These motherfuckers registered already.
So you register as an ICE chaser and then think that shit matters to ICE?
No, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the mindset. This ain't my shit. I'm just letting you know it ain't motherfuckers out there with burner phones saying, "Oh, here come one right now." No, the motherfuckers coordinated.
That's
Right.
crazy.
I'm gonna put the
Shit,
link in the
Volume
YouTube
1,
chat.
non-civil. I like that title right there. Uncovering the Bullshit, Volume 1.
I'm gonna put the link in the YouTube chat. Y'all can.
ICE still losing. I'd say, man, somebody got to take out one of them ice motherfuckers, bro. One of them got to do
This
something
is
now.
all political theater, man.
Ice done put two of them down, fam. They got to get back at some point. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But I don't know.
Yeah, I ain't fucking with Ice while they out there running them plays. I'm cool. I see them motherfuckers. I'm going the opposite way.
Exactly. But it starts with policy change. I'm still tripping on this 47-day bullshit. That shit got me. Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's open public. It ain't no secret. He said it's at 47 to coordinate with him being the 47th president. No other reason. That's it.
Well, damn, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody else did either until he said it.
47 days.
Yeah, a month and a half. That's I'd say the only way I could see that even like being meaningful is if you already got that experience. But if people can just go in off the streets and be an agent, that ain't enough time. Like if it was a prerequisite to be military or former law enforcement, then I think that'd be cool. But nah.
Yeah. And then like even at the academy in South Carolina, if you came from, let's say that you was a police officer in, I don't know, Philadelphia, and you come to South Carolina, obviously you got more qualifications than any of them in South Carolina. So what they do is your academy would be 5 weeks. And that's just for you to learn the legals that are specific to South Carolina.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if their job was as simple as it seems to not be, I think you could probably do 47 days. But like y'all got these motherfuckers rounding up people on the streets and shit. I think that's what makes the difference. Things just ain't going as planned. And I do think that's when you redraw it up. But Trump's stubborn, so I'm telling you, how long we gonna watch this shit play out?
3 more years.
That's what I was gonna say. Hopefully it won't be more than 3 more years. That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, because they used to be called INS back in the 80s and 90s, didn't it? Am I bugging? I'm bugging?
No, that's what it was. No, that's what it was. Mm-hmm.
I never heard the word ICE until after 9/11.
Yeah, I think it started in 03.
And see, like
I started at 9/11.
if you ever heard of Dillon County, we had a group. They were ICE, but that was interstate crime enforcement. Where they just ran interstate looking for drugs.
The motherfuckers still out here. Interstate officers.
I don't even know how to fix all this. It's crazy. Like I wouldn't even know where to start. It needs to be fixed. That's for sure.
I mean, you fix it right now by getting them motherfuckers off the streets and going back to the drawing board with the plan. Even if you plan on doing some of this again, you get them off the streets now. know what I'm saying? That's the problem. They lost this media war.
I would be
And
willing
I
to
don't think
guess. I'm sorry.
no, I was gonna say I don't think they can win it. I don't think they can get it back.
I don't think so either, but I'm willing to bet you that ICE agents are rejects from other law enforcement agencies. They were the
Mm-hmm.
ones that pushed the envelope. They were the ones that had the maybe the reports, maybe they wasn't charged, but maybe they had lots of complaints. They were all the trouble what you call the what you call trouble
This,
children of
yeah,
the other agencies.
disciplinary. Yeah.
I'm willing to bet that's what a lot of them are.
Yeah, if you're in good standing with your whatever agency you with, why would you leave there? Yeah. Or if you're retired, I mean, why would you come out of retire out of all the retirements to come out of? Why would you come out of retirement from police to do the same exact thing in a more, I would say, a more contested environment? At least with the police, no matter what, I'm only going to be dealing with these areas and these niggas. I mean, these motherfuckers right here. But with ICE, you could be in this state one day, that city the next day, on the border the next day. Nah.
Well, I guess if you're a bad person, that would be an advantage because nobody would see a pattern with your behavior if you're somewhere different every day. That's the only thing I could think of. But I don't know. I'm just kind of I think that ICE is wrong, but at the same time, I think these people need to go. So I don't even know like what the solution would be. Because if I understood correct, now whether they meant it or not, my understanding was, look, you got these bad people. What we do is you local law enforcement lock them up, and then call us, and we're gonna come pick them up. And they were like, nah, fuck that. We're not doing that. We're not calling y'all. And I don't know if that was used as the reason for all of this to happen, all this the way it's going now or what, but I kind of saw it coming when that whole conversation happened. So, who knows? It's just a mess.
Some people don't do it for the money, Ebony. Some motherfuckers just like fucking with people.
Shoot, in South Carolina, you became a cop, you barely made over minimum wage. They're doing a little bit better now, but there's a lot of places. Minimum wage was what, 7.35, and the first place I went, I was making $9. I was only making $11 when I got shot at.
That's crazy.
But you'd be crazy going law enforcement these days. Ain't worth it.
Yeah, I've been leery about having to deal with the public in general. Even for what law enforcement? A fucking cash register, goddamn it. Shit. What's the
I can't.
difference? What's the difference between law enforcement and cash register?
Look, I don't want to deal with people, period. So I ain't doing neither one. I like the fact that I talk to maximum of about 2 people a day. the person I pick up from and the person I drop off with. That's about all I can handle.
Yeah, I think I grew up like that, and I was trying to force myself to be more sociable to people. So I, after the military, I think, yeah, I did go straight into sales and shit. I went straight from the military to the sales office. Man, my ass nut.
Oh dang. I didn't realize yeah. Being up here past time real fast. I'm just about where I need to be.
Yeah,
I was ready to get out of Boston. I've never seen so much snow. That was crazy.
yeah, y'all getting hit with all the stuff that went through here.
I can't believe that you pay all that money on the Ohio and the Indiana turnpikes and they didn't even plow them things. I was like, the fuck? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think sometimes they have like a time window where they'll wait till the goddamn shit is over or a let up. Yeah.
And the funniest part is when I left Chicago, everything was good. I struggled in Indiana on the turnpike. I
Yeah.
struggled in Ohio.
Yeah.
Once I got to upstate New York, it was easy driving. In the middle of the store, it was still snowing, but boy, they kept the roads clear, so that definitely made a difference. It took me 21 hours to do an 11-hour drive. It was insane. Well, I slept 3 hours because I was just tired, but yeah. And I think there's supposed to be more weather coming this weekend.
Yeah, it's supposed to be one more storm.
They can have it. I ain't going back over there till it's over.
I just showed y'all my 1 degree. Probably 0 by now.
Well, thanks for having me up here. I'm gonna pop down, see what
Okay,
they got for me
appreciate it.
next when I get this done. But y'all take care.
Okay, appreciate it, Didi. Be careful out there.
All right, thanks.
All right. Yeah, that was an hour ago. Trying to find this other video. Is that one? Two? What's up, Buddha? The power y'all had power outage. The cold woke him up. That's crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of power outages down south. $20. There's supposed to be Mardi Gras coming up. God, man, okay. What, Dallas? Yeah, I think that was bio. What was that September? Dallas. is this link though? Yeah, they must have took it down. Daytona. That was it. Yeah, they like to lump everything together. What time was that? That's it, bro. Oh shit. Yeah, it must have been on Twitter because I can't see it in my history. Oh, my bad, y'all. Said parade this weekend. Yeah, 20 degrees for anywhere south of the anywhere in the south. Gonna be cold. Well, that's gonna help the liquor store because motherfuckers gonna be getting drunk. Half the people gonna be drinking cocoa, the other half gonna be drinking moonshine. Close that. Close that. Close that. Close that up. Well, it's definitely a different environment from a generation ago. So if you don't prepare to go to jail, be shot or injured in any type of way, it's gonna be a lack. That's gonna be a lack of preparedness. Bottom line. Mhm. Mhm. I was looking for the shooting in Dallas, Texas, but fuck it now. He was wrong. They was wrong. Everybody was wrong. Let's see. 51 degrees. Yeah, you was filming was that last year? Or 2 years ago? 2 years ago, last year. Yeah, you've been out there every year. The dude with yeah, the garbage barrel grill with the jerk. I don't know what he had on there. I'm saying jerk chicken, but ain't no telling what he had on there.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it was, but in the South, boy, that's the same as freezing. Hopefully, you got water pipes flowing, pretty decent. I cooked some fish while y'all was up here arguing. I tried to take a nap, but I started arguing. Q stepped out the back door. Uh, I know you'll take that 34 versus the 4. So he changed the title to, yeah. Nah. Yeah, anything below, anything really below, I would say 40, really. Yeah. And you're gonna have your heat blasting, when you get like 55, 50, mid 40s, and then when you get down there, boy, whew, you're close to the ground, you ain't gonna have no separation from the cold ground. The ground gonna be cold, pipes gonna be froze, power lines. It's all disaster. So we already went over Amazon taking over Whole Foods. It ain't gonna be no more Amazon Fresh stores. They're just gonna move them to Whole Foods, and then they're gonna turn all the Whole Foods in America into Amazon stores. Let's see. We got Ilhan Omar and the Republican from Alaska and another Republican going after Kristi Noem. Yeah, this ICE situation split up MAGA worse than the Epstein files. Yeah, we was telling that people to do that over the weekend. That's crazy. Where did it go? No way. Is this Right. That's gonna be the trick. The people that don't have a Prime membership in Whole Foods, they're gonna go to the cash register, and then the person in front of them gonna have a Prime card. And they're gonna have the same item, and that person gonna pay like $5 more. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they really started in October. Oh yeah, this is also another thing with Walmart. So yeah, we all know that Amazon kind of came up around 2017, 2018. That's when they bought Whole Foods. But 2018 is when America saw Amazon kind of quietly overtake Walmart in the retail business. Once they got into groceries and shit. And so now Walmart is trying to fight back. They putting in a new CEO next week who don't have any experience in retailing, but maybe I should get the fucking article. How about that? Trying to recall this shit. Basically, the brand new CEO at Walmart has a computer background, software, uh, which is basically his job. Because where did he work before he started working with Walmart? He worked at Amazon for 10 years. So he learned their system. Now he's over at Walmart. Now he's running Walmart. And hopefully for him, Walmart is expecting him to lay out the plan to retake the lead in retailing. Or Walmart is going to turn into go from a merchandiser retailer to a internet like AWS. I lost the article I was reading earlier, so I know I'm kind of all over the place with that report. But they're trying to fight their way back to the top of the retailing market. Amazon kind of killed them with the same day delivery. Yeah, the online. That's what basically I was trying to say. Because that's what they was mostly killing them at.
Yeah, it's been like that for a minute. Shit. I had a big ass motherfucking carts with maybe looking down at their goddamn device, trying to see did I get the right order? Cause I didn't know what they was at first. But yeah, they be taking up the whole goddamn stove. Shit. Some Walmarts got delivery vans. Some have people use their own car. Yeah, they trying to keep up with pace. So, but a lot of Walmarts will be closed as of 10 a.m. More than 500 Walmart stores will be closed the next few days due to weather. Extreme conditions have incurred and threaten the safety of the employees and the liability. It says it's not really worth it. Walmart plans to donate items to food pantries, essential items like eggs, milk, and stuff like that. This is just in Indianapolis right here. I had the complete list of the stores, but I think it's Mississippi, Louisiana, Virginia, Georgia. They even said Minneapolis, I think. I mean Minnesota, I think. Mainly the southern states that are having issues, like Buddha just had, uh, where it's extreme conditions. Baby phone, age fat. Mm-hmm. Oh, let me see. Can I find that article? Closed doors. I can't tell if y'all getting booted or not, boy. Shit. Some people might be losing power. Some might have internet connection issues. Walmart. Uh, that's why I read. Okay.
So they're calling it a blackout. They will be closed. Walmart will be closing stores across Texas. Not every single Walmart, but if you got lights out in like more than one city square block area, more than likely that Walmart will be closed also. So Dallas, Denton, Amarillo, Texarkana, you know, Minnesota. I can't understand unless it's extremely cold up to like -25 shit. Mississippi, Louisiana, Virginia, and the Carolinas. Yeah. Walmart will be donating $500,000 to American Red Cross, Salvation Army, and like I said, more donations to local food pantries. Check with your Chamber of Commerce and your community groups for your list and locations and where those will be. So far, as of 5 p.m. January 26th, 30 people have died across 8 states due to extreme conditions from cold and snow-related accidents. Nearly 270 million people received an alert for extreme cold conditions between Thursday and Monday. A weekend, basically. So, just giving you a little update on the weather. I'm sure most of you are already familiar. But when you got -3 in Dallas, Texas yesterday, or Monday, yes, that Walmart will be closed. Yes, Minneapolis is -27. Inner city Chicago expected to go down to -14. Washington, D.C. is looking at -3. Up there where Dee Dee was, she's looking at, yeah. She's not looking at snow, but yikes. -3. Correction, Washington, D.C., -4. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where she just left, -18. Those were air temperatures. Those were not wind chills. And like Buddha typed in the chat a little bit earlier, for those in the South, Memphis, Nashville, Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, Georgia, Carolinas, Louisiana, and Virginia. Trickle your faucets in the bathtub, sinks. Slow trickle. Don't just do the hot water. You gotta do both of them. And let's see. Depending on how your shit made up, you may be able to even insulate it. And wrapping some foam. You go to Home Depot hardware store to have foam. And you can insulate parts of your pipes that may be exposed depending on how your pipes are situated. For those who have pets, obviously inside better than outside. checking on the elderly and the young and the disabled with medical conditions. If you have to use a generator, make sure it's at least 15 to 20 feet away with the gas. I've seen those solar generators. I haven't really got any feedback on those, but those obviously a little bit more environmental friendly. For your plants, I don't know, Buddha might be able to comment on these. If you can get a thick layer of mulch, mulch, for those who don't have a green thumb, just do that around the base of the plant to try to keep whatever's heat that was left in the ground from escaping. You can do landscape fabric, some old blankets, burlap, anything to try to cover it, at least for the overnight periods. And don't turn on your stove in the kitchen to keep warm, especially you gas stove customers. Don't do that shit. That's some nah. You can't get another heater? Call somebody. It's somebody. That call gonna make its way to somebody in my network. And I can guarantee you, I don't give a fuck where you at. A motherfucking heater will come to you. Straight the fuck up. Anybody that's doing that shit, y'all put the alerts out. I didn't see motherfuckers fucked up from having the stove on during the motherfucking winter. They went to bed and they did not wake up. And their house was hot, was still going. I didn't find them till 2 days later. Take this out my history list. Yeah, try to get a hold to some cocoa, some warm tea, no alcohol. I know that's the culture down there in Mardi Gras, but for the most part, like he's saying, hypothermia set in. Yeah, that's the only way That's the only way Walmart gonna keep up. If they tighten up their online services, because they can't really match the price 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 by product method. East Coast. Yeah, 34 is different from 4. They damn sure not gonna cancel it though. I know that. Yeah, any other time. 'Cause I remember that they canceled a Christmas parade one winter down south when I was in school. I think that was ninth grade. One of them grades. Man, it was cold as fuck. It may have been 0. I don't remember the exact temperature, but yeah, lights was out. Motherfuckers like, fuck that parade. Fuck that Christmas parade shit. Fuck Santa Claus shit. They went with it at all. What up, Mike? What up, Mike?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Okay, yeah, I didn't want to have you on here looking crazy, man.
Oh man,
I didn't
anybody
want to
put
have
on
you.
that, boy? It's 5 in the morning. People are trying to get about their day. It'll be some more people on here in a minute, man. We all good.
Can you hear me now, man? I had feedback.
Yeah, you got your, another YouTube on or something?
Yeah, I got it off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah. I heard you. Yeah, it's all good. Well, we had a full panel a minute ago. It's like 4 or 5 in the morning, man.
yeah, I
16.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
different set of people gonna be coming on in a minute, man.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah, it's all good.
I'm just getting ready to. Well, I've been up for about an hour, but I'm getting ready to start my day here. I heard you talking about something with the CEOs of Walmart and something that Amazon's going to be doing. You saying they're getting rid of the Walmart stores? Is that what I heard you say?
I kind of combined 2 stories, news stories at once. I was actually looking for the original article. But for the traditional Walmart stores, mainly in the South, Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and the Carolinas, Georgia, stuff like that. Places where 20 degrees is, detrimental. Power outages. 20 degrees in Mississippi is not the same 20 degrees in Michigan or Cleveland or Chicago. You know what I'm saying? They're not shutting down nothing for 20 degrees in Chicago, but
right.
It's different down there.
Yeah.
So yeah, they will be closing their Walmarts actually. Maybe not all of them. I'm not going to say every single Walmart, but more than likely, if you live in a small town and half the town is out of power, the Walmart will be closed also.
Oh, you mean when there is power outages?
Yeah. That actually went into effect yesterday. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Dallas is down to -3. Washington D.C. down to -4. I mean, they're not really set up for that. So to offset the, because a lot of those places, Walmart, that's the only place they got to go. They will be donating, food, essential items, coats, jackets, and stuff to food pantries, Goodwill, places like that. So those places will still be operating. So if y'all are in the South, during the extreme cold, dealing with the extreme conditions, frozen pipes, power outages, or if you know someone, if they do have a Walmart that's closed, check with the closest donation center from Salvation Army, Goodwill, or whatever organization that normally sponsors those type of programs down in your area. I know a lot of places they don't have Goodwill nor Salvation Army. It's just a local area where these people just help each other. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
yeah.
It take a lot of money for Goodwill to keep them lights running.
Well, Walmart got the money.
Yeah, they got it. So far, they're reporting a $500,000 donation to Goodwill so far. So yeah, they definitely got it.
Nice. It's pretty nice when they're clearing $500 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah. $500,000 is pretty nice when they're making $500 billion.
Yeah, so they're changing CEOs next week. The new guy worked for Amazon from 1997 to 2007 before he came to Walmart.
Right.
So he's familiar with their online, data processing, the monitoring, the infrastructure. Kind of like how Amazon's set up right now. So hopefully they're looking to try to keep up with Amazon with their online delivery, stocking, inventory. Basically, they're trying to transition into what it is. Hey, the digital age, the digital revolution, and they're also putting a new marketing executive in the position as well. So.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah, they made $681 billion last year. That's up 25% from the year before. So they're doing better than any stock market that the world's probably ever seen. I mean, they went up their income, their net income went up just in the year 2025. That 1 year, they increased their profit margin by 25%. So yeah, and which is reflective in the food prices, the amount of money that food prices have been going up. So every year they're raking it in. So yeah, they got the money for sure. $681 billion net increase in income growth in 1 year, 25%. Now.
Yeah, I'm sure Amazon ain't too far off from that.
No.
Since they're taking over, they're closing down all their Amazon retail stores. I know a lot of people.
You mean Whole
never
Foods?
really seen any? Yeah, they never have really seen any physical stores that say Amazon Fresh on them. They only put them in like Seattle.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, they had 2 here, and I think Miami. Yeah, just a few select places. It wasn't spread out because they didn't need to. They didn't really need to. They were just trying it out to see if it worked. But they're going to shut those back down and go ahead and buy up all the rest of the Whole Foods.
Yeah, Amazon is Whole Foods, I think.
Yeah, since 2018. Yeah.
You got
So
a
they're
prime
going. They're
account.
going. Yep.
Prime account now, if you're not careful, what you select, you'll find yourself ordering stuff from Whole Foods.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're going to convert the Whole Foods into. We showed the shopping cart a couple of nights ago, where it's going to have the reader on it. No more cash registers. No more self checkout. It's right there at the shelf. As soon as you take it off the shelf, that's it. Boop,
Really?
right in the book. Yeah, stay like that.
They're not gonna have any cash registers. You just pick it up and automatically.
Everything. Yeah, everything is gonna be on your. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's one thing I don't like about that, because a lot of stuff that these corporations is doing, a lot of stuff that the corporations are doing is minimizing the employment of low skill. I'm not going to say high, is low skill. These jobs are still, they don't pay a lot of money considering the cost of living, but they're low skill jobs that are above minimum wage, and they're getting rid of these jobs because, not just because of the income, but they don't have to provide health care for for workers. So while they're seeing record profits, 25% increase in profit in 1 year, that's unheard of. That's unheard of. But the bottom line is they're doing these things to hurt people who don't have a lot of skill, knowledge, and abilities that need those type of jobs to survive. And they're just getting rid of them. So yeah, that's and then a lot of the stuff that they do as far as all their customer service, all these corporations, their customer service departments are overseas, where they're paying people, pennies on a dollar, that may have broken English or not really have any real power or ability to do anything about customer service concerns. They're putting these people on the payroll. So they're just raking in. They're pretty much pillaging the U.S. economy, because they're not putting anything back into it. They're not giving any. They're minimizing the number of jobs that they make available. Obviously, the wages are not competitive considering the cost of living. But even those situations, they're starting to get rid of. They're trying to get rid of people. I don't know, man. I mean, yeah. Anyway, that's it. I'm kind of critical of the corporations, the corporate. Well, not kind of critical. I'm real critical of them, because they're just profit driven. They're driven by profit. They really don't care about people. They don't care about whether people are able to survive or not. They're not. That's why when you talk about these corporations giving back to the community, I always look at that with a lot of scrutiny. You talk about whatever they're giving, like $500,000 worth of something. Well, I mean, you made 681 billion. 681 billion. That's 1 billion is 100 million 10 times. 1 billion is 100 million 10 times. 681 billion. That's how much money they make. And they're giving back $500,000. That's like you and me taking a penny and cutting it into 10 different sections and giving one of those sections away. It's nothing to them. The damage that they're doing to the economy with the price gouging, and the fewer and fewer jobs that they provide for people that are not really high-paying jobs, or just not minimum wage jobs. They're a little over minimum wage. They're striking those out. So I'm not the corporate greed, in my opinion, is something that's destroying the United States from within, and not just from an economic standpoint, where people can't afford to live because the price of living is getting so high, price gouging. But also their role in politics, where they have went in and with these super PACs, and they've they've bought politicians off, and our politicians have passed laws. This goes down to insurance companies, healthcare. I'm talking insurance companies, your health insurance, your car, your home insurance, all these insurance companies, they're pharmaceutical companies, same thing. They buy all the politicians, and the politicians pass legislation, the legislation that they want them to pass, that makes the average taxpayer just a something to be used and abused and taken advantage of, and it's gotten to the point now where they really don't care if the average American can afford to live. They just don't. They're just bloodsuckers of the poor, bloodsuckers of the working class, and there's no checks and balances with what they're doing because Congress is so corrupt. We got a problem.
Hey, Dev.
What's up with it, Paco?
Nothing much. How are you? I know.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Just waking up.
No.
No, it's
I know.
daytime with you.
Yeah, I'm in London, so it's like.
Oh, you're in London. Okay.
Yeah. How are
Oh,
you?
cool.
No, I'm good, Dev. It's been good. I had a lot to do. Hey, Swap House, what's up? Yeah, no, I had to. What's it called? I think the last time, and then last time I was on the panel, and I just say, all right, gotta switch into gear with the Discord, Memphis and them's Discord. So that's where I've been.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's everything with you and what's up?
We just dealing with the weather and all that other shit. It's all good.
What was
Yes,
your
sir.
question? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I didn't really have a question. I was just gonna add to the conversation. Hey, True Believe, what's up? Kind of like what you're saying, because it's not really a question, but more so like I hear what you're saying, but I feel like, again, can I ask what generation you are?
I'm in my early 50s. I
What
don't know
you
what generation.
doing? Why are you laughing, Dev?
I don't
It's
know.
not towards you, Mike. Don't get offended. I mean, that's her. She don't.
No, I'm not offended at all. But I mean,
Everybody got it. Yeah,
I don't
everybody
really know
got
my generation. I'm between the baby boomers and
it.
whatever.
Damn, Mike. When did you when you go in the military, Mike? Boot camp.
91.
So he's ex.
Whatever. I'm after the baby boomers. So what after the baby boomers?
Yeah,
I'm after those guys.
He's ex.
Yeah, he's. Wait, Dev, what do you mean that's her? What are you implying? I didn't even do
You're the
anything.
generation warrior. Hell, shit.
What's your point though?
No, I'm not a generation warrior. My thing is, I just feel like the reason why I pick out generations is because certain things happen on a macroeconomic scale per generation, right? So I just feel like it's the easiest way when I want to communicate certain things, because obviously each generation goes through the downturn per se, right? So it's kind of like Gen X and millennials. I'm a millennial, by the way, Michael. And
Yeah, it sounds like it.
It sounds like. Why does
Yeah.
it sound like it? I am not the ops, like, for real. I just
No. Go ahead. I'm listening to you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, no, it's cool. So yeah, I just find it better because it's like, obviously Gen X and millennials, we've coexisted, right? But then even still that we've had certain economic situations happen at the same time. The way we perceive it and the way we had to deal with it was very different, right? Because of age and because of what we saw before then or what we didn't see, right? So for me, I'm always just trying to see, like, all right, where the people who are older than me, what do they see and what have they actually taken in part that I can actually use to now decipher some of the things happening for us right now, and then also vice versa. So like when you're talking and you're speaking about, you know, the corporations and what's happening, because the last time I was on the panel, um you know, I'm prone for having some of these discussions, but my thing is, I feel like for us, it always needs to come back to a macroeconomic standpoint. And when I do speak from that place, people get offended or they try and act like I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm younger. And my thing is, a lot of Gen X, I feel like they haven't, you know, had the opportunity to catch up to really see macroeconomics the way that millennials have. And I'm not saying every single millennial is cognizant of what I'm talking about to the same level, but I feel that we experienced it a lot earlier in age,
Yeah, you're
right?
gonna have to be explicit on what aspect of macroeconomics you're talking about.
I'm just talking about the full understanding, just the full understanding of it. Because
Of
if
what?
we have more of a full understanding of it, right? Even if it's just generalized and it's not so specific, like specific or quote unquote detail, but there's a general understanding. I think that for us as Black people, we would have an easier time when there are different changes, you know, that go on, because it is like a repeated cycle. So it's kind of like we start understanding how to hedge ourselves against these economic downturns that are going to happen, right? And we can kind of prepare for it beforehand. So more so front running. So it's the same way like in Memphis's Discord, I bought Bitensor, right? Which is an AI intelligence, and it's a protocol, it's a blockchain. I brought that to the group because they were already kind of like tooling with AI agents and things like that. But I was like, if you can get with Bitensor, which is a, you know, it has different stacks to it, where you can invest in it from a retail position, but because it's still in the beginning, right? So therefore, you're at phase one of it, where it hasn't become totally institutionalized and adopted by phase two. You actually have time to accumulate it from an investment perspective while all of these changes are happening to jobs due to AI. So I'm just saying there are different avenues we can take in terms of dealing with what's happening, where we're not always on the offense, right? Where we're not always kind of like, once the shoe has dropped, we're now like, oh wow, this is happening. We can actually see the ripple effect closer to the source of it. That's what I'm actually saying.
Yeah, you're saying that we're not always on the defense. We can always
Well,
be offensively.
yeah, and my
But
thing is,
yeah,
I would love to get us out of defense offense mode.
yeah, yeah.
I would really like to get us into the perspective of hedging. Hey, only I need like me and you need to connect, because you said so. Only was in the last panel that I was in. Um, I actually with Simon Dixon. I heard him speak a couple of times in London. So no, I didn't know. So when you
So
say do I listen to him, I don't know if you're saying like podcasts or something. Let me know what you mean. But I attended a lot of his lectures that he had in London in the 2010s. Sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
no, I don't really know exactly. Okay, you explain a little bit more in what you're saying.
What?
I think what you when you talk about macroeconomics, I don't think that you what okay, the area that you're referring to right now with the hedging on AI, and just a lot of the investments that are being made. You know, the stock market is rigged, right?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay.
I'm not someone who says that we should dump
Okay.
our money into. That's why I said with why
And
I
a lot
brought
of this
in.
blockchain crypto stuff, a lot of the blockchain crypto stuff, that's not backed by anything. Basically, what I'm saying is that
Okay.
there's really no natural resource that backs that. That is a Ponzi scheme, an international Ponzi scheme, and eventually it will collapse. I don't know That's my perspective on it. Maybe you can educate me differently. I will say when you talk about my generation, when we talk about macroeconomics, we're talking about the laws of supply and demand. Adam Smith's invisible hand. Do you have economics background?
Not
Okay.
formally. Not
Okay.
formally, but I
Laws of
do.
supply and demand. Adam Smith's invisible hand, where it talks about the market will correct itself based on
Yeah,
the
I
law.
understand. No, I know it. I know it. So I was just saying I don't have like a, because sometimes I guess
Okay. All right. So
degrees
what
and
I'm
stuff.
saying is that particular philosophy of how the market operates, the reality of how it operates, is something that we grew up with. That's why most of us own homes, and your generation will not. I'm saying that system of the laws of science, of macroeconomics, where there's the laws of supply and demand, Adam Smith's invisible hand, where the market corrects itself based on those dynamics, that is gone because of the corruption, because there's no more competition. The politicians have been bought, where there used to be monopolies were outlawed. There was a free market where competition was able to back that aspect of the market correcting itself. It cannot correct itself anymore because of the corruption.
Okay. Well.
Okay. And so what I'm saying is that particular aspect is what we grew up with, which allowed us to be able to afford homes. I mean, this is not anything new. I mean, I didn't. It was in the 2000s before I bought my homestead. But that reality for me, it doesn't exist for you guys. There's no way that the majority of your generation could afford to buy the home that I live in. One of the homes I live in that's paid for. You couldn't do it. And it's because of the way that the market's changed. So there's something to look back at our generation, because there's obviously something inherently wrong with what the things that are going on right now. You guys are just accustomed to taking, the lemons you're being given and the pennies that are being thrown out on the floor by the corporations, and think that somehow you can spend that into, to some wealth. And a few of you will be able to do that, but the vast majority of you will not realize the reality. You won't experience the reality of owning your own home. And that's because of the corruption that has ruined the free market. That macroeconomic scheme of supply and demand.
Excuse me. All right. Well, with what you're saying, I understand the whole Adam Smith, the correction, and you said free market, but then I would have to say there's never been a free market. And even with supply and demand, all of that is engineered. The same with the stock market, right? So if we go beyond that and we go to the cotillion effect, then we see that the cotillion.
What is that?
Cotillion. So hold on.
Yeah,
I need to bring it up. So he's an economist, right? He's one of the older ones. He's Irish and French. And what he says is the closer you are to the source of where wealth is being distributed, the more you get, right? And those who are further away from it, so think of it like a well or a spigot or a fountain. The closer you are to the fountain, the more you're able to accumulate. The further you are, the less you get. And everybody who is working class, whether you own a home or not, you are part of the after effect of what happens with what we consider, quote unquote, the free market. There is no free market. Everything sorry?
Go ahead.
Everything after investment banking and certain institutions. So once you get out of the first, second, those are the markets, right? So when it comes to government, when it comes to investment banks, Deutsche, everybody else within that sector, that's the market. They price the market within themselves. And then everything else, the working class is able to get in terms of what they perceive. It is basically a crush. It is the free market is a crush. It is literally a certain allotted amount of money being distributed, but even that, it's a settlement. It's not really anything. It is
Yeah,
just
that's what we're
basically.
saying. The same thing. We're saying the
Mm,
exact same thing. What I'm trying to tell you is that it's not always been that way, and a very very good indicator of that is that my generation, we own our own homes. Yours never
yeah.
will. No,
Okay.
your generation will not own your own homes.
Okay.
It's that plain and simple. What I'm saying to you, what I'm saying is that um, we're saying the
Thank
same thing
you.
as far as what exists right now. But I'm saying that the extreme nature of what we see now was not the reality that my generation was met with.
Yeah, I understand. That's what I was saying. So if you're saying that we're saying the same thing with the Cotillon effect, okay, fine. But then I have to differentiate in terms of, for me, and there is proof, there is no free market. The market as it is, every dollar you get, every fiat currency you get is a settlement. And everything that happens is an after effect. So when
Yeah.
you're talking about the corporations, it's balance sheet. So for me, this is where it's like, if you've ever worked in venture capital,
No,
or
I
you've,
haven't.
okay, so then you're able to start to understand how, a lot of people, they think certain things based off of what they see on TV about certain industries where they've never actually worked in it. So then when people who work in it at a certain point or a certain tier start to speak about it, they talk to them as if they don't know anything. And it gets worse the younger that you are. You understand? So it's a thing of, when you understand venture capital and you understand how this stuff is done, all of this is forecasting. This is all future. So when you're saying that crypto and blockchain is a Ponzi scheme and it's not backed by anything, the same for fiat currency, right? The same thing that allowed you to buy your homestead, to buy your home, all of that, you basically took settlement papers and you transferred it into something that is an asset. And
Right.
because you paid it off, you are very, you know what I mean? You're very strategic, whether you knew it or not. I'm just like, hats off to you that you own your homestead, because a lot of people within your bracket and your generation, they think they own a home. They don't. They own a whole bunch of liability and debt.
So
And
let
they
me ask
are
you
the,
this.
and they are I'm gonna, one second. And they are basically the balance sheet aspect. This is what I'm saying when I'm talking about macroeconomics and the way we need to start looking at things. Even my generation, right? This is, like I said, not everyone who is a millennial will understand exactly to the level that I'm talking, right? A lot of them don't. But my thing is, we've had certain experiences that have put us in certain positions earlier. So whereas my friends will not understand when I start talking about balance sheets, but what they will understand is, guess what? So for me, my example, because a lot of people ask me, how do you know all of this? Well, before I had lived work experience, my first job, right? I was getting my PSATs. So I left school, I went to high school, and my job at Mickey D's was literally right around the corner. So from there, what happened? I'm talking to my guidance counselor. He's telling me, make sure you take your PSATs. We're going to start looking at different colleges, St. John's, because I wanted to major in chemistry, blah, 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 blah. Then I go to work, right? And then when I get to work, I see two girls. One is like 28, and the other is like early 20s. The one who's 28 finished school. She's now saying she's getting a master's degree. She's going back. And then the younger one, she is in her second or third year. And she's talking to the older one about, what do I do? Strategy, basically, right? So I'm looking at both of them like, these chicks got at least 10 plus years over me, and they are already in college. They've already, once finished and she's going back for a master's. The other one is anxious about what she's going to do when she finishes, and they literally don't have an answer. And my guidance counselor is telling me, make sure you go to college, make sure your PSATs, da, 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 da. So academically, I finished school in 11th grade. So it's a thing where That is a lived experience of macroeconomics that at the time I had no clue, but I was smart enough to pay attention to be like, wait, hold on. If they're having problems right now and they're a decade older, and the person who actually is the manager of this Mickey D's, she has a high school diploma. No, she had a GED and she's the manager. What does that mean? Something doesn't make sense. So this is what I'm saying about when we have to now start looking at things from a macro econ perspective. And I think about the different generations and what they're able to quote unquote get and what they're not. And when you start understanding things past transaction and the illusion of a free market, you really start understanding what is happening at a greater depth. And
Oh
that's
yeah.
my whole thing. So when it comes to crypto and blockchain, yes, it can be utilized as a Ponzi scheme, right? But
And
is
that's
that
my
what it
point.
is? No, it's not. It is mathematics. It is something that basically decouples you from the actual Ponzi scheme happening. It is parallel rails. So the same way fiat currency is basically a settlement paper of IOUs. It doesn't mean anything until you transfer it into an asset, right? So now in terms of when it comes to the blockchain is mathematically correct, right? We all say what men lie, women lie, numbers don't. When it comes to something like most of the cryptos that are out there, no, it's bullshit, right? It's no different to circulating fiat currency based off of
And
velocity.
that's why I
Right?
disagree with you. That's why I
Okay,
disagree with you.
that's
And that's
fine.
why I've been trying to get in here and comment on that because you keep saying it. The
Keep
fiat
saying what?
currency, your comment about fiat currency, right?
Okay.
Okay, so the fiat currency that you're referring to, the U.S. dollar had a gold standard at some point, right? When we
Mm-hmm.
lost that gold standard, one of the reasons why that was the U.S. dollar didn't just completely collapse is because of the petrodollar. Basically, all the
Mm-hmm.
world's oil was being bought and exchanged
How
using
was
the
the reserve? Mm-hmm.
U.S. dollar. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so I mean, just recently when we have BRICS countries that have decided not to use the U.S. dollar to buy oil, that's that's been that's the ultimate collapse of of the U.S. dollar because really now they're the remaining the remaining petrodollar aspects of it is what allows it to have any value. But that's dwindling away. So uh, I don't think you can ever say that there's been any type of standard that's supported crypto.
Okay, so when it comes to crypto, I said the standard is,
But help me though, help me out.
yeah, I will. So it's mathematically, right? It's the code. It is a trustless base off of the fact that you cannot, okay, and please let me know if I'm losing you because I know when I start talking from this aspect, it's a thing where I might lose you based off of how I understand it, right? So when it comes to crypto, in terms of what the blockchain actually is, right? Because this is all blockchain technology. This is all mathematics compounded into creating something that, because when we think about money, money is about trust, right? That's what it is. So you saying the Bretton Woods Agreement, the petrodollar, that is all based off of, in terms of the petrodollar and taking US fiat off of the gold standard, supposedly with Nixon. That's all now velocity of money because because this is about, again, thinking about US as a corporation, and you are now doing what? You are now making money move at such a perspective, at such a rate. And this is where it starts coming into physics and we start talking about time, right? Because everyone uses money, right? And the way you get money as a working class person is through your time, right? So we can say time ineffectively equals money in this equation. And then when we talk about taking the dollar off of the gold standard and it now being used through petrodollar, right? That is now forcing America's fiat currency to be used amongst different countries, and you're now using it and forcing it to do what? Move. So you're creating velocity, right? To keep a certain level of what? Value or
Well,
perceived
I'm
value.
an engineer, so I'm gonna have to ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between speed and velocity?
I don't know. Tell me.
Okay, so you're using words that you don't really know. You don't really understand.
Okay.
When you talk
Now,
about velocity, right? You talk
wait
about
1 second, because
you're using
one
engineering terms
second,
that you
one
don't really know
second,
what they mean. Go
one
ahead.
second, one
Go
second.
ahead.
So you're saying I don't know what it means in terms
No.
of, okay, I said,
You're
okay,
using you're
hold
using you're
on
using terms.
one second,
Go ahead.
please.
Go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
not arguing with you, right? I
No,
have
I'm not
no
either.
problem learning. Okay, so if I just need to interject to clarify something, please let me, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So when you're saying I don't understand it, okay, maybe not in engineering terms, right? Cool. But in terms of what I'm talking about in macroeconomics, I'm not wrong, right? So we can go down to basically the scientific, the engineering aspect of it. But when it comes to macroeconomics and balance sheets, I'm not wrong about the way that I'm utilizing the word or how I'm explaining it. But the fact that you're an engineer, this is going to be great because then you can help me clarify some of the things that I do say in terms of when I'm speaking to different people, I can now have an added point of lexicon to it. So please go ahead. Let me know what is the difference between speed and velocity.
Yeah. So it's not a it's I'm real sensitive with you start using engineering terms to explain economics. You need to understand what they mean. Speed is a magnitude. Has
Mm-hmm.
velocity is magnitude and direction,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Yep.
you talk about speed is just a magnitude of the rate
Mm-hmm.
at which you uh, uh, trans transition a distance. Uh,
Uh-huh.
the
So would
change
that be considered movement?
the change in distance per unit time. Yeah, that's
Okay.
movement. But
So
but
that's movement.
velocity
Is
is
the
a
direction of
change
that
in
movement.
distance. Yeah, change in distance per
Mm-hmm.
unit time in a particular direction.
Mm-hmm.
There's a vector that's associated with it. That's
Yep.
just okay. So so you know,
So
I'm just yeah. As far
so
as you tying all
velocity
that
of
together,
money.
go
Sorry,
ahead.
say that again.
No, as far as you tying that together with the macroeconomic explanation that you're giving, I understand. I understand what you're. Well, I think I understand what you're trying to get at. I'm just telling you that that whole perspective that you guys, your generation has, it's not. It's not about the collective, right? My generation, we come from an environment and a mindset that thinks more about the overall good, the overall good and the survival of the masses, the collective. What you're talking about is a very small group of people that are close to this quote unquote source of economic prosperity that can somehow transition or transcend the exploitation of the masses and become
Mm-hmm.
part of the elite.
Mm-hmm.
That whole mentality is not something that my generation was raised with. My generation was raised with the overall good of the people, where the masses of people were able to benefit from the economic systems that were in place.
Okay.
The whole
So then,
particular, the whole aspect of what you guys are talking about is somehow being able to take advantage of the system that's in place
mm-hmm.
that's meant to exploit the masses in order to become one of the few privileged elite. That's not the mindset that we need.
Okay. So what have I said that makes you think I come from that perspective? Because you're now saying it's a generational thing, right? But then before you get into that, when it comes to velocity of money, it's not something I'm just applying just for kicks and giggles. This is actually something that it's a term, it's a macroeconomic term. I didn't make it up. This is something that when you work in certain points, this is the language. This is what you're supposed to recognize, especially when you're working on the desk. You have to recognize this, especially as a forecaster. You have to recognize it. So velocity of money is not something I just plucked out of thin air. It's not just some slang. This is actual, this is macroeconomics. It's real, because
Okay.
when it comes to engineering and an economy, there is a level of what science, physics, movement that needs to now be used with something that is quote unquote stagnant, because you're using that velocity of money to do what? To compound something that would otherwise be stagnant, to give the illusion of compound interest being made, where you don't have to wait for biological time to do it for you. You start to engineer it on your company's behalf, on your country's behalf. That's what it's for. It now becomes a utilization tool to
Yeah.
basically jump time,
I guess my
right?
question would be, can you actually engineer that on a large scale and still have those type of returns? I
Well,
think
you
you see what
can,
I mean.
and
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
I
that
see what you mean. But this is
I'm
the
saying
thing is, go ahead. Sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
saying that when you talk about those level of returns, right? You're talking about a few people that get in early, right? And the only reason that they experience those level of returns is because those who get in after them will lose.
Yes, it's a rug pull essentially. Yes, yes,
Those who get
exactly.
in after them will lose. And what I'm trying to say is, when you have an economy that's based on that principle,
Mm-hmm.
then that is not good for the masses of people. And what
Yes, I
I'm saying
understand that.
is, is that my generation, the politics, the economics, the overall mindset of my generation was to ensure that the masses of people are able to survive, profit, and live a basic fundamental life in society and in the economic environment that we were in. That's
Okay.
why most of us own our homes.
Okay, well, technically that's not true. Most of you may have debt that makes you liable for this quote unquote home.
Okay, well maybe people haven't paid their homes off, but my homes are paid off.
No, I know. That's why I
Yeah.
said you're an outlier for your generation, because a lot of your generation may be in homes, but they don't own it. The bank still owns it because they are on the other side of the balance sheet, but they think they have ownership and they don't.
Yeah.
They are
Well,
leasing a debt.
hopefully they're able to make financial decisions that allow them to pay their homes off. But even then, we still don't own our homes because we have to pay taxes on them. So that's
Mhm.
so I mean
Yeah,
that's
that's the thing. We can go down minutia
yeah,
wise, but my thing
yeah.
is, I want to understand what I've said that makes you think that I do not think from the place you're thinking, because what you've said is basically saying that I am for the rug pulling, when what I'm doing is actually exposing it and trying to make it more of general knowledge amongst our people, especially because we're the ones who feel continuously the after effects and the shock and the trauma that comes along with the rug pulls that happens. And we literally do not know how to quantify it outside of feeling. We see this as a cultural problem when it's actually a physics problem, and it's about the utilization of our time. We don't understand that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but most people don't understand that even everything that is bought and sold, it is all based on futures. It is all based off of time. Everything is based off of time. That's the unit. That's the true unit of value of economy. It's time. Because when you forecast a company, when you build companies, anything that you do, it's no different to manifest destiny. Manifest destiny for America to be built and done and created how it is, to do the economy. It's all about narrative. It's all about a story. And that story is, how can I tell you what I tell you in order for you to now invest your time? Because again, nothing has value other than something that appreciates over time. right? That's what makes an asset. We have to now be able to appraise value from a different perspective. Every single time it's from a transactional perspective, meaning settlement. And settlement happens all the way at the bottom once an asset has been appraised long time ago. Do you understand what I mean? So a lot of the time what we think is a present day economic issue, it's a lag, it's a time lag, because we don't understand how to quantify the time and
Yeah,
how to
basically,
reflect.
yeah. The people like you mentioned, the bankers, the people who are close, you know, they're close to the source. They're the ones that profit. Everyone else deals with the ripple. You know, yeah. I
Mhm.
mean, that's yeah. So that's a situation where what I'm trying to say, that situation is broke because it leaves the vast majority of the people out in the cold to be exploited. And that's always been the case to some extent. But what we see now is a case like that is completely unchecked by the checks and balances that were inherently put into law, into the Constitution. Um, those things are unchecked. They're completely unchecked, and that's why we're dealing with $38 trillion worth of debt. And over half that has been in like the last 10 years.
Mhm. Because they're
So,
printing. Mhm.
so the
I
amount of theft that's went on, you don't. I mean, and they want people to believe that we've got $38 trillion worth of debt due to EBT payments, food stamps.
Mhm.
That's a complete utter lie. That there has been massive amounts of theft at the government level, federal, state, and local, that's accumulated that type of debt. Um, and no one's being held accountable. And it's, we just, I don't think it's time. I don't think, and this is how we differ in opinion. Okay, yeah, you want to know how to manipulate this new
No, I don't want to know how to
macroeconomics,
manipulate it.
the new macroeconomics that you're talking about.
No, I don't want to know how to manipulate it. You see, this is what I'm saying. I need to understand what I've said that makes you think I want to get in and become part of the quote unquote 1%. That's not it. My whole point of when I speak is about literacy. I need our people, especially, to become literate, even if it's from a generalized perspective about what is happening. Because once again, there's going to be generations after me that are going to be caught up in the wrong time. They're still going to be caught up in the time of labor GDP economics, where that unit of value has decoupled from the economic frame globally since I was a kid. And I'm no longer a kid. I left high school at least 20 years ago now. So it's a thing where I understand this. People older than me still don't understand it. They still think we are on a labor GDP paradigm, and we're not. The shit ended specifically, and I say that in the 2000s. That was the last ripple. And so I'm saying these are a lot of things that happen when we don't understand true equivalency of math, true equivalency of time. I don't need someone to be an expert. I don't even need them to be an engineer. I just need them to have a working understanding of literacy, of what it is that they have, that is their intrinsic value, which is their time. You understand? Their time is very important. And when we can teach little kids to understand that equation of time, meaning that that is the paramount unit of value, no matter what fiat currency, because fiat debasement has been going on since before all of us on this panel and in the chat were alive. This is nothing new. Financial engineering from this perspective as an economy is nothing new, right? It is nothing new. But my thing is, how many of us understand the history of money? How many of us understand it outside of historical context to now be able to transliterate it to science, to physics, to now understand the movement, right? to now understand that every dollar that is being moved, it's a settlement of a debt that has been created based off of a valuation you have no idea. And obviously, some of us who have been able to get into certain rooms, work in certain places, and pay attention and understand things, and we can reverse engineer, then yeah, I think it is basically our duty to come back and speak to us, the collective. And
Right.
one thing that you've said is that, you know, your generation was more about the whole. I have to say, I don't truly believe that, because if that was the case, a lot of the stuff that millennials had to deal with, we would have had a better hedging. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? We would have been better hedged. We weren't. The same thing happened to my generation. The same thing is happening to the generation below us. It's a continuous effect. It's a continuous ripple effect that literacy, true literacy, generalized if must, right? Because I'm not about the whole, you know, dominance games of, oh, I know this and I could quote. No, I'm saying, and a lot of the time is when you're at this point and you understand how to front run time. So I'm not trying to front run anything based off of joining some idiotical people called elites. No, I went to school with some of these people. I don't really care. There's nothing special. I don't want to be at that table. For me, I understand that we need to decouple and we need to build our own rails. And we are at a point where it is possible at a larger scale to replicate. That's why I need to understand what I
Replicate what?
to basically replicate our own economy and scale it. This is no different to, do you understand?
How would you do
So
that?
using blockchain. So what you see as
Oh.
basically nothing but, because blockchain in and of itself, it's it's a ledger, it's a public ledger. So a lot of the theft and things that you're talking about, if we implemented
What is the
blockchain,
standard of blockchain?
what do you mean? What is the standard?
Okay, like the fiat currency called the dollar, referred to as a dollar, had a gold standard at one point, and then when it went from a gold standard, it had a backup of petrodollar standard. What is the standard of blockchain?
Time and math.
Okay,
So
so
basically, time is irreversible and it's
no,
immutable,
no.
right?
I mean, you going into a lot of abstract stuff, right?
I'm not going into
Very
abstract.
abstract. There's no real definition to what you're saying. There's
What
no real tangibility. There's
what do you
there's
mean
nothing
there's no, so
tangible in
there's
regards
no,
to what
so
you're saying.
time isn't tangible.
And then
Time
what you're
isn't
saying about
tangible
time, how
and math
time is
isn't
the
tangible.
that's all. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Don't take this the wrong way, but
No, go
I'm gonna be
ahead.
honest with you. What you're saying about the time and all that's yeah, time is the most. If you're human and you're subject to space and time, then time is the most important thing you have, the most important aspect that you have in your life. But it has no value unless you use it properly. All right. So you know, at the end of the day, you know, you using all these abstract terms, time and all that stuff, that just confuses people. I mean, we're talking about, uh, you know, basically, I'm going to say I don't know who you've been listening to, but
I
you
didn't
start
listen.
talking about all these abstract terms and you're not physically referring to assets, you know, things that people need to live and survive, and how to acquire those things outside of the abstract terms that you're using. I just think it's a bunch of hogwash.
Okay.
I mean, at the end of the
Well,
day, you know,
you're making a lot of assumption because we haven't gotten to the point, right? We haven't gotten to the point of you asking me anything about assets. You were asking me questions and I've answered it. And now you're telling me that time is now abstract. How is it abstract?
of course it is.
You asked me what is blockchain backed by? And I said time and mathematics because again, as an engineer of science, you understand that if I now, and this is what I was saying, and I did preface this and say, I understand that I may lose some people, and please let me know when I do lose you. But I didn't think that me talking about time and equating that with science, with mathematics, would now make you lost, where you now basically say, I must be listening to people. And this is what I'm saying. It becomes this thing of my thoughts cannot be my original, it can't be my original thinking. It can't be from my lived experience. It must be that I'm listening to someone else. If I listen to someone else, I wouldn't be able to have this conversation with you. Just because I don't have an engineering degree does not mean I do not have intelligence, or I don't have I don't have compounded understanding. Some of us are able to understand certain things because of lived experiences, right? And like I said, I finished school in 11th grade, and I don't need, to me, I'm not going to start to spout off everything I've done after that, right? Because again, you think I'm listening to someone. It just makes it just, I'm just kind of like,
But your arguments are
that's
really
productive.
abstract, and you haven't really
It's
said
not, is it
anything.
abstract? Is it abstract, or is it that it does not compute with what you have been used to learning? So now you
No,
have to
no,
reduce
I
what I'm
think I
saying,
understand.
because at the same time you said, oh, you were talking about free markets and correction and this and that with Adam Smith. And the way you're speaking as if I probably don't understand that. Yes, I do. I also understand Voltaire. I understand a lot of things, right? But I'm not about to go through a whole bunch of different aspects of, oh, these are my credentials. This is what I, because it's useless. To me, it's a non-factor. Because if we're truly trying to get to what it is we're trying to get to, some of the things that you said, I understand, and I can now speak on it. And because I'm speaking on it in terms that you don't maybe understand or you're not familiar with, it
Keep
now
talking.
becomes reduced to a point of it's reductive. You're
Yeah,
getting it,
you
you're
keep
making it
talking in
reductive, and
circles.
now it's like abstraction. It's not
Yeah, just
abstraction.
here's the thing, right? I'm a practical person, right? I don't get into all the, like, you're talking in circles. You're talking very abstractly. You're saying a
I'm
lot
not
without saying
talking in
anything.
circles.
You're saying a lot without saying anything at all. And and so
What
this
did I
is
say that doesn't make any sense?
just
You asked me what is
that whole rant you
blockchain
just went
backed
on.
by.
The rant you just went on.
I went on a
It
rant
doesn't it
because
doesn't
I'm saying
Can I
that
jump in?
it doesn't make sense.
So
Can I jump
because
in?
you don't understand, that now means I don't make any
What
sense.
I'm trying to tell you is this,
Because
right?
time for you has now
When you
become an
talk about
abstraction when it's mixed with macroeconomics, when it's mixed with money. Time now becomes an
when you
abstraction.
talk
But
about blockchain and all that stuff, I've asked you what is the standard for blockchain,
and I
and you
told you
and you
time and
told me time,
mathematics. Time
and you
and mathematics. And then you
time and
didn't let me
mathematics.
finish.
So what
Yes.
you're trying to say is basically over time the math will show that you'll
No,
profit if you
maybe
hold on, man.
let
Hold on a
me
second.
explain it
I'm
instead of
asking you if this is what you're
assuming.
saying. I'm asking you if this is what you're saying, because I'm getting tired of listening to you talk in circles. I'm
Okay.
This
You're
is what
getting
I'm
tired
asking
because
you.
you don't understand.
I'm
Only you
asking
can,
you this.
after he finishes, only you can jump in. Go ahead.
I'm asking, when you say that the standard for blockchain is time and mathematics, are you saying that blockchain shows itself profitable based on the time that you get in, the amount of time that you stay in, and the math that builds your portfolio based on those two factors?
Okay, I'm gonna answer this and then only you can go in. So right now, the way you just phrase this question lets me know you don't understand blockchain and you're not listening. Blockchain is not a position from a stock market, because everything you just said lets me know you are correlating this to the stock market because this is your only frame. This is the mental model that you have. So therefore you're thinking I'm talking in abstraction. I'm not. And as an engineer, you should actually be understanding what I'm saying, because I'm now talking about blockchain from a mathematical perspective, because that's what it's backed by. So, no, it is none of those things. It's not about positioning. It is not about anything you just said, because it has nothing to do with the retail stock market. I don't deal with retail. And a lot of people in the chat who know me understand I say fuck the stock market.
I didn't
All
say
of
anything
that.
about the stock
So
market.
yes, you did. Everything, and this is the fact that you don't realize that is the problem. And it shows where you're limited. It shows where you're limited in
Well,
terms
I will
of
say
your
that you're limited
understanding.
because I will say you're limited
Let's
because
not
You just
let
said,
yeah,
hold
you
let's
on.
not
just said, you
let's not
just
get
said,
personal, man.
I'm
I
not
would
getting,
say that you're
Steph, I'm
limited.
not getting,
No, it's
I'm not
fine.
getting
I would
personal.
say
I'm
that you're
saying
I
in
would say
terms
that you're
of
limited. I
how,
would say that
that's
you're
Yeah.
fine.
limited in the
That's
fact that you're
fine. But
trying
the
to tell me,
terms
hold
that
on.
you use, the terms that you used, the terms that you use are all terms and mental model framings for the stock market. You said, so is it when people get in? Is it the position? You use all of those words that are basically used when it comes to the stock market. The blockchain is a ledger of accounting that is immutable and mathematically protected. It has nothing to do with positioning. It has nothing to do with portfolio. It is literally math. It is
Well, it
literally
has nothing to
math.
Okay.
do.
It has nothing to do with
Okay.
any of the things that you just said.
It has
I'm not
nothing.
talking
Okay.
about
So
people getting into position.
So
I'm not
explain to me
talking about people
what
getting
does it
into
have to do with?
portfolio.
I just want to jump in because I have to go to work and
Okay, sorry, only. Go
yeah.
ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
so agreeing to the panel, and I just want to say that I think you're both correct. It's just the vocabulary that's being used is kind of not matching. That's the only thing. What just the background when I was younger, I did go to college and I hated school. I hate school, but I like education, and I quit. I didn't continue college. Okay, but then now that I'm Generation X, now that I'm older, I feel maybe I should go. So I put myself back in school. I don't know if that's a good decision or not, but one thing I did notice was when I was in school earlier, the way they taught economics is not so much the way they teach it now. Like when I was in my economics class, they were talking about free market and things like that. And I was like, okay, yeah, I know about that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the teacher said the eventual end of a free market is monopolies.
There you go.
And
That's my whole point.
and then that was kind of a shocker to me. Like, meaning what the government does is they just mess it up for them so that it goes back to free market. But if they let it go, things would just go into becoming monopolies, eating up other companies and just becoming a monopoly. So
That was my point earlier.
yes, but I think you guys are both kind of saying the same thing. And then what Pacho is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is okay, this system is not working out for the people, and it's time to jump ship. And the only what's
What
available,
system?
What?
What system is not working?
This whole like I think they're purposefully making us poor.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. But that has nothing to do with the design of the free market initially, where the laws of supply and demand. If you look at Adam Smith's invisible hand, how the market will correct itself, that's only legitimate, and that approach is only reality when you don't have monopolies, when you don't have when the monopolies are not legal, and they are legal now. I mean, because they bought off Congress and they allow those things to happen.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't. And when you have monopolies, then that free market aspect of our economy, that's gone.
Yeah.
And that's what we're looking at right now.
And yes. And now the next generation is looking for a way out. They're trying to jump ship.
And what I'm trying to say is we don't need to jump ship. We need to get the corporations out of Congress. We need to get the corporations out. We need to get super PACs out of the congressional bodies and make it illegal for them to be involved with politics.
How do you propose?
Along with billionaires.
How do you propose?
Because here's the thing, when it's all
He's
said.
asking you a question, Mike.
Okay, go ahead.
No, how?
How? We're gonna have to use the democratic process, whatever's left of it, and get these people out. Get the corporations out. These super PACs, we need to get them out of these lobbyists. We have to get them out of the political process, because that's what's sabotaging the whole thing.
Okay, I think.
Okay, let me say this real quick. When we do that, then we don't return to a perfect system, right? But we do return to a system where you don't have, BlackRock buying up all the damn housing, driving the housing prices up. You don't have this pharmaceutical companies ripping us off, insurance companies ripping us off, because they're doing that because they've got the legislation passed that allows them to do it.
I don't really see how we can fix it, because as soon as we voted a new person, I don't know how they do it. They take them to the room, close the curtains, and tell them how the real story goes. But the next generation, I think, is finding another route, which might be foreign to maybe the older generation, and it doesn't seem appealing. But what they're saying is to go with Bitcoin. Now,
what I'm trying to say with that, ma'am, I'm trying to say this. When you talk about Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin started off, look where it started off, right? If you didn't get in early, guess what? Bitcoin is out of reach for you.
No, that's the thing. That's what
Bitcoin.
What I'm hearing is it's not supposed to be like some people. They see Bitcoin as, oh, I'm going to make a lot of money with Bitcoin. No, but what people are saying is to just get Bitcoin. Doesn't matter how much it's worth at the moment. Just get fractional Bitcoin, bit by bit. The point is that when the dollar crashes, even if you have a piece of Bitcoin, that's still going to be worth more than nothing.
There's two issues.
The question is 0.0001 Bitcoin enough or not enough? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not so much about like a money maker.
Here's the point.
Trying to get away from it.
The point is, I got 2 points with that. One is Bitcoin, nothing backs it. You tell me what is the standard for Bitcoin? What is the standard for Bitcoin? This is the other thing.
You're being told what it is, but you don't want to accept it.
Well, that time and mathematics thing, I still don't understand what you're trying to get.
Yeah, it's very simple. That's the thing. It's very simple. It's a formula. You keep saying, oh, it's hogwash. Oh, you don't understand. But then it's like when people are explaining something to you, you just want to reject it. And you've made a lot of assumptions about everything that I've said from the beginning. And you're
Let me go back to what I'm trying to say, ma'am, is when you talk about this whole Bitcoin stuff and the blockchain and all that. No, I don't. I look at it as a Ponzi scheme, and I haven't seen anything really that shows me that it has a standard like the gold standard the dollar had, and when it went from that, it went to the petrodollar. I don't see a standard for Bitcoin. What I will say is this: I'm trying to say that this whole thing with this blockchain and the Bitcoin art. This is, I really believe, and someone has to show me if this is wrong, because if you don't get in at the right time and you don't stay in at the right time, similar to the stock market, if you didn't get Bitcoin 10 years ago, guess what? Now Bitcoin is what, over $100,000 a coin?
You can still buy fractionally. It's not.
How many people can afford that?
The goal is not to make money out of the Bitcoin.
It's not.
No, because that's not its purpose. Only was saying that to you, and I was trying to illustrate that to you, but you keep going back to what your mental model is.
So explain to me what
we are, but you don't want to listen. You don't want to hear a difference in something that you say you have no idea what it is, but then when someone is telling you, you start saying no.
Here's what I'm getting at.
It doesn't make sense. You don't make sense.
Getting at. You just explain to me what it is then. If the purpose of Bitcoin is not to make money, what is it for?
It's to like be.
No, I want Pacho to answer it.
Oh, okay, so before you answer, Pacho, I'm gonna get off. I just want to say
keep talking until.
No, I have to go to work.
But
I just want that we understand to not let ego take over. This is so important that the Black community knows this. I don't want us left behind. Number one, and number two, I there's a guy in the chat, Aaron Savage. I encourage you to come up and help explain it, because this is important stuff. And my question to Pacho is, okay, look, I don't really totally understand the whole thing. I get Bitcoin. I get blockchain, but I feel like once you start trying to make groups and you got to sign, you have to start signing contracts and stuff like that, you're already back into the system. So I don't understand that part. Okay, and I'm gonna listen off. I'm gonna listen, but I have to get off.
All right, but
Okay,
only
Oni, thank
do
you
me a
very much.
favor,
Yep.
only if you can, Leela, can you give her the link to the Discord, because I want her to get in so that I can explain the other aspects to her. Mike, she's trying to explain, she's describing the framework of a new system that's more efficient and transparent. Yeah, exactly. All right, Mike, when you keep talking about blockchain or Bitcoin, you keep speaking within the same framework and the same language of retail stock market, and you're making it equivalent, and it's
Okay,
not.
tell me what it is then. Tell me what it is. I don't want to hear all the other stuff. Tell me what it is.
You know what? You have contention. You got, I don't know why.
I'm tired of you
I don't
talking
know
in
why.
circles.
Excuse me. I'm not talking in circles. Because you don't understand something, it does not mean that I am talking in circles. All right? Please
When
stop
you
saying
say
that. Stop saying that.
time and
Stop
mathematics,
saying
explain
that.
to me what that means.
Stop saying that. Please
Explain
refrain from
to me
saying
what
that.
that means.
Please
Time
refrain
and
from
mathematics.
saying that.
What's
Stop
that?
saying that. I said you need to refrain from saying that, because that's not what I'm doing.
Okay.
Please stop doing that. I've had
Just
enough
tell me.
patience with, no, excuse me, stop for a second. Because if you want me to explain it to you, you're gonna have to change. You're gonna have to change your whole disposition, because you're coming at me. No, you're coming at me with a whole bunch of like contention, like I did something to you, and I'm speaking to you. And every time I'm speaking to you, you're either getting reductive about the situation, telling me I don't understand what I'm saying, where it's based, or I'm speaking in abstraction.
Okay. Does an
I'm not
apology work?
speaking in abstraction.
If an apology is what you want, I apologize. Okay.
I don't need
I
an
apologize.
apology.
That's it.
I don't need an
apologize.
apology.
Okay.
I don't need
I
an
apologize.
apology. I just need you to have an
drop
open
it
mind.
and
I just
explain
need
what
you to
you
have
mean
an
by that.
open mind. I just need you to have an open mind. That's it. Like, that's it. You can't keep talking at me and expecting me to explain something to you, and then you keep reducing it based off of knowledge you don't have. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? You've said how many times you don't know what Bitcoin is, you don't know what Bitcoin is, you don't know what blockchain is. Then people are trying to explain it to you. Even Only came up here, and you're still doing the same thing, and you're drawing the parameters to something you don't even understand.
I've already
How does
explained.
that
I've
make
already
sense?
apologized to you.
I don't
No,
need
it's
your
fine.
Okay, is
apology.
that
I
what
don't
you
need
need?
your apology. I don't
What
need
do
your
you need to move
apology.
on?
I need you
What
to
do
be
you need to move on?
efficient in the way that you're thinking.
What
That's
do
what I
you
need.
need to move on and explain what I asked you to explain?
You're funny. You funny.
What do you
really,
need?
You funny. You funny.
No, I'm not
You're
funny.
really funny.
If you actually knew my background,
Okay,
if you actually knew my background, if you
really
actually knew who you were talking to,
okay,
if you knew my
okay.
background,
Yeah.
you'd be pretty
Yeah,
humble.
this not the battle of the mind. It's
You'd
not
be
the
pretty
battle.
humble.
I'm
This
not
not the
doing
battle.
battle
This not
of
the
the
battle.
mind.
This not the
I'm
battle of
not
the mind.
doing battle of the minds, Deb.
No.
And you know what, Deb?
I'm just saying in
You know
general.
what time I'm on. You know
No.
what time I'm on.
right.
And this is, I don't know
Yes.
why.
I guarantee
I've
you.
had
it's
enough
cool. It's cool.
patience.
It's cool.
I've had enough patience.
No, it's
I've
cool.
had enough
It's
patience.
afternoon where you at, Paco. It's early in the morning in America, so we on. It's two different times. It's a brand new topic for some people not even familiar with what y'all talking about. What you talking about? So there's no sense in trying to rush and get a full comprehension understanding legitimately. In a few minutes, it's just not going to happen.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm talking to Mike on this. So if you want her to, use other terms, I don't know.
Exactly.
But whatever you're looking
Can't
for,
have a conversation.
I can tell
but
you.
for some reason, it's not gonna be
It's not. It doesn't
understandable.
satiate. Yeah, it doesn't
But
satiate
it
because
doesn't
you
mean
keep
she's
talking
wrong.
about Bitcoin from
Yeah,
a
it's not.
retail perspective. So you keep going,
Yeah,
if you didn't get
it's
into
correct.
Bitcoin 10 years ago, then now it's out of reach. And
You still
Only
haven't answered
told
my
you it
question.
is based. You know
You
what?
still haven't answered my question.
Don't worry.
Go ahead and answer my question. I'll state the question again. All right. You said that the standard for blockchain is time and mathematics. Explain what that means. That's it. That's my question. I'm still waiting on the answer because, yeah, you're right. My mindset, it's a very abstract term. Those are very abstract terms. What does that actually mean? I'm listening. Now you're quiet. Okay. All right. So, but just to, when you talk about, your background and all that, you really don't know who you're talking to. If I told you my background, you'd be humbled.
Yeah, she doesn't need that, Mike. She's not
Yeah.
pursuing
Well,
your
so I
field.
mean, because she spent so much time lecturing me on what it means
No,
to be
no,
an
no.
engineer.
She was
Yeah,
not
she's not
lecturing
an
you.
engineer. She's not an
No, no,
engineer.
no,
She's lecturing me
no.
on what it
She
means to
wasn't giving you a lecture, Mike. I'm listening to the whole thing. There was no lecture involved.
all I want, because I want to understand. I want to know what it means when you say that
Facts,
the
some
blockchain
goddess
has a
facts.
standard. The blockchain has a standard of time and mathematics. Explain to me what that means. I told you what I thought it meant. You said no, it's too much of a stock market approach. So explain to me what that means. No,
Sometimes we just need to take a break, back off, and try it again, man. It may not be today. I don't know what the rush is.
yeah.
Maybe
I mean,
today is not today, Mike. Maybe today is not today. I'm just being realistic, bro.
it's all good. It's
Yeah,
all good.
all
It's
good.
all good. But if you have a point, you have to be able to explain what it means. You can't just say, "Oh, it's a time." You
Yeah,
can't talk in abstract terms.
she's been doing her best to explain it, and
Okay, did you
she's not.
understand what she said? Did
Yeah,
you
yeah,
understand?
I've been over it several times. It's not her
Okay,
first
you
time on this
explain it
panel.
to me
She's
then.
been on this panel several times.
Well, then
She
you
hasn't
explain.
been here in a month. It's been a while since she's been here because other people come up and they do the same thing. They don't understand and they just start, being contentious and
Do
Yeah,
you
going off the
understand it?
rails.
If you
So
me
understand
not
it,
being here, I
yeah,
was actually putting in work with the people in Memphis's Discord
all
to
right,
have
cool.
them basically start doing what
Yeah,
the
she's
same
already
thing
doing it.
that Bitcoin was, Bitsensor basically is. And if I can get as many Black people into that, not from a retail perspective, but actually building on the subnet and the mainnet, then that's something else in terms of building layer ones, layer twos, layer threes on
yeah,
a
we don't know
blockchain
about that
when it
stuff.
comes up to AI. And well, I'm sorry
No,
you
it's a
don't
lot of people in the
understand.
chat and
I'm sorry
have
you
been on
don't
the
understand.
platform for a while that's already
I'm
doing
sorry
what she's
you don't
doing.
understand. This is
Yeah,
not
they're
just about
communicating on another panel. They don't have a YouTube channel. They're doing
Okay,
it on another platform, Mike, and they're really going into detail and giving the
exactly.
framework. So
okay, that's
So just
great. You're
because
telling me a
you don't
bunch of stuff.
understand, just because you don't understand doesn't mean things aren't happening. Doesn't mean so Dev is saying I've been gone. Yeah, I've been gone doing other things
right,
within the group. So
right,
like
Uh,
I'm just
yeah,
clarifying. It's
they've
not
been
for
coming back.
you.
Yeah, some of them been
It's
coming
not
back and
for
let me
you.
know.
So you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
relax. I'm not talking to you. All right. You can relax.
No, I don't want any contention from either one of you. I think either one of
what
you.
I'm
I
trying to
don't want
say
you to get
is,
out right. I don't want Mike to get out right.
no,
If
I'm
it's
not.
not gonna work today, it's not gonna work. So there's
No.
no sense in keep going back and forth.
You told me you understood what she meant by that. She
I
won't tell
understand
me.
when she was talking what she was saying at the time that she was saying it. Yeah,
Okay,
I
she
did.
won't tell me.
There was
She won't
nothing
tell me what
foreign.
she meant. She won't tell me what she meant by it. You said you understand what she meant by it.
There
So
was
can
nothing
you?
foreign. She was explaining what she was saying. That's all.
So can you explain it then, since you understand it?
I can't repeat
Again,
word for word what she said, but
no. What I'm saying is, again, I'm asking, what is the standard for blockchain? What does it mean when you say the standard for blockchain is time and mathematics? You said you understood what she meant when she said that. She obviously will not explain it. So I want to know what that means. Okay, so can you explain what she meant by that? What does she mean by when she said the standard for blockchain is time and mathematics? I've actually got a couple degrees in mathematics. So you explain that to me.
This is crazy.
I'm just asking.
This is crazy.
What does that mean?
This is crazy.
All right. I'm done.
Okay.
You know.
All right, man. We'll be around. All righty.
Hey, Doc.
Next chapter.
I can't. I really can't. I
All
can't.
right.
I can't.
Get
I
some
can't.
water or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, like why? I
Yeah.
really, and this is the
Okay.
thing is like, what? Because I'm a girl, I can't know stuff.
Nothing. Yeah. Nothing to do with you at all. I know it may appear, but
No, I know,
yeah.
but it's the thing of like, Dev, like, we're gonna need both genders to be literate. Why
Yeah.
is there
It's not
such
a.
contention when a girl
Yeah.
understands something?
It's not a gender thing either.
You sure about that? You
Yes.
sure about that?
Yes. Yes.
You
With
sure?
him. Yeah. With him. Yeah. It's not a gender thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because my thing is
I'll let you know. I know who the people that come to this channel that don't like black women talking intellectual, economics, and intelligence.
it's just like, what's
One of them
up?
was on the panel earlier, and I dropped him off specifically because of that.
Dev, I'm like, and I know GA be telling me, you gotta chill, Vacho, you gotta, and I'm like, but GA,
Yeah,
like,
there's no
come on,
such thing as
friend,
a chill button. Yeah,
like,
nobody has a chill
I wasn't
button.
even being rude. Like the whole conversation,
That's why I was
homie
trying to
basically
step
saying
in.
I'm
Yeah.
saying this or making assumptions that I want to be your generation was to be part of this. It's just like,
Nah,
who's like, do you even understand? And it's like, oh, she's talking about her credentials. I said I don't go into that on purpose because it's not necessary.
nah, it's
So
okay.
how does it now become a thing of I'm talking about credentials, and if I knew what he had, I would be humbled. That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we really doing here? Like, what are we really doing?
No sense
Like,
in
why is that necessary? If we're all
we
niggas at the
can.
end of the day, it doesn't matter what degree you had, it doesn't matter. Because guess what? You still a nigga at the end of the day. End of. It doesn't matter. How literate are we as a collective? That's what the fuck is important right now. Not how much you fucking know or how many degrees you have. Because still, guess what? Bitcoin and blockchain is still foreign to you. That you conflate it with the fucking stock market, and that's not what the fuck it is. Like, man, I'd be like, this is just backwards.
Yeah.
And my thing
Don't
is,
worry
what,
about.
we're
Yeah.
younger? So if it's not because I'm a girl, what? Because I'm younger now. So therefore, like,
No.
even saying that I can't
No.
have certain thoughts, whoever you're
No.
listening
No.
to,
No.
nigga, the fuck? Can you not respect people's lived experience? Every person you meet on the internet is not just some dummy who watches videos and then regurgitates that shit.
No sense in reveling about it, Paco. Not gonna do any good. We're gonna be on another task in a few hours.
I don't even know if I got to, because listen, I
Huh?
need to catch up. I said, I don't even know if I'm going to be here for a few hours because I need to catch up with.
No, I'm saying there were other things to do. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
over. Yeah.
I was saying, Dev, I need you to, what's it called? Have you been keeping up with everything that's going on? So with Davos, WEF, and everything else? Because I know you were talking about like Amazon, basically taking over Whole Foods.
Yeah, I saw the economic forum highlights last week.
Okay. And did you see how they were talking about tokenization? And last time I was on the panel, they were telling me tokens were a myth and, oh, what do you mean we're going to buy tokens? And it's like, nah, bro, we're talking about collateralization, like literally going into legislation and now being used. So even like, what was his name, Willie, coming at me on some Bitcoin's not real, it's poison. Meanwhile, Larry Fink is saying that, or Ray Dalio is saying that basically you need Bitcoin to hedge from fiat debasement. And my main thing is, this is what I'm saying, where we are so reactive. And it's like when people come with certain information that literally it's pre-newspaper, it's pre-news, that if you're in the industry, you understand certain things that are going to take place. If you understand forecasting, you know what's going to happen. So then when you come to your people and you explain it to them, and then they're fighting you from a place of not even knowing nothing about what's taking place. So it's a whole thing of like tokenization has now gone through. It's already been a thing for how many years? But now to the public, and now basically outside of the retail mind of what people think crypto is, it's like, get out of that pocket. Like Bitcoin is being used as a reserve for treasury. Tokenization now does what? Like, can we get to that level? We have to get out of the transaction point of retail and making money off of a spread or making money off of a rug pull. So even bringing Bitcoin down to what? The stock market manipulation that's happening. So, only Bitcoin is a store of value based off of time and mathematics. That's as simple as I can get if you don't have a larger understanding of what this is. And I don't know if I have the same patience and time that GA does to explain it to people who want to tell you what it is without no real knowledge reference for what the fuck it actually is. I really like I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, it's not up to you, Paco. If you did nobody give you the job or mandate you to make sure the black community and everyone that you come in contact with is going to get it. That's it. Some will take, as you can see, are already in motion. Others won't. Others, whatever. You ain't the last. I'm just,
No, I know that. That's why I just came when it was like, so I was like, oh, I need to get with Dev again before I disappear for like a couple months again. But
right.
I'll email you some stuff if anything.
Yeah, I've been checking email. Yeah.
Good. All right. So I know I can email you based off of some stuff, but what's it called? What can we talk about? Because a lot is happening. I know snow for you guys, snow for us. I was in Scotland, and it's like, so I've had be open.
I was showing my thermometer when y'all was talking earlier. You didn't see that?
Yeah, 1 degree. It's messed up in Scotland. Like, hey, Chris, it's messed up in Scotland.
Hello, mate.
Whatever. I left my phone. But anyway, I'll get a new one.
Stereo.
Shut up. Hey, True Bleed, yes, I understand. My thing is, I'm not trying to help everyone. My thing is just like literacy. Can we just be literate? Like, that's important. Like, you don't have to believe me about anything or whatever. That's why I always say, like, when I'm talking about certain things, like, please use your phone, use your computer, open up another tab and cross-reference what I'm saying. Like, I'm not here to be, oh, I know everything. No. But guess what? I am knowledgeable about what I'm saying, hence I'm saying it. And I'm not going to say, oh, I've done this and I've done. No, it doesn't matter, because guess what? Someone who's never done none of those things can be just as intelligent, where it's like a real working aptitude, where they can actually correlate and transliterate different things because they have pattern recognition. Like, this is what I'm just saying. Like, certain, I don't know, like, there's a certain rigidity to a lot of people's thinking that it's kind of like you now reduce things that you don't understand to it being abstract, or until someone, some quote unquote financial analyst on TV now says what I'm saying, then people will now be like, oh, okay, yeah. And then they'll act like what I said a couple months ago, they weren't just fighting against it. But now because Trump, or now because Larry Fink, or now because Ray Dalio says it, the exact same thing I'm saying, it now becomes gospel. And I'm just kind of like, so I'm not telling you to take me at my word 100%. It's just kind of like, okay, entertain a thought. Like, can you entertain a thought without totally taking it on? And then when something else happens in your reality or your lived experience that basically cross references what I'm saying, can you now be like, oh, you know what? That chick was actually saying the truth. Like, okay, I have something else outside of her that basically checks what she said. What's so bad about that? Like, literally, what is so hard and what is so, like, I don't know. And I don't want to get into the thing of just kind of like, is it because niggas is old? Because I'm just kind of like, what is that? Like, I'm really trying to understand what that is.
That's what I'm saying.
you you are who you are, and then your intentions have a certain defined objective. And so how your what your perspective is on based on when somebody was born. So that's another thing you have to do too. Everybody that came out in the same year don't have the same perspective. Some people went that way, some other people went that way. Some people didn't do anything. They waited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's, and to me, it's like, that's what I'm most afraid of, because that's what we do. That's what we're trained to do, generation after generation after generation. So then it's like, who's going to be the generation, or who are the people that actually have, and I know it's not for everyone. That's why, like, I'll talk what I need to talk. And then I know, like, Aaron be telling me, like, yo, you be going over everybody's heads. Same way with GA. And I'm like, good, because my thing is, literacy, people who have the natural adaptability, who are curious, whereas be like, look, I don't totally understand what she's saying, but I know there's something there. So like Taz, right? Taz has been so forthright and open that I'm just kind of like, you know what? Salute to him. And I got time for Taz, right? Where I will literally, the same way with the Discord, like I tailored the whole bits and sort thing to them, because it's like, I didn't like, you know what I mean? It's like, I didn't just come across that when I gave it to them in like what, October, November. I've known about that from like 2-3 years ago. Do you understand? And it's a thing of, if I live in a country where certain things happen and I'm in a certain pocket, you understand what I mean? It's like, y'all want Pan-Africanism, y'all want this kind of shit, but then it's like, y'all don't get down when it's time to get down. And like I said, I don't expect everybody to get down. Everybody don't have the same risk tolerance. But my thing is, I do things from a point where literally with the bits and sort thing, if you're not into the subnets and the main nets, and I just say, look, go ahead and just basically get in on the retail side and hold it, because then you can have it from a point of it now becomes a digital asset, right? And then I'll show you how to basically start to forecast and be able to find other blockchains and protocols like Bitensor so that you can front run it. So what the guy Mike was complaining about, if he would listen to someone like me, he would then be able to recognize another protocol that has the same appraisal value, right, within time that Bitcoin does, right? And because of AI, things are going to start speeding up in terms of velocity. This is why I'm like, I use certain words on purpose, and people act like I don't understand what I'm saying. No, I do. You don't understand, because this is a time thing. We're in a physics problem. We're not in a cultural issue. This is a physics time issue, because money is time. It's like, and niggas want to be like, oh, that's abstract. Go tell Warren Buffett that's abstract. All the money he sent, then liquidated it. He liquidated time. He has time built up. That's what money is. Isn't that what we always like? If you the quotes this, and it's like, how is it abstract when, for labor, are you not exchanging your time and your effort for money? Like, why is this not? Why is now money a totally different concept when it's added to finance and economics, when everything is based off of that? The mortgage that you sign is based off of what? Time. It's based off of the unit of value of time. And money is just the settlement for that time. So how am I abstract when your whole life is based off of time being translated into a fiat currency, which is a settlement? How, please explain to me how, like, huh? Exactly. So of how interest is time monetized. Like, get out of here. Like, get out of here, man. Like, please, let's just make it real simple. It is what it is. Like, stop playing.
So for the states post World War II, once after they implemented the New Deal under FDR, they were able to go ahead and establish whatever they came up with in terms of Social Security, all these other government programs that weren't around prior to the 1920s. So essentially, from let's say the late
Chris,
40s,
come back.
the late 40s. Yeah, you come. He probably got a phone call or something.
Okay.
The late 40s through, like you were saying, Nixon, 72.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say the end of World War II, all the way through 1972. That period of time, that window right there,
See?
that's when the common man, the laborer, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
they literally had a job, they had savings, they had families, and based on the economy and how it was set up, cost of living, merchandise, and all that. Yeah, they probably all they had to do is the longer they worked, the more they saved, the more they accumulated, and you probably could, change tax brackets, not get filthy rich, but there was some foreseeable, progression. I mean, you could literally see it. I mean, going from an apartment, to a home, whatever, job promotions, opportunities. So after that gold standard, after that, I think that's where the fallout came, and there was a lot of things that came into play. I know multi-level marketing came in.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a lot of these, schemes that had to do with investing on, what was projected to happen, in the future, and the whole labor and time for assets. That concept, was transitioning into what we're seeing today. And,
Yeah.
a lot of extras just got they got caught up in that cycle because the boomers were still in the cycle. They got their house, they got their pensions, they got their Social Security, and like you said, it's not the same world, it's not the same economy.
No.
Don't have nothing to do with corrupt politicians and voting
It's
them in
above
and
their
voting them
pay
out.
grade.
There's not enough time to vote somebody in 435 times on the congressional side, and
Bruh.
100 senators, and then develop a system. And you know what I'm saying? No
Yeah.
way in the hell. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, let's keep this shit, like, let's keep all of the other, like, stuff out of it. And it's like, bro, like, it's a thing of time. This ain't a cultural issue for us. We don't understand time. We don't understand how to appraise time and how it works.
Right.
And, it's a thing of, like, exactly what you said. Like, the boomers, literally, they don't understand that they rug pulled their next generations. They don't even understand that. They just look at it like, oh, well, I did what I was supposed to do. I worked, I did this, but you were subsidized, and it's like when you use certain terms, because I understand some people won't understand if I use other terms that are more like macroeconomic or something like that. And I just say, well, you guys were subsidized based off of what was going on at the time, right? You guys were able to get a cut. You almost got a dividend cut from what was going on a macroeconomic level, right? And you guys got the outspill. But then it's like what you got within your lifetime, you were able to compound it, but then you were still. So this is why I keep talking about futures, about time being the actual unit of value that's used to put all of these other things in place, where the boomers had no idea. They had no idea, but this is what you're signing up to. And then after that, every generation after you, their way. Huh?
What's up, Matt?
Hello. Their thing is being debased. The money, the fiat is being debased. It can no longer buy what it could buy that a boomer could. So then now what does that actually become? It's not about what is backing it. You know what I mean? Because it's like, why now are all the countries fighting to now buy what? Gold, to now put it in their reserves. This is outside of transaction. We're now moving to we have to understand this is the point of where we need to get to. This is why tokenization is going into play. Because on the flip side of tokenization is collateralization. What's the collateral now? What's the rehypothecation? These are all the different things going on. And then people want you to condense that into 2 minutes or 1 second. And it's like, bro, like if you don't want to talk from the most basic perspective, right? How can we now scale this thing out? So like you were saying, politicians, we don't have time to be voting people. We need to be making our own, like we have the tools to do so. Why is that such an issue? Like, wait, yeah.
Yeah,
So
politicians weren't put in a place to solve problems. They were put in a
literally, they're
place
the PR.
to get reelected.
They're PR for the freaking corporation. It's like when Omi was here and she was saying that, yeah, but you know, they take them. You can explain it to my what's the card? You know, when she was saying like they take them behind the curtain, and it's like it's true because you can come in thinking things are done a certain way. It's the same way you get into a corporation. That you know, a corporation, like there's a system, there's a culture that already actually exists before you get there. Everything else that you see on the surface is PR. When you actually get in the back end, literally, it's like, bruh, nah, that's just what we say to them so they understand. You just, okay, that's good, Leela. What's it called? So it's like, you know, it's like, I don't know, like what is that has people, it's like that dissonance where you can admit there's corruption, you could admit there's all of this stuff going on, misappropriation of funds, but then when someone basically shows you the flip side to that, oh, it's too abstractive, oh, it doesn't make sense, and it's like, bro, but you're living it. You're living with the ripple effect of it. You're living with that. So why can you not see the check and the balance that's actually taking place? For one thing to exist, the other has to. This is a symbiotic relationship. So then what happens? Like why does that like just short circuit, I guess is my thing. But yeah, the boomers, even what the boomers had, now it becomes a thing of when we're transferring this, what happens? Because what they have, depending what they have, it can now be, it's going to be reduced, right? And the thing is, people think because a nominal value is going up, it means something. And it's like, no, when you understand what that actually is in terms of inflation, things going up is not necessarily indicative of value, you know? So it's about like how we get people to switch over. And GA, yes, you do need to get into but I'm making another Discord to talk about this stuff more in depth. With Memphis stuff, I put the bits and source stuff in there because that aligns with the AI agentic stuff that they were working on before. And then I'm gonna do another one that goes more in terms of like getting us to understand balance sheets, you know, and seeing it, because that's really what happened after the boomers. There was a whole bunch of restructuring happening, and I think people don't understand. People will say it, America is a big corporation. It is, but then it's like when someone's trying to explain to you how the balance sheet, you know what I mean, and like the financing for this corporation works, so that you can actually start paying attention to seeing it when it comes to politics, then yeah, we don't have time to try and get peeps back out and all that kind of shit. Like, nigga, nah, we ain't got time for that. Like, we really don't.
Yeah, so after that dropping of the gold standard and the situation with the petrodollar,
yeah,
immediately they didn't even give any warm-up time. In the early 80s, they literally went from renting apartments to convincing people that
okay, it's it's a good idea to own your apartment. So let me, instead of you paying rent, you can pay mortgage, not for a detached piece of property, but for an apartment. So, but
Yeah.
instead of calling it an apartment, they call it condos.
Condos, yeah.
Yes, and that
Condo
boom,
minimums.
yeah,
They put the
that
bare minimum in that into that shit.
that boom can't really kicked off in the Midwest, the East Coast. I don't know if it caught on out west
Mm.
uh in that time frame, but yeah, uh the eastern side of the Mississippi River really got caught up in the condo situation. And so that's where you saw a lot of the savings and loan scandals. I mean, the 80s were just prime for scandal here, scandal there. It was like a scandal every month. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Uh,
And
Especially the
that's
mid 80s, 85, 87, towards the end of the Cold War. You just saw it because they knew that this was not going to last. So what they
Yep.
tried to do is let me get all I can now before the
Yep.
bust. Yeah,
Before
yeah,
the rug pull, yeah.
right.
Before the house of cards falls. Exactly. And it's like, you know, with that, even when it comes to these like renting apartments to now basically doing condos on the apartments and you can own it, it's literally an offsetting of the debt that the person who owns the building, right, where they're using it as a rental, they're now restructuring their balance sheet, they're restructuring their company, and they need somewhere to offset their debt to so they can go get more debt to basically scale whatever it is they need to scale. Why? Based off of the debasement of fiat currency, because they don't have enough, meaning maybe they don't have enough units per se to now basically get the money to, what's the word? Because this is an example of velocity of money, right? But just within a certain pocket of what the owner of the building, right, has in terms of what's within their portfolio. How many buildings do they have? So now the money isn't circulating as quickly as it could, or it's not going at a certain degree, right, in terms of how you would see it to create value. So that's what it is. They're trying to engineer more, what's the word that I should use? They're trying to engineer more
Equity.
Kinda, but not, right? Because the only, if we're gonna say equity, it would mean like they're doing a BlackRock where they're like buying up a certain percentage of houses within the neighborhood, or maybe buying up a certain amount of buildings in the neighborhood, and then they set the new floor price, right? And you know, when I use certain, so it's kind of like, if I to do it from an equity standpoint, I would now have to buy, let's just say there are 20 buildings within the area, but I only own one. So then now, if I'm trying to do it based off of an equity perspective, what happens is I try and buy as many of those 20 buildings as possible. So then now I set the floor price, right? And then because of that, once I set the floor price, because I have more of the inventory, right? It's no different to like stock. So when I'm hearing people talk about, oh, supply and demand and it'll correct in a free market, there is no free market other than the one that you and your market makers make. You now basically create your little bubble, your pocket, and you engineer it. So with the equity, yes, if you were trying to accumulate more buildings, but if you only have one, then you're basically trying to offset the debt to the tenants, right? You move them from just paying you rent, which is transactional, to them now holding the debt that's on your books, right? So then they now service the debt for you, rather than you as the company having to either try and figure out another vertical within your company, right, to basically service your debt. You now basically offset it to the tenants and push them with different, okay, get this mortgage, tie down to this lease, and you're going to be servicing this debt for like what, 30, 40 years,
Yeah,
right?
if you
30
don't
years. And then from
restructure it. Yeah.
there, I can go to the bank and I can now basically have access to more capital, so to speak. That's what's being done. And if you understand this from the smallest perspective, then every time you see it, in no matter which way or industry or form it takes, you're not blind, because you now understand how to recognize it's the same thing. There's nothing else other than mechanics and framework.
Yeah, I think my generation, or at least people that came up with me, was the last ones to literally balance their own checkbooks and savings accounts. I was a teenager when I did it, and I literally every time I went into the bank, and I'm doing this while I'm still in high school with an ink pen, whatever my transaction, my balance, how much came in. You know what I'm saying? I did that with ink pen, and I may have some old copies of my old booklets then, but
But that's important.
yeah, there was no other child. I mean, child. Yeah, there was no other child, no other kid in the entire school district, in my entire town, that was doing that. I was the only one.
See, your parents are gangster. They knew what they were doing. Whether they're conscious of it or not, they knew what they were doing, because that is literally, if you can balance your checkbook for your own personal finances, if
Yeah,
you ever get into starting your own business or working it, you know what I mean? You literally start seeing it's the same thing. Hopefully, you know what I mean? You have the capacity to now scale that thinking to something bigger than just your own personal finances. So
yeah.
yeah, shout
So
out to your parents.
people are not visualizing, like you said. My generation was the TV generation. That's all we had. We didn't have the internet. There was no other local area in the town. The TV was life
Yep.
Yeah.
for the most part, basically. So the
Good times, good
visual
times.
type of situation. If you physically have not seen a spreadsheet, if you physically, you know what I'm saying? If you don't know what that is, yeah, it is going to sound like mumbo jumbo, and you're not going to understand, and you are going to reject it, uh, involuntarily, reactively. So
Yeah.
that's normal, but
But that's a
I'm just
shame.
letting you know. Yeah,
That's a shame, because it's like it's
yeah,
not a foreign concept.
yeah.
Even me using the word velocity of money, it's like I didn't pull that out of my, like I'm not even gonna be like
It's all
rude.
right. Yeah, it's all
Yeah, it's like I didn't just pull that from nowhere. Like this is like, if you see, this is Wharton. Like if I'm like, oh, I went to Wharton, and yeah, blah, 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 it's like then it'll be like, okay, I work for Deloitte. So then now you believe me? Niggas can say any, it's whatever. But yeah, it's just kind of and my thing is, it's like, getting out of that generation phase in terms of like just generating money, generating money, generating money, like move to the next point, which is accumulating it. And how do you accumulate it? When you put that in circulation in your own. So this is where it'd be like, okay, well, I buy assets, right? That's what you would want to do. You'll buy assets, and then, or having a business was the whole thing of like, this is how you start, you know, I guess most people wouldn't understand that starting a business. And when I say starting a business, I don't mean being self-employed, because you're still in the generation, phase of money. But accumulating is like, now you have a system that works for you, where you've put different systems together to now do what? Circulate your money, circulate your dollars. So it's no different when we say, oh, the
Yeah, that's
black
where cash
dollar.
flow comes from.
Yes, exactly. And it's like, the black dollar only circulates this many times, right, before it's out, because we don't have enough systems that are there to basically capture, right? We don't have it. And then now it's a thing where, would I say, okay, well, we need to start setting up businesses? No, because my thing is, based off of macroeconomics, we're in a certain downturn where to have a whole bunch of businesses, even if they're going to be on sale per se, it's a thing of like, guess what? Do you have enough money to service this until the market turns up? And I don't mean for a year, I don't mean for two. It could be for a little while. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, do we have that understanding as what's the best point for us to take in terms of like our financial situation, right? To hedge. And this is where, okay, you have something like Bitcoin, which is a store of value that is not dependent on the US.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's like it's not dependent on all of the shenanigans of a Ponzi scheme that's going on in economics, right? Because people can own certain things currently, but then I don't know, because again, I don't know all of the laws that have gone in place. I try my best to kind of like stay, I guess, like in the loop of certain laws. That kind of
You talking about Securities and Exchange?
No, see, that's the thing. I always, because the thing is with securities, I try and, there's always a way to kind of like sideline security, right?
Yeah.
And my thing is for us, most of us will not have the access to basically pay security, to get into the security pocket, right? Where anything that you're doing gets into that remit of industry. So my thing is, I don't know some of the smaller laws. So just, okay, point, case in point, I was talking to Leela about Uphold, well, the whole Discord group, right? I was speaking to them about this platform called Uphold, where literally that platform has and what it can do is like the interface of asset management, right? Because when you get into the accumulation part of, you get out of the transactional point of using your body and your time to get money, right? You move to the point of now you want to build a system. Well, then you have to start thinking about allocation, and you have to start thinking about, you have to start operating in different subsections of finance, right? So with Uphold, for most part, I'm like, okay, it can be used. But then to use it from a business standpoint, to have a business account with it, you need to have 2,500, right, as your flow. Now, Leela let me know that in New York, and I was really shocked, to have a regular account, not even a business one, just your own personal as a regular civilian, you can't, it's not even there in New York. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so hard sometimes to understand what's going on state to state. I would never expect a state like New York to like not have Upholds. Like, you can't access it. And Uphold, she was letting me know that I guess it's similar to Coinbase. So maybe more of y'all may be familiar with like Coinbase rather than Uphold. But yeah, and it's things like that where I'm talking about, I don't know all of the like intersectional state to state laws, but I do know generalized. And I will, for me, most of the time, I know things from the business standpoint of things, or like the family.
Yeah, they kind of revamped what you're talking about. During the COVID shits. Yeah.
See, and that's the thing, because a lot of the time being in London, you do have access, and it's funny because when it comes to the average working person, no, they make sure that they keep you as working the land. But then if you are aware of certain things happening, you can take advantage of certain stuff. But then like I've said on here many times, we don't even have Cash App in London. That was like, you could
It's
not.
not in Canada either.
We don't have it either. Yeah, we
That's
don't
what
have
I'm
it
saying.
either.
It's not in Canada.
Y'all
And
don't
they
have.
still,
You see, that's weird. You guys in Canada don't have it, but then you guys have Sats and Bitcoin readily available.
Yeah.
That's weird. So I'm asking,
Cash App is American. Who created Cash App again?
I'm not even
the dude in California, he got
He got
gunned
killed.
down
He got
on
killed.
at his
Yeah.
ATM machine. Yeah,
Say what now?
he got gunned down at the ATM machine for real. Yeah,
Really?
yeah,
Bob Lee?
yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's crazy. That is really crazy.
We wanted them up out of here.
That is crazy. Yeah, you full of shit. Yeah, you're right. I've been looking at. Hey, don't try and be my friend. Get out of here. No, sorry. I'm talking to the chat. Sorry. This guy, I'm assuming you're a guy. Please correct me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
that's a dude.
Okay, because he was saying people in the Middle East increasingly use Bitcoin and stablecoin as a digital Western Union for cross-border payment and money transfers. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think people. So when I say certain things in certain terms that it's ubiquitous with the banking industry, I don't think people understand that you're now being given some of the same tools that asset managers have, that people who work in the finance banking industry have. So therefore it's like settlement time. So when people are just looking at crypto like it's just cowboy like scamming, and it's like, yeah, but guess what, every new industry there's always going to be scammers. There's still, it just rocks my mind where people are like, oh, that's scamming. It's like, well, the fiat currency, it's a Ponzi scheme and all of this, but there, you know
You
what I
think the
mean?
fiat is any better?
Exactly. Or just the industry. That's what I'm
Central
saying.
banking. Okay.
Pretty much. So it's like when you're now being given some of the same tools that you can now level out the playing field in terms of how you access your strategy, it's like, why is that a problem? Like when you're being given solutions, I just don't understand how people like
Because they can't have a monopoly over it. That's why it's a problem with the establishment.
Yeah. But I think some people don't realize
They can't monitor it. They can't, regulate it. It's a great tool.
I just want us to use
expensive
more
now.
of the tools that get us in a place of you no longer have to complain. You now have more oversight and more overreach to how you allocate your money, where why put money into a Bitcoin ETF when you can basically self-custody it? I just don't. Ignorance is the reason. Yeah, you're right. I guess. Yeah, not I guess. You're right. Illustrious king. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, it's just kind of seeing some of the same plays being used over and over and over, and it's like yeah, like when are we gonna get to the point where we recognize it? And I understand over here politics is usually how things are being pushed, but I'm like, we can front run politics, to the point where we actually get ourselves into like a position and consolidate, and we take care of certain things, because I mean,
Politicians are all about making stuff stay the way it is as long as possible. So they can line their pockets. Because
Dev, for you, are you like politics? Like you feel that can be utilized or not?
You lied for what?
Just for, I guess, for some of the issues that I've heard. I mean, I haven't been here for a long time, but some of the issues that I've heard brought up in terms of like for us as Black people and blah blah blah. Like, do you have?
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Almost everything is politics. There's nothing that can like go
we
around
politicking right now.
without some sort of political or ideological, collective, type of situation. I'm not talking about liberal, moderate, conservative, Democrat, labor.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about that particular.
Yeah, you're talking about the
situation,
actual structure of it.
Yeah.
Leveraging. Mm-hmm.
So, if there is a transfer of whatever, because that's what it's going to be, right? Just like fiat currency, it don't come out of thin air, and then when you spend money, it don't just disappear. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Somebody got it.
Exactly. It just goes back. Exactly. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's just like when you just understand some of the fundamentals, I think that will solve a lot of what we think are issues. And we kind of understand like, this is entrenched, and no politician is going to risk their neck to try and change anything regarding
the world is a
power
stage.
structure. Yeah.
The faster we know that, the faster we can get our shit together. The world's a stage, bro. When has America never been the superpower that couldn't,
It's relatively new. They ain't been a superpower all that long.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, do Americans?
that's their modus operandi, bro.
1930,
Let's
1938,
flex
they
our
were no.
muscle
Yeah, they
and
wasn't no
see.
superpower in 1938.
Yeah, that's true.
That's damn near 100 years ago.
Yeah, see what
Or
you
more.
said? Damn near. Yeah.
But it's a thing where, you know, even like somewhere like England being a superpower, like that changed out for America, you know, and I'm not even talking about during like America's independence, I'm talking like modern day, right? And where the pound used to be like what, 2-1 or more than that.
It
Now
still is.
no, it's not 2-1 anymore. It hasn't
Oh,
been
isn't
2-1
it?
since I was a kid. No, it's
No.
closer. The parity is closer. So it's like, you know,
So what about the euro? The euro's the thing?
the euro isn't 2-1. No.
Wow.
Yeah, it's closer. It's literally like maybe a quarter.
1.7 or something.
Yeah, it's like a really small
To
difference.
one? Okay.
1.7, 1.67, something like
Something
that.
like that. Yeah, it's really like a small margin, you know? And yeah, so like these things matter, but then are we going to understand how these things matter? So even in terms of like, I don't know how many people understand that the Swedish kroner is actually a better hedge for like your money, right? If you have money, you have USD, putting some of it into the Swedish kroner is better because it'll hold and retain value based off of Sweden's Switzerland's economy, right? And then most people look at Switzerland like, but Switzerland is a superpower. Not in the way that you think. You understand what I'm saying? But if you go to
Switzerland? That's
yeah,
what it is.
Yes, that's been the economic superpower for at least.
there you go. Exactly. So how many people think like, oh yeah, let me hold some of their currency because it doesn't debase as quickly as the US dollar, you know? So yeah, I'm just like, you know, we're at the point where in order to truly make it day to day and get out of survival mode for us, we need to start thinking from a, you know, global perspective about how we deal with certain things. And I know it's kind of, I don't know, I guess it would be kind of weird. Like, how do I, as an individual and like, you know, the state somewhere, like, what are you talking about? But it's like, due to technology, you have access to a lot more, right? And it's like, but are you aware when kind of like the floodgates open, you know? So with that guy talking about like Bitcoin, oh, if you didn't get in 10 years, it's like, but that's your bad, right? That's your bad because now over 10 years, it's shown you that the principle of what created this Bitcoin is actually long lasting because it stood for 10 years. You're just a little bit mad because you didn't get in at the beginning, but it's like, the point isn't to get in at the beginning. The point is, like Omi was saying, like, get in whenever you can get in and start accumulating it because it's going to hold, it's going to appreciate and hold value more than what you use to actually buy into it. This isn't about, and this sort of, you know, and that's certain things with like, I get tired in terms of people always fall back to that retail mindset of like the after ripple effect of like, oh, you know, trying to like make it big off of some stock play, like you're hitting the lotto. And it's like, no, for you to do that, for you to even, and this is what I'm saying, is like, for
Serial
you to,
traders are crazy.
yeah, but for you to even make quote unquote money within the stock market, someone had to
You
basically
gotta have
hedge
an
a
insight.
position. Yeah, but someone had to hedge a position within that stock way before you came along.
Yeah.
Because if they didn't, it would be a rug pull, right? Literally, someone had to hold position in whatever it is that you're getting, right? And literally build a market off of that. Them investing 10 years before is why, let's take Bitcoin. Someone who's doing this in the 2010s and they were able to get it for literally a couple of bucks or whatever, something that's not nominal in terms of like, oh my God, it's going to be crazy to actually, pay to get one. They had to hold it and retain it and not basically trade it and do all of that. They had to hold position for it. They had to literally let time do its job in terms of allowing more people to now become aware of it. And it's no different to like if you're getting into startup and private equity and all of that, it's no different. Someone has to be the initial underwriter. That's the thing. Nobody wants to be the underwriter, but people want to basically take the value on the back end. And then you get mad at the people who underwrote the whole market and took the risk. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, again, what do you want? Do you want scam or do you actually want economics that works? And these are the points that people don't want to contend with because you always want to be seen as like you're a victim or someone's doing something to you. And it's like, no, it's just basically a lack of knowledge and a
Your
lack
ignorance.
of
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes, ignorance here, that it's your own doing or not,
That's
right?
bliss for some people.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of like, who's willing to be the underwriter of an economy, right? So the people who started with Bitcoin early in the 2010s, guess what? Took a lot of heat having that. You had to basically have conviction and belief in the time and the mathematics that basically you understand the formula and you get it. You're like, okay, cool. So we just literally have to let the market make, right? Before traders coming and everything else. That's what I'm saying about economy and what we actually see in front of us. It takes a certain amount of time for it to be built, and it takes a certain amount of compounding interest, which is the belief of people getting in and basically hedging this for it to be built. How many people, and all of those people within the first 10 years of Bitcoin, these are the early adopters. And when I'm saying all of these terms, it's not different when it goes to anything else. It's the same way with a startup. Someone has to the friend and families round of like drumming up capital formation. They're the underwriters for the idea, right? And then I remember last time I was at the panel, they're trying to tell me like I don't understand, venture capital and asking me all these questions. And the questions they're asking, they're irrelevant. That lets me know you have no idea about venture capital other than what you see on the screen or what you read. You don't actually understand the industry and you've never taken a company to full scale. Same way that guy Mike, he's equating Bitcoin, no matter how much is being explained, he keeps bringing it back down to the stock market and the retail side of the stock market. And it's like, you're not going to get it's not the same. The Bitcoin you see being touted on the stock market is not the same as what people who self-custody Bitcoin. It's a whole different economy that's there. There's a difference. You understand what I mean? Like, you have to understand market makers. When you see something become an ETF, they're locking you in capture on the stock market. They're basically saying, oh, we've bought this. We'll give you some exposure to it so that you're safe and regulations and this and that. No, they're basically taking way an amount of money you don't even understand and then making you feel comfortable where you can be like, okay, well, I bought an ETF, right? And it's like, okay, you bought an ETF, but you have no rights other than whatever it is that they pay you out, which will be like nothing. If only you knew. It's no different to like streaming and Spotify. You know what I mean? Where there's no real understanding of what is being made outside of the corporate. You don't have access to their books. And there's a reason for that. Because they give you the false security or hopium of like, there you go with the ETF. Now you have the safe point of Bitcoin. But then you can never, when I mean, do people even understand that Bitcoin has now been classified within Basel? Like, do they even understand that it is on its way to being declared a real asset that you can collateralize and therefore tokenize based off of if you understand what companies to engage with? So while people are saying it's just some pure abstraction that means nothing, well, a lot of countries will say different. Davos will say different. WEF will say different. Who's aware? And all of this is going on the TV screen, right? This is all over the internet. If someone says something, go look it up as they're saying it. We have access to unlimited information, but at the same time, we want to act like we're helpless. It's just kind of like, pick one. And then you can't get mad when someone has under it. It's the same way where I said, bitten, sir, okay, the Discord, they're ready for it. Cool. Here you guys go. Get in where you fit in on whatever different levels you're at. And I wanted GA in there, but I don't know what's up with GA. Because, he's a developer. So I was like, maybe some of the subnets, he can actually, help explain some of this stuff, right? Because as much as I understand tech and I'm not like a developer. Like, I'm a MySpace kid that used to like do a whole bunch of shit I shouldn't have been doing. You know what I mean? But it's like, I left that alone after 20. I was like, all right, cool. Like, but I do have a fundamental understanding. So then it's kind of like, even when it comes to Bitensor, if your understanding is just kind of like, okay, this is AI intelligence, and we understand that this is what is going to build the next paradigm of economy, right? Globally. Okay, cool, because this is now the new unit of value when it comes to GDP. It's no longer human labor. That biological cost is too much. No one cares anymore. It's kind of like, okay, yeah, that's outdated. We have something that will basically shrink operating costs, right? So therefore, human labor, we don't really need it like that. In the interim, yeah, until we basically phase it out. That's why you're seeing all of these things happening. But then who is going to actually take the time to help people, and especially our people, transition into the new way of thinking? This is going to lead to a lot of existential crisis. And I understand when I'm speaking to people, a lot of the time that's what's happening. A lot of people can't hold two conflicting ideas without like making it seem like the person they're talking to is an imbecile. I don't take it, but sometimes it's a little bit like, yo, check it. It's not
You're
me.
wrong. You're a moron. Like, come on. Get that fuck out of here with that bullshit. Everybody got something to offer.
But it's like, with the Bitensor thing, if we can now start getting into it, because even that as its own protocol and blockchain, if all you can understand is me holding onto one full tau, because that's its ticker or whatever, that's its crypto thing. If you hold on to a tau, then it's like, all right, if you can just buy one, because I think it's about 300 USD or whatever, but you're not looking at it to basically pay you tomorrow 10,000 or 20,000 or da. And I think that's a lot of the thing where people end up trading something that is actually worth more because they just can't hold on to it, right? And then when we get into the subnet, get out of the mainnet, get into the subnet, there's a whole economy happening in Bitensor, a whole economy where people will not even understand that there are trades being done. Like it has its own marketplace, right? And there are trades being done. It's a whole little economy that if you don't understand, or if you don't know someone who knows, because I'm pretty sure Jay can tell you, listen, developers are, you think bankers and shit got issues with gatekeeping? Developers are some of the meanest motherfuckers out there. Like, they are super competitive and they won't tell you shit because you're not part of the club. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm talking about Bitensor and I'm explaining all of this, but are you going to see it? Are you going to see it all over the news? No, you're not. Are you going to see it outside of the industry conversation of people who are within that pocket? No, you're not. But then when I talk about it, most people are like, oh, what are you talking? I never heard of that. Oh, that's fake. But it's like there's a whole economy being built right in front of your face. But because you don't understand, or because no one's spoken to you, you're not in that industry, you have no idea, then it's like it doesn't exist just because what? It's not all over YouTube. And that's the thing. When are we going to start to understand that when things become so superfluous like that, it's already done, right? The first circle of being able to basically, the people who underwrote and took the risk to make this market, they're going to be the ones to eat first, and you're going to have to wait. You know what I mean? It's like first in line. So then again, it's a thing of, you have to now be comfortable with taking a certain risk. And when I say risk, it's not like uneducated risk. It's understanding the fundamentals of like, is this a protocol, right? Outside of the buzzwords of blockchain and, you know, crypto, do you understand what a protocol is? And do you understand how a protocol makes or shows value? It's through throughput, right? So when I'm talking about BitTensor, it's AI intelligence, but when I'm saying it, it is basically AI intelligence that will now be used for past inference, right? Because that's the stage that we're quote unquote at, that most people interact with AI with. But past that, we're talking about the stuff that will actually create robots to actually think, to become quote unquote sentient. So my thing is, in Discord, I put it down there where I'm going to teach you guys how to basically see this and understand the different phases of the market and how they come up. And those of you that understand this and have a knack for it, go at it, right? But then when it comes to the subnet and actually understanding that, oh, there's trading being done here, but how do you do it outside of the retail perspective of trading, where you're now not, you know, rug pulling yourself or having certain expectations of quote unquote what you're supposed to make? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, there's a lot. And then also, can you build an actual subnet that people will invest into if you're into STEM, if you're into, you know, AI, even if you just are curious? Can you now build something? Because again, I'm not saying that BitTensor is perfect, but what will happen is, if you're serious and if you want to learn, you know, obviously this is where me and Memphis disagree, because I don't agree with getting into any of these things and then basically doing competitions and shit like that. No, that's free labor. That's free R&D. If you are not able to code at the point of the developers that are there, then what I will need to do is make you literate enough to be able to know who to underwrite, which subnet to underwrite. That puts us in a whole different position. And if I can get you to understand that within the BitTensor protocol and network, then when you get comfortable in that little pocket, guess what? You can now start to see the whole financial market from a place of, you're not playing these retail trader rug pull games. You're not doing that. You're now at a different perspective, meaning you're closer to the actual point of where value is being created. So this is the Cotillon effect, where you get closer and closer and closer. I can't get you as close in terms of the fiat economy, but I can get you close and very close when it comes to the economy that's being built right now off of blockchain. And I can get you to understand that right now. So then guess what? 10 to 15 years, and I'm being really nice and saying 10 to 15, but just roughly, when there is no more labor, because like I said, labor GDP got decoupled from the economy in the 2000s. And if you're a millennial, you will understand what I'm saying, because you went through it. You went through it. So therefore, we weren't taught how to basically transition into the accumulation phase, right? We were still being told, oh, go get a job, go do this. This is why YouTube, social media, was able to basically be evaluated or valued at what it is now. Why? Because a lot of millennials jumped into this pocket and started to market make. Tumblr was the first one, really. If you understand what Tumblr was, then you understand everything else after that is a derivative of Tumblr. So then it's now you're seeing a whole market making activity happening, and a lot of millennials underwrote that economy with their time. So people can't tell me that time is a pure abstraction. No, it's not. Time compounds into value. It's the only true unit of value that we really have. That is the collateral. That is the real standard, right? So then now let's go back to BitTensor. That is the whole point of it. If I can get you to understand that, then guess what? When all of this labor truly depletes, you're not going to be in a position of you don't know what to do, or you're going to be locked into some stable coin UBI bullshit. You're going to have choices. You're going to be able to make choices. And with choice comes freedom. That's the whole point. How literate can you become? And it's not a thing of you have to speed it. No. If you can listen and just let whatever you know be challenged a little, or hold the discomfort of kind of like, listen, some of the things that I say, you won't have general media publications backing it. You're going to have to get industry specific, and you're going to have to know who to listen to. That's what I'm saying. I don't talk about anything else other than being literate. Can you hear literacy? And that's one thing I know, what's her name? Camille. She don't like about me, but I'm like, listen, if I can get you to become literate without me showing you something, and you can go cross-reference with other things that exist within your cipher, then guess what? You become stronger for it. I'm not going to enable anybody, because I need us to become literate. I need us to become stronger so that when someone is trying to scam you, you fucking know. And you're not just basically being reactive because you don't understand what the person is saying, and because they don't show you a picture. Therefore, no. You do your Googles, literally.
Don't get triggered by the chat though.
I'm not triggered.
See,
I'm just saying, no, some of the things that I know people have issues with me, and I don't take it personal. It's just like, these are just things that are necessary, where I'll take the hits. I don't matter. Like, where I've worked, it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, this ain't nothing. The panel isn't nothing. I think sometimes because I'm a little quiet and I don't get too combative, people just think like, oh, she doesn't know what she's like. This isn't a winning. This is polarity. I don't have time for polarity. I need us to be, literally need us to be literate. I need us to be literate. That's the only thing that's going to get us past this, because a lot of the things that are going to be created, guess what? Propaganda. How are you going to know until you become literate? You're not going to know until you become literate, until you are able to trust your own reasoning faculty and be like, okay, cool. How do I strengthen this? That's really what it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Strengthening your faculties.
There's a difference with market making and what you were talking about with the retail, Michael. I really need you to listen to the difference. This is what happens when you front run something. You front run, and then therefore you have to underwrite. But you have to understand what you're front running. That's it. You have to understand what you're front running, or else you're going to be rug pulled, and you're going to be waiting for some lottery payday, moonbag bullshit that people on YouTube are pushing you into. Why? Because they understand your psychology, and they understand as much as they can get you to basically believe in some conviction of something, that you don't understand the fundamentals of how this market is being made and who actually underwrote it, then you literally don't get it. So like I said with BitTensor, there are different levels of that protocol you can get into. And if all you are comfortable and all you are able to do is hold on to the towel, then that's the position you play. And you underwrite the market in that way. Hey, Ola. Ola, you need to watch Slow Horses. The episode of Diplomats, Ola. That's what's going on right now with Greenland. But yeah, let me get off my soapbox. Where's Dev?
Yo, Dev.
I think Dev's pieced out. But yeah, Mac Mizzle. How is it in Canada?
Oh, it's great. Just a little.
Just a little way. Going on thing.
It's cold. It's cold out here, but
Oh, it's winter.
there's money to be made, man. Like I said, economy's booming. Just gotta make this paper, all sorts of ways. That's why I don't understand. People act like the shortage of wages and all that. Okay, I get it. There's a shortage of jobs, but there's ways to make money. There's skills to acquire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once you do that, you can handle your business
Yeah.
in all facets of life. I mean, out here, there's money, there's jobs, there's everything. Labor. Not so much for. What are you gonna do? Y'all should all come to Canada. I'm joking.
Oh no.
No, I'm just saying. Kind of cold out here, but
Canada's a funny place, but I haven't been there in a long time. Oh, I didn't even see Only wrote that, the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Well, I wouldn't call it a sovereign wealth fund only. And that's the thing, it's like you can use the same mechanics, right, as a sovereign wealth fund, but you wouldn't be considered that, right? But you act the same way, and that's what I'm saying. We now have the tools to do so. Oh gosh, Michael really loves me. Oh, she's asking me the definition. Is Only still around? I haven't even looked at this too tough. Oh, Leela, Swap House wants the Discord link. Happy New Year, Ola. Happy New Year. Yeah, I'm back. I'm gonna leave again though. I need to build the other Discord.
how is Discord though? Is it a
What
good
you mean?
medium? Because
You
I
said,
haven't used it yet. Yeah.
You said, is it a good medium?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a good medium in terms of, I mean, were you on MySpace? I'm not trying to date you or anything, but like kind of like, you remember like MySpace, the kind of like how it was more interconnect. It's like community, and you can like, it's like a chat, right? I guess like a chat room in a way, but there's a lot of voice, right? I think what kind of sets it apart is the voice conversations you can have. So kind of like Twitter Spaces, right? Mixed with like, yeah, the chat aspect. I need to, what's it called? I need to think with Taz. I need to kind of like get him into it too, because he was asking a good while ago now. So now that I'm finished with Memphis Discord, I'm gonna do the next one that's gonna like go more in depth on all of the stuff I was just saying, and that would just be like a resource point. Yeah, because yeah, I don't fuck with Memphis no more. I don't fuck with that nigga no more. But yeah, I'm gonna do the next one. But it is a good one. Mizzle, you Gen X or you millennial? Okay, disappear. Ooh, I can't share their screen unless Dev is here, right?
Yeah, Dev got a shit.
Okay.
Go ahead if you're trying to share a screen.
Oh yeah, I was gonna show what's it called? I was gonna show a couple of things because Mac was asking about the Discord, so I'm gonna show it. Corey Mizzle is a boomer. Folks want to show their ass on social media.
Y'all niggas ain't shit. Call me a boomer. Y'all niggas.
Yeah.
Ah,
Dev, do you watch TV? Well, I don't want to say
Nope.
TV. Streaming? Do you watch like shows or no?
No.
No? What do you watch?
Internet.
So do you watch the like Slow Horses, Diplomats, like shows like that?
No, I only watch live events.
I need to take you to theater, huh? That's the closest we're gonna get to like dramatization.
What we on now? This ain't theater?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Yes, it's performance art, right? Yeah,
No,
you're
I just watched Sinners for the first time last week, so
Oh, okay. I still haven't watched that. I don't really think I'm in a rush to either. Let me show I want to share the screen. I'm gonna show the Discord. Yeah, but where is it? So I could show Mac Mizzle. Antipsychotic. Twitter is your favorite drug. Okay. Ba-da-da-da-da. Dev, you still there? Let me share this for Mizzle and anybody else. Oh, Dev disappeared. These guys be disappearing mad quick. All right, y'all gotta wait until Dev comes back.
I'm go ahead and put the screen up.
Oh,
I
sorry.
got noise and stuff, yeah.
So I just do this? Okay, see, let me.
Yeah, I don't need my mic unmuted to listen.
Oh no, I thought you had to like give me permission. I don't know how the Junior stuff works.
Yeah, I can do that while I'm muted. Yeah.
Okay, cool. My bad. All right, this is Memphis's Discord. Mac Mizzle, you still there? Okay, even if he's not. So then
yeah,
this
I'm here. Let me.
Okay,
give me a
cool.
few minutes.
So this is the interface. This is how it works. So this is like the text channels on the side, and he's made like the different subsections. And then this is the BitTensor one. So this is a protocol, right? So it's a protocol being made, and it's the AI intelligence. And again, I need GA. GA, if you're still there, I need you to jump in there because I'm about to jump out and set up a different Discord. So yeah, make sure that Memphis doesn't make this retail because he has a habit of doing that. Funny enough, GQ is part of the Discord and he's been peeping all the game that's been dropped. But it's funny, I'm pretty sure he's not gonna come back on the panel and say he was wrong. But yeah, so okay. Some of this stuff, let me see. Y'all from the Discord, is there anything based off of what's been posted in the main that can help some of the people who don't understand or who want to understand and get more literacy regarding the blockchain and crypto and understanding what it is? Memphis, I mean, you should let me know if there are any posts that you've made that will be apt to this conversation right now, because most people like it when they hear old white men talk. Yes, Swap House. Exactly that. There are certain fundamentals that happen, but people have to understand what phase of the market that these fundamentals are being utilized in. And when they don't, they flatten it to just being just what? Ubiquitous. And it's like, no, You leverage some of these fundamentals within a certain time pocket. This is how something becomes an asset. Alrighty, well, Memphis is not here, I don't think. Leela? Wow, I think Chris went to sleep. All right. Y'all just gonna have to see me scroll through or place it. Can I play certain things on this? I think so. I think y'all should be able to hear. Where is it? Not in video.
Your voice?
No, some of the because with X, I don't have an X account, so I don't know how much some of these things are gonna play. So one of the things I was talking about was tokenization and how they're gonna use AI and distributed ledger technology to basically, it's the same way that the New York stock market is now 24/7. And the tokenization I was talking about was how they're scaling velocity of money. Because when you have what's it called, technology that doesn't sleep, there's no longer time asymmetry, right? Because that's what the market that we know of in terms of Wall Street, that's how the value is being created, right? The volatility is being created that retail, most working class people now look at as, okay, this is how I'm making money. And that's what I'm saying about there's not really a free market, right? All markets are engineered markets. That's just what it is. And the corrections that happen, the corrections happen based off of order books that other people do not have access to, and those other people will be retail. So the volatility and everything else will happen from an other side. Again, the cotillion effect, where those closer to the source of value being created, meaning those who actually have the assets that underwrite the economy that you're seeing, they literally are able to set the price. This is not rocket science, no matter how many degrees you have. So yeah, so let me see, because I think, what's it called? Do we having some? So Matt,
We can't be from the BBC or Bloomberg or anything like that.
What do you mean? Oh, because you guys will be
video. Copyright YouTube, yeah.
Copyright infringement. Okay, cool. All right, I'll make sure. So Mac, are you seeing, so before I jump off what you asked, are you seeing kind of like how it works? So it's just literally like the left side, this is where all the channels, right? Kind of like subsections, right? Or folders, you can think of it. And then like I was saying, what's really, I guess, the key feature, the USP for Discord is actually the voice channel, right? So you can literally do what we're doing on StreamYard, but within each channel that's on the side, right? So basically you see that the general, which is this, right? This is the, I guess, timeline. This is just the main timeline. It has a voice channel. Then you have a separate section which is called voice channels, and it has general and for the developers, so everybody can be going into the different subsections and having conversations like we are right now within each pocket of the Discord that the founder sets up, right, or the owner of the server sets up. And then yeah, so then you can just, obviously if you have access to whichever ones, then you can just pop in and literally read, gain information, pay attention, and then have a conversation about it like we're doing right now. So that's really what Discord is. So as a medium, yeah, I think it's a pretty good medium in terms of like instant communication. So kind of like, you know, if you just want to work, so kind of like when you're working on certain projects, especially if it's like people who are like different parts of the world, right? And you have to do like a group project together or whatever. Usually you're going to be sending each other like not just voice notes, but like whole recorded videos, right? As people would send a voice note, and literally you'll do some of these like in-person chat sessions and then like drop whatever else you need to. So kind of like Slack. I don't know if you're familiar with Slack, but it's pretty similar. All right, now let me see. Is there anything? Did anybody ask any questions? I'm not seeing the link. Oh, Swap House. I don't know if Leela's still here to give you the link, or no. I was just trying to. Yeah, I did call you retail because you are. You don't listen. You are retail, Memphis. I think you slick. You're not. What's it called? Let's see. Is there anything in the Discord that explains Bitcoin? Or I don't just want to do a whole bunch of fear. I need Dev to say fear. Let's do tokenization. Is this a video? Oop. Let me know if y'all could
Money
see this.
has come a long way since the first uses of shells or coins.
Can you guys hear it?
Yeah, just kind of interject every couple minutes or whatever if it's long. You know how long it is?
Oh, this is like 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. You probably can
Yeah.
just put it right out.
Yeah. What did you say? All right.
Millennia ago. Today, it may even be considered our most used technology, as most people are using money that is recorded digitally. So what's the next step in this evolutionary story? Let's talk about tokenization, or how we turn our pocketbooks into something that's programmable. Why would we need programmable money? We use money to consume or save, and owning assets is a common way to save. Tokens can make it faster and cheaper to buy, own, and sell assets. Say that I want to buy a corporate stock or bond. Today, there would be a long chain of middlemen between me and that company. Think, for instance, of a clearinghouse, an independent bridge between the buyer and seller of an asset. It waits to receive the buyer's payment and the seller's asset, and then exchanges them, avoiding the risk either side fails to deliver. But waiting costs time, and time is money in finance. Another example is registrars, institutions that transfer a company's interest in dividend payments to the asset owners. A tokenized market can automate their function. Tokenization can make financial markets faster and cheaper through programs that automate or reduce the role of intermediaries. Researchers who've recently studied tokenized markets found significant cost savings. Tokenization's promise is visible in the numbers, but efficiencies from new technologies often come with new risks. Automated trading has already led to sudden market plunges known as flash crashes. With their instantly executed trading, tokenized markets can be more volatile. Also, tokenization allows chains of programs to be written on top of each other. In a crisis, these could interact adversely, like falling dominoes. Another risk is that many new markets could emerge, and if their tokens don't speak to each other, known as interoperability, markets could fragment and fail to deliver faster and cheaper trading. That means specific policies may be needed for tokenization to really deliver on its promise while limiting the risks. Indeed, governments have rarely been content to stay on the sidelines during important evolutions of money. So if history is any guide, they may take a more active role in the future of tokenization.
Oops, my bad. That was tokenization. I don't know if anyone wants me to go more in depth. True treasure.
Please,
Yeah.
please go in depth. I'm at work now, so I'm gonna be coming in and out, but I'm listening.
Okay, no problems. Yeah, with that, it's basically being able to do what the bank um do what the bank would usually do for you, right? So now having certain things off of the blockchain, crypto, because again, people just think crypto is one thing. Crypto can be programmed in different ways. It's no different to what banks do on the back end, right? When they put a certain amount of money into your bank account, it is all programmable, right? So now when it comes to tokenization, you the larger point of tokenization is being able to collateralize your asset, right? Or be able to have access to other collateralized assets so you can buy fractions of it. Same thing Only was saying when she was talking about Bitcoin, where even if you can't buy one whole coin in and of itself, you can literally buy a fraction of it. And if we take that and reverse engineer it into it as just a fundamental way of how something works, you can literally see that when Dev brought up the whole thing about renting apartments to now the condominiums, where literally you can look at that as the landlord, the owner of that building, basically was able to, I guess you look at a building, you can look at that and say that's what could be one whole estate that's owned by one person. It's now cut up into different apartments, and that's you literally fractionalizing one property, one piece of land, to now quote unquote make more based off of how much you sell each unit for. So this is how I'm just saying, like, what's true at the micro scale is true at the macro scale. And the more we're able to understand those correlations, the more we're going to be able to understand what's going on with money right now and how you can actually take advantage in terms of you now have more control, meaning you can now self-custody digital assets. And even when it comes to real estate, that's also something that's happening where I don't know how the laws are in the States just yet, but there's a lot of talk about basically people being able to put real estate on the market to actually be tokenized. So then that means you can fractionalize it and you can sell it. So if you have a house or like real estate property, so like Michael was saying that most millennials will not be able to own a home. Yeah, maybe not in the same way that every other generation has, being tied to the bank. You could be able to get it on your own terms. So something Suave was saying in terms of like buying land and getting prefab homes being sent and building it, that's another way to circumvent all of the banking products that are being sold and mortgages and whatnot. But yeah, so with real estate, they're actually pushing that in terms of being able to tokenize properties and float the mortgage or float the debt instrument that backs the home or whatever based off of what the landlord has. So that's something that could be used for restructuring for certain people. But again, if you don't understand the complexities of things, I don't advise just like jumping into it. But it's being aware at least of how these things function, how they're being used in the economy, and understanding, okay, how it's being used in the economy right now and the way we all live, where it's like normalized and we understand it. And then it's like, okay, how does it translate when it's now being done on the blockchain as a distributed ledger at full scale? Because now this means, and I forgot who wrote it in the chat. I don't know if it was you, full of shit. I think he wrote it, where he's talking about Saudis. Yeah, because he was saying that, being able to use crypto and blockchains to be able to do like Western Union, digital Western Union. So they don't need to go find a Western Union or any of those companies to now send money. And you literally have quicker settlement, right? What else? I'll go back to the Discord and see what else is there. And then I'll show Potensor. I think I'll show that. Software engineering will be automatable in 12 months. Yeah. I wonder, Ray Dalio, another white man that y'all love. So, pause. Can y'all see this tab? Wait, can y'all see this screen? Yeah, can. All right. Let me press play.
And be clear about it. Let's step back from the sensational and be clear about what I mean. The monetary order is breaking down. Okay. What I mean by the monetary order is that fiat currencies and debt as a storehold of wealth is not being held by central banks in the same way, and that there was a change. The biggest market to move last year was the gold market, far better than the tech markets, right, and so on. And the U.S. markets underperformed foreign markets because of the fact you could see it in the numbers of the central banks and so on. So let's just look at the fact that on the other side of trade deficits and trade wars, there are capital and capital wars. And so as we're looking at that, and you reported what the stock market and so on, but you didn't report that the gold market is also up 3.
We did say that earlier this morning.
Okay,
It's up to
but
record
I'm
levels
saying
again, and silver.
Is you look at what is happening and why it's happening and who's buying it. So let's just take a moment on that capital war issue, okay? We know that both the holders of US dollar denominated debt, which is money, and those who need it, the United States, are worried about each other, right? So if you have other countries who are holding it and they're worried about each other and we're producing a lot of it, that's a big issue, right? So you have to explain what is going on with fiat currencies, generally speaking. And now if you take the conflicts, you can't ignore the possibility that capital wars, in other words, maybe there's not the same inclination to buy U.S. debt and so on. We at least need to talk about those possibilities and find out who is buying and selling what that is behind these market movements. And what
Tokenization is what financial institutions to. Okay, let me see which other ones. I don't think he really went into, what did you write? Bitcoin being the solution. I don't think he really explained that for the average person to understand. Okay, so this was another one in terms of, I know y'all love proof. Let me see. Let me share the screen. I need to know how to share the screen without coming off every single time. All right, so as you can see here, when did Memphis post this? January 19th, the New York Stock Exchange launched 24/7 US stock trading through new on-chain tokenized exchange. So now they basically created a 24/7 US stock market as a derivative, right? So this is so when we're talking about tokenization, you're now being able to create a derivative of something that has value, right? And I'll just leave it at that before, I don't want to confuse things too much. What else is there? Merge Labs. Building. Robotics. Whole theory. Oh, see, okay, Mayor Adams. with the whole, so this is something else that I mentioned on the panel the last time, and they try to tell me that I didn't understand capital formation and reduced it to the old TradFi way of capital raising and capital, you know, formation. Mayor Adams literally launched a meme coin, and this is why crypto and blockchain ends up getting a bad rap, because things like this happen, right? Where, again, understanding that blockchain and crypto allows for money to move a lot quicker, right, than usual. Basically, settlement time becomes T1 rather than T5 and all the others, right? And you don't have to wait for it to move through different Nostra Vostra accounts through banks, right, as the intermediaries, because you have to look at it when it comes to a global market. If you understand blockchain, so I'm going to talk about nodes. Think about every bank in existence, that's basically, it serves the same function as a node would within a protocol or a blockchain, right? So different banks are interconnected, interoperable, and they literally will send different payments, right? And if you only ever are within the pocket of sending, just the average working person, they're not sending 10,000 or more every single day. But when you get into business, within that pocket of the economy, you're sending a huge amount. So this is where now you have to start wiring money, right? Because it has to move on a different rail than what it would move if it's just basically, like a Cash App, or like from my bank account to Leela's bank account, right? And even then, it could take 5 to 7 working days. Or if we have banks that work together that are interoperable, then it will take about maybe full 24, hours or something like that. Again, I'm not too 100% sure on the settlement times for, public banking. So please correct me if I'm wrong. Now, I say all of that because when it comes to Mayor Adams and the meme coin, he literally, based off of narrative, this is a New York City coin. And this is where it's a thing of, this is people understanding a certain pattern and people understanding that, hey, this has a flash crash intrinsic value in terms of whoever gets here first, literally with the coin with that he dropped, whoever jumps in and basically helps create the market, something that would usually take a good couple of years, we can now basically get capital at such a fast rate. So this literally happened. He launched it and cashed out 3.4 million in an hour. So I don't know if Mayor Adams is understanding the jokes he just pulled, but literally you can raise capital in the same way if you have narrative pull. Now, because he's Mayor Adams and he's somewhat infamous and whatever, this becomes like gossip, PR push. So he has a certain leverage. His leverage is his infamy, right? His leverage is his bad politics. And people will be like, okay, let me jump in on this the same way they did with the Trump coin, the same way they did with the Melania coin. And then what happens? The rug pull happens, because there is a certain subconscious understanding that the economy in which you are participating in, it literally is a Ponzi scheme, right? So what usually would take a couple of years to rug pull and have the ripple effect of the people at the bottom who believe, oh, I now have access to the stock market, everything's fair, I'm going to be able to withdraw some money off of this, it's going to appreciate. No, you're the liquidity exit for somebody else who's at the top of the chain, who understands what this is. So yes, we're seeing this happen and people are doing it from a crook perspective, right? Being unscrupulous in it. But if it can be used in a negative way, it can also be used in a positive way, right? Meaning that if you truly have a company, so this is what I was saying about when you're raising capital and all of that, you don't have to go through certain angel investors or the usual incubators and accelerators. If you are strong in narrative and you're able to catch people off of that conviction, and your narrative does not have to be the same as Mayor Adams, right? Then literally you can actually have access to a whole bunch of people that you didn't have access to, and you can capitalize off of that. People can now invest into your meme coin, because for you to do it the other way, you would have to go through the SEC and stuff like that. But that's market capture in a different way with the banks and financial institutions. But if you're able to understand when a coin actually has value, so meaning that you can appraise it, because that crypto token coin is basically a representative of what is backing it. Now, with Mayor Adams, it's nothing but narrative. Everybody should understand that this was going to be a rug pull, right? Now, if you use it in the correct perspective, meaning that if you, as a creative person, right, instead of using something like Substack, if you're a writer, or instead of using something like Patreon or all of these other things, right, DSP, so let's just say like Spotify, this and that, and waiting to get paid, you can front run your company or your idea, and you can front run it using the same shit that Mayor Adams used, meaning the meme coin. This is what crypto and blockchain gives you access to. So you just have to be able to do what? Have a narrative. You know, and if you use the principle of Kelly with the 1,000 true fans, you already have an intrinsic value of, okay, this is able to happen, right? You have people who are going to be able to buy your meme coin, but then you're actually going to be offering something of value, meaning whatever art you create and produce, you can use the same thing. Even if you're not an artist, let's just say that you're someone who's into STEM yourself, or you fabricate certain things, whatever it is. I don't have any ideas right now, but literally whatever you want to create, if it is quote unquote products, right? Whether it's a tangible product, or even if it is like you make music or you create little figurines, I don't know, but you catch my drift. You can literally raise capital the same way Mayor Adams did off of a meme coin. And when I said that before, and I said, you know, you could literally raise capital in a year or two, and you're not going to have to go through all of the gatekeeping and jumping through hoops, I wasn't believed. But every meme coin you see is doing the same thing. We are now being conditioned to just see it through one perspective, which is it's a scam. But then if you're someone who you do have integrity, you do have morality, you can literally raise capital. And even if people jump in from a place of like, oh, they're thinking it's, you know, a meme coin rug pull and they want to get in, so be it. But if you're doing it from a reflexive play, there will be people who were there expecting a rug pull and they will be sadly disappointed. And there will be people there who are actually there because they believe in your forecasting, which is all venture capital in terms of when it comes to startups and you're trying to scale a startup, you are selling a narrative and you are selling a story. And that is what people invest into. Now, they will see that story and they want it basically to be what? Translated into velocity of money. How quickly can they move their money through this system and this idea of yours? And how long do they have to underwrite the risk of this idea translating into a moving economy, meaning that it circulates value or dollars? I hope I'm making sense. What else is there? Are there any questions? Pacho, you watch the Borgias? Yes, I've watched the Borgias, Ola, if that's what you mean. Oh yeah, I know they are. That was a crazy, yeah, it was a crazy rug. But my thing is, if we stop seeing things through just one lens, again, if it can be used for a rug, then it can also be used to fortify something, right? Because again, it's the same fundamentals being used. It's no different from how, the same with Bitcoin being set up. But it's not, Bitcoin isn't a meme coin because it's actually backed by value, right? And it stores value, and it's proven that. And the people who were the underwriters for that, they actually stuck with it. Now, when it comes to the meme coin, I see that, and I tell people to more so use it as a way to build capital, right? To get capital without having to go to a bank, without having to have a certain, credit history, which is attached to debt. You can literally set this up. And if you are, again, you are responsible and you don't need oversight from all of these regulations and stuff like that, and your word is bond, and you literally show a track record of that outside of having credit, right? Having debt as your track record, then the sky's the limit for how you literally use your narrative, right? To basically get people to understand where you're going. What is your vision? What exactly are you doing? And now you don't need accredited investors to actually invest in you, right? And then you can also have it where you can sell, you can raise capital from a point of your meme coin being worth $1. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something that the average person cannot get into. But the only obstacle or the only issue that will happen is, will people be able to hold on to it as you basically create a market? Because what happens with the meme coin, and this is the part of the whole meme coin thing and tokenomics that people don't really go in depth to understand, is that when you have the meme coins, you have to be able to set it up to the point of you start understanding how economy works, right? And you start understanding how there will become an aftermarket. Once you prove the value, once you're able to raise what you said you were going to raise and you peg that to, let's just say, when I'm doing the first round, right, of basically capital formation in this way, using this meme coin, I promise everybody, let's just say I'm a musician, I promise everyone that based off of them buying the token, I'm going to create this many, I don't know, songs or these many albums, and I'm going to put it through whatever, again, using Web3 platforms, right? And you're able to basically be your own DSP, where you're not going to do it through Spotify or Apple or none of that. This is going to be direct to consumer from a Web3 perspective. And it's going to be immutable because it's on a blockchain where if someone owns it, they own it for perpetuity, right? Until that blockchain breaks down or whatever. So then if you're able to do that, then you have now pegged the value of your crypto to the value of this art that you've made. Now, this is the difference with art, because now art is subjective, and because art is subjective, your provenance is now dependent on your backlog, right? And what else you create. So it's no different, let's just say, if like a Basquiat, when he first started, and he first started out as like Samo with the graffiti era. And that's how he first used, he did his Samo coin. Then people start seeing him grow into Basquiat. Now, it doesn't take years upon years. Let's just say because he's able to gain capital from the first people who love his Samo period, then it's like, okay, cool. Those people now who hold the coin, whatever he's made during that Samo period, is going to gain value and it's going to appreciate based off of the access, meaning that you have a global economy you now have access to. You don't need middlemen in between you to now broker deals or to now push your quote unquote narrative to people who you've never seen before in your life. That is the blessing of technology when you use it correctly. You now are able to broadcast what it is that you need to broadcast, and you can be more you can have more intent in terms of how you utilize this technology or different platforms in terms of your strategy. And then if we also understand there's whole subcultures that most people do not even know exist. So there's a whole Web3 art scene and subculture that most people don't even know exists. So they think, oh, the only way you can, oh, I'm going to have to do YouTube. I'm going to have to do Rumble. No, you don't. There's a whole bunch of people who have basically decoupled from all of this shit. And they're like, you know what? I want more authentic stuff. I understand how this stuff works, and I want to give my money direct to the artist. I also don't want to use all of this, capture technology where I'm basically stuck subscribing to certain things. I want to own certain stuff outright. And when it comes to people who are purveyors of art, there's a difference in how they now look at things and how they appraise it. So you're having people who understand, I see this artist and I see the promise in them. You don't need a record label for that. You don't need A&R. You don't need none of that anymore. You can literally set the terms for your own career, and you're literally selling futures of what it is that you're going to create. Your SAMO period is just basically the first peg, right, for that value. And then what happens from that is you end up creating an aftermarket, because now everyone who has your token, because this is how the quote unquote meme coin will actually go up in value without you having to pull a Mayor Adams situation. You literally have more and more people being exposed to this SAMO period, and they're like, oh my gosh, that actually makes sense. Then you have people who maybe they bought 1,000 of the coins when it was at like a sub penny or whatever. And then it's like now they sell some, and they're able to sell it based off of this SAMO period that this token was made off of. This artist has now gone into his Basquiat period. And now this art is now being seen in a different light, and there's more people. So this is market making. All of this stuff is the same thing repeated over and over and over again. It's not different. To explain. Oh, like you're very, I hit you up on the cord. All right, cool. Thank you, GA. What else? Sorry, I've been talking. I didn't really check these questions. Question everything except nothing on face value. One must have a history of assets weighed against the system it's in. One Love, can you explain that to me a little bit? I don't want to assume. I think I know what you're saying. And I'm going to answer to what I think it is that you're saying. Just correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, exactly. You have to be able to appraise value, right? And one must have a history of assets weighed against the system it's in. Yes, but then when you're creating a new market, right? Because the system that it's in that I would be talking about is the art market. So if you understand how the art market works and you're using the meme coin to bypass all of the galleries, all of the art buyers, all of the gatekeeping basically, then people who now become their own purveyors of art, they understand the tenets of that market, which is a certain standard. But now through blockchain, they're now able to have access to invest at a very smaller fee, because most art that's in galleries, it's a couple of thousand, right? And most people don't have, the average person, your portfolio must match your words. Yes. Yes. So are you saying that from the perspective of the artist who's now using the meme coin to build, or you're saying it flip from the person who's now trying to portfolio must match your words? Because are you saying that the artist would have a portfolio? I guess, yeah. So you would say like the artist would have a portfolio of work, so their provenance, right? I'm guessing, okay, I'm assuming that's what you mean, right? So the artist would have provenance, yes. But then there are a lot of artists when they first start out, they don't have quote unquote provenance that the average purveyor who, let's just say people who are more senior in the art scene that actually are the investors would be able to quote unquote appraise their full value. But then if you're someone who you go into emerging markets, right, emerging markets, and you're able to understand, some people just have a knack for it, where they're able to assess talent while it's still raw and untapped, right? And they understand, basically speaking, I guess this is where it'd be more of a personal relationship and a personal perspective, and being able to assess that value or appraise it, right? This is where the talk now becomes about, when you're doing your art, every artist is not just you're just drawing for drawing's sakes. This is what happens when you're in art school. They teach you how to bring your thesis to it, right? And that's more than just the narrative in terms of when it comes to PR. This now becomes the whole point and the perspective and almost like the research you're doing through the art. Do you understand what I mean? So your collection is actually a thesis. It's an actual representation of your thesis, is what I'm saying. So then the person who's wanting to buy your art at this stage, they understand the inquiry that you're doing. And, again, they can have direct contact with you as an artist where they don't have to go through anybody else. And they can literally just have these conversations with you. What would happen if the US had no debt? Is that your question to me? What would happen if the US had no debt? It depends, because would the US be set up to be a deflationary economy? Would we have those rails? I mean, that would be the only thing. Because the US has everything to be a deflationary economy. It's just that certain people wouldn't be paid, or they wouldn't be able to hold on to, or they wouldn't be able to enjoy certain things. That's all. But yeah. Hold on a second. I'll be right back, y'all. I got a delivery. Do you know the history of the financial market? You should come up. I would love to know. No debt equals a depression. Yes, but then that's based off of what though? Because like I said, are we saying this from the point of moving into a deflationary economy? Because debt is what is holding up this economy. And in the last thing that I played with what's his name? Dalio, he was saying that we're moving from that, right? So, like I said, we have everything to basically move the US economy into a deflationary economy. But is it that people would want to? There's vested interest to keep it as a debt economy. So no debt would equal depression within an economy that relies on debt itself for that to be how value is appraised. Because again, we're doing My panel days are limited. I don't blame you. But yeah, so basically how things are, it's balance sheets, right? So then there needs to be a way to offset the debt. So currently, no, everyone has a vested interest. And when I say everyone, most of the people who have assets, they have a vested interest in keeping it a debt-based economy. Now, does it have to be? No, it doesn't have to be. So, yeah, it's choice. Literally, it's choice. Can we all live in an economy where, and I mean, the art market, is basically an example of that, right? And even when we look at tech, if tech wasn't co-opted by a lot of the corporate, incentive, then we would have deflation, and it wouldn't mean depression in the way in which we are conditioned to think about the word depression when it comes to finance and economy, right? Because again, that goes to say that we can only quote unquote have circulation of fiat currency, which again is debt, right? So we can only circulate quote unquote, and I use this word, value, right? Based off of, we can only circulate value based off of debt. That's not true. We can circulate value based off of innovation and technology and have a deflationary economy. It's not hard. It is not something that means that basically no one's going to have anything. That's not true. That's what's been sold as, okay, this is what's going to happen, but that's not true. There's a vested interest to keep us within that debt aspect of things, because then you can continue to print money. That's it. There's no checks and balances. Basically, there would be no need for a lot of things that happen in terms of people can just print money into infinity, right? And literally put value on things that shouldn't have value at the end of the day. But if we move into a deflationary economy where we take ingenuity, we take all of these things, so technology as it is, the dollar shouldn't be as inflated, and cost of living shouldn't be what it is now due to the fact of all of these technological advancements. With technology comes deflation. But the thing is, only one side of the economy benefits, and that's the part of the economy that actually is not part of the economy, underwrites the economy that we have present day. That's the problem. That's what it is. So if we actually used it in the way that it's supposed to be used in, then there would be no problem in terms of what's being pegged to the US dollar. Right now, the US dollar is pegged to debt based off of before the whole labor GDP perspective, but there's no need for that because now human labor is becoming useless. Why? Because you have technology. So that's a form of deflationary, right? Due to that, you now have deflation. But the thing is, most people, the average person, is not going to be able to gain from it the way the people on the other side of the balance sheet are going to be able to gain from it. That's the difference. All right, let me show. Oh, look at this. I wonder if Michael's still there. Oops, y'all can't see it on screen, my bad. Can y'all see it on screen? Can y'all let me know if y'all can see it on screen? Ola, can you see the video? because I can't even tell. I think you can. Oh, you can't see it. I do not know what's going on. Let's say you can share X to this stuff. Alright, let me see something. Okay, it's not sharing this anymore. Nope. Alright. Let me know if y'all could see this now. Can y'all see the X screen or no? Alright, can be seen. Great, thank you. Now let me press play.
What is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is the world's first cryptocurrency, and it works because of the world's first public blockchain network. What does Bitcoin do? It's simple. It lets you send and receive value to and from anyone in the world using nothing more than a computer and an internet connection. Now, why is it revolutionary? Because unlike every other tool for sending money over the internet, it works without the need to trust a middleman. The lack of any corporation in between means that Bitcoin is the world's first public digital payments infrastructure. And by public, I simply mean available to all and not owned by any single entity. What is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is the world's first cryptocurrency, and it works because of the world's first public blockchain network. What does Bitcoin do? It's simple. It lets you send and receive value to and from anyone in the world using nothing more than a computer and an internet connection. Now, why is it revolutionary? Because unlike every other tool for sending money over the internet, it works without the need to trust a middleman. The lack of any corporation in between means that Bitcoin is the world's first public digital payments infrastructure. And by public, I simply mean available to all and not owned by any single entity. What is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is the world's first cryptocurrency.
So yeah, that's explaining what Bitcoin is in terms of outside of time and mathematics. It's just saying basically no one can print Bitcoin to the point of debasing it, right? And with enough people who are actually part of the network, and Suave wrote this, Suave House. Shout out to you because you're always writing the full, but people just want to be obtuse. So yeah, that's basically an explanation of what Bitcoin is. And due to that, when you're buying, even if you're buying a fractional aspect of it, like Only was saying before, you don't need to have quote unquote the whole coin to participate in the economy that it's creating, right? Because outside of it just being a peer-to-peer system of being able to pay somebody else over the internet, meaning you don't need a bank, right? So therefore, it's trustless. It's trustless. You don't have to share a whole bunch of your identity, this, that, KYCs, all of that. You don't need to. If you know the address that you need to send it to, You send it there, and the person can get it based off of the network. They're plugged into the network. It's no different to how banks function on the back end. So this is a thing where people are calling it a scam, a scam, a scam. But when it comes to the actual technology and what it's replicating the same thing banks do on your behalf, but to their benefit every single day. Now you get to do it yourself, and you get to choose where you allocate your funds to. Whereas if you buy it as an ETF, you basically give over your power rights to BlackRock, or who, yeah, it's BlackRock who holds the ETF to it. And literally, you give them power of attorney, so to speak, over what you could basically do yourself if you chose to self-custody it and use Bitcoin in the way that it was intended to be used, to create a parallel economy that is hedging itself from what? Fiat debasement. So a lot of the stuff that Michael was saying in terms of, we have 38 trillion, it's all a Ponzi scheme. Correct. Now you can use Bitcoin to hedge yourself. Where am I saying that you can live your life from morning when you get up till night and not have to make any fiat payments? No, I'm not saying that. You still will have to, but are you also able to participate in an economy that's more deflationary? Yes, you can. You have that option now because other people underwrote it so that it can actually be there. So it's past just holding the coin for value. The people who were there earliest and actually understand what this is about. It goes back to what Michael was saying in terms of what he said, that Gen X were basically their tenets, right, of what they believe in, is that they were thinking about the whole community, not just one. Well, Bitcoin does that too, where if you're part of it from the beginning, and even if you're not there from the beginning, but the people who were there from the beginning, they understood the vision past it being co-opted into fiat and people trading it as a derivative, right? They understood the actual purpose of it. And it's no different to when Taz and Anonymous were talking about B1 versus Hebrew Israelites. This is all about, sorry about that. This is all about protocol, right? This is all about people who are willing to underwrite a culture or an economy, right? Because an economy does function as a culture. So it's like, who's willing to do that? And are you going to be compensated for it once other people join the network and it grows? Yeah, of course you will. I mean, shouldn't you? But then are you going to do it to the point where you start pulling stunts like Eric Adams and rug pulling the whole protocol? No, you're not, because you understand this isn't about fiat and cashing out. This is about creating a stable hedge that it parallels fiat debasement. So you'd be a fool to be in the front run and then actually end up transferring all of the Bitcoin that you have into fiat, which is basically worthless as time moves on. It would be dumb. This opportunity, folks that don't. Thank you, Suavis. Appreciated. But yeah, that was something that I really wanted to, in terms of like Bitcoin, I'm still trying to figure out how to, not Memphis writing, it's a physics problem. What's it called? Kind of like, if I'm gonna be abstractive, the whole blockchain situation when it comes to Bitcoin, outside of you being able to do peer-to-peer, but the main point of no corporation can basically tamper with it. Now you can build a derivative market, which is happening through the ETF, and people who self-custody, like BlackRock, Bitcoin, will now create derivatives of it due to regulation, due to a market that they have a monopoly over. And then they're able to do what? play supply and demand games and engineer Bitcoin's price and flush out people to basically sell it, because all they see it as is not its true value. They just see it as a tradable point, right? Oh, somebody wants this, I'm gonna trade it for what? Fiat currency. And if they can get you to do that, because they're causing a lot of the volatility and a lot of the price going up, then going down, and then people think, oh, it's going to lose value, and they don't understand the true intent, or they are not able to appraise the value of what it is that they hold, because basically you can leverage it. So then guess what? I can trick you into giving me whatever Bitcoin you have while I stack it up, and I keep pushing this through an ETF, which is a derivative that I'm floating off of the value of what this Bitcoin truly is, because I understand its intrinsic value, where most people who are in this stock market capture that are buying the ETF, they only understand value based off of how I've programmed them to understand value. And most of them will not go outside of that market capture to truly learn how to appraise value objectively in and of itself by understanding what this thing is outside of, oh, now it's worth 110,000 or 20,000 USD, which is fiat currency, which we all know is part of a Ponzi scheme, and it's being debased every single day because it's not backed by anything. You have given the Wakanda side of the story. Have you given the flip side of it? What's the flip side of it? Yes. Bitcoin, I know that now this is where I would have to kind of thingy. I think so. In the States, I think, yeah, in the States you are taxed, but I don't know the threshold, because I know in London you're taxed for it. In London, let me say England, right? In England, you're only allowed to take $300 or £300 of profit from it. If you take over that, then it's taxed. Yes. Can I deposit Bitcoin in a bank and withdraw it in cash? Okay, when it comes to that, most public banks, retail banks, no, they won't take it from you in that way. You would have to now do this from the flip side, which is the personal wealth. So you would have to do it from a wealth advisor, where they're now managing your assets, basically. So let me see if it's here in the Discord, because I'm not sure if I posted it or if someone else did. I think, was it Wells Fargo, where they were now telling their customers to now, can you guys see this screen? Yeah, you guys can. No money is backed by anything. The only value any money has is the faith. Exactly. Mac time. That's correct. If I'm gifted 100 Bitcoins, I'm kind of Ola, yeah, but cash it out based off of being within the system. Like, obviously you're gonna have to, but the best way to do it would be to now use it as collateral, right? This is where the weak will fall. What do you mean? Do you mean in terms of the people who will cash it out? If that's what you mean only, then yeah, exactly. And that's what they're banking on, right? Because as you know, there's more adoption. Again, are people adopting it by truly understanding what it is? You know, where, Ola, if you want to cash it out, again, you don't need banks. This is a peer-to-peer system. So you have exchanges that are working where, or even lending, because it's an asset. This is why I'm saying tokenization, right? Tokenization is collateralization on the back end, on the other side of things, right? So now you can literally leverage it. You can use some of what you have and then take out a quote unquote loan. So this is where OTCs come into play, right? And you can take out a quote unquote loan against a portion of what you have without selling it, right? Because you're selling it for something that's going to lose value over time. What would be the point? Something like Bitcoin is going to retain its value over time outside of the games you see Wall Street playing with it in order to make people exactly one love, in order to get people to hand over assets that they don't even know is an asset, because they make you jump. Like I said, the whole Wall Street capture, it's about psychology. They get you to do this on purpose. It's like literal triggers. They get you to trade assets all day, every day, or they get you to trade the IOUs, the derivatives of the assets that they hold, by selling you, oh yeah, this is for your benefit and you can make some money off of it. But there's no point. Go away, Heb. But okay, so Heb came in and he said there is capital gains on Bitcoin. Okay, cool. So I wasn't sure about that. So you see, there can be capital gains on it because why? It is now considered what? What do you have to pay capital gains on? And this is why I'm saying, like, people say certain things and all of the clues are around you. Yes, Ola, keep it as an asset, and you are now in the position to collateralize, use that asset as collateral. And you don't, so if someone gave you 100, you don't have to now basically hand over the full 100 to now be able to leverage it as collateral, right? You can just take one coin. So, you can look at this in terms of loan to value, that kind of thing, and you work things out based off of what your actual like living expenses are. Yeah, I told you to go away, you hater. No, you're actually on my side this time, so it's cool. Not even my side. You actually you showing love today, so I'll be nice. What's it called? I gotta flip it. I'm not relying on some invisible entity to tell me what it's gonna be worth. Okay, I get what you're saying, but Ola, because you're part of a network, right? The network has, yes, take out the loan on it. Okay, yeah. So you don't need the bank, right? This is the whole point. You don't need the bank. This has been, I was just buying some assets, borrowing against it later. Yay, Leela. See, Leela, yay. See, that's what makes me happy. So this is what I'm saying. Like, we can get into the position where we're no longer going to banks, asking them and jumping through hoops to basically get credit or get capital and do all of those stupid games. Now, is it necessary in some aspects? Yes, right? I'm not going to say totally knock it, but I'm saying that the road to that and being able to leverage all of what you have, at your disposal is all I'm saying. You need to be able to recognize the different pockets in which you can actually utilize, because now you're going into a point of accumulating wealth, right? You're in the cycle of accumulating wealth, and you can't do that by exchanging your time every single time. You have to now, I can't find your explanation about underwriting in time where you really confirm something for me. Good. Well, our first conversation, that's what we were talking about. The first time I ever spoke to you, we started speaking about underwriting culture. And get a code. Yes, only please join the what's the call, because the last time I was on the panel, I don't know if I left or you left, and I was looking for you, and I was just like, damn, like, you asked something in terms of how does this now translate into how does this now translate to everyday living? So the next thingy, the next what's it called, Discord that I'm gonna create, I'm just gonna address all of that. So that would just be like the resource center for everyone to just come in and actually understand this totally. You know what I mean? So definitely, if you can get the link to the Discord, then I'll be able to message you and give you the link to that one so that you can have it as like an access library. And I'll just keep updating it because, again, I'm not GA. I don't have the total patience to do this day in, day out. So yeah, but I do want y'all to have this, and I'm gonna get to that because I need to get to Taz first, because like Taz has been holding it down, and I need to I need to get with Taz right quick. Because no one left you, Taz. I got nothing but love for Taz because, yeah, he really, I respect how open he is to things that he doesn't understand. And he doesn't come from having to devalue something or, making a whole bunch of assumptions. He truly just says, look, you're going to have to explain it to me this way. Okay, yay, Lila. So look, only got the link, so we'll be able to do what we gotta do. But yeah, so okay, who was I talking to? So underwriting, yeah, this is what I'm saying with venture capital, because there's certain things that we can do now and circumvent the tenets of venture capital, and we don't have to play certain games. We can literally be direct to consumer, and there's no lag time. Where I think this is, again, when you understand how all of this shit works from a macro perspective, there's a reason why people get paid every 2 weeks or every month. There's a reason why bills come at a certain point. And so I'm saying you don't live in a free market. The choices that you make are not yours entirely until you own assets and you you get into the accumulation phase of you start circulating your own money outside of certain institutions, right? Because every bill you pay is basically money being circulated. That's it. And most people who are living paycheck to paycheck, that's all you do. You're circulating, this fiat. And yes, you're in surviving. Yes, you have certain things, but outside of that, you don't have a choice. You don't have choices on how you're going to leverage your time or anything else because your labor and your time is dependent on somebody else's system, right? And this is the thing where being self-employed and now starting a business, I don't know if there's enough time to set those things up and for it to move at the right speed that it needs to because of everything else that's going on outside of what we see, right? Outside of what your parents or, our grandparents prepared us for. Like, they don't have to live this reality. They were living a reality that they were programmed for and what they were programmed for. And a lot of them, because they got the things, they were able to get the things that they were told would basically show that they made the right choices. You can't afford to make some of the same decisions because at some point you have to pivot. Why? Because there's restructuring being done. And it's not just restructuring being done on just the US economy. It's a macro economy thing happening. Talking about the Bretton Woods and like the petrodollar, that's being changed as we speak. And it hasn't just been happening because we see what happens at Davos with WEF. This has been going on for a long time, right? This is like 5 years in the making. Just because you're seeing the ripple effect now because they're putting it in the news doesn't mean shit. It's just because you didn't know where to look where it comes to international policy, right? And international affairs and all of those things, because most citizens don't, unless you happen to have curiosity or for whatever reason you're into it, or you've lived in different countries growing up, so you understand one thing can be happening here and something else could be happening in a whole nother country, but they're fucking interdependent. This is what I'm saying. We just need to start having more of a macro view. I don't expect all of us to agree on everything. Everybody doesn't need to take the same strategy or the same approach, but at least be open to hearing what is available in terms of what can you leverage? How can you now pivot to the best of your ability? Because again, the unit value for human labor, it's not a factor anymore when it comes to corporate incentive. No one cares. And no matter how fucked up, because people are like, oh, but they fired people for AI and then it's a bubble and this and that. Doesn't matter. There is a concentrated effort to do what? Make sure that America has its place when it comes to AI and technology. So by default, that market is being created at the expense of human labor and no one cares. Why? Because when you're looking at this from a corporate balance sheet and what's going to happen, literally this makes the most sense. Even if you're quote unquote losing money right now, with AI not being at its most perfect, the compounding effect of what AI is, because it's a deflationary instrument, will basically literally benefit your company in the long run. It's now a thing of, do you have the fiat currency, right? Do you have the runway to service this debt, right? Because that's what it's going to be for you as a company before it basically you hit the how can I word it? You hit the jump off point, right? And literally it kicks in, and now you're moving at an exponential rate. That's literally what it is. So what we're seeing right now as being told an AI bubble, yeah, but do you talk about anyone else? I don't know. So yeah, so what's it called? What was I saying? You guys